Chapter 1. The Supreme Divine Dynasty Summoning System. In the land of Tianji, within the southern region known as Fenghua, lies the Great Night Dynasty. In the estate of the seventh prince, the edict resounds. By the mandate of heaven, I decree, my seventh son, Ye Xuan, having reached adulthood, must establish his own dominion as per ancestral tradition. However, due to his past grave transgressions, he is diminished in stature and has lost all cultivation abilities. After deliberation with the imperial clan court, and in consideration of his royal lineage, I grant him a chance for redemption. Therefore, I appoint him as the Prince of Yu, dispatching him to the border to maintain order and stability among the frontier populace, a middle-aged man clad in blue eunuch robes, his demeanor imbued with an effeminate air, reads the decree in a sharp, thin voice. Before him, a young man with delicate features kneels, his eyes clear yet tinged with an ethereal sorrow, appearing frail and desolate within the cold confines of the estate. Thank you for your majesty's grace. The young man speaks with a calm, unruffled voice. Upon hearing this, the eunuch hands the edict to the young man, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips as he taunts, "Ah, Prince of Yu, you should hasten to prepare for your departure. The splendor of this capital city is no longer a place for you to linger." As his words die away, a disdainful laugh escapes him, and he sachets out of the estate without a backward glance. In the eunuch's eyes, the exiled prince has forfeited all chances of resurgence, destined to be rendered inconsequential for the rest of his days. The young man gazes at the vanishing figure, his fingers curling tightly around the edict, knuckles whitening with the pressure, a faint crackling sound emanating from his grip. He raises his head slightly, staring into the distant, indifferent sky. How cold and heartless. The bond of father and son is merely a series of humiliations and banishments for me. But perhaps this is for the best from now on. I can sever the last ties that bind me. My body will be entirely under my control. Ye Xuan, the seventh prince of the Great Night Dynasty, was hailed as a prodigy from a young age, his veins coursing with the bloodline of the purple flood dragon. At the tender age of 5, he ascended to the initial peak of cultivation, the spirit transformation realm. In just 5 years, he leaped into the spirit pill realm. Such a pace of advancement was unparalleled throughout the Great Night Dynasty and even the vast Fenghua region, culminating in his triumph in the Seven Nations Heroic Competition, where he claimed first place due to his remarkable prowess. However, just as Ye Xuan was on the brink of being crowned as the crown prince, a ruthless conspiracy struck him down. One fateful day, disciples from the upper sect of the dynasty arrived, arrogant and disdainful, casting their greedy gazes upon the second princess, Ye Jiao, attempting to force her into submission. Unable to bear the indignity suffered by his sister, Ye Xuan intervened, clashing with the disciples and inflicting injuries upon them. Yet, how could the sect's powerful figures tolerate the humiliation of their disciples within the dynasty? To uphold the sect's dignity, they ruthlessly obliterated Ye Xuan's spiritual core, stripping him of his purple flood dragon bloodline, rendering his cultivation null and void, leaving him a mere shell of his former self. In the face of such brutal tyranny, the royal family of the Great Night chose silence, even relegating Ye Xuan to the cold palace, allowing him to languish in obscurity and suffering in the dim, icy corners of the cold palace. Ye Xuan endured 2.5 long years, experiencing endless humiliation and torment, until his will was utterly crushed, leading him to contemplate ending his own suffering through death at that moment. However, a soul from the distant blue star fortuitously entered his body, reviving him and giving rise to the new Ye Xuan. Outside the imperial city, a somewhat dilapidated carriage jolted along the official road. Inside, Ye Xuan sat quietly, his eyes closed, while his soul drifted within a peculiar space. System, I am now 18 years old. It must be time to activate the system, no? Indeed, a voice, ethereal and transcending the void, responded. As Ye Xuan's soul arrived in this realm, the system accompanied him, for his arrival was intertwined with it. Upon entering this new world, Ye Xuan envisioned rapidly enhancing his strength through the system, sweeping across the lands to exact vengeance for the original owners' grievances. Yet, the system doused his enthusiasm with cold reality, informing him that activation was contingent upon reaching 18 years of age. This unexpected stipulation left Ye Xuan momentarily speechless. Why impose such restrictions? This was not some adult content. Why the stringent limitations? Despite the multitude of objections swirling in his mind, he had no choice but to bide his time in accordance with the system's demands. Thankfully, he had finally reached the age of 18. Host, shall we activate now? Of course. Ye Xuan responded without hesitation. At this moment, nothing was more pressing than to elevate his cultivation. Ding! The Supreme Divine Dynasty summoning system has been successfully activated. Commencing host binding. Ding! Congratulations, Host Ye Xuan, for becoming the master of the Supreme Divine Dynasty summoning system. Ding! The host's personal panel is as follows. Ye Xuan. Race, human. Age, 18. Cultivation, none. Physique, purple flood dragon disabled. Fortune points, 0. Sign-ins, 3. Times. Summons, 3 bronze summoning cards. Sign-ins? Summons? Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. Is that all the system can do? Indeed, this system primarily offers 2 functionalities, sign-ins and summons. Firstly, the sign-in function. The host has 1 opportunity to sign in each year, with rewards that are entirely random. It could be a sudden leap in cultivation, an invocation of a powerful ally, or even unparalleled skills, divine artifacts, or other rare treasures. Secondly, the summoning function. The host can exchange accumulated fortune points for summoning cards. Once used, these cards can summon a powerful being or legion to pledge loyalty to you. Special note: unexpected products may also be summoned, termed as critical hits. However, the exchange of summoning cards is closely tied to the power established by the host. Of course, you may also use fortune points to redeem certain items from this system. In summary, as long as you possess fortune points, infinite possibilities await. I see. A glimmer of realization crossed Ye Xuan's eyes. The 3 sign-in opportunities and 3 bronze summoning cards displayed on my panel must be rewards exclusive to newcomers. Congratulations, host. You have deduced correctly. Truly, an invincible system deserves a clever host. Host, will you use these 3 sign-in opportunities now? The system inquired. Absolutely. Ye Xuan replied resolutely. At this juncture, nothing was more vital than expediting his cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have signed in and attained the cultivation level of the Celestial Realm. Celestial Realm. Ye Xuan's spirits surged. The cultivation levels of Tianji continent are categorized as follows: postnatal realm, innate realm, foundation establishment realm, spirit transformation realm, spirit pill realm, spirit infant realm, celestial realm, celestial king realm, celestial sovereign realm. The celestial realm is regarded as one of the upper echelons of practitioners within the Fenghua region, capable of establishing a premier dynasty with a lifespan extending to 2,000 years. When unleashing their full power, they could obliterate a small town and annihilate an army of 1,000 cultivators. Chapter 2. Sign in for the Celestial Body and Divine Skills. Celestial Realm Cultivation. This is a height I had never reached, even at my boldest pinnacle. In a borderland like Youzhou, such strength is sufficient to stand above all. Ye Xuan's lips curved into a faint smile, but it soon turned icy. Humph! The so-called title of king merely cast me into the desolate wilderness, leaving me to fend for myself. Youzhou, situated at the northern edge of the Great Night Dynasty, is the most remote corner among the 14 states. It borders the Yao mountain range, perpetually besieged by monstrous beasts, with a fiercely independent populace that remains largely unrestrained by the court. Successive governors have often met their demise amid the chaos. To dispatch me, a prince stripped of my cultivation, to this place and confer the title of king of you is to deliberately condemn me to a harsh existence, devoid of formidable allies or substantial backing. It is evident that my cold-blooded father and those treacherous kin within the clan court would relish my demise here. However, times have changed. I have attained the celestial realm. In Youzhou, I shall seize the opportunity to conceal my true strength and gradually augment my power. When the time is ripe, I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine, ensuring that those who have harmed and betrayed me pay dearly for their actions. Host, would you like to immediately acquire Celestial Realm Cultivation? The system prompt chimed. System acquire. Ye Xuan exclaimed, exhilarated. Celestial Realm, here I come, Ding. Energy transmission for celestial realm initiation in an instant. A torrent of pure energy from the vast cosmos surged in, permeating Ye Xuan's every limb and sinew. Under the nurturing influence of this mysterious energy, the once-damaged spirit elixir sea within Ye Xuan revitalized, not only regaining its former brilliance, but also becoming extraordinarily robust. His cultivation soared like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, advancing rapidly. Early postnatal, mid-postnatal, late postnatal, full postnatal, early innate, full innate, early foundation establishment, mid-spirit transformation, early spirit elixir, mid-spirit elixir, late spirit elixir, full spirit elixir, early celestial. Ultimately, Ye Xuan's cultivation stabilized at the early celestial realm. In that moment, he felt a boundless power surging within him, as if a single punch could obliterate the mountains into dust. Unconsciously, Ye Xuan released a hint of pressure, and in an instant, the external environment shifted. The four black-blooded horses pulling the carriage sensed this pressure and whinnied in panic. The coachman, Kai Kuan, Ye Xuan's last loyal subordinate, a middle-aged man who had reached the mid-spirit transformation, had once been a mercenary. When gravely wounded and near death, he was saved by Ye Xuan during his travels. Since then, Kai Kuan had faithfully followed Ye Xuan, remaining steadfast even in the dire times when Ye Xuan's cultivation was lost, never harboring thoughts of leaving, always loyal. Seeing the four black-blooded horses become startled and bolt, Kai Kuan dared not hesitate. He immediately summoned his inner spiritual energy, channeling it through the reins as he called out, "Whoa!" The black-blooded horses, restrained by the spiritual energy, whinnied several times before gradually calming down. Once the horses were steady, Kai Kuan couldn't help but recall the perilous moment that had just transpired, particularly that inexplicable pressure, leaving him filled with doubt. What was that sudden surge of pressure just now? He turned to glance at the carriage behind him, but ultimately shook his head in resignation. Alas, I must be mistaken. The prince's spirit elixir sea has been destroyed. How could he still? Kai Kuan found it hard to believe that someone whose spirit elixir sea had been obliterated could unleash such formidable pressure, attributing it to his own poor state that day. Convinced it was merely an illusion, that this the power of the celestial realm? Truly intoxicating. Ye Xuan reveled in the changes within his body, his face brimming with uncontainable joy. Yet, he prudently activated the formidable power of the celestial soul, conjuring an invisible barrier that swiftly enveloped the entire carriage, completely isolating it from the outside world. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in a second time and obtaining the supreme skill Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra. Ding. Congratulations, host, for signing in a third time and obtaining Green Lotus Celestial Body. Divine skill? Celestial Body? Ye Xuan was left utterly speechless with shock. His fortune was indeed extraordinary. To possess both a divine skill and a celestial body, was this not an invincible combination? With the support of these two treasures, avenging his great enmity was undoubtedly within reach. Ding. Would you like to claim these rewards immediately? Need you even ask? Claim them at once. Ye Xuan responded without hesitation. Ding. Infusing Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra and Green Lotus Celestial Body now. As the system's prompt resounded, Ye Xuan felt a deluge of ancient, primordial information rushing toward him with overwhelming force. Simultaneously, a cool, refreshing aura began to spread, swiftly penetrating every corner of his being, saturating his limbs and bones with indescribable bliss. As time quietly flowed, an extraordinary transformation began to manifest on the surface of Ye Xuan's body. A layer of ethereal, delicate azure light flickered faintly, his skin resembling warm, polished jade. Between his brows, a blue lotus gradually emerged, enhancing his already strikingly handsome features with an otherworldly allure. In this moment, Ye Xuan appeared as a celestial being descending from the ninth heavens. The dual enhancement of the celestial body and divine skill has propelled me to the late celestial realm. This cultivation, combined with my inherent foundation, may truly allow me to contend with that heavenly king without being entirely at a disadvantage. Ye Xuan carefully sensed the terrifying power within him, quietly estimating his capabilities. The heavenly king, a terrifying existence that transcends the celestial realm, stands as a pinnacle figure within the dynasty. In the current Great Night Dynasty, Each heavenly king holds an extraordinary status, revered to the utmost, entitled to stand before the emperor without bowing. Even the reigning emperor of the Great Night Dynasty, Ye Xuan's father, is a formidable being who has attained the heavenly king realm. Ding! Does the host wish to use the 3 bronze summoning cards now? Use. Ye Xuan replied once more, resolutely. Although Youzhou lies at the furthest northern frontier of the Great Night Dynasty and is considered the most desolate among its Fortinine states, it still boasts Fortinine Major. Cities scattered across its vast territory, with various factions interwoven, even surpassing many complete dynasties. Despite Ye Xuan's extraordinary strength, relying solely on himself to fully control Youzhou is unrealistic. Moreover, with numerous affairs to attend to, how could he possibly handle them all personally? It is imperative to have trustworthy allies to share the burdens. To stabilize the entire situation in Youzhou in the short term, he must depend on the loyal and powerful general summoned to consolidate the region's resources, forming a foundation for the pursuit of dominion over the entire dynasty. Chapter 3. Summoning the Strong Ding. The bronze summoning card is in use. Please wait, host. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Wei Zhongxian. Wei Zhongxian. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow. This infamous historical power broker, notorious for his ruthless methods and profound schemes, had caused the demise of countless courtiers. However, the circumstances Ye Xuan faced at present called for such a figure, one capable of iron-fisted governance and efficient management. Wei Zhongxian's commanding abilities and managerial skills were precisely what he urgently required. Wei Zhongxian's personal information is as follows. Race, human cultivation, perfected spirit infancy physique, ethereal body technique, ethereal spirit scripture weapon, shadow killing sword secret art, dragon yang kill ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 10,000 foundational level Qin Iron Eagle warriors, accompanied by a spirit infancy general, 10 spirit pill captains, and 100 transformation spirit captains. The Qin Iron Eagle warriors. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The Qin Iron Eagle warriors were renowned for their formidable discipline and valor in battle. Adept in wielding long swords, bows, keen blades, and powerful crossbows. Their true terror lay in the fact that every soldier had reached the foundational level, maintaining a strictly organized military structure. Although foundational level cultivators were not particularly formidable for Ye Xuan at this stage, they represented a power not to be taken lightly. In the Night Dynasty, the majority of commoners existed at the acquired level, with only those who reached the innate level qualifying as warriors of the dynasty. Within the military, foundational level cultivators were the prime candidates for captains, enjoying an impressive lifespan of 200 years. Thus, the 10,000 Qin Iron Eagle warriors, even amidst the mighty Night Dynasty, constituted an elite force. Just as Ye Xuan reveled in this surprise, the third summoning with a bronze card concluded. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Sword God Ximen Chui Xue. Ximen Chui Xue's personal information is as follows. Race, human cultivation, early celestial being physique, celestial sword body technique, divine sword scripture weapon, snowfall sword arts, snowfall kill. One sword shatters the firmament, heartless sword path, kill life, sword path. A celestial being like Ximen Chui Xue. Ye Xuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Now, his foundation was beginning to take shape. Next, as long as he could reach Youzhou smoothly, he could embark on a new journey of steady development and meticulous planning. With this thought, Ye Xuan's taut nerves relaxed imperceptibly, and he leaned languidly into his seat, contemplating the newly acquired subordinates. The 10,000 fierce Qin Iron Eagle warriors, alongside the controversial yet capable Wei Zhongxian, would remain hidden and on standby outside Youzhou City. When he personally descended to the city, he could lead this formidable army into the city with overwhelming force, seizing control entirely. As for the celestial being Ximen Chui Xue, he would naturally remain by his side. Ye Xuan did not wish to reveal his strength just yet, for there would be ample opportunities for Ximen Chui Xue to take action in the future. My lord, not far ahead lies a small temple. We have been traveling tirelessly for an entire month. Surely, you must be weary. Kai Kuen's voice echoed clearly from outside the carriage. I suggest we rest for a day at the temple ahead to help you regain your strength. Ye Xuan, who had been feigning sleep with closed eyes, slowly opened them upon hearing this. Very well, let us rest here for a while. After receiving Ye Xuan's consent, Kai Kuan hurriedly lifted a corner of the carriage curtain, respectfully inviting Ye Xuan to disembark. However, the moment Ye Xuan stepped out of the carriage, Kai Kuan's gaze met his countenance, and he froze in place. The Ye Xuan before him seemed like a completely different person compared to the one he had known. Now, Ye Xuan, in both appearance and demeanor, radiated an extraordinary aura. This was only a glimpse of Ye Xuan's true self, subtly concealed and deliberately masking his cultivation. Were he to fully reveal his true form and strength, it would likely leave Kai Kuan in even greater astonishment. Noticing Kai Kuan's unusual reaction, Ye Xuan smiled gently and inquired, "What is it, Uncle Kai? Why do you stare at me so? Is there something on my face?" Ye Xuan had always held a deep admiration for Kai Kuan. This individual remained unwaveringly loyal even when Ye Xuan's cultivation was crippled, demonstrating an impeccable fidelity. In a world rife with schemes and treachery, having someone like Kai Kuan by his side was indeed a rare blessing. It's nothing." Kai Kuan's initially dazed expression regained clarity. "I just felt that your aura, my lord, seems to have returned to its former peak." As Kai Kuan spoke halfway, he seemed to realize something and abruptly changed his expression, his voice trailing off. Moments later, he regretted having misspoken, for Ye Xuan had always been averse to discussing the past. With a face full of guilt, Kai Kuan gazed at Ye Xuan and stammered, "My lord, it was my thoughtless words that caused the offense. Please, I beg your pardon." "Haha, Uncle Kai, no need for concern. The past is but a fleeting memory, dissipating into oblivion. There is no need to mention it again," Ye Xuan replied, gently lifting the carriage curtain, stepping out with grace. At that moment, a bright and warm beam of sunlight pierced through the clouds, directly illuminating Ye Xuan. In an instant, he was enveloped in a resplendent golden light, resembling a divine emperor descending to the mortal realm. This was the result of cultivating the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture, and even Ye Xuan found it difficult to conceal such majestic presence. Seeing this spectacle, Kai Kuan was entranced, his loyalty to Ye Xuan intensifying. "My lord speaks true. No matter the time, I shall always stand by your side, ready to face any peril, even if it means my own destruction. I vow my eternal loyalty." Before he could finish, Kai Kuan resolutely knelt on one knee. Ye Xuan, witnessing this, smiled and stepped forward, gently patting Kai Kuan's shoulder. "Rise, Uncle Kai. I am well aware of your unwavering loyalty. Having such a courageous subordinate is indeed my great fortune." Kai Kuan respectfully nodded, rising to lead Ye Xuan towards the temple ahead for a brief respite. However, just then, an arrow whistled through the air, striking their carriage with pinpoint accuracy. The 4 black blood steeds, startled, neighed wildly, causing the carriage to jolt violently. Chapter 4. The Assassin's Attack. The arrival of the sword god, Kai Kuan's expression suddenly turned grave as he hastened forward, positioning himself firmly behind Ye Xuan, his sharp gaze scanning the shadows around them. He barked, "Who dares to shoot arrows in the dark? Show yourself if you have the audacity. Do not hide like a coward." Simultaneously, Ye Xuan's celestial soul power expanded, enveloping the surrounding area for miles. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he remarked coldly, 1 at the spirit pill realm, 10 at the spirit transformation realm, and 100 at the foundation establishment realm. How intriguing. Even in this desolate land of Youzhou, there are those who wish for my demise. At that moment, a flurry of whistling arrows pierced the air, resembling countless leaves swirling in the wind. Over 100 cloaked assassins swiftly surrounded Kai Kuan and Ye Xuan. Among them, one individual carried a massive crossbow on his back. The arrow that had just been fired had evidently come from him. Kai Kuan surveyed the encroaching adversaries, his heart sinking as he silently lamented. Drawing his sword from his waist, he whispered to Ye Xuan, "Your Highness, these assassins are all above the foundation establishment realm. The situation is dire. I will hold them off at all costs. You must take this opportunity to hide in the carriage and flee swiftly." "There's no need," Ye Xuan replied calmly, merely uttering those two words before bypassing Kai Kun, his gaze locking onto the figure with the crossbow. He spoke slowly. "I am quite curious about your identities. What faction in the Imperial City harbors such intense murderous intent towards me?" The cloaked figure remained expressionless, disregarding Ye Xuan's inquiry. Instead, a cold voice emanated from him. "The rumored seventh prince, once reduced to a mere wretch after your cultivation was destroyed, yet today, your aura seems at odds with the tales. Unfortunately, regardless of the circumstances, you shall not leave here alive. In Youzhou, you are destined to fall. Today marks your demise." As his words fell, the cloaked man flicked his right hand, prompting a Spirit Transformation Realm Assassin and 10 Foundation Establishment Realm Assassins to draw their sharp blades, lunging towards Ye Xuan. For them, hunting a prince was an exhilarating thrill. Some even emitted eerie laughter, reveling in the excitement. "Impudent, to lay a hand on the prince. You must first pass my barrier." Kai Kun's eyes widened in fury as his spiritual energy surged. He bellowed and charged at the black-clad assassins without hesitation. "Ha! Spare your futile resistance. How could a mere mid-tier spirit transformation cultivator hope to withstand us?" Sneered a seemingly frail, yet deceptively formidable late-stage spirit transformation assassin. "You might as well conserve your strength and end it yourself to avoid unnecessary torment. Kill them." With the command from the black-clad leader, the assassins pounced upon Kai Kun like ravenous wolves, clearly intent on eliminating him first before tormenting Ye Xuan. However, at that critical moment, snowflakes began to fall from the sky without warning. It was the transition from summer to autumn, and such unexpected snowfall was undeniably eerie. As confusion spread among the gathered, a series of steady, powerful footsteps approached, growing nearer. A man clad in white robes gradually came into view. His sword-like brows and piercing gaze exuded an aura of coldness, and a long sword was slung across his back, as if he were one with the weapon, brimming with sword intent. The instant he appeared, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted drastically, an overwhelming chill invading the air. The weaker assassins began to frost over, shivering uncontrollably. This presence, can it truly alter the forces of nature? The crossbow-wielding assassin's eyes widened in terror, his pupils nearly fracturing. His voice trembled. "Could it be a celestial realm expert? Who might you be?" Kai Kun struggled to suppress his fear, sensing a glimmer of hope in this unexpected powerhouse. "Sir, the person behind me is the king of you. If you could lend your hand to rescue us, we shall." Yet before Kai Kun could finish, Ye Xuan's calm voice resonated. "Chui Xue, you have arrived." Upon hearing this, Ximen Chui Xue instantly moved, appearing beside Ye Xuan in the blink of an eye. He knelt on one knee, his demeanor respectful as he proclaimed, "I, Ximen Chui Xue, pay my respects to my master. You've worked hard along the way, Chui Xue." A gentle smile graced Ye Xuan's face as he assisted Ximen Chui Xue to his feet. "My master." Kai Kun stood frozen, as if struck by a heavy blow, utterly astonished. He had loyally followed Ye Xuan all along, yet he had never known such a formidable ally existed at Ye Xuan's side, one who recognized him as master. This revelation was far beyond his expectations. However, the most shocked were undoubtedly the assassins. At that moment, their minds raced with panic, feeling as though 1,000 wild horses were stampeding through them. "Oh no, a subordinate of a celestial. In their presence, we are but insignificant ants. This is sheer folly. What difference is there between this and poking a hornet's nest? It's pure madness." Realizing this, the leader of the crossbow-wielding assassins decisively shouted to his subordinates, "Change of plans. Retreat immediately." With a celestial realm expert present, attempting to assassinate Ye Xuan was simply impossible. For them, surviving and leaving was already an extravagant wish, and they could only escape at all costs. "Your Highness, they're trying to flee." Kai Kun urgently pointed at the scattering black-clad figures, shouting loudly. Ye Xuan scoffed lightly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "Flee? Under my watch, such a thing is inconceivable. Chui Xue, leave one alive to inquire about their origins. The rest, kill them all." Ye Xuan commanded coldly. "Understood." Ximen Chui Xue nodded, his figure rising effortlessly into the air, as light as a falling leaf. He slowly raised his right palm and gently clapped downward. In an instant, the snowflakes that had been gently falling became a torrential blizzard, swirling like goose feathers. Those black-clad assassins who had been desperately fleeing, once touched by the snowflakes, were encased in ice, their bodies shattering like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into ashes and vanishing from existence. Chapter 5. The Third Prince, Ximen Ximen Chui Xue seized the leader of the cloaked figures and forcefully hurled him before Ye Xuan. The impact was so intense that the mask fell away, revealing a middle-aged face marked by a scorpion tattoo, exuding an air of ruthlessness. "Speak. What is your origin?" Ye Xuan inquired calmly. "Ha ha ha. I advise you not to waste your efforts. You will gain no useful information from me." The leader laughed mockingly. As an assassin, loyalty was his foremost principle. Betrayal would jeopardize not only his life, but also the lives of those close to him, leading to a grim fate. "Oh, you're quite tight-lipped." Ye Xuan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, his eyes glinting with coldness. "Master, I possess a soul-searching technique that can extract information from a spirit," Ximen Chui Xue interjected. "However, this method is extremely cruel. The one being searched will endure torment worse than death. Moreover, this individual is too weak to withstand it. So, Ye Xuan understood Ximen Chui Xue's intent. If the subject could not endure the soul search, it would lead to his demise, and the information obtained might be incomplete. Yet, gazing at the defiant leader before him, he felt compelled to resort to this method. "Then let us proceed." Ye Xuan waved his hand. Even if the information was fragmented, it was better than nothing. Ximen Chui Xue acknowledged the command with a slight nod and steadily approached the cloaked leader. As the leader perceived Ximen Chui Xue drawing near, an overwhelming dread surged within him. He had clearly heard the earlier conversation and, in a terrified tone, exclaimed, "You, don't come any closer." Ximen Chui Xue remained unfazed, extending his right hand to gently touch the leader's forehead. In an instant, a powerful soul force surged into the leader's spiritual sea, voraciously consuming his memories. "Ah!" The leader let out a horrific scream, blood pouring from his 7 orifices. The agony he experienced was 1,000 times more intense than a death by slow slicing, as if every inch of his skin and every meridian was being scorched by flames and pierced by steel needles, pushing him to the brink of collapse. Ximen Chui Xue began to perceive the leader's memories, ranging from trivial childhood events to various experiences, including the leader's clandestine voyeurism of the third concubine of the Li family bathing, an intimate secret that should never see the light of day. However, Chapter 6. The 6 great powers of the Ghost City, these 2 middle-aged men, known as the Ghost State's twin fiends, one clad in black and the other in white, have both attained the pinnacle of spirit pill cultivation. They excel in cooperative techniques, and when they join forces, even formidable beings of the spirit infant realm find it challenging to gain the upper hand in a brief skirmish. Their arrival here is driven by a singular purpose: to eliminate Ye Xuan. They hail from the Ghost State's capital, Ghost City. Several miles away, a carriage stands quietly on the ancient path. Within, Ye Xuan suddenly opens his eyes and softly commands, "Chui Xue, kill." At his side, Ximen Chui Xue, upon hearing this, silently nods and vanishes like smoke, leaving only a faint sword shadow flickering in the air. Following the assassination attempt outside the imperial city, Ye Xuan has faced numerous assassination attempts, most of which originate from the Ghost State. After all, the local powers in Ghost State have developed a stable structure over time, and they are naturally reluctant to see the rise of a new Ghost King who threatens their status and authority. Who? Black Fiend's ghastly visage is filled with panic. At this moment, an endless surge of sword energy cascades down from the heavens, flooding the valley with its overwhelming pressure, causing it to tremble as if it were a mere ant about to be crushed. Beside him, White Fiend is no longer at ease. The folding fan he had been toying with slips silently to the ground, his eyes filled with fear and disbelief. Dead men have no right to know. Ximen Chui Xue's voice is frigid. Before his words fade, the sword energy has already shot forth, instantly piercing through the bodies of Black Fiend and White Fiend. They could not even let out a scream before being transformed into a mist of blood, dissipating into the air. Within the City Lord's mansion of Ghost City, the atmosphere is tense. A man clad in deep black armor sits upon the Lord's throne, his face twisted with ferocity, a prominent scar marking his visage, enhancing his menacing presence. Below him, 5 individuals are seated in the Great Hall, each in their own position. An elderly woman with a cane, her face lined with wrinkles, reveals a glimmer of shrewdness in her eyes. A middle-aged man in opulent attire exudes an air of wealth, his chubby fingers adorned with numerous rings. A slender old man with cunning eyes, his appearance instantly indicating his deep-seated scheming. A woman in a revealing black gown, her face veiled with black gauze. Though her features remain obscured, her alluring figure, especially her voluptuous curves, invites endless imagination. Lastly, a man dressed in simple robes, his visage weathered. Yet his eyes blaze with a fierce light, a venomous snake coiling around his hand, its green tongue flickering. Bang! The armored man, Jinyu, glares with fury, his strength shattering the teacup in his hand into dust. Accompanied by this explosion, his roar reverberates throughout the hall. A bunch of useless fools. You sent so many people, and yet couldn't even handle a powerless 7th prince. Jinyu, the Grand General of Ghost State, commands the military might of the entire region, leading a formidable innate army of up to 100,000. His power in Ghost State is unparalleled, overshadowing all others, making him a figure that dominates the skies. His own cultivation is profound, having reached the pinnacle of the spirit infant realm, marking him as one of the top powerhouses on this land. Most governors who have previously served in Ghost State have been eclipsed by Jinyu, with many meeting their demise directly or indirectly at his hands. Moreover, he possesses a powerful backing in the Imperial City, which is why he has managed to eliminate governors repeatedly without facing repercussions. General, please temper your anger. It is not worth harming yourself over such trivial matters. Zhou Hong, with his corpulent face brimming with flattery, adds, even if the 7th prince comes to Ghost City, under your absolute authority, how could he possibly threaten you? Zhou Hong, the head of one of Ghost State's 4 great families, has attained the initial stage of the spirit infant realm. His family is renowned for its business acumen, with a commercial empire spanning the entirety of Ghost State. And though they may not excel in battle, they are undeniably the wealthiest in the region. You fool, what do you understand? Jinyu's eyes flash with a fierce light, causing Zhou Hong to involuntarily shudder. That 7th prince is someone the Imperial City wishes to eliminate at all costs. If he steps into Ghost City, openly slaying him would be no simple task. After all, he is a prince. Should he perish here, those hostile factions within the Imperial City would surely seize the opportunity to stir trouble. The Imperial City, the elderly woman, the matriarch of the Li family, speaks with a slightly hoarse voice, her cultivation having reached the later stage of the spirit infant realm. The Li family is also one of the 4 great families of Ghost State, holding significant influence through their medicinal trade. At this moment, the middle-aged man, Chun Dao, who toys with a venomous snake, glances with a hint of cold-blooded intent. Since the general desires his death, let's arrange another assassination before he steps into Ghost City. The Chun family, another of Ghost State's 4 great families, primarily operates in the mercenary business, commanding the strongest mercenary group in Ghost State, the Tiger Leopard Mercenary Corps. The black and white fiends who previously attempted to assassinate Ye Xuan were elite members of this corps. Mu Rongxue, her face partially concealed by a veil, cannot suppress a light laugh. The depth of her cultivation remains a mystery, and though she does not command a family, she oversees the largest brothel in Ghost State, Falling Flower Pavilion. That sounds simple enough, but who shall we send? Will you go yourself? Her tone carries a hint of mockery. Let us not forget, your black and white fiends not only failed their mission, but also paid with their lives. I imagine the 7th prince must have powerful protectors by his side. Upon hearing this jest, Chun Dao's expression shifts dramatically, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he coldly replies, Mu Rongxue, you would do well not to overstep your bounds. The black and white fiends sacrifice themselves for Ghost State, for the Grand General. Speak any further nonsense, And do not blame me for being impolite. Mu Rong Xue merely scoffs, her ruby lips parting with disdain. Humph, be polite to you? With your mid-level spirit infant cultivation, how dare you speak so arrogantly before me? To be frank, I have never regarded you highly. Not long ago, several spirit pill realm cultivators from your tiger leopard mercenary corps ruthlessly tortured many of my girls at Falling Flower Pavilion. And this debt has long been noted. I shall settle it with you today. Her voice grows colder, her beautiful eyes ablaze with fury. Chun Dao bursts into raucous laughter, his attitude brazen in the extreme. They're merely a group of shameless harlots. Their deaths mean nothing. They were born to be played with, trampled upon. What of it if they perish under the feet of thousands? Seeking death, Mu Rong Xue's brows furrow fiercely, her intent to kill turning palpable. In an instant, her once alluring figure transforms into an icy peak, exuding an unending chill. Chapter 7 Conspiracy Bang. Bang, bang, bang. The exquisite tea set was suddenly enveloped by an extremely chilling aura, shattering one after another under the immense pressure. The matriarch of the Li family, her face etched with deep lines, furrowed her brow slightly. Such formidable coldness suggested her cultivation had reached the late stage of the spirit infant realm. It was truly unexpected that her power had ascended to this level. Qin Dao's face was one of shock and fear. The venomous snake that had previously been spewing its poison from his hand now drooped lifelessly. How could this be? You have actually broken through to the late stage of the spirit infant realm, although this stage was merely one level above the mid-stage. He knew he was no match for her. The coldness in Mu Rong Xue's beautiful eyes intensified, a disdainful snort escaping her crimson lips as her fair jade hand subtly lifted, clearly prepared to strike. Enough! The sudden voice of Jin Yu interrupted the impending conflict. This was his territory, and he could not allow a fierce battle to erupt here, especially since Chan Dao still held some value for him. He could not bear to watch him perish. Morong, I implore you to grant this general a modicum of leniency and cease hostilities. Mu Rong Xue's delicate brows knitted together. Though reluctant, she weighed the pros and cons and gradually retracted her overwhelming cold aura. After all, in the land of Youzhou, the influence of General Jin Yu was deeply entrenched. If she wished for the smooth development of the Falling Flower Pavilion, it was indeed unwise to offend him lightly. Very well, for the sake of the General's face. I shall spare you this time. However, while you may escape the death penalty, compensation is non-negotiable. For each of my injured maidens at the Falling Flower Pavilion, you must repay 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. What? 100,000 low-grade spirit stones for each? Qin Dao gasped in disbelief. The mercenary group under his command struggled throughout the year, and their net income barely reached 10 million low-grade spirit stones. After the last conflict, more than 10 maidens had been injured. Was he to compensate over 1 million spirit stones? This was nearly a tenth of their total revenue. What? Are you unwilling? The cold glint returned to Mu Rong Xue's beautiful eyes. This sum is simply too enormous. Qin Dao's face was marked with reluctance. Too much. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Mu Rong Xue's lips. If you deem the spirit stones beyond your means, there are alternatives. You may surrender your subordinates responsible for this incident as compensation, or Mu Rong Xue's eyes glinted as a cunning idea struck her. You could personally deal with the seventh prince. In doing so, our grievances would be settled. This plan serves dual purposes. If Chun Dao succeeds, the seventh prince will suffer misfortune. If he fails and is killed by the seventh prince, it would still avenge the maidens of the Falling Flower Pavilion. More importantly, I must observe the current state of the seventh prince. As Mu Rong Xue spoke, the eyes of those present in the hall gleamed, seemingly seizing an extraordinary opportunity. Zhou Hong's eyes narrowed into slits as he chuckled, his rotund body shaking with mirth. I believe, Chun, that you should accept this matter. If you can eliminate the seventh prince, I shall personally settle your debt to the Falling Flower Pavilion. Additionally, I will grant you 1 million spirit stones as a service fee. What do you say? As he spoke, Zhou Hong purposefully waved his fingers adorned with an array of dazzling gem rings, showcasing his wealth. In his eyes, Any trouble that could be resolved with money was hardly a trouble at all. The previously silent, emaciated elder now rasped in a hoarse voice. Then you shall undertake this task, Chen Dao. Assist the general in completing this crucial mission. I'm certain the general will not shortchange you. This frail elder was the patriarch of the Liu family, the foremost of the four great families, with unfathomable cultivation, reportedly just a step away from entering the celestial realm. However, due to Jin Yu representing the official power, the Liu family had no choice but to maintain a facade of subservience. Jin Yu contemplated for a moment, weighing the advantages and disadvantages. Assigning Chen Dao to execute this task was indeed the most suitable choice. His strength was commendable, and if he could truly eliminate the seventh prince, it would provide a satisfactory account to his superiors. Moreover, should inquiries arise later, Chen Dao could serve as a scapegoat, truly a win-win situation. Elder Liu speaks wisely. Chen Dao, you shall take full responsibility for this operation. If you succeed, when the secret realm of the 10,000 Demon Mountain opens, I shall grant you 2 additional entry quotas. Jin Yu declared with piercing intensity. Upon hearing this, Chen Dao's eyes lit up, his joy evident. The secret realm of the 10,000 Demon Mountain was an opportunity coveted by countless cultivators. Gaining 2 additional quotas was an irresistible temptation for him. Rest assured, General, I shall undertake this matter wholeheartedly, and will deliver the head of the 7th prince. Chen Dao exclaimed excitedly. Excellent. I shall await your good news. Jin Yu cautioned gravely, but remember, you must not allow the 7th prince to step into the confines of your city. Understood. Chen Dao responded loudly. With the plan of action set, the meeting came to a close. Everyone, you may return to your tasks. Jin Yu waved his hand gently. As the crowd rose and departed the grand hall, Jin Yu watched them leave until their figures vanished beyond the palace doors. He turned, addressing the empty chamber coldly. A mere exiled waste of a prince. What storms could he possibly stir? What threat could he pose? Jin Yu, such matters are not for you to contemplate. A soft, sinister voice echoed within the hall. As the voice emerged, a pale-faced, sinister-looking eunuch slowly stepped from the shadows. Just remember, the 7th prince must die. If the task is completed, Youzhou will again be in your grasp. Should you fail him? At the eunuch's words, Jin Yu's expression darkened. His teeth clenched as he coldly replied, I know what I must do. Just report back to your master. Huh, a brutish warrior like you should understand the importance of obedience. The eunuch scoffed disdainfully before shifting his tone. Oh, by the way, there is one more matter to mention. When the secret realm of the 10,000 Demon Mountain opens, you must seize that treasure with all your might. It may well be your only chance to return to the royal city. Hee hee. As the eunuch's words faded, accompanied by a chilling laugh, his figure vanished like a ghost. It was only after the eunuch's presence had entirely dissipated that Jin Yu slowly released his tightly clenched fists, a face full of anger as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn it. Ultimately, all he could do was sigh helplessly, realizing that in this power struggle, he could only play his role, no matter how unwilling he felt inside. Chapter 8, Terror 30 miles from the haunted city, on the official road. Dust billowed as Chen Dao led the elite 1,000-strong tiger and leopard mercenary corps, resembling a dense, dark cloud that obscured the wide thoroughfare. This 1,000-strong contingent consisted of the finest warriors of the tiger and leopard mercenary corps, among whom were 10 alchemists, with the remainder boasting innate abilities above the foundational level. Such a formidable assembly could nearly rival the regular army of the Great Night. Master, he is merely a worthless prince. Why must our elite tiger and leopard mercenary corps be mobilized? Questioned a sharp-featured man named Chun Lung, his expression one of confusion. Chen Dao snorted, a glint of ruthlessness flickering in his eyes. In this operation, we must eradicate that prince completely. No mistakes can occur. Otherwise, not only will the tiger and leopard mercenary corps face annihilation, but my Chun family will also be plunged into irreversible calamity. He understood clearly that this directive came directly from the Grand General, and failure would lead to catastrophic consequences. Therefore, this battle allowed for no defeat, only victory. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy sound of marching footsteps echoed like distant thunder along the official road, causing Chen Dao's expression to turn grave. What is this? Everyone turned towards the source of the sound, and in the distance, a dark shadow gradually emerged on the horizon. As it drew nearer, it became apparent that a fully armored army clad in black battle gear was advancing with synchronized and powerful strides. At the forefront of this force was a commanding general, gripping a long spear, exuding an imposing presence while riding a silver-armored, scaled blood horse, appearing exceptionally gallant. Following closely behind were 10 tall vice-generals, each mounted on noble steeds, their hooves thundering like war drums. Even more alarming was the sight of over 10,000 soldiers in specialized black armor trailing behind, resembling a flood of black iron. Each soldier radiated a suffocating aura of murderous intent, their overwhelming killing energy almost solidified, pervading the air and pressing on everyone's nerves. Gulp! Qian swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably. Despite being a mercenary who had danced on the edge of death and engaged in countless bloody battles, he had never encountered such a heart-stopping scene. Even Chen Dao, who had reached the mid-stage of the spiritual embryo realm, wore a terrifyingly sullen expression. The military might before him had coalesced into an unmatched force, exerting pressure so profound that it significantly affected even his own spiritual embryo cultivation. Before Qianlong and Chen Dao could fully comprehend the shocking reality, the formidable general raised his spear, its cold gleam flashing, and bellowed, "Great Qin Iron Eagle warriors, charge!" No sooner had the words left his lips than the general urged his steed forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing towards Chen Dao and the others. Following suit, the black-armored soldiers erupted with thunderous roars. Kill! 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 The cacophony of battle cries surged, echoing through the heavens. This wave of sound, coupled with their whirlwind charge, resembled a flood breaking through a dam, crashing towards the formation of the Tiger and Leopard Mercenary Corps with unstoppable force. Damn it! They are coming for us! Chen Dao's complexion changed dramatically, a flicker of terror flashing in his eyes. Yet, faced with the inevitable, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and command the elite of the Tiger and Leopard Mercenary Corps to rise and resist. Huh! General Qin Yuan stood tall on his horse, soaring like a falcon, instantly leaping to a height of 100 meters. His physique was robust, and the long spear in his hand glittered ominously in the sunlight, resembling a deadly meteor, carrying immense pressure as it hurtled directly towards Chen Dao. The power of the spiritual embryo. A formidable spiritual embryo warrior. Damn it! How could such a powerhouse appear here? Chen Dao's face paled in an instant, acutely sensing the overwhelming force bearing down upon him. In a moment of desperation, he drew his curved blade from behind, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy within him. With all his might, he swung the blade, unleashing a striking arc of light towards Qin Yuan's spear. Bang! The clash of blade and spear produced a deafening sound as their energies collided fiercely in midair. The immense force rippled like a storm, expanding wildly from the point of impact. In that singular moment, Chen Dao's beloved curved blade, which had accompanied him for many years, shattered into countless fragments with a crisp snap. Not good. Realizing the dire situation, Chen Dao sought to flee. However, Qin Yuan's spear moved with the swiftness of a gale, offering Chen Dao no chance of escape. The spear struck like a serpent darting from its hole, piercing through Chen Dao's body, and the tremendous force obliterated both his heart and his spiritual embryo. Puffed. Blood erupted from Chen Dao's mouth, his eyes losing their luster, turning a dull gray as his body thudded heavily to the ground, devoid of life. After slaying Chen Dao, Qin Yuan did not relent. He swung his spear once more, targeting the remaining alchemists of the Tiger and Leopard Mercenary Corps. With his cultivation at the Spiritual Embryo SD Chapter 9, the encirclement outside the carriage, Qin Yuan stood tall like a pine, kneeling on one knee, cupping his fists as he spoke solemnly. Reporting to your majesty, this battle has resulted in a great victory. With over 1,200 enemies annihilated, and our valiant soldiers remain unscathed. Inside the carriage, Ye Xuan, upon hearing the news of triumph, let a slight smile grace his lips. His voice resonated through the curtain. Excellent. General Qin, Your bravery in battle is commendable. Lead the troops to strike directly at Ye City. Understood. Qin Yuan rose to his feet and swiftly mounted his steed, the azure-scaled blood horse whinnying fiercely, its hooves stirring up the yellow sand. With a flourish of his spear, its cold gleam shimmering, he called out, "All troops, heed my command, advance." In an instant, the thunderous sound of hooves erupted, and amid the rolling dust, the army surged forth like a torrent of black iron towards Ye City, with Ye Xian's carriage discreetly trailing behind. Within the carriage, Wei Zhongxian, though hunched, possessed a piercing gaze as he whispered to Ye Xian, detailing the intricate situation of Youzhou. "Your Majesty, the power dynamics in Youzhou are tangled, with 6 major forces hindering one another." Ye Xian chuckled lightly, a chilling glint flashing in his eyes. "Humph, 6 major forces? This time, I shall resolve all issues once and for all. Since I have set foot in Youzhou, the sole ruler of this land shall be none other than I, the future king of Yu." Suddenly, a sharp light flickered in Ye Xian's eyes as he waved his hand gently, signaling Wei Zhongxian to withdraw. "With the assistance of the celestial body and the cultivation of divine powers, my progress in cultivation has indeed surpassed all expectations." Ye Xian murmured to himself, and immediately, his aura surged dramatically, becoming a tempestuous force. His celestial soul power manifested as a tangible vortex, voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. A pinnacle representation of the great perfection of the celestial realm. In merely a month's time, his cultivation had undergone a qualitative leap, a feat unimaginable even during his previous possession of a royal physique. Of course, the most pressing task now was to harness the power of heaven and earth to condense the celestial soul. Upon success, he could step into the celestial king realm. Within the Lord's mansion of Ye City, Qin Yu was preoccupied with planning matters regarding the secret realm within the 10,000 Demon Mountains. Suddenly, a captain of the spirit pill realm burst through the door, interrupting Qin Yu's contemplation. "General, grave news." Qin Yu's brow furrowed instantly, releasing an overwhelming pressure of the spirit infant stage. The captain fell to his knees with a thud. "Look at your reckless demeanor. What kind of conduct is this?" Qin Yu scolded. The captain, suppressing his fear, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "General, our Ye City is surrounded by an army of 10,000. 10,000 soldiers, along with a spirit infant?" Qin Yu whispered softly, a murderous intent flooding his being. "Oomph, a mere spirit infant, and 10,000 soldiers dare to provoke me? Such folly is akin to seeking death." For decades, Qin Yu had ruled over Youzhou, and never had anyone dared to challenge his authority so brazenly. This time, he would make an example of them, establishing his supreme power, issue a decree to gather all the Youzhou troops within the city. This general shall personally take action to annihilate these intruders without leaving a trace. Cold light flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. "Yes, General." The captain felt the intense, murderous aura, trembling uncontrollably as he responded hurriedly, preparing to execute the orders. "Wait," Qin Yu interjected, his eyes shifting. "Have the leaders of the major families within the city come as well. This is an opportune moment to remind them of their place." "Understood." The captain, not daring to delay, hurriedly departed, leaving the hall steeped in silence, with only Qin Yu's intensifying murderous intent lingering in the air. "Is this Ye City?" Ye Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, standing quietly atop the carriage, the gentle breeze rustling his garments. Ximen Chui Xue, clad in white as pure as snow, bore a stern expression, while Wei Zhongxian remained humbly bent. Both stood respectfully behind him. Ye Xian's gaze wandered slowly over the somewhat dilapidated city before him, and he let out a soft sigh. Compared to the bustling night city, this place indeed appears desolate, lacking in scale and grandeur. Naturally, a mere provincial city cannot be compared to the magnificent imperial city. However, a confident smile soon graced Ye Xian's lips. "Nonetheless, this is not an issue. I firmly believe that under my rule, Ye City shall surpass Night City. It is merely a matter of time." At this moment, atop the walls of Ye City, figures darted about, countless soldiers clad in full armor, their long spears glimmering coldly, all bearing grave expressions as if facing a formidable foe. At the forefront stood Jin Yu, draped in dark armor, exuding an imposing presence. Beside him were several formidable spirit-pilled generals, as well as the heads of the 4 prominent families within the city. Jin Yu's gaze swept across the orderly and powerful Qin Iron Eagle army below, causing a slight shiver in his heart. Such an elite force was indeed a rarity in his lifetime. Yet, as a formidable spirit infant, he would not easily succumb to fear. To him, the opposing commander was merely at the late stage of the spirit infant realm. As long as he could slay him, this seemingly powerful army would surely crumble. Moreover, should fortune favor him, he might even be able to recruit this army under his banner. However, before that, it was imperative to ascertain their origins to avoid entangling with forces best left undisturbed, thereby inviting unnecessary trouble. Who are you? Why do you besiege my Youzhou city, you city? Jin Yu's voice was icy and piercing, echoing between the walls and the army. Yet, Qin Yuan appeared undeterred, his expression unchanged as he stood tall and turned to look back. In an orderly manner, the army split to the sides, creating a path, and Ye Xuan's carriage slowly advanced, halting at the front of the formation. You city? When did it become yours? A hint of mockery laced Ye Xuan's voice as he stepped down from the carriage, his face alight with a smile. Startled by this sudden voice, Jin Yu whipped around. Ye Xuan stood gracefully, his figure resembling an immortal pine, his beauty akin to a divine masterpiece intricately sculpted. His sword-like brows and starry eyes, high-bridged nose, and subtly pressed lips radiated an innate nobility. The aura surrounding him was transcendent, seemingly enveloped in ethereal energy, yet also exuding a chilling frost that dissuaded direct gazes. This demeanor was something Jin Yu had never encountered in his lifetime, leaving him momentarily stunned. Who are you? Jin Yu instinctively narrowed his eyes, seeking a familiar trace in Ye Xuan's countenance, as an inexplicable unease silently spread within him. I am, of course, the master of this city, and indeed, the entire Youzhou. Chapter 10. The Battle of the Spectral City. What? Jin Yu's heart sank sharply, a trace of barely perceptible astonishment flickering across his face. You are the 7th prince, Ye Xuan? Oh, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Did you figure it out? How can you still be alive? Jin Yu exclaimed, disbelief and a hint of panic lacing his tone. He had thought Ye Xuan had perished at the hands of Chen Dao, only to find the man standing before him, alive and well. Chen Dao. Ye Xuan's lips curled into a cold smile, as if he held all the answers. Are you referring to those mercenaries who ambushed us 30 miles outside the city? They're all dead. I suspect the incessant assassinations along the Youzhou road were orchestrated by you. Were they not? Jin Yu's complexion darkened like stormy waters, inwardly cursing. Damn it, this brat has seen through me. If so, then I must tear off the mask and leave no room for retreat. Today, I will ensure this 7th prince remains forever outside the city, eliminating future threats. With this thought, Jin Yu's gaze slowly swept over his surroundings, finally landing on the leaders of the 4 great clans. His look held both menace and a testing quality. Sensing Jin Yu's gaze, Zhou Hong's eyes flickered with cunning. Rest assured, General, the Zhou family has always been your most steadfast supporter in Youzhou, and we will spare no effort in backing you. At your command, we shall charge into fire and water without hesitation. The Liu family has consistently stood by the general's side. The elder of the Liu family declared, pride evident in his demeanor. For hundreds of years, our great powers have controlled the situation in Youzhou. How could we allow some so-called king to share in our spoils? It is utterly absurd, a mere daydream. Humph. Brother Liu speaks most wisely. The matriarch of the Li family echoed, her eyes gleaming with ferocity. As long as the general gives the order, we will undoubtedly act without hesitation, capturing and slaying that presumptuous 7th prince on the spot. However, unlike the others, the owner of the Falling Petals Tower, Murong Xue, stood at the back, her expression grave. The black silk veil fluttered gently in the wind, partially concealing her exquisite features. Her enchanting eyes were fixed intently on Ye Xuan, filled with confusion and shock. How can I not see through him? How is this possible? Murong Xue pondered, her mind in a whirl of disbelief. Even beside Ye Xuan, She could easily discern the true cultivation level of Ximen Chui Xue through her family's unique secret techniques, recognizing him as an extraordinary celestial being. Yet, when it came to Ye Xuan, no matter how she attempted to unveil his secrets, she remained entirely in the dark. A person stripped of royal essence, whose cultivation has been rendered useless. Why does he evoke such a profound sense of dread within me? A chill crept into Murong Xue's heart, her hands instinctively clenching. Could it be that he harbors some earth-shattering secret? This is bad. It seems everyone has been deceived by him. Ye Xuan's cunning is so deep, it is unfathomable. He has managed to conceal himself so thoroughly, eluding everyone for such a long time. Truly terrifying. It appears that this land of Youzhou is the perfect place for Ye Xuan to emerge from the depths. Upon realizing this, Murong Xue couldn't help but gasp, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. At the same moment, Ye Xuan sensed Murong Xue's scrutiny. The rare divine technique he practiced granted him extraordinary external perception, allowing even the slightest anomaly to escape no notice. Ye Xuan slightly tilted his head, his gaze locking onto the distant Murong Xue, a curious smile playing on his lips. An intriguing woman, suppressing her cultivation in this remote place. Clearly, she has ulterior motives. However, given her superior physique and beauty, she could certainly be of use. Such potential must not go to waste. Meanwhile, upon realizing that Ye Xuan had detected her probing gaze, Murong Xue felt a sense of foreboding. This group of fools still dares to strike him down, a mere ant trying to shake a tree. I cannot be swept up in their calamity. With her resolve firm, Murong Xue did not hesitate. In a flash, she soared into the air from the city wall, transforming into a striking figure that vanished from sight in an instant. Her sudden departure rendered Jin Yu's expression exceedingly grim, his teeth clenched in silent curses. Damnable woman, how dare you flee in the midst of battle? Once I deal with this seventh prince, I shall ensure that all the women of your Falling Petals Tower, including you, become playthings and taste the bitterness of humiliation. Yet, Jin Yu was acutely aware that the immediate priority was to eliminate Ye Xuan. Everything else could wait. Everyone, let us strike together. Today, we shall slay the seventh prince. Ye Xuan, right here. Jin Yu's furious roar echoed through the air, and the city gates swung open, unleashing tens of thousands of elite Youzhou troops that surged forth like a tidal wave towards the iron cavalry of the Qin. A 5-foot-long blade, emitting a chilling light, suddenly appeared in Jin Yu's hand. With a fierce stomp, he leaped into the air like a soaring eagle, charging directly toward Qin Yuan with a momentum that seemed poised to crush him in an instant. Qin Yuan, however, showed no signs of fear. His expression calm as he gripped his spear tightly, its tip aimed squarely at Jin Yu, his eyes ablaze with battle intent. As Jin Yu closed in, Qin Yuan let out a roar, swinging his spear with ferocity as he engaged Jin Yu in combat. The clash of spear and blade sparked brilliant flares, the sound of their collision reverberating through the air. Although Qin Yuan's cultivation was indeed slightly inferior to Jin Yu's, he was summoned by the system, endowed with innate talents far surpassing Jin Yu's. After a fierce exchange, Jin Yu found himself unable to gain any advantage over Qin Yuan, gradually being pushed back and cornered by the relentless spear strikes. Meanwhile, Zhou Hong, the elder of the Liu family, and the matriarch of the Li family exchanged glances and simultaneously channeled their inner spiritual force. In an instant, their surroundings shimmered with spiritual energy as they ascended into the air above Ye Xuan. The three formed a triangular formation, encircling Ye Xuan, their eyes glinting with murderous intent, clearly intent on joining forces to capture Ye Xuan and swiftly conclude this battle, eliminating future threats. Chapter 11. The Lord of Youzhou Xue. I do not appreciate having someone above me. Ye Xuan spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing these words, Ximen Chui Xue's figure soared into the heavens, his garments billowing as he ascended. With each step he took, the celestial essence around him surged violently, and unbeknownst to him, a long sword emanating a chilling silver light had formed in his hand. The elder of the Liu family, having reached the threshold of the half-step celestial realm, turned pale as he sensed the overwhelming celestial energy radiating from Ximen Chui Xue. Terror filled his eyes as he trembled, exclaiming, "This is dire. That aura, could it be? The celestial realm. It is beyond our capability to contend with. We must flee." Before he could finish, he fled like a frightened dog, not daring to look back, desperate to escape the terrifying force that threatened to consume him. Meanwhile, the matriarch of the Li family and Zhou Hong had yet to comprehend the sudden turn of events when Ximen Chui Xue's sword, imbued with the essence of death, struck forth. Two resplendent beams of sword light cleaved through the air, instantly piercing their bodies. In an instant, their lives were extinguished, as if they had plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Two formidable beings of the spirit infant realm fell in a single stroke from Ximen Chui Xue. Following this, Ximen Chui Xue pursued the aura of the Lu family elder. Within moments, he appeared before the elder, blocking his escape. The elder gazed at the sudden apparition of Ximen Chui Xue, despair flooding his heart. Yet a glimmer of hope remained. He fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you, spare this old life. I am willing to offer my life as savings and serve you, even as a mere beast of burden." Yet, Ximen Chui Xue appeared unmoved, his expression as cold as ice, devoid of any compassion in his profound gaze. With a mere flick of his silver sword, the head of the Lu family elder was severed, blood gushing forth from his neck, and his body was cleaved in two by the fierce sword energy. His remains falling helplessly to the ground, the stench of blood lingering in the air, refusing to dissipate. Ye Xuan stood upon the battlefield, his eyes coldly observing the river of blood beneath him, the body strewn about, yet his expression remained as tranquil as still water. He was no longer the indecisive individual from Chapter 12 Big Brother. "Could you please return the Kujabal to me?" The little girl gazed up at Ye Xuan, her wide eyes filled with anticipation, her sweet voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the street. Upon hearing her soft, melodious tone and witnessing her innocent demeanor, Ye Xuan momentarily found himself entranced. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the inn felt a pang of dread, their hearts sinking as they silently lamented. "It's over. This little girl is bound to face calamity." Indeed, her audacity was remarkable. Ye Xuan, snapping out of his reverie, surprised everyone by gently handing the Kuju ball back to the girl, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Little one, do not wander off carelessly. Go find your family." The girl, overjoyed, accepted the ball, but her eyes soon shimmered with unshed tears as she choked out, "Big brother, I have no parents. I do not know where I came from, nor where I should go." Ye Xuan felt a stir of compassion at her words, an instinctual understanding that this seemingly fragile child might possess an extraordinary background. He scrutinized her, a hint of contemplation flashing in his gaze, and then inquired, "Would you like to come with me?" With her big, glistening eyes blinking in surprise, the girl paused for a moment before fervently nodding. "Yes, let's go. I'll take you to delicious food." With a smile, Ye Xuan took her hand and began walking toward the city lord's mansion. Along the way, he announced to the surrounding citizens that Youzhou would soon experience a stable development, with detailed policies to be unveiled in 3 days. As they observed their new lord's silhouette, the people's fear gradually transformed into a budding hope. For anyone capable of such kindness toward a little girl must surely be an improvement over Jinyu. Within the depths of the city lord's mansion, Ye Xuan sat in the chair once occupied by Jinyu, his eyes deep and authoritative, as if he was destined to govern this realm. Ximen Chui Xue stood with a frosty demeanor, his sword still sheathed yet emanating an intimidating aura. Wei Zhongxian inclined his body slightly, a blend of flattery and malice gracing his expression as he stood beside Ye Xuan. Meanwhile, the little girl was being led away by Kai Kuan to enjoy some delights, temporarily escaping the gravity of the solemn gathering. Below, the officials of Youzhou stood trembling. For years under Qin Yu's oppressive rule, they had been nothing more than ants crushed by power, devoid of dignity or status, forced to obey his every command. Now, faced with the excessively young new lord, they harbored doubts and unrest, yet dared not voice their concerns, fearing that any misstep might lead to their demise. Kneel! Wei Zhongxian suddenly let out a cold snort, his voice resonating with the power of a spirit infant, echoing like thunder throughout the hall. Most of the officials were merely at the spirit transformation stage. How could they withstand the pressure from such a formidable presence? Instantly, their legs buckled and they fell to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Bow to the king of you. Wei Zhongxian bellowed again. Bow to the king. Bow to the king. Bow to the king. The disjointed chorus of voices filled the hall, tinged with reverence, mingled with helplessness and fear. Ye Xuan's expression remained indifferent as he surveyed the gathered officials. He then raised his hand lightly, an embodiment of authority, and casually declared, "You may rise." Upon hearing this, the officials scrambled to their feet, quickly adjusting their attire, standing respectfully with their hands at their sides, silent as the grave. "From this day forth, I am the sovereign of Youzhou. I shall overlook your past transgressions, but from now on, you must obey my every command. Should you harbor any treachery, remember Jin Yu's fate." Ye Xuan's gaze turned icy. "Yes, my lord, we shall undoubtedly follow your orders. Your commands will be etched in our hearts. We are willing to sacrifice everything in loyalty to you." The chorus of affirmations echoed, resonating through the hall. Ye Xuan's demeanor softened slightly as his tone became more measured. "Enough. I am not as tyrannical as Jin Yu. As long as you serve me diligently and effectively, I will not treat you poorly. I understand that your cultivation is generally low, but the prosperity of a state relies on your governance. If you can revitalize the lives of the citizens and the state of Youzhou, I shall bestow upon you superior techniques and generous rewards to aid your advancement." The officials' hearts swelled with elation upon hearing this. In a world where martial prowess was revered above all, despite having attained some status through intellect and strategy, their low cultivation remained a painful truth, akin to a vulnerable Achilles heel. Ye Xuan's promise to bolster their status and aid in their advancement was a boon they could not refuse. "My lord, you are wise. My lord, you are wise." The praises flowed forth, filled with gratitude and heartfelt allegiance to Ye Xuan. "Now go," Ye Xuan commanded, and the officials bowed respectfully before hurriedly returning to their posts, eager to achieve results and curry favor with their new lord. "Master Wei," Ye Xuan turned his gaze toward the side. "At your service, my lord." Wei Zhongxian replied with a deep bow. "How goes the task I entrusted to you?" Ye Xuan's eyes bore a scrutinizing gaze. "Replying to your majesty, Youzhou comprises 49 cities. Apart from the state capital, Yu City, I have successfully brought 28 city lords under my control within a month. Their lives are now at my discretion, and they are wholly loyal to you, my lord," Wei Zhongxian reported, his demeanor dripping with obsequiousness. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his expression. "Well done, but you must expedite the process. I grant you another month. During this time, you must also secure the remaining, more challenging city lords. I require the entirety of Youzhou to pledge their unwavering loyalty to me." "Understood, my lord," Wei Zhongxian promised eagerly, then exited the hall. "Chui Xue, you are to inform Qin Yuan to lead the Iron Eagles of the Great Qin to eradicate all remaining factions within the city, leaving no threats behind." Ye Xuan issued another command. "Yes, my lord," Ximen Chui Xue affirmed. Chapter 13. Redemption of Summoning Cards within the intricately adorned chamber of the Lord's estate. Ye Xuan sat serenely upon his bed, while the celestial spirit materialized in a realm of chaos. "System, I ponder whether I have amassed a sufficient amount of fortune points by now." Ye Xuan's voice reverberated through the chaotic expanse. He recalled his previous inquiry into the method of acquiring these fortune points, to which the system had explained that the primary condition for obtaining them was to possess one's own dominion. The origins of these fortune points were multifaceted, intricately linked to the allegiance of the populace within Ye Xuan's sphere of influence. In simpler terms, the more expansive and stable Ye Xuan's authority, the more fortune points would flow to him, akin to a trickle converging into a mighty river. Ding! Given that the host has unified the entirety of Youzhou, you may now acquire 230,000 fortune points. The system's mechanical voice echoed abruptly in the space. 230,000. Ye Xuan could not help but murmur softly. "System, How many summoning cards can I exchange with these fortune points? Response to the host. The quantity of summoning cards obtainable is closely correlated with the tier of cards you wish to redeem, the system replied in a measured tone. Oh, please enlighten me on the various tiers of these cards and the fortune points required for each, Ye Xuan pressed on. Ding. The summoning cards are currently classified into 4 tiers: black iron cards, bronze cards, silver cards, and gold cards. To exchange for 1 black iron card, you require 10,000 fortune points. For 1 bronze card, 100,000. For 1 silver card, 1 million. And for 1 gold card, 10 million. However, since the host has yet to establish a formal dynasty, you may only utilize bronze and black iron summoning cards at this stage. It is only upon the successful establishment of a dynasty that silver cards may be employed for summoning, the system explained methodically. I see. Although I can currently only exchange for these 2 types of cards, they are sufficient to address the present situation, Ye Xuan mused contentedly. After all, he had previously summoned Wei Zhongxian, Ximen Chui Xue, and an impressive force of 10,000 Qin Eagle Iron warriors using just 3 bronze cards, forming a formidable lineup that had resolved numerous challenges. With 230,000 fortune points at my disposal, I shall exchange them for 2 bronze cards and 3 black iron cards. In due time, as I stabilize my governance over Youzhou, fortune points will continuously flow in, allowing for further exchanges of more powerful cards. Ye Xuan contemplated inwardly. Host, how would you like to proceed with the exchange? System, convert my 230,000 fortune points into 2 bronze cards and 3 black iron cards. Ye Xuan commanded without hesitation. Ding! Card exchange in progress. Shortly thereafter, the system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for 2 bronze cards and 3 black iron cards. Would you like to use them now? Use all of them. Ding! Cards are being utilized. Immediately, a series of notifications sounds followed. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 1,000 Donchong guards with foundational cultivation. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 100,000 yellow turban soldiers, including 1 commander at the initial stage of spirit infancy, 100 commanders at the spirit Dan realm, and soldiers at the innate realm. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned 10 scholars with initial spirit infancy cultivation, accompanied by several disciples and a wealth of precious Confucian texts. As Ye Xuan listened to the successive notifications from the system, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, and he could hardly contain his elation. Although the strength summoned from the 3 black iron cards was slightly inferior to that of the previously summoned bronze cards, it was precisely what he urgently required at this moment. The 1,000 Donchong guards could be entirely assigned to Wei Zhongxian, tasked with overseeing the entirety of Youzhou. Thus, any disturbances within the city would inevitably fall under his control, ensuring that everything remained firmly within his grasp. While the 100,000 yellow turban soldiers may not be as elite as the 10,000 Qin Eagle Iron warriors, they still constituted a formidable force, comparable in scale to a dynasty's army. Assigning them to replace the original forces in Youzhou for its defense was most fitting. As for the more formidable Qin Eagle Iron warriors, they would serve as an elite contingent, to be deployed when necessary, wielding immense power in battle. Ye Xuan could hardly contain his joy at the emergence of the scholars. They represented the very talents he currently lacked. In a Youzhou on the precipice of revival, where the populace held little trust in the government, the presence of these scholars would aid in disseminating Confucian ideals and winning the hearts of the people, thereby laying a solid foundation for his rule. Subsequently, the fortune points would undoubtedly increase in abundance. Moreover, these scholars were not the feeble individuals Ye Xuan had known in his previous life. Their strength was formidable, each reaching the spirit infancy stage, making them local powerhouses in Youzhou. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned the Western Poison, Ouyang Foam. Ouyang Feng's personal profile read as follows. Race, human, cultivation, early celestial being, physique, heavenly toad, poison body, weapon, ghost head, spirit snake staff, techniques, 9 poison scripture. Toad technique, spirit snake scripture, un dread poison technique, poison dao. Ye Xuan's eyes flickered with surprise and satisfaction as he summoned this notorious figure. recognizing the necessity of having such a ruthless individual by his side for critical moments. Ding! Host has successfully summoned the Central Divine, Wang Chongyang. Wang Chongyang's personal profile read as follows. Race, human, cultivation, perfect celestial being, physique, heavenly Tao body, weapon, 7-star sword, techniques, 9 true scripture. Innate technique, golden goose technique, ice-breaking palm, complete truth swordplay, heavenly gang's northern dipper formation, 1 yang finger. Note: the powerful beings and legions summoned by the system have undergone a transformation within the realm of immortals and demons. Although they are related to characters and armies from the original world, their abilities and attributes have been adjusted and optimized. Should readers have any opinions or suggestions regarding these settings, they are welcome to express them, and I will consider revisions. Thank you for your support. Chapter 14. The Falling Blossom Tower. The celestial being has achieved the great perfection. Wang Chongyang, yet another trump card in hand. At this moment, Ye Xuan brimmed with confidence, believing that with just a few more years of time, he would triumph over any foe that dared to stand against him. The vast Night Dynasty would inevitably welcome a new sovereign. The system, thus, summoned them all to the Ghost City. Above Ghost City, the skies suddenly shifted, as 100,000 yellow-turbaned soldiers were conjured, flooding into the city. In an instant, panic ensued among the citizens, who ran about in terror, the streets thick with an atmosphere of dread. Fortunately, Ye Xuan's decree swiftly resonated throughout the city. Dear citizens, do not be alarmed. This king shall ensure peace in Ghost City. Upon hearing his words and witnessing the orderly conduct within the city, the people's admiration for Ye Xuan deepened, as they knelt and chanted in unison, "Long live the prince!" Simultaneously, 1,000 guards from the Eastern Depot, clad in distinctive uniforms, flashed into view, making their way directly to where Wei Zhongxian resided. Each guard possessed keen, hawk-like eyes, exuding an aura of cold ruthlessness. With his formidable force at his disposal, Wei Zhongxian found it increasingly effortless to manipulate the city lords. As for the Western poison Ouyang Feng and Wang Chongyang, Ye Xuan had arranged for their stay at the prince's mansion, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. 7 days later, in the bustling heart of the eastern district of Ghost City, a magnificent edifice rose, adorned with intricate carvings and grandiose architecture. This was the renowned Falling Blossom Tower, the largest establishment of its kind in the entire Youzhou. The towering structure exuded splendor, with exquisite carvings adorning its surfaces and red silk hanging gracefully from the eaves, swaying gently in the breeze. Outside, dozens of women dressed in sheer garments, exuding charm and allure, leaned against doorways or fanned themselves, their long legs exposed, skirts rising high, every movement dripping with seduction. Suddenly, a rapid and synchronized cadence of footsteps echoed as a battalion of hundreds surged forth from the streets, surrounding the Falling Blossom Tower completely. At the forefront was a commander clad in black and gold armor, a sharp sword at his waist, his stride firm and resolute, radiating the powerful aura of a perfected elixir. The ominous energy emanating from him sent shockwaves of panic through the patrons inside the tower, who fled in terror, while the once enchanting women turned pale, their hearts pounding. Among them, a voluptuous woman with ample curves forced herself to maintain composure, sashaying towards the general with alluring grace, and coyly questioned, "Might I ask, General, why must you encircle my Falling Blossom Tower? Why not join me inside for a few cups of fine wine, and allow me to entertain you?" As she spoke, she waved her red silk scarf, casting a flirtatious glance. However, the general's gaze flashed with icy resolve. In an instant, he drew his sword, and with a swift motion, the scarf was reduced to tatters. The woman shrieked in horror, collapsing to the ground, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Witnessing this, the other women were seized by panic, scattering in all directions, turning the front of the Falling Blossom Tower into chaos. By the decree of the prince, all factions within Ghost City must submit to the king. Any dissenters shall be executed without mercy. The commander raised his sword high, its blade gleaming with cold light, and with a fierce sweep, unleashed a torrent of sword energy that shattered bricks and sent debris flying. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The soldiers echoed in unison, their murderous intent amplifying the tension before the falling blossom tower. The women, accustomed to a life of gentility, had never witnessed such a display, and their faces turned ashen with terror. Suddenly, a graceful figure descended from the upper levels of the tower, akin to an otherworldly fairy. Yet, an icy chill enveloped the scene, as if winter had abruptly arrived, causing the temperature of the street to plummet several degrees. The newcomer was none other than Murong Xue, the proprietress of the Falling Blossom Tower. Seeing her, the woman who had fallen rushed to her side, tears brimming in her eyes, stammering, "Mistress, they." Murong Xue gently brushed aside the woman's disheveled hair with her delicate fingers, her tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I am aware, dear. Do not fear. Leave this to me." The woman nodded, wiping her tears and stepping aside. Murong Xue raised her snow-white hand, elegantly waving it, causing the sheer fabric of her garment to flutter. In an instant, a piercing cold emanated from her, a powerful force that pushed the commander back several steps. Yet, despite the ferocity of this power, it did not inflict any harm upon him, clearly a sign of restraint. "Commander," Murong Xue spoke softly, "the Falling Blossom Tower has not interfered in the conflicts against the king. We merely wish to live in peace within Go City. Should the king grant his favor, we are willing to offer 30% of our profits regularly as a token of loyalty. All dissenters shall be slain." Commander Qin Hua's expression hardened, completely disregarding Murong Xue's words. As an Iron Eagle warrior, even knowing he was vastly outmatched by Murong Xue, he held no intention of retreat. In his heart, the mission outweighed all else. Even if it meant shedding blood, he would carry out Ye Xuan's orders. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Hua felt the elixir within him whirl rapidly, surging forth with overwhelming energy. In an instant, his power escalated exponentially, approaching the threshold of a half-step spirit embryo realm, radiating an indomitable aura of resolve. "Charge!" Qin Hua bellowed, leaping forward, his sword shimmering with a lethal light as it hurtled towards Murong Xue. Murong Xue remained firm, her delicate brows furrowing beneath her black veil as she observed Qin Hua's reckless demeanor, unable to suppress a gentle rebuke. "Is this truly a wooden-headed fool? Why must you be so obstinate, unable to heed reason?" Yet, deep down, she understood that this seemingly reckless commander was untouchable. Should she injure him, it would not only jeopardize her painstakingly managed Falling Blossom Tower, but also endanger the lives of her many sisters within. "Very well, let me subdue you first." Murong Xue gently shook her head, swiftly forming seals with her hands. A crystalline ice lotus began to bloom in her palm, emanating a piercing cold. As Qin Hua approached, he swung his sword down with force, but upon contact with the ice lotus, an overwhelming chill burst forth, swiftly enveloping his blade and creeping up his arm. In the blink of an eye, he found himself encased in a thick layer of ice, immobile, with only his eyes betraying his unwillingness and rage as they glared at Murong Xue. "Do you understand what resistance entails?" A calm voice resonated from above. Chapter 15. The ethereal Tao sect. In the vast expanse of the sky, an elderly figure clad in a Taoist robe stood suspended in the air, his flowing beard lending him an air of wisdom. His countenance was kind and benevolent. However, with every subtle movement, the surrounding air surged violently, and an invisible pressure akin to a roaring tide instilled a sense of dread. Murong Xue gazed upward, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intensity beneath the veil that shrouded her, her expression growing increasingly grave. She pondered silently. "This is the realm of the celestial. How can such a formidable practitioner exist in this remote corner of Youzhou? Could he possibly be connected to that Ye Xuan?" "Oof." Wang Chongyang snorted coldly, raising his hand to free the frozen Qin Hua. For the Falling Flower Pavilion had refrained from opposing the king previously, allowing it to remain intact. Yet now, you dare to freeze the vice commander of the Iron Eagle Guards, intending to stand against my king to the very end? Murong Xue lifted her gaze toward the elder high above, instantly realizing he must undoubtedly be a subordinate of Ye Xuan. A bitter smile crept across her heart. She had thought this Youzhou could offer a temporary refuge from the storm, yet Ye Xuan's influence was far more profound than she had imagined. Not to mention the mysterious sword practitioner she had encountered previously, who was already a celestial-level powerhouse. This elder before her displayed the terrifying might of complete mastery in the celestial realm, while she had merely just entered it after lingering in Youzhou for so long. The chasm in strength was immense. Reflecting on this, Murong Xue understood that if she did not make a choice today, it would be exceedingly difficult to navigate this complex situation unscathed. Alas, she sighed deeply, a sound filled with helplessness and reluctance. But the circumstances were pressing. To continue her standing in Youzhou, she parted her lips and softly spoke. Senior, you may have misunderstood. The situation is not as simple as it appears. There are deeper reasons at play. Wang Chongyang crossed his arms, his demeanor relaxed as he pondered what tricks this woman might employ. After all, with his strength, capturing her would be as easy as plucking a flower. He leisurely replied, "Oh, then do enlighten me on these hidden truths." Murong Xue's heart raced with trepidation, yet her gaze grew resolute as she subtly channeled her spiritual energy, transmitting her voice directly into Wang Chongyang's ear. Senior, I beseech you to allow me to meet with the king privately. To be frank, I possess knowledge regarding the critical matter of the king's lost physique, information of utmost importance that must be conveyed directly. Wang Chongyang's expression shifted sharply. He could not act rashly regarding Ye Xuan's affairs. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "If that is the case, then come with me." "Thank you for your understanding, Senior." Murong Xue felt a weight lift from her heart and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Wang Chongyang waved his hand slightly, turning to Qin Hua. "General, spare this falling flower pavilion for now. I will take this woman to meet the king, and we shall await his decision afterward." "Understood, Taoist Wang. Please proceed," Qin Hua replied with a salute. He then turned to the poised Iron Eagle guards behind him and commanded loudly, "All troops, retreat." Yes. Hundreds of Iron Eagle guards responded in unison, marching in perfect formation as their footsteps echoed through the empty streets until they finally ceased. Murong Xue tilted her head slightly, watching the retreating army, took a deep breath, adjusted her attire, and then followed closely behind Wang Chongyang. In the conference hall of the royal palace, Ye Xuan languidly reclined upon the throne, his long fingers idly toying with a delicate teacup, the liquid within rippling gently, reflecting his deep and austere gaze. He raised his eyes slightly, directing his attention toward Murong Xue below, his lips parting with a cool demeanor. "Speak then. What do you know? Be candid." Since seizing this body, Ye Xuan had keenly sensed that the loss of his physique and the crippling of his cultivation was no ordinary matter. Within the fragmented memories of this body, he had endeavored to search for clues and had uncovered some vague hints. Yet those threads of information seemed shrouded in a veil of fog, as if deliberately concealed by the original owner, making it challenging for him to grasp the full picture. Murong Xue also lifted her gaze, locking her eyes onto this renowned yet enigmatic young man. His depth of concealment was beyond imagination. Perhaps within him lay a glimmer of hope for the hatred she carried. Taking a deep breath, she slowly spoke. "Surely, your majesty is familiar with the ethereal Tao sect?" "Umph." Ye Xuan snorted, his voice tinged with icy disdain, but more so mockery. The ethereal Tao sect ruled over this realm of ethereal beauty, a lofty imperial force. How could I be unaware? In this vast realm, the powers were intricately interwoven, composed of one sect, 7 dynasties, and hundreds of kingdoms. Although both the sect and the 7 dynasties were imperial forces, the status of the ethereal Tao sect far surpassed the others, belonging to the upper echelon of imperial powers. The 7 dynasties, on the other hand, were the weakest of the imperial forces, their existence precariously hanging by a thread. After all, the 7 dynasties have been established for thousands of years without a single new ruler of law emerging, which was one reason the ethereal Tao sect dominated the entirety of the ethereal realm. The name of the realm stemmed from the ethereal Tao sect itself. His tragic fate of losing his cultivation and physique was also tied to the sect. Murong Xue sensed the animosity in Ye Xuan's tone, which was precisely what she had anticipated. Steeling herself, she slowly declared, "This humble woman hails from the ethereal Tao sect and is now a core disciple within the sect. Ye Xuan's countenance darkened instantly, and the teacup in his tightening grip shattered with a resounding crash, splintering into countless fragments that cascaded to the ground. In that moment, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sweeping through the entire hall. Murong Xue felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss, an invisible weight pressing down upon her like a mountain, nearly suffocating her. Her lips trembled involuntarily as tumultuous waves surged within her heart. What sort of terrifying cultivation is this? Could it be the King realm? That is impossible. Even if his physique had not been stripped away, to achieve the King realm at such a young age is simply unheard of. This was Ye Xuan's first unrestrained release of his own oppressive aura, a pure expression of his overwhelming emotions. He harbored no fondness for the disciples of the ethereal Tao sect. After all, they were his enemies. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, retracting his overwhelming presence. Meanwhile, Murong Xue had already collapsed to the ground, her delicate form trembling, the veil slipping away to reveal an exquisitely beautiful visage, her features like a painting. Her lips naturally red, her skin as fair as snow, exuding an exquisite allure. Although Murong Xue was 38 years old, among practitioners in the celestial realm, she was undeniably a prodigious talent, a paragon of youth. After all, it was exceedingly rare for anyone in the ethereal realm to reach the celestial realm before turning 100. The celestial realm, where one condenses the celestial soul, bestowing a lifespan of 2,000 years. At this moment, the sheer weight of sweat had soaked through the thin veil clinging to her figure, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Her hair disheveled against her cheeks, adding an air of delicate vulnerability. Chapter 16. Understanding Causality. Ye Xuan's gaze swept coldly over Murong Xue. Undeniably, she possessed an irresistible allure, reminiscent of the exquisite and sophisticated women of his past life, yet imbued with a hint of youthful freshness and fragrance. As a core disciple of the Fenghua Dao sect, esteemed in status, what brings you to a place like Youzhou? Ye Xuan's voice, icy and piercing, shattered the momentary silence. Murong Xue slowly rose to her feet, a flicker of reproach passing through her eyes. Yet, she ultimately subdued her emotions and replied softly, "This matter is intricately intertwined with your highness." "Entwined with me?" Ye Xuan's brows furrowed slightly, his eyes filled with confusion. Murong Xue nodded gently, her ruby lips parting to speak. "What your highness may not know is that within the Fenghua Dao sect, disciples are categorized into outer sect, inner sect, and the 9 core disciples. The future heir of this sect will emerge from among these 9 core disciples." At this point, a glimmer of resentment flashed in Murong Xue's eyes. As it stands, the young master of the Fenghua Dao sect, the future heir, is none other than Ye Jiao, your highness's esteemed elder sister. "What did you say?" "Ye Yo, my elder sister?" Ye Xuan's expression tightened, shock and bewilderment mingling in his gaze. The name was not unfamiliar to him, for Ye Jiao was indeed his second sister. The reason for his predecessor's downfall was intertwined with attempts by some disciples of the Fenghua Dao sect to harm Ye Jiao. In his effort to protect her, he had vanquished those disciples, only to invoke the wrath of a powerful figure, resulting in his deprivation of talent and cultivation. However, if Ye Jiao was already a core disciple, how could those inner-sect scoundrels dare to act so recklessly? A rising tide of murderous intent surged within Ye Xuan as he began to realize that his predecessor might have been ensnared in a plot. The fact that he had been unaware of such hidden truths from the memories of this body suggested that his predecessor had been unwilling to confront that painful past, preferring self-delusion over facing the harsh reality. Reflecting on the past, his predecessor had extraordinary talent, but faced a tumultuous fate from a young age. His mother had died in childbirth, and during his initial foray into cultivation, it was Ye Jiao who tirelessly cared for him, accompanying him through countless trials. Over time, his predecessor naturally came to regard Ye Jiao as the most cherished and intimate person in his life, a bond far deeper than that with his father. Perhaps it was this unwavering trust and reliance that led his predecessor to despair and ultimately choose to end his own life upon discovering the conspiracy and causality lurking behind the scenes. Alas, how tragic your fate is. Ye Xuan shook his head, a sigh escaping his lips. Perhaps, for you, anything Ye Jiao desired, even if it meant walking through fire, would have been met with unhesitating compliance. Murong Xue's beautiful eyes shifted, capturing the fleeting change in Ye Xuan's expression. She mused inwardly. Given his demeanor, he must be aware of the tangled web of causation. In that case, he likely harbors resentment towards Ye Jiao, which presents a valuable opportunity to forge an alliance that could assist me in achieving my desires. Ye Xuan soon extricated himself from his thoughts, fixing his gaze on Murong Xue. I have no time for games with you. As a core disciple of the Fanghua Dao sect, what brings you such a distance to this place? Speak plainly. Murong Xue gracefully moved closer, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, Your Highness is exceptionally astute. You must have already surmised the secret behind your loss of cultivation. My unfortunate circumstances are indeed tied to your Highness's royal body. Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of discernment flashing within. His long fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a steady sound. Oh, then to elucidate the antecedents and consequences. Ye Xuan had his own calculations in mind. The current situation was exceedingly complex, with Ye Jiao firmly entrenched in the Fanghua Dao sect. He needed to gather more information to confront her. Your Highness's elder sister is remarkably ruthless. After orchestrating the deprivation of your purple flood dragon royal body, she employed the sect's esoteric grafting technique to infuse it into her own bloodline. What you may not know is that she was already gifted, possessing the superior royal level Yuan snake royal body. Now, having merged it with the purple flood dragon royal body, she has evolved into an even more formidable purple flood Yuan body. Such a physique ranks among the finest in the world, rivaling that of the supreme level physique. Given time, it is not impossible for her to ascend to the status of a quasi-emperor. That is precisely why she has stood out among the 9 core disciples and successfully ascended to the position of young master. The categorization of physiques is as follows: ordinary physique, spirit level physique, royal level physique, emperor level physique, supreme level physique, and imperial level physique. Each type can further be classified into inferior, average, superior, and exceptional grades. Generally speaking, possessing a royal level physique opens the door to becoming a ruler of laws, while having a supreme level physique significantly increases the chances of achieving quasi-emperor status. Murong Xue sighed softly, a hint of reluctance and helplessness flickering in her eyes. I, lacking talent, once contended with your Highness's elder sister within the sect. With my spirit charm body, I had some measure of aptitude, leading to numerous clashes with her. Now that she wields great power, if I were to remain in the sect, I would surely be subjected to her machinations, and my fate would be dire. Hence, I had no choice but to depart from that treacherous place and seek another path. In truth, after Ye Jiao's ascension to the position of young master, Murong Xue had not initially contemplated leaving. In her view, yielding to Ye Jiao could have been a viable option, for the Fanghua Dao sect was deeply rooted, and as a core disciple, she might still have opportunities to rise again. However, the unfolding events far surpassed her expectations. After Ye Jiao took control, her actions became increasingly ruthless. Several core disciples met untimely ends under mysterious circumstances. Witnessing such occurrences, Murong Xue felt a sense of alarm. She understood that if she continued to remain in the sect, she would inevitably fall victim to Ye Jiao's schemes, and the shadow of death loomed ever closer. In this life-or-death moment, Murong Xue made a decisive choice, resolutely fleeing the Fanghua Dao sect, ultimately arriving in Youzhou. By chance, during her travels in her youth, she had once saved a woman's life, who happened to be Hong Yang, the owner of the Falling Flower Pavilion. Upon Murong Xue's arrival in Youzhou, Hong Yang recognized her immediately and, without hesitation, entrusted the Falling Flower Pavilion to her, earnestly requesting that she take on the role of the pavilion master. Unable to refuse and recalling the life debt she owed Hong Yang, Murong Xue ultimately acquiesced after much persuasion and became the new master of the Falling Flower Pavilion. Upon taking charge, Murong Xue, utilizing her intelligence and decisive nature, undertook sweeping reforms and restructuring within the pavilion. Under her meticulous management, the Falling Flower Pavilion's influence rapidly expanded, transforming from an obscure establishment into one of the 6 most renowned powers in Youzhou until the arrival of Ye Xuan. Chapter 17. Murong Xue's submission after a long journey. You have finally settled in Youzhou. With your extraordinary talents, it would not be difficult for you to conceal your whereabouts. Ye Xuan's lips curled into a teasing smile. Your Highness, truly wise. Enough. Ye Xuan waved his hand, his demeanor suddenly turning serious. I am well aware of everything that has transpired thus far. It is time we discuss our matters. Your Falling Flower Pavilion is situated within my domain, and I trust you are familiar with my rules? Murong Xue bit her lip in resignation and nodded. Of course I know, or I would have come seeking you. Then there is no need for further words. Submitting to me is your only option, Ye Xuan stated firmly, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Murong Xue. Submit? Submit? Murong Xue's eyes widened in disbelief, stuttering. Your Highness, how can this be? I intended to ally with you, to share in our fortunes and misfortunes. How could I so easily place my life in your hands? Oh, Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, casually gesturing as a formidable force of heavenly soul power subtly surged around him. Do you believe that with your meager cultivation at the early stage of the celestial realm, you could stir any turmoil beneath my gaze? Murong Xue felt a chill run down her spine, yet she maintained a facade of calm. Your Highness, I would never dare to oppose you. However, to completely submit to you is truly difficult to comply with. With my beauty, if I were to submit so easily, I would inevitably fall into a passive position. If you harbored ill intentions, wouldn't I be walking into a tigeress den? What? Do you plan to resist until the end? Ye Xuan slowly rose, an overwhelming pressure emanating from him, and in an instant, he stood before Murong Xue. The oppressive force struck her, rendering her unable to move as she collapsed into her chair. Murong Xue's attire was already quite thin, and now, under Ye Xuan's imposing gaze, the neckline revealed a glimpse of her alluring figure, unabashedly laid before him. Having lived 2 lives as a virgin, Ye Xuan found his heart racing at the sight, instinctively exclaiming, "This is a D-cup. D-cup." Murong Xue was momentarily stunned, but upon catching the intensity of Ye Xuan's gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Indeed, all men are such lecherous beings. Ye Xuan snapped back to reality, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. However, considering it an opportunity to frighten her further, he feigned a stern expression and coldly remarked, "If you refuse to submit, do not blame me for being unkind." With that, his gaze became increasingly brazen, roaming over Murong Xue's figure without restraint. "What do you intend to do?" Murong Xue asked, both alarmed and fearful, her voice trembling slightly. "What do you think?" A mischievous glint flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes as he pretended to reach for Murong Xue's garments. Poised to act. "Do not come any closer." Murong Xue was both furious and anxious. Although she had spent considerable time in the flower pavilion, she had always guarded her virtue, dedicating most of her days to cultivation. Now, at the age of 38, she resembled a youthful maiden from Ye Xuan's previous life. Just as Ye Xuan's hand was about to brush against her bosom, Murong Xue panicked and shouted, "Wait! Wait!" Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan halted abruptly, his hand suspended in midair. I am willing to submit to you." Murong Xue bit her lip, filled with reluctance, knowing she had no other choice. Although she was uncertain how Ye Xuan would treat her after submission, continuing to resist would undoubtedly lead to perilous consequences. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ye Xuan laughed heartily, rising to his feet, the oppressive aura around him dissipating instantly, replaced by a triumphant smile. Murong Xue felt a sudden lightness, an overwhelming sense of relief, almost causing her to sigh. The pressure Ye Xuan had exerted was overwhelming, and now that it lifted, every part of her body felt revitalized. As Ye Xuan's gaze swept over Murong Xue, observing her gently patting her chest, he mused to himself, regardless of other matters, her physique and constitution are truly exceptional. If given the chance in the future, while Ye Xuan had his plans, he was not one to force others against their will. Moreover, He had great confidence in his celestial body and the achievements he could attain, believing that in due time, Murong Xue would willingly submit to him. Here, take this. Murong Xue bit her silver teeth, her expression resolute as she slowly drew forth a wisp of heavenly soul and offered it to Ye Xuan. However, her complexion paled instantly, devoid of color, indicating the tremendous toll this act had taken on her, as it was a heavy price for her allegiance. Ye Xuan, seeing this, did not hesitate to accept the wisp of heavenly soul, thus gaining control over Murong Xue's life and death, binding her fate to his. After a brief moment, Ye Xuan withdrew his hand from Murong Xue's back. Having received her heavenly soul, he began to aid her in recovering her strength. As a celestial body, his essence contained profound life energy, with a single drop equating to the effects of rare treasures. With Ye Xuan's blood and celestial power, Murong Xue not only swiftly regained her lost vitality, but also made significant progress in her cultivation, now just a step away from the mid-celestial realm. The two stood together. "Thank you." Murong Xue, feeling the surge of power within her, offered Ye Xuan a gentle smile. Ye Xuan observed the radiant Murong Xue before him, a smile playing on his lips. "No need for thanks. After all, you will be mine from now on. Your advancement in cultivation benefits both of us." Mina. Murong Xue's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Such intimate words should not be spoken so casually. "I intend for your falling flower pavilion to continue, but it requires some restructuring." Ye Xuan's demeanor shifted, a contemplative look in his eyes. "How will it be restructured?" Murong Xue quickly gathered her thoughts, focusing intently on Ye Xuan's plans. Chapter 18. 3 fleeting years. The current development of the Falling Flowers Pavilion is indeed limited. I intend to devote all my efforts to your expansion. In the future, apart from the state capital, every city in Youzhou must have a branch of the Falling Flowers Pavilion. Murong Xue, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her lips twitching slightly as she expressed her concerns. With so many branches, the number of sisters in the pavilion is finite. It is truly difficult to manage, and it is quite laborious. Can any of the sisters bear such a burden? What are you thinking? Ye Xuan exclaimed, slapping his forehead before continuing with a smile. "Sister, since I am supporting you, it is only natural to innovate the business. The brothel business is not a long-term solution. You must cease involvement in this trade moving forward." Murong Xue furrowed her brow, puzzled. "Then what will happen to the sisters?" "I have a plan. From now on, the Falling Flowers Pavilion will transform into an auction house," Ye Xuan declared. "An auction house?" Murong Xue echoed, a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes. "Precisely. Starting today, the Falling Flowers Pavilion will no longer be a brothel, but an auction house, specializing in the sale of rare items such as medicinal pills, martial arts techniques, and weapons. Moreover, we will hold a grand Falling Flowers auction event annually. The profits from the auctions will be divided with 70% to me and 30% for the pavilion to manage. As for security, I will send 2 celestial realm experts to assist." Murong Xue's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her lips parted in a smile. A 70-30 split sounds quite favorable. For her, the 30% profit was already substantial, especially with the protection of celestial realm experts. With confidence, she patted her chest, promising, "All right, leave this matter to me. I shall not fail in my mission." As she spoke, her graceful figure swayed slightly. Seeing this, Ye Xuan shook his head helplessly, thinking it best to let this enchanting sister retreat first to avoid losing his composure. He then gently clapped his hands, and soon, Ouyang Feng and Ximen Chui Xue entered the hall with steady strides. "Your Majesty!" Ouyang Feng and Ximen Chui Xue bowed in unison, their voices resonant and imposing. Ye Xuan raised his hands slightly to signal them to rise, his expression calm and composed. Murong Xue pondered inwardly. Another unfamiliar celestial expert has appeared, judging by the circumstances. My future creditor's background is likely unfathomably deep, far beyond my imagination. Even in the Fenghua Dao sect, where she once belonged, a celestial realm expert could occupy a high position as an intersect elder, holding great respect. Now, Ye Xuan can send him at will. which truly gives her a new perspective on his strength and background. Ye Xuan's gaze swept over Ouyang Feng and Ximen Chui Xue. You two shall follow Murong Xue from now on. You must heed her every arrangement. Understood, Your Majesty. Ximen Chui Xue responded without hesitation. As for him, as long as he could wield his sword meaningfully, it mattered little who he followed. Ouyang Feng, however, was different. A flicker of coldness flashed across his icy gaze. First, he respectfully replied to Ye Xuan, then slowly turned to Murong Xue. A smile that did not reach his eyes gracing his lips, saying, I am willing to heed the lady's commands. Murong Xue felt a chill in her heart at Ouyang Feng's sinister demeanor. She knew she was no match for him, so she could only respond, Very well, thank you. Murong Xue, if you require anything, feel free to come directly to the royal palace, Ye Xuan added. All right, Murong Xue promptly agreed. Now, you may leave. Ye Xuan waved his hand, signaling for the three to exit. Ximen Chui Xue and Ouyang Feng rose and followed Murong Xue out of the grand hall. Ye Xuan's chamber was adorned in a simple yet grand manner, with a bed carved from millennium-old cold jade at its center, emanating a subtle chill. Ye Xuan sat cross-legged upon the jade bed, his mind as tranquil as still water, contemplating his plans. Currently, the elite Iron Eagles of the Great Qin and the 100,000 Yellow Turban Army jointly safeguarded the safety of Youzhou. 10 Confucian scholars had also traveled to various locales to establish Confucian academies, disseminating Confucian philosophy to solidify his rule. Furthermore, Murong Xue had begun to establish the auction house, taking control of the economic lifeline. Now, everything was in place. It was time for him to enter seclusion and pursue a higher realm. A glint of determination sparkled in Ye Xuan's eyes. It was time to break through to the Celestial King Realm. The Celestial King Realm, also known as the Celestial Soul Realm, involves the cultivation of celestial soul power. Ye Xuan slowly closed his eyes, the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture within him gradually activating, while the immense power of the Qin Celestial Body also erupted. In an instant, the entire chamber was enveloped in a dense aura of celestial lotus. Under the influence of powerful techniques and his physique, Ye Xuan's celestial soul began to condense slowly. The Celestial King Realm requires the refinement of 7 celestial souls. Condensing 1 or 2 celestial souls signifies the initial stage. 3 or 4 souls lead to the mid-stage. 5 or 6 souls reach the late stage. And if one can refine all 7 celestial souls, they attain the perfect realm. Celestial King experts have already cultivated to the 8th realm, boasting a lifespan of 3,000 years, capable of altering mountains and rivers with a mere gesture, standing as kings among practitioners, possessing a lofty status. Time flew by, and Ye Xuan had already sat upon the throne of Youzhou for 3 years. During these 3 years, he firmly grasped control over the entire Youzhou, eliminating all the scheming noble factions and marauding bandit groups with swift and decisive measures. Now, Youzhou was peaceful and harmonious, devoid of any forces capable of stirring trouble. The great Qin Iron Eagles had achieved a qualitative leap in strength during these 3 years of recuperation. All 10,000 soldiers had broken through to the spirit transformation realm, each exuding vigorous energy, transforming into an elite core force under Ye Xuan's command. The 100,000 Yellow Turban Army was not to be outdone. Through diligent training, they successfully established their foundation. Moreover, leveraging the Yellow Turban Army as a base, Ye Xuan recruited 200,000 spirited young men from Youzhou to form a brand new Youzhou army. This vibrant and well-trained army gradually evolved into a solid bulwark guarding Youzhou under Ye Xuan's meticulous nurturing. All these remarkable achievements trace back to Ye Xuan's year-long seclusion and breakthrough. After successfully ascending to the Celestial King Realm, he, through a unique opportunity, acquired the miraculous Spirit Blood Rice. As its name suggests, Spirit Blood Rice contains an exceptionally rich and fierce spirit blood power, making it a coveted treasure for practitioners below the celestial realm, significantly enhancing their spiritual energy and reinforcing their bloodline potential. Although Spirit Blood Rice has yet to be widely distributed in Youzhou and is currently reserved for soldiers within the army, its efficacy is undeniable. Once spirit blood rice becomes accessible to the general populace, the residents of Youzhou will embark on their cultivation journey, and the overall strength of Youzhou will reach unprecedented heights. Chapter 19. Reemergence and sign-in the realm of politics. The court was once shrouded in darkness, rife with ignorance and tyranny. However, as time passed, the political landscape has remarkably transformed into one of clarity and integrity. This monumental upheaval owes much to Wei Zhongxian and his East Factory, which has played an indispensable role. The East Factory's guards resemble vigilant hawks, lurking in the shadows, meticulously observing every movement within and beyond the court. The moment any hint of dissent arises, the news swiftly reaches Wei Zhongxian, who discreetly eliminates those with ulterior motives, ensuring the court is devoid of its former murkiness. In the realm of the common people, a refreshing change has also taken root. The populace's sense of belonging to Ye Xuan has progressively intensified, now approaching an overwhelming 80%. This achievement is largely attributed to the tireless efforts of the 10 great scholars who traverse the land, extolling Ye Xuan's benevolence and wisdom, thus embedding his reputation deeply in the hearts of the people. They willingly offer their loyalty and service. Economically, Murong Shui has established branches of the Falling Blossom Pavilion across all 48 cities in Youzhou, thereby seizing control over the region's economic lifeblood. This not only provides Ye Xuan with substantial financial resources, but also enhances Youzhou's economic prosperity and invigorates commercial activities. Within the Xian Palace, tranquility was suddenly shattered. Ye Xuan lay on his jade bed, his eyes abruptly opening. In an instant, a dazzling surge of celestial energy erupted from his gaze like a bolt of lightning, tearing through the surrounding space. The overwhelming force caused the entire Xian Palace to tremble, as if unable to withstand the sudden influx of power. I have perfected the cultivation of the celestial energy and achieved the pinnacle of the celestial king realm. Ye Xuan murmured, his voice brimming with excitement and astonishment. He slowly raised his right hand, clenching it slightly, and felt an immense power gathering in his palm, a force so formidable it could obliterate mountains. In this world, I finally possessed the confidence to protect myself. With the profound foundation of the Celestial King realm and the integration of the mystical immortal body technique, Ye Xuan's overall strength had become formidable. Even when compared to the most powerful beings of the Great Night Dynasty, he was now nearly on par. A faint smile graced his lips. With a mere thought, Ye Xuan's consciousness plunged once more into the enigmatic chaos space, his gaze resolute as he proclaimed, "System, sign in." It is noteworthy that in the past 3 years, opportunities for signing in have been exceedingly rare. This marked only the third occasion. Reflecting on his previous sign-ins, he had garnered significant rewards. The first time, he received the spirit blood rice, capable of altering Youzhou's fate. The second time, he obtained 20 celestial pills, which are extraordinary treasures for spirit infant warriors, enabling them to refine their celestial souls and ascend into the celestial realm. Ding! Signing in process. The system's voice reverberated within the chaos space, quickening Ye Xuan's heartbeat. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Zuo. The system's notification resonated in Ye Xuan's ears, eliciting a glimmer of surprise and joy in his eyes. Zuo, a legendary figure, was a mysterious cultivator adept in various arcane arts capable of summoning winds and rain, and moving mountains and filling seas. System promptly displays Zuo's personal panel. Ding! Zuo's personal panel is as follows. Race, human cultivation, 3rd stage law monarch physique, celestial Daoxian body technique, celestial scriptures law of monarch, 5 elements law weapons, 10,000 array disc, heavenly flame sword, wind and rain banner, divine abilities, arcane arts, summoning winds and rain, moving mountains and filling seas, heavenly calculation, 10,000 arrays. Wow, a law monarch. Ha ha ha, truly invincible. I have signed in a law monarch. Ye Xuan erupted into laughter in the chaos space, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of this existence, which undoubtedly ranks among the top tier in the Fenghua realm. After a considerable time, Ye Xuan finally regained his composure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. as a surge of unprecedented killing intent welled within him. Oomph. At last, I possess sufficient trump cards. It is time to settle accounts with those damned enemies and make them pay dearly for their misdeeds. Before signing Inzwisi, although Ye Xuan's forces were substantial and held a prominent position within the Day-Night Dynasty, he was acutely aware that this power alone was insufficient to reclaim what rightfully belonged to him from his predatory foes in the Day-Night imperial capital. In the Fenghua realm, a law monarch represented the pinnacle of absolute deterrence. Without the protection of a law monarch, every step he took felt like walking along the edge of a precipice, where a single misstep could lead to irrevocable doom. Moreover, his ruthless second sister held an esteemed position within both the Day-Night Dynasty and the Fenghua Dao sect. Even without a law monarch by her side, she would invariably be surrounded by numerous formidable celestial lords, each possessing extraordinary prowess. Attempting to seek revenge against her would be akin to climbing to the heavens. Even if he were to miraculously succeed, how could the Fenghua Dao sect simply let it go? The consequences of provoking a law monarch would be unfathomable. Yet, the present circumstances differ from the past. A confident and steely smile graced Ye Xuan's lips. Now I harbor no fear, for I too have a law monarch by my side. System, open my personal information panel. Ding. The host's personal panel is as follows. Ye Xuan race. Human age, 21 cultivation. Celestial King Pinnacle physique. Green Lotus Celestial Body technique. Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture subordinates. Zhusi, third stage law monarch. Wang Chongyang, mid celestial king. Ximen Chui Xue, early celestial king. Wei Zhongxian, mid celestial being. Ouyang Feng, celestial being pinnacle. Murong Xue, late celestial being. Army. 10,000 Great Qin Iron Eagle elite. Spirit transformation realm. 100,000 Yellow Turban Army. Foundation establishment. Fortune points. 800,000 sign-ins. 0. 800,000 fortune points. Ye Xuan gazed at his personal panel. Let us accumulate more resources. System. Convert all 800,000 fortune points into bronze summoning cards. Ding. Converting to bronze cards. Ding. Successfully exchanged for 8 bronze summoning cards. Host, do you wish to use them? Immediately use them. Ye Xuan declared. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 200 Blood Kill Tower Warriors. Cultivation. Spirit Pill Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 200 Blood Kill Tower Warriors. Cultivation. Spirit Pill Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 200 Blood Kill Tower Warriors. Cultivation. Spirit Pill Realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 10 Blood Kill Leaders. Cultivation. Celestial Being Realm. Chapter 20. The Abumeng's King. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in 3,000 Northern Liang Iron Riders, achieving the realm of spirit transformation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in Dong Xia, Huang Yaoshi. The personal panel is as follows. Race, human, cultivation, mid-stage celestial being, technique, Dong Xia scripture, weapon, jade, evil flute, martial skills, falling petals, divine sword palm, jade flute sword technique, tides of the Azure Sea, finger flick divine power, sky splitting palm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning 2,000 Northern Liang Iron Riders, achieving the realm of spirit transformation. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully summoning the mightiest beast. Abumeng's King. The beast panel is as follows. Race. Monster. Cultivation. Approximately the realm of Heavenly King. Height. 83 meters. Weight. 82,000 tons. Flight speed. 7 Mach, comparable to that of a Heavenly King. Weapons and skills. Burning Ray, Bone Wings, Shark Teeth, Gray Met Beam. Ding. The summoning of 8 bronze cards has been completed. Abumeng's King? How did I summon a monster here? Ye Xuan Sigit in Resignation. In the first 7 summons, he had received 600 Blood Slaughter Tower assassins and 10 leaders from the Blood Slaughter Tower, which perfectly allowed him to establish a clandestine assassin organization. The nefarious activities had found their executors, and even a preliminary plan was drafted in his mind, just waiting for these individuals to put it into practice. Then, The 5,000 Northern Liang Iron Riders summoned next had all reached the realm of spirit transformation, their strength comparable to that of the elite Qin Eagle Iron Warriors, making them ideally suited for forming an elite cavalry corps. But now, this Abumeng's king, a creature that only appeared in Ultraman series of the past, had also been summoned to this place. Ye Xuan furrowed his brows, pondering for a moment before whispering, "Well, it is unexpected, but this strength of Heavenly King cannot be underestimated. Let us keep it for now. Perhaps it will serve an unforeseen purpose at a critical moment in the future." Ding! Would the host like to summon everyone to the Ghost City? The system interrupted with a prompt. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan hesitated not at all and decisively replied, "Summon everyone to the Ghost City." Ding! The system promptly responded, transporting. On a street in Ghost City, an old man dressed in a snow-white Taoist robe appeared without warning. Holding a whisk, his demeanor was amiable and kind, leisurely stroking his beard. Yet his gaze was firmly fixed on the direction of the Ghost King's mansion at the city center. Unexpectedly, I have another chance at rebirth. The emergence of a new master is my new opportunity. I must seek the mysteries of that celestial realm in this lifetime. The old man muttered to himself, a glimmer of anticipation flashing in his eyes. Just then, a horse-drawn carriage suddenly went out of control, careening wildly towards the old man and the small stall behind him. The coachman, pale with fright, shouted at the top of his lungs, "Elder, be careful. Quickly move out of the way." However, the old Taoist seemed oblivious to the coachman's cries, calm and composed, lightly waving his whisk. Then, a surprising scene unfolded. The out-of-control carriage miraculously regained control, continuing smoothly on its way as if nothing had happened. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, they turned to where the old man had stood, only to find it empty, as if he had never been there, vanishing without a trace. In a small tea house at the roadside, a young woman in a green dress, with a fair appearance, slowly set her teacup down on the table and turned her gaze to the elderly woman beside her, softly inquiring, "Aunt Fong, did you sense the aura emanating from that elder? What realm has he reached to possess such extraordinary power?" At this moment, the elderly woman, known as Aunt Fong, had just recovered from her earlier shock, her tone tinged with urgency and reverence. "Miss, that elder's cultivation is unfathomable. He is undoubtedly at the celestial being realm. I could hardly even catch his movements." Celestial being realm? The young woman's face was filled with astonishment, but soon she sighed gently, her eyes revealing a mixture of hope and melancholy. If only our dynasty could have a celestial being, how wonderful that would be. There would be hope for my father's recovery, and the crisis facing our dynasty could be resolved. Hearing the young lady's words, Aunt Fong revealed a trace of helplessness, inwardly mocking herself. The celestial being realm is a legendary existence. How could a small dynasty like theirs possibly possess such formidable power? Such aspirations might be mere castles in the air, unattainable. "Miss, it is imperative that we acquire the rejuvenation pill." Aunt Fong looked gravely at the young woman beside her. Zhao Jing understood. "I know, Aunt Fong." She slightly nodded, her eyes filled with determination. "No matter the cost, we must obtain the rejuvenation pill. Only then can my father's injuries have a chance of healing." Clop, 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 clop. A sudden and powerful sound of hooves echoed, like a rhythmic drumbeat striking the ground of Ghost City. The 5,000 Northern Liang Iron Riders surged into the city like a torrent of steel. Each rider stood tall and imposing, their expressions stern, exuding an intimidating aura that sent chills down the spine, their palpable killing intent permeating the air. At the moment the Iron Riders appeared, the hearts of the citizens contracted sharply. Many showed signs of terror, feeling their hearts race, as if that fierce, killing intent was piercing straight towards them. Yet beneath this fear, there was a greater sense of admiration and reverence for Ye Xuan, the Ghost King. The citizens understood that these fierce riders were the elite under the command of their Ghost King, and with that thought, their eyes involuntarily displayed awe and pride. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted as a massive beast suddenly appeared in the martial training ground of the Ghost King's mansion. Upon its arrival, a terrifying pressure swept across the surroundings, causing the entire training ground to tremble violently. The soldiers, who had been practicing, were caught off guard by the sudden quake, unable to maintain their footing, tumbling to the ground in disarray, struggling to rise. Even Ximen Chui Xue, who had been engrossed in a sword duel with Wang Chongyang, was forced to halt his intricate swordplay, his gaze warily fixed on the beast. The aura of a heavenly king? Wang Chongyang furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the newly emerged Abumeng's king. This seemingly unremarkable monster possessed the strength of a heavenly king, which could not be taken lightly. Chapter 21, The Third Falling Blossom Conference Silence. A low admonition seemed to echo from the depths of the obscure Yuwang mansion, where the air itself appeared to thicken in response to the sound waves. The once ferocious and imposing Abumeng's king, who loomed like a mountain, suddenly seemed to lose all its malevolence, shrinking visibly until it transformed into a comically endearing little beast, obediently lying on the ground, its previous intimidating presence entirely dissipated. This creature was indeed under the Lord's command? A flicker of surprise crossed Ximen Chui Xue's gaze. After all, the Abumeng's king had exuded a wild and violent aura upon its emergence, unmistakably indicating its sinister nature. How could it be so easily tamed? Taoist Wang, please find a suitable place for the Abumeng's king to reside. Ye Xuan's voice floated languidly from the depths of the mansion. Understood, my lord, Wang Chongyang replied respectfully, bowing before steadily leading the now docile Abumeng's king away from his scene. 3 days later, inside the inner chamber of the mansion, candlelight flickered, casting dancing shadows upon the walls. Ye Xuan reclined lazily on an intricately carved pearwood chair, his slender fingers delicately holding a black chess piece, its contours reminiscent of finely carved mutton fat jade. Opposite him sat Murong Xue, adorned in a flowing purple-black gown, its hem cascading gracefully to the ground and perfectly accentuating her exquisite figure. With his gaze lowered, Ye Xuan appeared serene as the black piece clicked sharply against the board. Tomorrow marks the day of the Falling Blossom Conference? Indeed, my lord, Murong Xue replied, casting a playful glance at Ye Xuan while absent-mindedly tossing a white piece. Propping her chin in her hands, her eyes sparkled with warmth as she smiled. I have gone to great lengths to organize this grand event, and there will be a rare treasure at the finale that is sure to astonish everyone. You must personally attend, my lord. Over the past 3 years, Murong Xue had spent countless hours in Ye Xuan's company, gradually unraveling his nature, gentle and considerate towards his subordinates, yet possessing a depth that was unfathomable. At times, she even speculated whether Ye Xuan was the reincarnation of a powerful being. Her gaze lingered on his ethereal features, a faint blush creeping on her fair cheeks. Her body suffused with warmth as an uncontrollable thought surfaced in her mind. Truly exceptional, she mused. If I could walk beside him, this lifetime would not be in vain. Ahem! A gentle cough from Ye Xuan broke the spell, drawing Murong Xue from her reverie. As expected, she had completely fallen for him. He mused that if he were to reveal even a hint of his feelings, she would likely surrender herself without hesitation. Yet alas, with Ye Xuan's deepening mastery of the enigmatic Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra, he discovered a most perplexing and frustrating limitation. The text explicitly stated that one must not transcend to the realm of the law ruler before a certain stage. To do so would disrupt the entire process of cultivation. For the realm of the law ruler is a critical juncture in human cultivation, and breaking the innate foundation incurs significant loss. Most high-quality methods adhere to this requirement. Furthermore, not only the Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra is so tyrannical, even his own Qin immortal body, due to its physical grade, is subject to numerous stringent restrictions. It requires one to attain the law ruler realm before engaging in dual cultivation. Harnessing the power of yin and yang to enhance one's progress and comprehend the innate laws of yin and yang, ultimately achieving supreme mastery. Otherwise, casually depleting essence would undoubtedly undermine one's foundation, wasting this exceptional immortal physique. The more Ye Xuan pondered, the more despondent he became, silently lamenting. In my past life, I endured solitude until death, never having even held a lady's hand, remaining a virgin until the end. I thought that in this life, Having acquired such esteemed status and remarkable strength, I could finally indulge and enjoy the world's exquisite beauties. Who could have imagined I would be ensnared by these confounding restrictions? My luck is truly invincible. However, the innate laws of yin and yang sound impressive. Improving strength while minimizing experience seems worthwhile. After all, I shall soon reach the realm of the law ruler. Yet, Ye Xuan remained helpless, gazing at the enchanting Murong Xue before him, fervently wishing to break through to the realm of the law ruler as soon as possible. Very well. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to witness the marvels of the Falling Blossom Conference. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, a smile of consent gracing his lips. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's lips curled into a radiant smile, and she gracefully lifted her hand, placing the chess piece back into its box. With a gentle sway of her waist, she declared, "In that case, I shall not trouble my lord further and will take my leave to prepare for the related matters." As she spoke, her captivating eyes cast a playful glance at Ye Xuan, her figure dissipating like smoke in an instant. Ye Xuan watched her silhouette fade, shaking his head lightly with a smile. At that moment, an elder in a white Taoist robe, holding a whisk, appeared before him. The elder's was Ci, elegantly draped the whisk over his right arm, clasped his hands in a salute, and spoke in a voice that resonated like thunder, yet bore the mark of respect. "I am Zhui Ci, paying my respects to the Lord." Ye Xuan's eyes brightened at the sight, and he laughed heartily. "Ha, Taoist Zhui Ci, please rise. It is a delight to meet you in person. I have long heard of your esteemed reputation. Today, I can see that the tales are not exaggerated. You are truly a remarkable figure of our time." Zhui Ci humbly shook his head, a hint of blush appearing on his face as he clasped his hands. "Your lordship flatters me. I am but a humble servant, unworthy of such praise." However, in his heart, Zhui Ci felt a swell of admiration for Ye Xuan, realizing that this lord was indeed a wise ruler who honored those of talent. Ye Xuan waved his hand with a smile. "Not at all. You possess unparalleled cultivation and extraordinary abilities. Having you by my side is indeed a stroke of fortune. From now on, I shall rely on you for my safety." Zhui Ci's expression turned serious, and he clasped his fists firmly, declaring, "Your lordship, I take your words to heart. Your safety is paramount, and as long as I am here, I shall not allow anyone to harm you." "Very well." Ye Xuan nodded, then added earnestly, "Henceforth, you shall take residence at Yuang Mansion and serve as my foundation. From this day forward, I appoint you as the guardian elder." Upon hearing this, Zhui Ci's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly knelt in gratitude. "Thank you for your grace, my lord. I shall devote myself entirely to repaying your trust." Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction and arranged for Zhui Ci to occupy the courtyard nearest to his own quarters, knowing that as a law ruler, Zhui Ci would not only safeguard him, but also be a source of guidance for any doubts in cultivation. Chapter 22. The Falling Blossom Conference. Commencement. The Falling Blossom Tower, once a quaint structure, has now burgeoned into a magnificent edifice, its opulence surpassing that of 3 years prior. The 9-story tower stands tall, each level capable of accommodating thousands, adorned with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, interspersed with rare treasures, all exuding an air of lavish grandeur. Upon entering the Falling Blossom Tower, the first 4 floors resemble a fantastical realm of treasures. The first floor showcases an array of spiritual elixirs, each brimming with potent spiritual energy. The second floor dazzles with rare herbs, some radiating peculiar glows, while others exude captivating fragrances, each a quintessence of the universe, ideal for alchemical concoction. The third floor gleams with divine weapons, each inscribed with runes, pulsating with formidable spiritual power. The fourth floor serves as a sanctuary for martial arts, where ancient scrolls of techniques hover above their display stands. Between the 5th and 8th floors lies a vast platform, the heart of the Falling Blossom Conference, the auction site. Surrounding this platform are the exclusive quarters for guests, each floor intricately linked to the practitioner's strength. The mightier the individual, the higher the level they can access. At this moment, the curtain of the Falling Blossom Conference gracefully unfurls. Within the venue, A procession of dozens of women glides gracefully forward, clad in delicate robes. Their features are exquisite and elegant, each radiating a subtle glow of spiritual energy. Their cultivation reaching the realm of spiritual elixirs. Leading the group is a woman in a resplendent red gown, her presence captivating and voluptuous. Each slight movement imbued with boundless charm, her every smile and frown ensnaring hearts. She is the matchmaker of the Falling Blossom Tower. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, she has successfully ascended to the realm of the spiritual infant. With a radiant smile, she surveys the audience from the center of the auction stage, her gaze sweeping from the 5th floor to the upper chambers. Then, channeling her spiritual infant power, her voice rings clear and melodious, laced with an enchanting authority. Today, we are honored by the presence of esteemed guests to the annual celebration of the Falling Blossom Tower. On behalf of the Falling Blossom Tower, I extend my sincerest welcome and gratitude to all. As she speaks, she gently bows, an invisible charm rippling outward like gentle waves, spreading across the audience below. This enchanting aura ignites a fervent passion within the attendees. A young practitioner, his gaze suddenly entranced and fervent, as if ensnared in an obsessive dream, raises a bouquet high and hurls it toward the matchmaker, shouting fervently, "Matchmaker, I love you. You are the goddess of my heart. Fairy, I would go mad for you. I adore you. Matchmaker, you are the epitome of beauty on earth. The Falling Blossom Tower shines because of you. I would give everything for you, matchmaker. I love you. You are so beautiful. I am utterly captivated. Love you, matchmaker." In an instant, the entire venue resembles a surging sea of spiritual energy, engulfed by this fervent emotion and wild affection. Please, everyone, quiet down. Your profound love for the matchmaker is etched in her heart. Her voice, gentle yet commanding, pierces through the clamor. Now let the Falling Blossom Conference officially commence. If you truly cherish the matchmaker, let your enthusiasm guide you to bid on the treasures before you. The crowd below immediately responds, their cheers rising like a tide. Yes, yes, yes. Matchmaker, let the bidding begin. We can hardly wait. Start the auction, matchmaker. The matchmaker's eyes sparkle as she surveys the entire hall, a subtle smile gracing her lips. This fervent scene is precisely what she yearned for. Although many in this layer of guests may hold ordinary statuses and possess shallow cultivation, their raucous enthusiasm will surely provoke the higher-tier practitioners above to respond with competitive bids. On the 9th floor of the Falling Blossom Tower, where rooms are sparse and not meant for guests, lies a sanctuary for the rarest treasures, the abode of Murong Xue, the tower's master. In a room adjacent to the auction venue, Ye Xuan, draped in a black robe, reclines lazily in a chair, idly toying with a cluster of spiritual blood grapes. He plucks one and savors its sweet juice, which floods his senses. He glances at Murong Xue beside him, a smile playing on his lips. The matchmaker certainly possesses a certain finesse. Murong Xue tilts her chin slightly, pride shimmering in her gaze. Indeed, the matchmaker is the first master of the Falling Blossom Tower. Her acumen and management is nothing short of exceptional. Ye Xuan nods thoughtfully, his expression growing contemplative. However, her cultivation still lacks refinement. Should she ascend to the realm of the celestial being, the potency of her charm would undoubtedly be heightened. At his words, a flicker of light ignites in Murong Xue's eyes, contemplating how she might leverage Ye Xuan's strength to secure a rare opportunity for the matchmaker. She smiles sweetly and suggests, "My lord, the breakthrough to the celestial being realm is not an easy feat. Perhaps you could generously grant the matchmaker an opportunity to aid her ascension. This would undoubtedly enhance the business of the Falling Blossom Tower, yielding numerous benefits for you as well. Do you not find my reasoning sound?" Ye Xuan smiles faintly, unfazed by Murong Xue's proposition. He is well aware of her esteem for the matchmaker and her standing within the Falling Blossom Tower. After a moment of contemplation, he speaks slowly. Indeed, the celestial being realm is challenging to breach, yet with the right opportunity, it is not unattainable. Murong Xue's eyes brighten, knowing Ye Xuan possesses countless rare resources. If she could secure one for the devoted matchmaker, It would be a tremendous boon. Very well, Ye Xuan continues, popping another spiritual blood grape into his mouth, savoring its sweetness. After the conference ends, have her come see me. I shall offer her an opportunity to touch the threshold of the celestial being realm. Coincidentally, he still has 3 exceedingly precious celestial pills in his possession. Giving one to the matchmaker would be a mere trifle. Upon hearing this, Murong Xue's eyes sparkle with joy, her figure gracefully twisting as she softly replies, "Then I shall express my profound gratitude to you on behalf of the matchmaker." With that, she glides over to Ye Xuan, her figure enchanting, drawing near. She leans in, her lips parting slightly as she breathes a fragrant whisper into his ear. Then, extending her delicate hand, she deftly plucks a grape from Ye Xuan's grasp, her gaze filled with affection as she murmurs, "Allow me to feed you, my lord." As she offers the grape tenderly to his lips, the ambience in the room transforms, becoming intoxicatingly alluring. Chapter 23. The Rejuvenation Pill. Dear lady, you are playing with fire? Ye Xuan gazed intently at the tantalizing Murong Xue before him. He. Murong Xue giggled softly, her lips curling into a mischievous arc as her right hand seemingly absent-mindedly tugged at her collar, revealing more of her alabaster skin and hinting at her alluring curves. "My lord, I feel an unbearable heat coursing through me, as if a fierce flame is igniting within my heart. Might you have a remedy to extinguish this inner blaze? This little minx is tempting me. She shall see a taste of my resolve." Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes slightly, his hand swiftly landing on an undisclosed part of Murong Xue, producing a sharp sound. Inging. Murong Xue couldn't help but emit a soft whimper. Her sigh acted as a spark, instantly igniting the air with an atmosphere thick with allure. Ye Xuan took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her slender waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace, a playful smirk gracing his lips as he regarded her from above. "Oh, do enlighten me on how you wish for me to quell this fire within you." Murong Xue felt the unique aura of the Qinglian envelop her, her complexion flushing a deep crimson, and the heat within her intensified, her gaze becoming increasingly dreamy. She bit her lower lip, playfully chiding, "I leave it to you, my lord." With that, she slowly closed her enchanting eyes, her long lashes fluttering, her heart racing with trepidation. Although she had meticulously plotted to ensnare Ye Xuan, the unfolding of events was far beyond her expectations, leaving her momentarily flustered. The memory of his audacious actions sent her heart racing, a mixture of indescribable shyness and panic enveloping her. Yet, just as Murong Xue awaited Ye Xuan's next move with bated breath, an overwhelming sensation of coolness surged through her entire being. Wrapped in this mysterious force, she felt as though she was submerged in a crystalline spring, thoroughly refreshed, the indescribable pleasure almost compelling her to moan. As Murong Xue slowly opened her eyes, the sight before her left her astounded. Ye Xuan's right hand rested gently on her abdomen, and within his palm, a Qinglian began to unfurl, translucent and radiant, exuding an air of exquisite nobility and mystery. The sheer level of this aura far surpassed anything she had encountered before, causing her to widen her eyes in astonishment. "What is this? Has the heat dissipated?" "Quickly refine this power," Ye Xuan remarked, a gentle smile gracing his lips. However, the constraints that surfaced in his mind induced a headache, compelling him to momentarily suppress his thoughts. Fortunately, in that fleeting moment, he keenly discerned the shortcomings within Murong Xue's enchanting physique and resolved to enhance her qualities using his unique Qinglian celestial body. This enhancement would not only yield greater benefits for Murong Xue, but also afford him unforeseen advantages in the future. Murong Xue remained immersed in the sudden turn of events, instinctively responding to Ye Xuan while closing her eyes, diligently striving to refine the miraculous power according to his guidance. Meanwhile, the flower-falling conference commenced in the auction house. The auctioneer stood confidently at the center of the stage, her voice melodious yet powerful. "Esteemed guests, the first item of today's flower-falling conference is an incredibly precious item, the Rejuvenation Pill." At this announcement, the audience erupted in excitement. "What? The rejuvenation pill. A middle-aged man from the spirit transformation realm widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling with excitement. Gulp. In a corner, a cloaked elder swallowed hard, his hidden figure shifting slightly within the crowd. This rejuvenation pill is mine for the taking. Heavens, what a remarkable treasure to start with. What rare items must follow? The rejuvenation pill. Alas, such a potion may be beyond my reach, someone lamented with a sigh. I truly wish to possess it. If my ancestor had it, he could potentially achieve the spirit infant realm. Voices of astonishment and speculation filled the air, creating a cacophony of excitement. At that moment, a group of elegantly poised women gracefully ascended the stage. The leading lady held a lustrous, white jade box, a gentle smile adorning her face as she delicately presented it to the auctioneer. The auctioneer accepted it with a radiant smile and elegantly lifted the box, surveying her audience. Esteemed guests, I'm certain you have all heard of the illustrious rejuvenation pill. This elixir serves as an exceptional aid for cultivators yet to condense their spirit infants. Even those at the spirit infant realm can benefit from it, nourishing their spirits and enhancing their chances of breaking through cultivation bottlenecks. It is truly a rare and invaluable treasure. The starting bid is 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Each increment must not be less than 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. The auction is now officially open. 1 million low-grade spirit stones? That wouldn't even clear my entire fortune. A spirit transformation cultivator shook his head in resignation. Disappointment etched on his face. It seemed he would be fated to miss out on the rejuvenation pill. This price is exorbitant. The crowd buzzed with chatter. 1,100,000. A middle-aged man was the first to break the silence with a bid, reigniting the competition. Look, someone has placed a bid. The surrounding crowd perked up. 1,200,000. A young man, fanning himself nonchalantly, raised the stakes without haste. 1,300,000. A middle-aged woman followed suit. 1,500,000. 1,700,000. Bids echoed one after another, the excitement palpable. 2 million. The cloaked elder in the corner suddenly spoke, raising the price dramatically and drawing the collective gaze of the crowd towards him. This old fellow, appearing so ragged, turns out to be a hidden wealthy man. How astonishingly affluent. Some murmured in disbelief. Hush, keep your voices down. A nearby individual quickly cautioned. That elder is willing to spend so much on the rejuvenation pill. He must be aiming to break through to the spirit infant realm. We cannot afford to offend such a person. It's wise to keep our mouths shut. Chapter 24. Ning Ke at this moment, a young man holding a white fan, with an air of calmness, called out loudly once more, 2,100,000. Ning Ke, the son of Ning Chun, the lord of Ning City in Youzhou, was here on his father's behalf to partake in this grand event. It is worth noting that the revitalizing pill was not a necessity for Ning, Quebec. Under his father's meticulous management and remarkable contributions, Ning City had already distinguished itself among the many cities in Youzhou, ranking within the top 3. As a reward for Ning Chun, Ye Xuan had specifically instructed Wei Zhongxian to bestow the revitalizing pill upon him, enabling Ning Chun to successfully ascend to the spirit infant realm. However, Ning Ke, still merely at the spirit transformation stage, had yet to reach the level where he could utilize the revitalizing pill. Nevertheless, his act of raising the bid was, in essence, a compliance with his father's directive. It is important to understand that while others might be unaware of the background of the Falling Flower Pavilion, Ning Chun, having navigated the treacherous waters of the Youzhou political arena for many years, was well aware that the power behind the Falling Flower Pavilion was none other than the Prince of Ye Xuan, well-versed in the ways of governance. Ning Chun understood how to discern the intentions of his superiors. Thus, he instructed Ning Ke to attend this auction merely to curry favor, presenting an ostentatious display of wealth. 2,500,000. The elder in black robes, with a grim expression, fixed his gaze on the revitalizing pill, raising his bid once more. I bid 3 million. Ning Ke, unde te red, responded. His father had provided him with a generous 4 million low-grade spirit stones, instructing him to spend it all. He cast a provocative glance at the elder in black, silently urging, Continue to raise the stakes, old man. To me, this is merely a game. Regardless, I am the victor. Upon hearing Ning Kei's offer, the elder's lips twitched in irritation, cursing inwardly. Where did this audacious brat come from, opposing me like this? However, he felt powerless. The revitalizing pill was of utmost importance to him, crucial for his cultivation endeavors, and he was determined to acquire it at all costs. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and declared, 3,100,000. 3,200,000. Ning Kei unabashedly increased his bid, the rhythm of his white fan opening and closing, his eyes gleaming with excitement, seemingly relishing the thrill of the bidding war. 3,300,000. The elder's voice had grown hoarse, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his hands instinctively clenching into fists. 3,400,000. Ning Kei remained unflustered, maintaining his pace without the slightest hesitation. 3,500,000. By this point, the elder in black was grinding his teeth, his facial muscles twitching in anger, his gaze revealing a hint of madness as he relentlessly pushed the limits of his financial endurance for the sake of the revitalizing pill. 3 million. Just as Ning Kei was about to raise the bid again, the elder in black interjected, his tone menacing, his eyes flashing ominously. Brat, I advise you to think carefully before bidding. Otherwise, even if you manage to win the revitalizing pill, you may not live to enjoy it. With a swift motion, Ning Kei snapped his fan shut, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, eyes brimming with disdain. What? Are you threatening me? Do not forget, this is the Falling Flower Pavilion. Upon hearing those 3 words, the elder's face turned ashen. In a moment of impulsiveness, he had overlooked the fact that this was indeed the territory of the Falling Flower Pavilion. Causing a ruckus here was tantamount to courting death. Ning Kei, seizing the opportunity, raised his voice in apparent grievance toward the higher-ups of the Falling Flower Pavilion. Esteemed lords of the Falling Flower Pavilion, this old man is utterly audacious. He openly threatens my safety, forbidding me from raising my bid and declaring that if I win the revitalizing pill, he will take my life. Ning Kei's words immediately sparked a flurry of discussion among the onlookers. A middle-aged man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Does this old man have a death wish? How dare he act recklessly in the Falling Flower Pavilion? Indeed, what kind of place does he think this is? His behavior is utterly reckless. I wager he won't last a minute. I bet he." The crowd chimed in, ridiculing the elder in black for his actions. "Brat, you speak nonsense. Shut your mouth." The elder, alarmed by the murmurs, prepared to rush forward and silence Ning Quebec. However, just as he took a step, his body was suddenly enveloped by an ethereal bloom of ice and snow. The flowers spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the elder was transformed into an ice sculpture. With a sharp crack, the ice shattered, scattering countless shards across the ground, and the elder vanished without a trace. "He's dead," someone gasped, eyes wide in disbelief. "He died so quickly. It hasn't even been a quarter of an hour." It seemed that the Falling Flower Pavilion indeed concealed a terrifying power. Another voice trembled, fear etched across their face. "We should refrain from entertaining any ill intentions and bid properly. We cannot afford to provoke such wrath any longer." Indeed. The crowd nodded in agreement, their wariness growing more profound. Gulp. Ning Kei unconsciously swallowed hard, his gaze sharpening as he marveled inwardly. He gone, just like that. At that moment, a voice, ghostly in nature, pierced directly into his spiritual sea, striking his soul like a heavy hammer. "Brat." This caused Ning Kei's heart to race, nearly leaping into his throat. Trembling, he stammered, "Master, could it be the esteemed one from the Falling Flower Pavilion? What do you think?" The voice held a hint of mockery. "My lord, my father is Ning Chun, the lord of Ning City. I wasn't." Ning Kei hastily attempted to explain, hoping to invoke his father's name to save his own life. "Enough. I have no interest in knowing who your father is," the voice coldly interrupted. Hearing that his father was of no consequence to the mysterious presence only deepened Ning Kei's fear, as he dreaded becoming yet another casualty like the elder in black, soul scattered. "Brat, your ploy of using another's blade to kill is quite skillful. First, You provoked that old man relentlessly, then cleverly incited him to break the rules. How ruthless and cunning. Aye. Ninkei opened his mouth to defend himself, yet found no words. Do not bother explaining. Fear not. I shall not kill you. Had I intended to do so, I would not waste my breath on you. What does my lord desire? Ninkei exhaled a sigh of relief, cautiously inquiring, though his heart remained unsettled, unsure of the mysterious figure's intentions. I see in you a spark of cleverness and a ruthless spirit reminiscent of a former disciple of mine. How about you become my disciple? The voice leisurely proposed once more. Chapter 25. Apprenticeship. Ninkei's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with incredulity. He had anticipated calamity, yet unexpectedly found himself presented with such a delightful surprise. To become a disciple of a prominent figure within the Falling Flower Tower, a dream coveted by countless individuals, was an opportunity beyond imagination. After a moment of stunned silence, he regained his composure and hurriedly replied, "My lord, are you truly serious? To be accepted as your disciple would be an extraordinary fortune that I could scarce hope to attain in several lifetimes. I am willing. Indeed, it is true. Once this auction concludes, you shall promptly ascend to the 9th floor to seek me out," came the reply. Yes, I shall heed your guidance." Ninkei's heart surged with elation. Ha ha, who would have thought? My attendance at this auction would earn me the favor of the upper echelons of Falling Flower Tower, granting me the honor of becoming a disciple. One incredible stroke of fortune. At that moment, within a spacious and elegant chamber on the 9th floor, Ximen Chui Xue, clad in a robe as white as snow, sat regally upon a carved sandalwood chair, his expression as frosty as the winter's chill. He spoke with a hint of disdain. This boy possesses neither exceptional talent nor noteworthy cultivation, merely a meager mastery of the spirit transformation realm. What compels you to take him as your disciple? Ouyang Feng, the Western poison, leisurely lifted a delicate teacup, savoring a sip of green tea before downing the remainder. With his small eyes narrowing slightly, a rare smile surfaced. Ah, Brother Ximen, do not be so harsh. My cultivation, in comparison to yours, is indeed lacking. Hence my standards for apprentices must be considerably lower. Moreover, while this lad may be somewhat unremarkable, he exhibits a sharp wit. With proper guidance, he might yet achieve some merit for our Lord. As you wish, Ximen Chui Xue replied, his tone dismissive, turning his gaze back to the bustling auction below. In the auction hall, the enchanting figure of the Red Lady wore a captivating smile, undeterred by the recent demise of the elder in black robes. Her lips parted gracefully as she addressed the esteemed guests. Welcome to Falling Flower Tower. Here, you may freely participate in bidding for rare treasures. However, I implore you to remember one crucial point. Do not contravene the rules of Falling Flower Tower. Otherwise, do not blame us for our lack of mercy. As her words faded, an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy emanated from the Red Lady, sweeping across the hall, rendering the crowd speechless and subdued. Once the atmosphere regained its composure, her bewitching allure returned in full force. Her gaze settled on Ninkei, and with a smile, she reassured, "Rest assured, dear sir, that any items procured within Falling Flower Tower shall remain safe from covetous hands throughout the entire Ghost City. You may continue to bid with confidence." Ninkei, momentarily lost in thought, was jolted back to reality by her soothing voice. I shall bid 370,000 lower-grade spirit stones." At that moment, he understood that he was now half a disciple of Falling Flower Tower. With this realization, he felt compelled to fully engage in the proceedings. When he announced his bid, determination shone in his eyes. However, as he declared the figure, an eerie silence enveloped the 5th floor. The attendees, they were primarily casual cultivators, the strongest among them barely reaching the spirit pill realm. For these individuals, a bid of 370,000 lower-grade spirit stones was an astronomical sum. Seeing the price reach 370,000, the Red Lady smiled with satisfaction as no one dared to raise the stakes further. Initially, she had anticipated the price to hover around 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones for the rejuvenation pill. The unexpectedly high bid exceeded her expectations. Turning to the audience, she inquired with a warm smile, "Is there any esteemed guest who wishes to raise the bid? If not, this invaluable rejuvenation pill shall belong to this gentleman." After a moment of silence, with no response forthcoming, the Red Lady decided to initiate the final countdown. 370,000 lower-grade spirit stones, going once. Her melodic voice resonated through the hall. 370,000 lower-grade spirit stones, going twice. As she called out the second time, tension filled the air, all eyes fixed intently on Ning, Quebec. 370,000. I bid 400,000 lower-grade spirit stones. A voice emerged from room 17 on the 6th floor. Goodness, someone dares to raise the bid? 400,000. This price far exceeds the intrinsic value of the rejuvenation pill. A plump middle-aged man in the spirit pill realm gasped, his eyes wide with astonishment as he unconsciously swallowed hard. Indeed, even if I sold my life savings, I could not muster such an amount. Another voice chimed in, filled with envy and resignation. Look at your ignorance. Abad, paid feast man scoffed disdainfully. Do you not realize who has made the bid? That is a significant figure from the 6th floor. We mere minnows cannot hope to compare. Brother Chong is right. That place is beyond our reach. A middle-aged man sighed in agreement. It is said that only those who spend over 10 million spirit stones at Falling Flower Tower gain access to the 6th floor. Our meager savings would scarcely suffice to be of any value there. Chapter 26. The Qin Dynasty, what a world this is. Suddenly, someone cursed vehemently, lamenting that wealth can make even the devil dance, asserting that in this realm, the great families hold dominion over all, and those with riches can acquire every resource for cultivation. Moreover, the wealthier they are, the higher their status and the more resources they possess, while we, the scattered cultivators, are left to struggle at the bottom, with no hope of rising above our station. In an instant, the faces of the crowd revealed their sorrow, as if struck by a painful truth. Yet, one elderly man, weathered by time and residing within the transformation realm, shook his head slightly, a glimmer of hope flickering in his murky eyes. Today, this Youzhou is far better than in times past. Since the arrival of the new Prince of Yu, who governs this land, there's been a vigorous crackdown on the great families, implementing benevolent governance and treating the common folk as sons. He even established the Confucian Academy to teach us commoners the ways of cultivation for free, a blessing we could scarcely have dreamed of before. As he spoke of the prince, the old man's face radiated gratitude and reverence, prompting those around him to nod in agreement. Of course, this Falling Flower Conference attracted not only locals, but also numerous individuals from other states and various royal powers. Even those wandering cultivators, without a fixed abode, were drawn to the occasion. However, for these outsiders, their understanding of the event was rather limited. Some merely heard of the conference's fame and came merely to partake in the festivities. In truth, when it comes to renown, the name of the Falling Flower Tower is perhaps even more illustrious than that of Ye Xuan, the Prince of Yu, especially for those beyond the borders of Youzhou. The name Ye Xuan may not be well known, yet the Falling Flower Tower resonates like thunder. After all, the commercial reach of the Falling Flower Tower has long transcended local confines, actively expanding its business in neighboring states and various dynasties. Such formidable economic penetration naturally contributed to its widespread reputation. In room 17 of the 6th floor, a young woman in a flowing green dress sat gracefully, accompanied by a woman known as Aunt Fong. Behind them stood 3 or 4 maids, clad in identical attire. This young woman was none other than Zhao Jing, who had previously savored fine tea in the city, while Aunt Fong was her trusted companion. At that moment, Zhao Jinger furrowed her brow, a hint of anxiety crossing her features as she quietly inquired, "Aunt Fong, do you think 400,000 low-grade spirit stones will suffice to acquire this spirit infant pill?" At present, her stock of spirit stones was alarmingly low. She had brought nearly the entirety of her dynasty's treasury, amounting to a mere 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. The only reason they could remain in this 6th floor room to participate in the auction was due to prior transactions. The dynasty to which Zhao Jing'er belonged had amassed a staggering expenditure of 10 million low-grade spirit stones for military resources, thus securing this precious auction opportunity. Yet, the harsh reality was that her dynasty was on the brink of extinction. Should the auction costs exceed expectations significantly, it would be impossible for them to afford the exorbitant price, even if they sold everything they owned. Upon hearing Zhao Jing'er's question, Aunt Fong's face reflected uncertainty as she hesitated before replying, "Well, logically, it should be about right. Though the spirit infant pill is indeed a rare treasure. For 100,000 low-grade spirit stones should suffice. Heaven help us. I fervently pray that we succeed in acquiring this spirit infant pill." Zhao Jing'er clasped her delicate, fair hands together, tilted her head slightly back, shut her eyes tightly, and began to pray with utmost sincerity. As a cultivator, she should rely on her own skills and strength to seize the opportunities of the world. Yet in this moment of adversity, Zhao Jing'er felt deeply powerless and resigned. Aunt Fong gazed at the helpless girl with compassion, gently shaking her head and letting out a long sigh. Who would have thought that our Qin Zhao dynasty once basked in glory, ranking among the esteemed dynasties? In those days, powerful spirit infants were as numerous as clouds, and they controlled a multitude of bustling cities. Yet now, how have we fallen to such a tragic fate? As she spoke, Aunt Fong could not help but feel a wave of melancholy wash over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Jing'er's heart swelled with a mix of sorrow and indignation, her eyes snapping open, fierce hatred flashing within. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "All of this is the fault of that despicable Yin Tian. He is nothing but a shameless scoundrel, betraying us while colluding with external forces to invade and seize our territory. If it were not for him, how could my father have been gravely injured? How could our dynasty have fallen to such depths? One day, I shall make him pay in blood for his treachery." Yin Tian was originally a child of tragic origins, alone and forsaken. Yet, fate took a turn for the better at his most vulnerable moment. At that time, Zhao Hai, the father of Zhao Jing'er, was inspecting the realm. By chance, he encountered the young boy, who exhibited extraordinary talent and tenacity. Zhao Hai, moved by compassion, decided to take the boy as his adopted son. From that day forth, Yin Tian found a refuge, and Zhao Hai devoted himself to nurturing this newfound son. To ensure Yin Tian's rapid growth into a remarkable cultivator, Zhao Hai sought out powerful spirit infants as mentors for him. These seasoned masters imparted their knowledge freely to Yin Tian. Furthermore, Zhao Hai granted him the noble Zhao surname, fully integrating him into the royal family. Under Zhao Hai's careful guidance and the tutelage of esteemed mentors, Yin Tian's path of cultivation was remarkably smooth. With astounding perseverance and exceptional insight, he broke through to the spirit pill stage at a young age, gaining fame throughout the dynasty. In the following years, his progress accelerated even further, and within less than 200 years, he advanced to the prestigious spirit infant stage. However, with the continuous elevation of his cultivation, the desires and ambitions within Yin Tian's heart began to swell uncontrollably. In his pursuit of greater power to achieve his goals, he tragically embarked on a path of darkness. Chapter 27. The ice-toed Pearl Yin Tian embarked upon the dark path of sorcery, descending into madness as he ruthlessly captured innocent maidens to serve as tools for his malevolent cultivation. This heinous and immoral conduct, while propelling his powers to meteoric heights and allowing him to swiftly ascend to the late stage of the spirit infant realm, could not remain concealed forever. Ultimately, it was his adoptive father, Zhao Hai, who had always shown him care and concern that discerned the ominous signs. When Zhao Hai beheld the once gallant and heroic son he had nurtured, now fallen to such a depraved and sinister state, his heart was pierced with anguish akin to 1,000 arrows, rendering him nearly speechless with sorrow. Yet, despite the heartache that twisted within him, he could not stand idly by and permit Yin Tian to continue his descent into the abyss of evil, risking the lives of countless others. After a fierce internal struggle, Zhao Hai resolutely decided to strip Yin Tian of his powers to prevent further suffering inflicted upon the innocent. However, Yin Tian had already sunk too deeply into darkness, his conscience and humanity thoroughly obliterated. Upon sensing Zhao Hai's intentions, he felt no remorse or guilt. Instead, he struck first, launching a lethal surprise attack on his unsuspecting father. Zhao Hai was grievously wounded by this sudden assault, his breath faltering. Subsequently, Yin Tian led a formidable army in an act of treachery that was utterly reprehensible, unhesitatingly betraying the very Zhao dynasty that had raised him and aligning himself with its three greatest adversaries, the Black Cloud Dynasty, the Wind Void Dynasty, and the Sun Guard Dynasty. Under Yin Tian's command, these three dynasties unleashed a coordinated assault against the Zhao dynasty, plunging the realm into chaos, with flames of war consuming the land and innocent lives. In a matter of days, vast swathes of territory belonging to the Zhao dynasty fell into enemy hands, leaving only the royal city and 3 neighboring towns clinging to survival. The fate of the Zhao dynasty now hung by a thread, should Zhao Hai fail to recover his powers. The fall of these 4 cities would merely be a matter of time, leading to the inevitable obliteration of the Zhao dynasty from the annals of history. For million low-grade spirit stones, I wonder if there are any esteemed guests willing to bid higher. The auctioneer, with her graceful demeanor and radiant smile, called out loudly in the auction hall. A profound silence enveloped the audience, with no one daring to respond. Observing this, the auctioneer displayed no signs of disappointment, maintaining her smile as she continued, for million low-grade spirit stones, going once. For million low-grade spirit stones, going twice. Her voice rose slightly, her gavel poised to fall. The crowd remained hushed. Some whispered among themselves, while others shook their heads in regret. For million low-grade spirit stones, going 3 times. The auctioneer's voice took on a decisive tone. With the final word, her gavel struck the podium with a resounding thud. A loud bang echoed throughout the auction hall, followed by her triumphant declaration, sold. Instantly, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the audience. The auctioneer bowed slightly in gratitude to the guests, then turned her gaze toward room 17 on the 6th floor, exclaiming, "Congratulations! Our esteemed guest in room 17 has successfully acquired this immensely valuable spirit-replenishing pill. Aunt Fong, we did it! Now, Father S. injuries will surely receive effective treatment, and we have hope for survival in the Zhao dynasty." Zhao Yingye exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement as she sprang to her feet, her previously furrowed brow now smooth. Aunt Fong nodded with a look of deep satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, everything has gone smoothly. Our worries and efforts during this period have not been in vain." Knock, knock, knock. A sudden series of knocks echoed at the door. "Esteemed guest, we are here to deliver your spirit-replenishing pill." A melodic voice rang out from outside. Upon hearing this, Aunt Fong quickly gestured to a nearby maid to open the door. Moments later, the door creaked open to reveal a beautiful woman clad in a green gown, confidently entering while carefully holding a delicately crafted jade box. Within the box lay the coveted spirit-replenishing pill, its faint fragrance wafting through the room. "Greetings, this is the spirit-replenishing pill you've just acquired. Please have a look." The woman smiled as she gently extended the jade box to Aunt Fong, inquiring softly, how would the esteemed guest prefer to settle the payment? In spirit stones or via spirit cards? Without hesitation, Aunt Fong replied, "In spirit stones." She promptly retrieved a small, exquisite spatial ring from her pocket and presented it to the woman. The ring emitted a subtle aura of spiritual energy, indicating it contained a significant quantity of spirit stones. "Thank you." The woman slightly bowed, accepting the ring with both hands before speaking quickly. "As you acquire this item at the Falling Flower auction, we will provide security for your safety in Youzhou for 5 days, but only within the city." Aunt Fong understood the regulations of the Falling Flower auction and nodded in acknowledgement. The woman then gracefully exited the room. "Miss, here." Aunt Fong turned and handed the invaluable spirit-replenishing pill to Zhao Jing'er. Eagerly, Zhao Jing'er extended her hands, carefully receiving the pill. As she held it, a warm sensation enveloped her. Gently gripping the pill, she looked up at Aunt Fong. "Aunt Fong, let us depart." "Very well, miss. We shall prepare at once and depart swiftly to return to the Zhao dynasty. Aunt Fong responded, quickly directing the maids to pack their belongings. Meanwhile, within the auction hall, time flowed swiftly, and 3 hours passed amidst the fervent bidding. Thanks to her exceptional hosting skills and the allure of numerous rare items, the auctioneer had successfully sold several extraordinary treasures. Each item was a rarity, inciting the bidders to compete fervently, creating an electrifying atmosphere. Among these treasures, even the least valuable item fetched an astonishing price of 350,000 low-grade spirit stones. The fortunate winner of this item was Ning Quebec. With a clear objective in mind, Ning Ke boldly invested 350,000 low-grade spirit stones to secure the Ice Toad Pearl. This pearl was no ordinary gem. It was an inner elixir nurtured within the body of an ice toad on the verge of breaking through to the spirit infant realm. This inner elixir contained an exceptionally rich essence of ice spiritual power, and within it lay a unique and potent toxic gas, the result of the ice toad's long-term refinement. For cultivators of ice and poison attributes, the ice toad pearl was undoubtedly a rare and invaluable treasure. If one could refine and absorb it, their strength would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement. Chapter 28. The Mysterious Panther Earth Spirit Spear. What is about to unfold before your eyes are the last 3 exquisite treasures of this auction, each of which is a true masterpiece, whose value and rarity will undoubtedly leave you in awe. The voice of the enchanting Hong Nyang resonated melodiously, laced with a hint of seductive allure. The 9th auction item, the Mysterious Panther Earth Spirit Spear. With a radiant smile, Hong Nyang clapped her hands. 3 robust men clad in black robes, their expressions solemn and dignified, slowly presented a long spear. The spear was entirely black and profound, seemingly forged from the essence of endless night, measuring approximately 9 feet in length. Its shaft was adorned with intricate leopard patterns that appeared vividly lifelike. The spear tip glimmered ominously, its sharpness threatening to pierce the very eye, while the meticulously carved leopard head showcased a fierce and menacing demeanor, revealing its formidable nature. The blade curved like a serpent, imparting an eerie yet lethal impression. With a resounding thud, the spear was firmly positioned at the center of the auction stage, and in an instant, a chilling aura emanated from the spear, swiftly permeating the surroundings. The numerous cultivators in the audience involuntarily tightened their bodies, astonished by the frigid sensation. A middle-aged cultivator could not restrain himself from trembling as he spoke. What quality of weapon is this? It exudes such terrifying coldness, truly remarkable. In my current state, I fear even to touch it. Such overwhelming presence. In my humble opinion, this item must be at least of earth-grade quality. An Liman, his hair as white as snow, stroked his beard thoughtfully, his expression filled with gravity. Earth-grade? That is a rare treasure, exclusively possessed by those at the spirit infant realm. Even some masters of the spirit infant realm may not acquire such a precious weapon. In room 3 on the 6th floor, a man cloaked in dark green robes sat calmly in his seat. His appearance was generally well-proportioned, with evenly distributed features. However, his eyes radiated an exceptionally sinister and malevolent aura. At this moment, his gaze was fixated on the mysterious panther Earth Spirit Spear, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he coldly declared, "This spear is quite impressive. I shall have it." Indeed, what the general says is true. If you were to obtain such a divine spear, your strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that time, who in the Qin Dynasty could rival you? A sycophantic elder standing beside him spoke, his features sharp and cunning, his eyes twinkling with calculated intent. "With this spear, that detestable old fool shall meet his end. Once I eliminate him, the Qin Zhao will be within my grasp." The man's lips curled into a cruel arc, his malevolence intensifying. This man is Yun Tian, who tirelessly attended this auction to amass precious resources to fully support his army of 300,000, thereby expanding his power. In room 2 on the 6th floor, a young man clad in luxurious attire lounged gracefully in his chair, exuding an innate noble aura in every gesture. He toyed with a delicate purple clay cup, its exquisite craftsmanship gleaming softly under the light, perfectly complementing his status. The young man was strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and bright eyes, a prominent nose, and slightly pursed lips, though shadows occasionally flickered within his gaze. Behind him stood two middle-aged men, their forms radiating a rich and robust spirit infant energy. "What news do you have regarding the origins of the Falling Flower Pavilion?" The young man's gaze remained fixed on the auction stage, feigning indifference as he inquired. "Your Highness, I regret to report that I have been unable to uncover the full details. I only know that the Falling Flower Pavilion was originally one of the 6 great powers of Youzhou. However, since the 7th prince unified Youzhou with an iron fist, he eradicated the other 5 powers, leaving only the Falling Flower Pavilion intact. It is said that the 7th prince once dispatched troops to annihilate it, yet they returned empty-handed. Surprisingly, the Falling Flower Pavilion has since flourished. The reasons behind this remain unknown." One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, bowing slightly as he respectfully relayed his findings. The young man listened quietly, his slender fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest of his chair, producing a steady sound. After a moment, he narrowed his eyes slightly, a complex emotion flickering within, and softly mused. "Do you suppose the Falling Flower Pavilion is a subordinate force secretly cultivated by my 7th brother?" Upon hearing this, the two men behind him froze, their faces reflecting shock, evidently startled by the unexpected conjecture. "No, that is impossible. Your Highness, just moments ago, a powerful figure within the Falling Flower Pavilion struck, instantly slaying that spirit pill realm insect. Although ordinary people might overlook the nuances, I, as a perfected spirit infant cultivator, was fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of subtle signs. In my estimation, this individual's cultivation must have reached the celestial realm with considerable prowess even within that level. Given the current strength and foundation of the 7th prince, it is inconceivable that he could command a celestial realm expert." Another middle-aged man spoke urgently, his expression grave and resolute. "In light of this, it appears I have been overly cautious. However, my 7th brother truly is an enigma. I initially thought that being dispatched to this remote Youzhou, far removed from the power center of the imperial city, would lead to his gradual decline and potential downfall. Yet, I never anticipated that he could unify Youzhou and develop his own force in such a short span. It seems he harbors ambitions of returning to the imperial city to vie for power as well." The young man lifted his chin slightly. "Very well. This will serve as an opportunity to probe his true capabilities." The young man waved his hand lightly, his demeanor imbued with resolve and significance, then shifted the conversation. "Let's acquire this spear. Tianhua, I recall you are adept in the art of spear fighting?" "Yes, Your Highness." Tianhua promptly bowed in response. "Excellent. If this spirit spear falls into your hands, it shall undoubtedly elevate your strength. Once we successfully bid for it, I shall present it to you." The young man nodded slightly. Upon hearing this, Tianhua was overwhelmed with joy. Despite already possessing late-stage spirit infant cultivation, he had never owned such a formidable and high-grade spirit spear. His voice trembled with excitement as he replied, "Thank you for your grace, Your Highness. I shall pledge my utmost loyalty to you, ready to sacrifice everything." "Ha ha 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 ha." The young man laughed heartily, then waved his hand reassuringly. "No need for such formality. As long as you all remain wholeheartedly loyal to me, one day you shall surely step into the celestial realm and enjoy unparalleled glory." Chapter 29. The desire to establish a dynasty. This spear, of no ordinary significance, has been meticulously forged from millennium of dark iron, impervious to destruction, imbued with the spiritual essence of a mid-level spiritual infant Black Panther. For practitioners at the realm of spiritual infants, this spear is undoubtedly a coveted treasure. Thus, the starting bid for this auction is set at 5 million low-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not falling below 1 million low-grade spirit stones. With her ruby lips parting gently, the auctioneer's melodious voice resonated as she elaborated on the spear's exceptional value and the bidding rules, announcing the official commencement of the auction, inviting all to place their bids. 6 million low-grade spirit stones. A robust voice resonated from room 10 on the 6th floor, marking the first bid. 7 million low-grade spirit stones. Room 11 on the 6th floor swiftly followed suit, unwilling to be outdone. 9 million low-grade spirit stones. The voice from room 7 on the 6th floor rang out, tinged with urgency, as if fearful of losing this treasure to others. 10 million low-grade spirit stones. 13 million low-grade spirit stones. 14 million low-grade spirit stones. 20 million low-grade spirit stones. A moment later, a slightly aged voice emerged from room 5 on the 6th floor. Steady and powerful, instantly elevating the bid to a new height, intensifying the atmosphere within the auction hall. The crowd below buzzed with speculation. A woman exclaimed, "How quickly it has reached 20 million. Indeed, the wealth of the powerful on the 6th floor is beyond our imagination. Indeed, this spear is beyond our reach. We can only watch as they vie for it." Another practitioner shook his head in resignation, disappointment etched across his face. The individuals on the 6th floor must all be formidable practitioners at the spiritual infant realm. The foundation of the Falling Flower Tower is truly unfathomable. A young man inquired curiously of an elder beside him. "That is indeed the case," the elder replied, a glimmer of reverence in his eyes. Each floor within the Falling Flower Tower represents different levels of strength and status. Within the tranquil confines of the 9th floor meditation room, the atmosphere was remarkably relaxed. "Master, look, that earthly artifact you casually forged has now soared to 20 million low-grade spirit stones." Murong Xue sat quietly opposite Ye Xuan, having firmly stabilized her own power, her cultivation having progressed significantly to the pinnacle of the celestial realm. With but one more step, she could successfully comprehend the heavenly soul and smoothly ascend to the heavenly king realm. Well, this price is quite reasonable. But the value of this earthly artifact I personally forged far exceeds this amount of spirit stones. Ye Xuan reclined lazily in his chair, gently swirling his teacup, the tea within swirling gracefully without spilling a drop. During 3 years of secluded cultivation, Ye Xuan not only advanced in his cultivation, but also dabbled in the art of forging. The Xian Panther Spirit Spear was his inaugural attempt in the realm of forging. Though it was a casual creation, it was anything but ordinary. An artifact crafted by the master is undoubtedly of exceptional quality. Murong Xue gazed at Ye Xuan, a radiant smile illuminating her face. At this moment, her heart was irrevocably enraptured by Ye Xuan, her mind and heart filled with his image. "Xue, tell me, how does our amassed power compare to the imperial-level forces you are familiar with? And how do we stand against the Fenghua Dao sect you once belonged to?" Ye Xuan inquired, lifting his teacup to drink, his gaze reflecting contemplation and strategy. Ye Xuan had resolved to devise a scheme involving the Great Night Dynasty. However, to speak candidly, his understanding of imperial-level forces was indeed limited. Despite having once been a prince, his knowledge of these deep-seated power dynamics remained rather superficial. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's question, Murong Xue slightly retracted her smile, her expression turning solemn as she patiently explained, "Master, the disparity between imperial-level forces and our current strength is considerable. An imperial-level force typically possesses at least one rule sovereign overseeing it, and a rule sovereign represents the pinnacle of the Fenghua realm. Take the Great Night Dynasty as an example. Even in the absence of a rule sovereign, the dynasty's profound foundation undoubtedly enables it to contend against one. Moreover, an imperial-level force, not to mention the rule sovereign, certainly has its own celestial lords. Yet here, it seems we do not even possess a practitioner at the lord level. Is that so? It appears our foundation is still woefully insufficient. Attempting to take revenge against the Great Night Dynasty with our current strength would indeed be quite challenging." Ye Xuan stroked his chin thoughtfully, pondering quietly. The rule sovereign, Zhuxi, would not be easily provoked unless absolutely necessary. Ye Xuan resolved to keep a hidden card close to his chest for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, a steady system voice echoed suddenly within Ye Xuan's chaotic space. Ding. This system can provide a suggestion for the host. The host may attempt to establish a dynasty, thereby allowing this system to officially activate the development mode. Furthermore, should the host establish a dynasty, they will acquire more dynasty points, and the summon cards exchange will gain greater access, enabling the summoning of more powerful beings for the host's use. Establish a dynasty? Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's consciousness shifted into the chaotic space. Indeed, host, establishing a dynasty is the optimal path for your rapid development. And it is a path you must inevitably undertake, the system elucidated. However, according to the rules of this system, the host must initially possess 99 cities to establish a dynasty. 99 cities? Currently, I control only 49 cities in Youzhou. It appears I'm still short by a full 50 cities. Ye Xuan's brow furrowed, his expression grave. Acquiring an additional 50 cities would not be an easy feat. Expansion will be necessary. Yet, to recklessly encroach upon other states of the Great Night Dynasty would clearly be unwise. In the external world, observing Ye Xuan lost in thought and showing signs of concern, Morong Xue gently reassured him, "Master, there is no need for such worry. In merely 3 years, we have achieved this level of success. The days ahead are long. As long as we proceed steadily, we will surely fulfill our desire for vengeance." Her soft and gentle voice pulled Ye Xuan's drifting thoughts back to reality. Slowly, he lifted his gaze to rest on the slightly anxious Morong Xue, revealing a faint smile as he replied, "It is nothing. I am merely contemplating how to expand our influence. I find myself at a bit of a loss at the moment." Chapter 30. The Crimson Rift Fire Eagles Inner Pill. Expansion? Upon hearing this, Morong Xue couldn't help but pause, a flicker of doubt crossing her eyes. "Indeed, I plan to conquer 50 more cities and establish a dynasty truly belonging to us. But you are well aware that directly invading the other states of the Great Night Dynasty entails considerable risk. One misstep could provoke a reaction from within the court. Hence my dilemma," sighed Ye Xuan. Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words, Morong Xue's previously tense expression relaxed, a faint smile gracing her lips. And she couldn't help but burst into laughter. "What is the matter? Ye Xuan inwitted, perplied. My lord, you truly are lost in the fray." Morong Xue teased, her enchanting eyes sparkling playfully, as if reminding Ye Xuan of something important. Realization dawned on Ye Xuan, and he slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "Of course, how could I forget? The vicinity of the 10,000 Demon Mountains is home to 4 or 5 other dynasties. If we conquer them, we will have the necessary number of cities. Moreover, this would provide an opportunity to hone our subordinate legions, enhancing their combat capabilities, truly a splendid twofold benefit. My lord, have you found solution?" Morong Xue jested. "I must apologize for forgetting those surrounding dynasties. Just last year, Wei Zhongxian reported on their situations to me." With that, Ye Xuan smiled helplessly and shook his head. "Then let us seize them all. This way, we can smoothly establish our dynasty and achieve our goals sooner." On the 6th floor of the auction, a loud shout erupted from room 2. 50 million lower-grade spirit stones. Instantly, other bidders halted their bidding actions, for this price was excessively exorbitant. Many began to murmur, speculating about the identity of the wealthy individual making such lavish offers. Meanwhile, in room 3 on the 6th floor, a resounding bang echoed as Yun Tian slammed his hand onto the seat, his face contorted with fury as he roared, "Damn it! Who dares to oppose this general?" He had initially aimed to acquire the Xian Leopard Earth Spirit Spear, only to find himself in fierce competition with someone whose bids relentlessly escalated to 50 million lower-grade spirit stones, a figure far beyond his means. Observing this, a lecherous old man beside him quickly stepped forward, cautiously advising, "General, please temper your anger. In my humble opinion, anyone who can so freely bid 50 million lower-grade spirit stones is surely not an ordinary individual. Perhaps they are a person of high standing from another state of the Great Night Dynasty. It would be wise not to provoke them lightly." Other states? Yun Tian's brow furrowed slightly, realizing the predicament. Although he possessed formidable strength at the late stage of the spirit infant realm, he understood the insurmountable gap between himself and the true dynasties. As this thought crossed his mind, anger surged within him, igniting a fierce resolve. "Damn it!" Yun Tian clenched his fist, crushing the teacup he held into shards. It seems I must intensify my training of the shadow indulgence technique. Once I master this technique to perfection, all dynasties and other forces will bow before me. The lecherous old man, seeing this, quickly smiled and said, "You speak wisely, General. With your talent and determination, it won't be long before you realize your ambitions. At that time, we shall dominate the world, invincible." Oomph. Yin Tian scoffed, his face filled with rage and frustration as he shook his hand violently. "Those who dare oppose me will eventually pay the price. 50 million lower-grade spirit stones, once. 50 million lower-grade spirit stones, twice. 50 million lower-grade spirit stones, thrice." Bang! The auctioneer, with a broad smile, proclaimed loudly, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 2 on the 6th floor for successfully acquiring the precious Xin Leopard Earth Spirit Spear for 50 million lower-grade spirit stones." Immediately, 3 burly men clad in black ascended the stage, lifting the spear with steady strides as they descended. Just as they exited the stage, an elegant woman approached, gracefully carrying an exquisite blue box. She lightly handed it to the auctioneer, who accepted it with a smile and opened it with poise. In an instant, a wave of intense heat surged forth, revealing a crimson demon pill resting within, akin to a flame ablaze, exuding waves of scorching energy. Ladies and gentlemen, behold, this demon pill hails from a powerful crimson rift fire eagle that has reached the late stage of the spirit infant realm. It is widely known that such formidable demon beasts produce demon pills imbued with exceptionally pure spiritual fire. For alchemists and practitioners of fire-related techniques, the benefits of this demon pill are undoubtedly self-evident. As the auctioneer showcased the precious spirit infant realm demon pill, she announced, "The starting bid for this rare item is 5 million lower-grade spirit stones, with each increment no less than 1 million lower-grade spirit stones. Let the fierce bidding commence." No sooner had the auctioneer finished her announcement than the entire auction house erupted in excitement. "Goodness, it's a spirit infant realm demon pill. Unbelievable," someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. "Indeed, but the price is utterly outrageous, beyond the reach of ordinary folk," another voiced in agreement. "What do you mean outrageous? It's not like you're bidding for it," retorted a middle-aged man, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face tinged with embarrassment. "Well, I don't have that much money." He chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, a plump woman with striking features emerged from the crowd, her voice sharp as she called out, "Changgu, this Crimson Rift Fire Eagle Spirit Pill is a rare treasure. You must bid. If you miss this opportunity, it may never come again." The man referred to as Changgu, a bald individual with wide, expressive eyes, replied grumpily, "Bid? I would love to, but my pockets are emptier than my face. 5 million? That's a daydream." Chapter 31. As the crowd engaged in animated discussions, a voice, slightly aged yet robust, resonated from room 8 on the 6th floor. "I am determined to acquire the inner elixir of the crimson rending fire eagle. I bid 1 million lower-grade spirit stones." However, a prompt and boisterous reply followed. 1 million is not nearly enough. I offer 1.5 million lower-grade spirit stones." Another voice interjected swiftly. "Then I shall raise it to 2.5 million lower-grade spirit stones. 30 million lower-grade spirit stones," came a next proclamation. At this moment, the elder in room 8 took a deep breath and declared loudly, 40 million lower-grade spirit stones. "This elixir must be mine. Who dares to raise the stakes further? I am prepared to compete to the end." Upon hearing this price, the crowd gasped in astonishment. After all, 40 million lower-grade spirit stones far exceeded the intrinsic value of a mere demon elixir. Silence fell over the assembly as they refrained from bidding any higher. The elder's face broke into a triumphant smile, his wrinkled visage trembling with excitement. "Ha ha ha! It seems no one dares to challenge my bid. Thus, the inner elixir of the crimson rending fire eagle shall belong to me." Seeing that no further bids were forthcoming, the auctioneer announced the conclusion of the bidding. With a smile, she proclaimed, "Congratulations to the esteemed guest in room 8 on the 6th floor for securing the inner elixir of the crimson rending fire eagle." Following this, she handed the demon elixir to a lady, who cradled it gently as she descended from the auction stage. With a smile still gracing her lips, the auctioneer then said, "Now, I present to you the final item of this Blossom Festival auction, the undisputed highlight of the event." As her words echoed, she waved her jade hand, and a beam of light flickered, revealing an ancient tome in her grasp. With her mesmerizing gaze sweeping across the audience, she continued softly, "This is the final auction item of the Blossom Festival, the Qingmu Spirit Cannon. This unparalleled technique was authored by a top-tier powerhouse from our Blossom Pavilion and can propel a cultivator all the way to the celestial realm." At this revelation, the crowd erupted in astonishment. An elder at the Spirit Pill realm gaped, his mouth agape as he stuttered, "What? A technique capable of reaching the celestial realm? My heavens, this is simply outlandish." Others in attendance were equally taken aback, engaging in hushed whispers. A technique of the celestial realm. How could it possibly be up for auction here? What formidable force is the Blossom Pavilion? Indeed, such an esteemed technique is typically a secret treasure, closely guarded by major sects and noble families. How could it be so carelessly released? This is truly perplexing. Another cultivator chimed in. A chorus of awe-filled exclamations filled the air. This is terrifying. Possessing such a technique means being just a step away from the celestial realm. If only I had enough spirit stones, I would secure it at all costs. With the Qingmu Spirit Cannon, I could surely achieve the celestial realm and establish my own dynasty. Indeed, a celestial realm powerhouse reigns above all beings, an omnipotent existence. Even the guests on the 6th floor could scarcely contain their astonishment. After all, a technique that facilitates ascension to the celestial realm is a rarity in this remote region. Almost a mythical find. In room 2 on the 6th floor, a young man clad in luxurious garments gently caressed the pitch-black spear in his hand, the Xian Leopard Earth Spirit Spear. With a flick of his fingers, a surge of formidable spiritual energy flowed from his palm, racing along the spear's shaft. In an instant, a phantom leopard sprang forth from the spear, claws bared and poised to break free from its confines. What a remarkable weapon! Such quality is undoubtedly among the finest in the realm of earthly artifacts. The young man's eyes sparkled with admiration, a subtle smile creeping across his lips. He then casually handed the Xian Leopard Earth Spirit Spear to a middle-aged man standing behind him. "This is for you, Tianhua." "Thank you, my lord." Tianhua responded promptly, his hands trembling slightly as he accepted the spear. He felt the immense power contained within and struggled to suppress his inner excitement, ultimately stowing the spear away in his spatial ring with the utmost care. This scene was observed by a young lady from the Blossom Pavilion named Qinghua, who paused momentarily, contemplating his true identity. After all, one who possesses such a precious weapon and generously bestows it upon others is certainly no ordinary individual. "Miss, I have a request. May I present it to you?" The young man inquired, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Esteemed guest, feel free to speak. As long as it does not contravene our pavilion's rules, I shall do my utmost to assist you." Qinghua responded politely, raising her hand slightly. "Ha ha!" The young man laughed heartily, then continued, "In that case, you may call me young Master Hao." "Very well, young Master Hao. Please, share your specific request." Qinghua replied with a smile. Yi Hao's gaze turned steady as he regarded Qinghua, softly stating, "The final auction item just presented was a technique that aids practitioners in breaking through to the celestial realm. Such a rare technique is indeed a treasure in this region. Moreover, I surmise that the presence of celestial realm powerhouses within your esteemed pavilion must be considerable. Thus, I am filled with curiosity regarding the origins of the Blossom Pavilion." Upon hearing this, a flicker of imperceptible coldness flashed in Qinghua's eyes, though it quickly vanished. She parted her lips to respond. "Oh, is it the origins of the Blossom Pavilion that young Master Hao wishes to inquire about?" No. Yi Hao maintained a smile, gently shaking his head. "I would never be so impolite as to pry into the origins of your pavilion. What I truly seek is the opportunity to meet the master of the Blossom Pavilion." "To meet our master?" Qinghua's expression shifted to one of hesitation, her curiosity about this self-proclaimed young master how deepening. It seemed this matter warranted a report to the pavilion master. Young Master Hao, I find it difficult to make a decision on this. However, I can certainly relay your request to our master. Then I am grateful to you, miss. Ye Hao inclined his body slightly. There is no need for such formality. Xinhua replied with an appropriate smile. Chapter 32. The conclusion of the conference. The auction for the Qingmu Spirit Scripture is now commencing. With an opening bid of 50 million low-grade spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must not be less than 10 million. As the auctioneer announced the price, the audience erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and discussion. Gulp! A practitioner at the spirit pill realm could not restrain himself from swallowing hard, exclaiming, 50 million low-grade spirit stones is an astronomical figure. Beside him, a late-stage spirit pill practitioner shook his head with a sigh, his eyes revealing a mixture of envy and disappointment. As expected, a technique capable of aiding a person in breaking through to the celestial realm is indeed priceless beyond imagination. Those around nodded in agreement, some clicking their tongues in amazement. Look at this bidding increment, at least 10 million low-grade spirit stones. This is not an auction. It's akin to burning money. Others mockingly chimed in, humph, this treasure will surely be snatched up by the VIP of the 6th floor. We mere mortals can only watch the spectacle. Immediately, someone retorted derisively, oh please, even if this treasure fell into your hands, with your meager abilities, how could you possibly defend it? It would likely be snatched away before you could even warm it. 60 million low-grade spirit stones. A voice from the first VIP room on the 6th floor rang out first. 70 million low-grade spirit stones. The 9th room on the 6th floor quickly followed suit. Unwilling to be outdone. 80 million low-grade spirit stones. 90 million low-grade spirit stones. 200 million low-grade spirit stones. The price soared until the guest in the first room on the 6th floor directly raised the bid to 200 million low-grade spirit stones. A spirit pill practitioner gaped in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face, stammering, hiss. 200 million. It would take me hundreds of years of hard work, if not longer, to accumulate such a staggering wealth. An experienced elder beside him cast a sidelong glance, coldly remarking, hundreds of years? Do not be so naive. With your current skills and opportunities, you may never attain it in this lifetime. On the 9th floor, Ye Xuan lounged in his chair, idly toying with a crystal-clear spirit grape before placing it in his mouth. He raised an eyebrow and remarked, this celestial technique, fetching 200 million low-grade spirit stones, is rather unexpected. Murong Xue, hearing this, gently nodded, taking a spirit grape herself. After savoring it, she spoke. For the master, the celestial realm may not be significant, but for ordinary practitioners, it is a pinnacle they can scarcely hope to reach in a lifetime. Once the opportunity to ascend to the celestial realm presents itself, they will naturally go to any lengths to bid. A subtle smile curved Ye Xuan's lips, a glimmer of cunning in his eyes. Had I known this, I should have encouraged Taoist Wang to create more techniques like this for sale. It is a veritable treasure. Just as Murong Xue swallowed a grape, she was startled by his words, coughing a few times before looking at Ye Xuan in astonishment. Cough, master. Creating celestial techniques is not so simple, is it? How could that be possible? Ye Xuan shook his head, offering no explanation. For Wang Chongyang, crafting those lower-tier celestial methods, while not exactly a walk in the park, was far from insurmountable. With a professional smile, the auctioneer announced, let us congratulate the esteemed guest of the first room on the 6th floor for successfully bidding on the highlight of this flower-falling conference, the Qingmu Spirit Scripture. Saying this, the auctioneer handed the Qingmu Spirit Scripture to a young woman in green attire beside her. The woman received it with both hands, her expression respectful and cautious, then gracefully retreated from the stage. The auctioneer surveyed the crowd, her eyes brimming with confidence and composure, and continued, thus, this flower-falling conference draws to a splendid close. We sincerely thank all esteemed guests for your presence and support. First and foremost, congratulations to those who successfully bid on their desired items. What you have acquired is nothing short of exceptional. She paused, a sly smile playing on her lips, of course. Those who did not manage to secure treasures need not be disheartened. Following the conclusion of this conference, we will hold a 3-day promotional event. during which all items within the Flower Falling Pavilion will enjoy a 30% discount. We welcome everyone to continue shopping. At this declaration, the auction hall erupted into cheers, the sound of jubilant voices rising in unison. Flower falling, auctioneer, auctioneer. The esteemed guests shouted excitedly, some already crafting their shopping list for the upcoming purchases, while others exchanged thoughts on the thrilling moments from the auction. On the 9th floor, the auctioneer gracefully approached Ye Xuan and Murong Xue, slightly bowing her head, her tone respectful. Auctioneer, I pay my respects to the master and the pavilion master. Ye Xuan maintained a calm demeanor, speaking lightly. Rise. Thank you, master. The auctioneer straightened, holding a storage bag reverently, stepping forward to bow once more. Master, this is the total amount of low-grade spirit stones obtained from all the auction items during this Flower Falling Conference, totaling 453 million low-grade spirit stones. Please have a look. As she spoke, she extended the storage bag towards Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan received it, nodding gently. The spirit stones were sufficient to sustain his subordinate's cultivation expenses for half a year. This Flower Falling Conference had indeed been remarkably fruitful. Auctioneer, you have performed exceptionally well this time. The success of this auction is largely due to your efforts. I have always been one to reward merit and punish wrongdoing, so you shall not be neglected. Hearing Ye Xuan's words, Murong Xue smiled knowingly, aware that he was about to bestow a reward upon the auctioneer, prompting her to remind. Sister Auctioneer, why not express your gratitude to the master? Without hesitation, the auctioneer knelt on one knee. Thank you, master, for your generous reward. Although she was uncertain about what kind of reward Ye Xuan would grant her, her understanding of his formidable strength and generous nature assured her that she would reap great benefits. Just as the auctioneer harbored expectations mixed with trepidation, a wondrous and indescribable feeling of ease suddenly surged within her, as if a divine and powerful force were coursing through her meridians. Nurtured and propelled by this force, the auctioneer distinctly sensed her meridians expanding and strengthening, her vitality surging tumultuously. Her originally earthly physique visibly transformed at an astonishing pace, and even her spirit embryo thrived under this power, continuously advancing. Chapter 33. Do you see me? The matchmaker was momentarily taken aback, instinctively glancing at Ye Xuan, just in time to catch a glimpse of a gentle white light from his right hand merging into her body. Focus on refining it well. Murong Xue softly reminded her from the side. The matchmaker quickly regained her composure, concentrating on her inner cultivation technique, pouring all her energy into assimilating this incredibly precious power. As time passed, she was delighted to discover her cultivation level skyrocketing like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Initial stage of the spirit infant. Mid-stage of the spirit infant. Late stage of the spirit infant. Until she reached the great perfection of the spirit infant, ultimately stabilizing just at the threshold of the half-step heaven-man realm. Seeing this, Ye Xuan slowly withdrew his right hand. His celestial lotus physique indeed provided immeasurable assistance to cultivators of lower realms. If utilized wisely in the future, it could help nurture more capable allies for himself. All right, rise, Ye Xuan said gently, gesturing with a calm demeanor. The matchmaker hurriedly stood up, her face brimming with gratitude as she respectfully replied, Thank you, my lord, for your guidance. I will forever remember this kindness and will strive to serve you diligently. It is of no concern, as long as you devote yourself wholeheartedly to my service. I shall not treat you unjustly, Ye Xuan replied with a hint of a smile. Indeed, sister matchmaker, our Lord has always been magnanimous, valuing relationships and loyalty. You need not worry. Please, rise, Murong Xue said, her eyes sparkling with warmth as she walked over to assist the matchmaker in standing. After the matchmaker stood, she exchanged a warm smile with Murong Xue. Their camaraderie was deep, akin to that of sisters. Suddenly, a series of crisp knocks echoed at the door, accompanied by a woman's voice, reporting to the Lord of the Tower, I have urgent matters to discuss. Murong Xue turned slightly to glance at Ye Xuan, who remained calm and nodded gently. Within the upper echelons of the Falling Flower Tower, Ye Xuan's true identity was no longer secret. Following Ye Xuan's signal, Murong Xue raised her voice, "Come in." The door opened gently, revealing Qinghua clad in a flowing green dress, her graceful figure entering the room. Upon stepping inside, she immediately spotted Ye Xuan, Murong Xue, and the matchmaker, pausing momentarily before quickly advancing a few steps, kneeling respectfully, and saying, "I pay my respects to my lord, the Tower Master, and the steward." Murong Xue raised her hand slightly to gesture for her to rise, speaking gently, "Get up, Qinghua. There's no need for such formalities. Please share the important matters at hand." Qinghua promptly relayed the situation regarding Ye Hao, Tower Master, just now. "I was tasked with delivering the Xian Leopard Earth Spirit Spear to the buyer when I encountered the seller. He was an exceptionally young man, dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an extraordinary demeanor that unmistakably indicated his noble status." "Oh, is that so?" Murong Xue raised an eyebrow, curiosity glinting in her eyes. This young man acted quite generously, even gifting the recently auctioned Xian Leopard Earth Spirit Spear to one of his subordinates, and his tone was distinctly noble, carrying an air of authority. Qinghua continued, her expression serious. "I surmised he might be a young noble from the imperial court. To see me." Murong Xue was somewhat startled, instinctively pointing to herself. Qinghua quickly nodded in affirmation, confirming the truth of her words. Murong Xue did not reply immediately, but turned to Ye Xuan, her tone teasing as she playfully remarked, "My lord, that person wishes to meet me. Should I go or not?" Her demeanor seemed to intentionally provoke Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan felt a headache coming on, silently lamenting, "Sister, there are others present. Could you please exercise some discretion?" Such words could easily be misinterpreted. With a resigned sigh, he walked over to Murong Xue, gently pressing her shoulder to guide her back to her seat, his expression now turning serious as he asked Qinghua, "What does this person look like? Is there anything particularly distinctive about him?" Upon hearing this, Qinghua concentrated, sifting through her memories for details regarding the young man's appearance and demeanor. After some contemplation, she finally identified a key point, exclaiming, "It seems he bears some resemblance to you, my lord." Moreover, he requested to be addressed as young Master Hao. Hearing this, Ye Xuan's brows furrowed slightly, but soon a flicker of realization crossed his eyes, and he muttered to himself, "Could it be him?" It seemed necessary to investigate further. Without hesitation, Ye Xuan activated his celestial power. It was known that his formidable and terrifying celestial might, when combined with his own skills, could envelop the entire falling flower tower. However, meticulously probing every corner would be extremely exhausting. Fortunately, with Qinghua's hint, he directed his celestial power towards room 2 on the 6th floor, eager to discover the identity of the so-called young Master Hao. Ye Xuan's powerful celestial force penetrated the thick walls, instantly revealing the scene within room 2 on the 6th floor. Ye Hao sat in a chair, flanked by 2 spirit infant realm guards. As Ye Hao sat there, he seemed to sense something, his previously calm eyes suddenly sharpening, pondering inwardly, "Is someone spying on me?" However, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the thought, muttering to himself, "No, that's not right. If someone were truly spying, they could not escape my perception. I must be overthinking this." The falling flower tower was becoming increasingly intriguing. Meanwhile, Ye Xuan discreetly withdrew his celestial force, a faint smile of contemplation gracing his lips. "Interesting. Indeed intriguing. I never anticipated encountering an old acquaintance so swiftly. The 5th prince of the Night Dynasty, my own 5th royal brother, has stealthily set foot in this region of Youzhou. Now that he is here, why does he not come to pay his respects? I truly wonder what schemes he harbors in his heart. My lord, have you discovered something?" Murong Xue inquired, leaning closer, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she tugged at Ye Xuan's sleeve. Continuing, "Should I meet him?" Chapter 34. The secret realm of 10,000 beasts. There is no need to go. It is likely that he will come to find me on his own accord shortly. Ye Xuan was certain that Ye Hao would eventually seek him out. "Understood. Whatever the master commands, I shall dutifully execute." Murong Xue replied obediently, her demeanor notably different from her usual self. At this moment, Hong Yang stood quietly beside them, observing the subtle transformations occurring within Murong Xue. She leaned towards Qinghua and whispered, Look closely. Our usually aloof master has now deeply succumbed to the authority of the master. With that, a faint smile graced her lips. Qinghua nodded in understanding, sharing a knowing smile in return. Previously, although Murong Xue had shared a close bond with them, akin to that of sisters, she had never exhibited such a display of dependency. Ye Xuan, witnessing this, found himself at a loss for words and finally stated, "Well, the auction has concluded. I must return to the royal residence and prepare for the upcoming circumstances." Upon hearing that Ye Xuan would leave so soon, a hint of reluctance crossed Murong Xue's face as she softly murmured, "Why must you leave so quickly?" However, as if realizing something, she quickly amended her statement. "Very well. I understand you are busy." Ye Xuan shook his head helplessly and continued, "Though the Falling Blossom Conference has drawn to a close, the commotion it has generated is sure to spread far and wide. Therefore, I intend to dispatch another powerful individual of the celestial realm to assist you. This is to ensure that when you expand Falling Blossom Tower into new territories, you are not lacking in strength against formidable opponents." "That would be splendid." Falling Blossom Tower is indeed planning to extend its operations around Xianzhou and establish new branches. It is quite difficult to gain a foothold in a foreign land without a celestial realm expert at the helm. Murong Xue accepted eagerly. Presently, among the powerful individuals of the celestial realm, and above within Falling Blossom Tower, only Murong Xue herself, the sword god Ximen Chui Xue, and the western poison Ouyang Feng remained. Murong Xue needed to oversee the tower and manage various affairs, while Ximen Chui Xue typically remained stationed at the Haizhou branch. Haizhou, being one of the larger states in the Great Night Dynasty's 49 states, boasted expansive territory, roughly equivalent to 10 times that of Youzhou. Its prosperity far exceeded that of Youzhou. Despite the rapid development Youzhou had experienced under Ye Xuan's governance, a certain disparity still existed compared to Haizhou. Had it not been for the Falling Blossom Conference, Ximen Chui Xue would not have returned to the headquarters, remaining instead to ensure the stable growth of Falling Blossom Tower in Haizhou. Ye Xuan had long formulated his plans, intending to gradually infiltrate the surrounding prefectures through economic means, and when the moment was ripe, to ultimately achieve unity with military support. Meanwhile, the western poison Ouyang Feng was responsible for guarding Hanzhou. Hanzhou's strength was somewhat superior to the former Youzhou, yet when compared to the thriving Youzhou under Ye Xuan's rule, it was still vastly inferior. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, his form flickering as he vanished from sight. After his departure, the authoritative demeanor of Murong Xue swiftly returned, and with a serious expression, she addressed Hong Yang. "Sister Hong Yang, I must trouble you to oversee the affairs of the tower and ensure the transactions over the next 3 days proceed smoothly without any mishap." "Rest assured, Master, I will manage the tower's affairs meticulously, and there will be no issues," Hong Yang replied confidently. Murong Xue then turned to Qinghua, instructing Qinghua, "Inform that individual that our master is currently preoccupied and unable to meet him at this time." "Yes, Master," Qinghua promptly acknowledged. "Go," Murong Xue said, watching as the two departed. Her most pressing concern now was to elevate her cultivation swiftly. After all, she was merely one step away from comprehending the heavenly core, which would enable her to ascend to the heavenly king realm. At that point, she could assist Ye Xuan in achieving his grand ambitions even more effectively. Room 3 on the 6th floor. Qinghua conveyed Murong Xue's message. "Our master is presently engaged with numerous matters and is truly unable to meet with you, young Master Hao. We kindly ask for your understanding." A flash of anger flickered in Yi Hao's eyes, but he quickly masked it, forcing a smile as he responded. "Since your master is busy, it must be due to pressing matters. We shall not impose any further. Young Master Hao, Falling Blossom Tower always welcomes your presence." Qinghua replied politely, bowing slightly with a courteous smile. "Let us depart." Yi Hao commanded his companions, Tian Hua and Tian Li, who wore expressions of discontent. However, as their master had not voiced any objections, they dared not act out and suppress their grievances. The three then left Falling Blossom Tower and arrived at a courtyard in Yucheng. Upon entering, Tian Hua vented his frustration, saying, "Your Highness, that Falling Blossom Tower is exceedingly presumptuous. How dare they treat you with such neglect?" Tian Li remained silent. fully aware that a celestial realm expert resided within Falling Blossom Tower, rendering their ability to retaliate futile. Ye Hao scoffed, breaking the silence. For now, the matters concerning the secret realm of 10,000 beasts take precedence. Let us set aside everything else. At the mention of the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, Tianli stepped forward, his expression grave. Your Highness, I have gathered intelligence and learned that the secret realm of 10,000 beasts has always been tightly controlled by the local powers of Youzhou. If we wish to enter, we will likely need to seek the assistance of the seventh prince. Ye Hao's lips curled into a cold smile, a glint of frost flashing in his eyes. It seems I must pay a visit to my dear royal brother. Initially, Ye Hao was entirely uninformed about the secret realm of 10,000 beasts, as it lay in the far northern frontier, and he had spent most of his time in the imperial city, unaware of such a remote location. However, an unexpected encounter with a subordinate, who rushed in with urgency, informed him of a secret realm adjacent to Youzhou, which possibly concealed the legacy of a rural sovereign. Upon hearing this, Ye Hao was taken aback. If he could obtain the legacy of a rural sovereign, his chances of contending for the future throne would significantly increase. However, Ye Hao was not one to easily trust others. To ascertain the authenticity of the information, he rigorously pressed the subordinate for the source of the news. Under the pressure, the subordinate divulged everything. It turned out, this information originated from a talented disciple of the Liu family, which had been annihilated by Ye Xuan. Chapter 35. A call for aid. At the moment when the family was annihilated, the disciple happened to be away on a journey, narrowly escaping a calamity. Upon learning of the family's destruction and feeling powerless to exact revenge, he had no choice but to seek refuge with friends in the imperial city. However, during a drinking session, he inadvertently revealed the secrets of the 10,000 demons' secret realm. Once Ye Hao discerned the source of this information, he wasted no time in preparing to journey to Youzhou. In his view, even if the news held just a fragment of truth, it was worth the gamble. For if the inheritance of the law ruler proved authentic, it would be of paramount importance in his quest for the throne. In a forest thousands of miles away from Youzhou City, two women, drenched in blood, were desperately navigating their way through. Among them, a middle-aged woman bore a ghastly deep knife wound on her chest, blood seeping continuously and staining her garments. With a dull thud, the middle-aged woman finally succumbed to fatigue, her legs giving way as she collapsed to the ground, a mouthful of blood erupting from her lips, splattering the earth in a vivid crimson. "Miss, you must flee. I cannot go on," Aunt Fong gasped weakly, struggling to speak. Initially, after acquiring the rebirth pill in Youzhou City, they had hurriedly made their way toward the Qin Dynasty, but unexpectedly fell into an ambush by a group of cloaked figures. What ensued was a brutal battle. Although Aunt Fong possessed considerable strength, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed her. In the aftermath of the fierce conflict, she was gravely injured and had no choice but to flee towards Youzhou City, believing it to be the safest haven due to its weapons prohibition. "No, don't." Zhao Jing'er wept bitterly, trembling as she supported Aunt Fong, exclaiming, "Aunt Fong, I will never abandon you. We shall face life and death together." Aunt Fong shook her head in agony, her eyes dimming. "It is too late, miss. My injuries are critical. My elixir is shattered, and there is no remedy. You must leave quickly. Otherwise, we shall both perish here, and I will only be a burden to you." "No, that cannot be." Zhao Jing'er clung fiercely to Aunt Fong, refusing to budge an inch. Seeing Zhao Jing'er's stubbornness, Aunt Fong gritted her teeth and drew a dagger from her bosom, resolutely pressing the blade against her own neck. Her eyes filled with determination as she shouted, "Miss, you must leave now. If you do not, I shall end my life before your eyes." Tears streamed from Zhao Jing'er's eyes, her voice choked with emotion. "Aunt Fong, go." The blade had already broken the skin, blood beginning to drip. Zhao Jing'er felt her heart wrenching in agony, her hands trembling as she slowly released Aunt Fong's arm. She wiped her tears away and sorrowfully called out once more, "Aunt Fong. Miss, you're the last hope of the Qin Dynasty. You must survive," Aunt Fong said. A hint of relief crossing her face, having resigned herself to fate, her thoughts solely on Zhao Jing'er's safety. Zhao Jing'er bit her lip, nodding with difficulty. suppressing her inner sorrow as she turned to leave. But at that moment, a group of cloaked figures surged from the forest, dozens strong, each wielding a gleaming broadsword, the cold blades glinting ominously in the dappled light filtering through the leaves. As the assailants revealed themselves, Aunt Fong's expression turned ashen. She knew that today escape was impossible. Zhao Jing'er, upon seeing the black-clad figures, felt a surge of resolve, turning without hesitation to stand protectively behind Aunt Fong, declaring loudly, "Aunt Fong, this time, I will protect you. If we must die, let's die together. Ha ha ha. Why have you stopped fleeing? You two little girls have provided me with quite the chase." The leader of the black-clad men snarled, his visage twisted with malice, exuding a palpable aura of menace. "Boss, I must say these girls are quite exquisite. How about we?" One of the black-clad men suggested lecherously. Slap! The leader's hand shot out, striking the speaker across the face as he scolded, "What are you thinking? This princess is under direct orders to be captured. She is not something for us to toy with. Do you wish to court death?" "Boss, I understand my mistake. I was foolish," the man stammered, clutching his face, terror etched in his eyes. "Enough." The leader waved dismissively, "Though we cannot have the princess. That woman appears to possess some charm. We can savor her later. Form a line and take your turns." "Yes, understood." The black-clad men responded in unison. The leader approached Zhao Jing'er slowly, a cruel grin spreading across his face. "Little girl, you might as well surrender. It will spare you some pain." "You shall not have me." Zhao Jing'er's eyes blazed with fury as she swung her longsword fiercely at the leader. "Overestimating yourself." The leader scoffed, raising his heavy broadsword with disdain. With a powerful swing, a resounding crash echoed as Zhao Jing'er's sword shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the ground. The force of the blow sent her flying 3 yards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Zhao Jing'er felt a surge of blood rise within her, a mouthful spilling onto the grass beside her. "Miss!" Aunt Fong, witnessing this, cried out in despair, desperately struggling to rise and protect Zhao Jing'er, but her injuries rendered her immobile. Chapter 36. Zhao Jing'er's choice as the fierce blade light slashed down upon its unyielding exterior. It was akin to striking against a wall of bronze and iron, leaving not a single mark, utterly impervious to pain. Before her stood the colossal and fearsome beast known as the Abuming King. At that moment, the Abuming King opened its enormous maw, capable of devouring the heavens and the earth, and unleashed a powerful exhalation of tainted air. The force of this turbulent current surged forth like a mighty flood, aimed directly at the cloaked figure wielding a blade. The unfortunate black-clad individual had no time to react. In the blink of an eye, he was utterly dispersed by this terrifying aura, transforming into a cloud of drifting ashes. The remaining dozen or so black-clad individuals, witnessing this horrifying spectacle, were left pale and trembling, fear etched upon their faces. Never in their lives had they encountered such a terrifying and peculiar beast. Even their leader, now ashen-faced and drenched in beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, quivered as he stammered, What manner of beast is this? Why is it so enormous? And this aura is simply too dreadful." At that moment, the Abuming King suddenly threw its head back and let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the skies. With this shout, an invisible shockwave erupted, spreading outward with the force of a cataclysm. The surrounding trees were instantly shattered by the overwhelming pressure, splintering into countless wood shavings that scattered in all directions. Massive stones were easily reduced to dust beneath this tremendous force, carried away by the wind. The unfortunate black-clad figures faced this apocalyptic power with no means of resistance. In an instant, their bodies were torn to shreds by the immense shockwave, dispersing into a mist of blood that filled the air with a metallic scent. As for the leader, though he miraculously retained a semblance of life, every article of clothing had been obliterated by the rampaging winds, leaving him with only tattered rags barely covering his lower body, rendering him utterly disheveled. "Ah!" he cried out in a series of desperate and harrowing wails, his consciousness shattered by the overwhelming force, losing all rationality as he fled wildly. After sprinting several hundred meters, He suddenly collapsed with a resounding explosion, unable to withstand the invisible pressure, bursting into a shocking cloud of blood that dissipated in the wind. Amidst this chaos, Zhao Jing'er and Aunt Fong miraculously remained unscathed by the overwhelming force. However, their faces were as pale as paper, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, clearly shaken by the horrific scenes they had just witnessed. At that moment, the once mountainous figure of the abusing king began to rapidly shrink, its radiant form reverting to its original shape. Beside it appeared a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, none other than Wang Chongyang. With a tranquil expression, he waved his right hand gently, casting a soft glow that enveloped Zhao Jing'er and Aunt Fong. As the light reached them, Zhao Jing'er's previously dazed eyes gradually regained clarity, and she felt her senses returning. Moreover, the wounds inflicted by the black-clad figures began to heal at a visible pace under the glow, and soon the pain subsided, leaving only a slight sensation of soreness. Zhao Jing'er looked around in bewilderment, her eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. But she quickly regained her composure, hastening to Wang Chongyang and deeply bowing in gratitude. "Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I'm eternally grateful." Wang Chongyang regarded the young woman before him with a gentle smile, subtly shaking his head. In truth, he had been monitoring Zhao Jing'er and Aunt Fong from the very beginning, leaving nothing unnoticed. His intervention was prompted by his keen perception of Zhao Jing'er's exceptional talent. If he could take her as a disciple and nurture her, she could potentially ascend to the ranks of a heavenly king or even a heavenly sovereign. Such a promising individual would undoubtedly serve as a great asset to his master, Ye Xuan. Thus, at the critical moment when Zhao Jing'er and Aunt Fong were on the verge of capture by the black-clad figures, Wang Chongyang decisively commanded the abusing king to act, swiftly annihilating the assailants and successfully rescuing them. It would be a shame for such a gifted individual to perish at the hands of those black-clad figures. That would indeed be a grievous waste. My physique. Zhao Jing'er was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chongyang's words, instinctively pointing to herself. She had never noticed anything unusual about herself. What, precisely, was this so-called physique? Just then, Aunt Fong's face turned deathly pale, her body trembling violently. With a choked gasp, she could no longer endure her grievous injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood, some of which was mingled with shredded lung tissue. "Senior, please, save Aunt Fong. I will do anything you ask if you can save her," Zhao Jing'er implored, tears brimming in her eyes. Wang Chongyang surveyed the scene before him and shook his head in resignation, his expression grave. "Her injuries are too severe. They have affected her internal organs. There is no hope for recovery, and I am powerless to assist." Zhao Jing'er staggered backward, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. "Miss, I have come to terms with my fate. Please help me up." Aunt Fong's voice was faint. Zhao Jing'er suppressed her sorrow and gently helped Aunt Fong to her feet, and together they approached Wang Chongyang. With the last vestiges of her strength, Aunt Fong struggled to speak. "Senior, may I make one final request?" "Speak. I heard you say that the young lady possesses remarkable talent. Would you consider taking her under your wing?" At this moment, Aunt Fong, fully aware of her impending demise, placed her last hope in Wang Chongyang. He was perhaps the only one capable of ensuring Zhao Jing'er's survival and providing her with a path forward. Wang Chongyang smiled faintly, nodding slightly. "Of course, I can accept her as a disciple, but she must pledge her unwavering loyalty to me." "No problem." Upon hearing these words, Aunt Fong's eyes sparkled with joy. She turned to Zhao Jing'er, her gaze filled with reluctance and reassurance. "Miss, hurry and become his disciple. Your future now rests in your master's hands." Chapter 37. Upon seeing Wang Chongyang, Zhao Jing'er comprehended that he was undoubtedly a formidable figure of unfathomable cultivation, a terrifying force whose guidance could bestow her with immense skills. This prospect ignited a flicker of hope within her for avenging herself and Aunt Fong, as well as the Qin Zhao dynasty. With this thought in mind, she gritted her teeth and, with a resounding thud, knelt on the ground, respectfully bowing her head. Zhao Jing'er pays her respects to master. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Wang Chongyang exclaimed thrice. his face radiating satisfaction as he bent down to gently assist Zhao Jing'er to her feet. A glimmer of expectation shone in his eyes. From this moment forth, you shall be my disciple, and I shall diligently teach you. 3 hours swiftly passed, and with a heavy heart, Zhao Jing'er laid Aunt Fong to rest. Subsequently, she accompanied Wang Chongyang on their journey to Yu City. Along the way, Wang Chongyang attentively absorbed the details of her identity as a princess of the Qin Dynasty and the intricate circumstances surrounding its internal and external tribulations. Wang Chongyang, astute as he was, immediately recognized this as an extraordinary opportunity, perfectly aligning with Master Ye Xuan's strategy for territorial expansion. Thus, he hurriedly led Zhao Jing'er toward Yi City, preparing to report this significant intelligence to Ye Xuan. Within the deep confines of the Yu Wang mansion, the elongated corridor twisted and turned, as Yihao swiftly traversed it under the guidance of Kai Kuan. At this moment, Kai Kuan, with a flowing aura, had already attained the spirit infant realm, a level that had once seemed an unattainable luxury to him, now realized through Ye Xuan's unwavering mentorship. As Yihao stepped into the Yu Wang mansion, he could not help but marvel repeatedly. The grandeur of the mansion was astonishing, its opulence rivaling, if not surpassing, his own residence in the imperial city. Moreover, the air was thick with the presence of numerous spirit infant masters. Particularly, upon encountering Kai Kuan, his astonishment became palpable. It was worth noting that, unlike the unfamiliar faces in the Yu Wang mansion, Kai Kuan was a familiar figure from Yihao's days in the imperial city. Back then, both Kai Kuan and Ye Xuan had endured relentless mockery and humiliation, leading lives fraught with hardship. Nevertheless, despite such dire circumstances, Kai Kuan remained unwaveringly loyal to Ye Xuan, consistently providing him with support. Yihao had contemplated recruiting Kai Kuan on numerous occasions, recognizing the rarity of such loyalty. Yet each time, Kai Kuan had resolutely declined. My seventh brother truly conceals his talents, Yihao mused to himself, realizing that within a mere 3 years, Kai Kuan had amassed such profound depth, hinting at someone significant backing him. However, who could that be? After all, his spiritual elixir had been rendered useless, and the prospect of restoration seemed nearly impossible. Yihao pondered, his brows furrowing instinctively. After a moment, Kai Kuan halted before an imposing hall. He turned to face Yihao, a humble smile gracing his features as he slightly bowed. Your Highness, the prince has been awaiting you inside for quite some time. Please enter alone. It would be inappropriate for me to accompany you. Oof. Yihao retorted, a wave of displeasure surging within him. He snorted coldly and forcefully swept his sleeves. Although he had been genuinely astonished by Ye Xuan's profound capabilities displayed throughout their journey, his pride now ignited a fierce indignation. As Ye Xuan's elder brother, he had come personally, yet Ye Xuan did not extend the courtesy of a personal greeting, sending a subordinate instead. This, in his view, was a blatant disregard for his status. With a slam, Yihao pushed open the grand doors, revealing a spacious and magnificent hall. Upon entering, he instinctively looked up and immediately beheld Ye Xuan seated upon the throne. In that fleeting moment, a shiver coursed through Yihao, his heart a tumultuous sea of astonishment. The aura emanating from Ye Xuan was so overpowering it felt akin to standing before their father. How could this be? He was supposed to be a man whose cultivation had been entirely depleted. How could he exude such an intimidating presence? Moreover, his appearance was astonishingly striking. Yihao's eyes widened in disbelief. Noticing Yihao's entrance, Ye Xuan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. You are quite commendable compared to our other brothers. Unlike them, you did not stoop to further insult me during my previous downfall. Yet, Ye Xuan was keenly aware that Yihao had also looked down upon his former self back then. My fifth brother, 3 years have passed since our last parting. You remain as dashing as ever, and your cultivation has surged remarkably, reaching the mid-spirit infant stage. Truly a cause for celebration, Ye Xuan declared, raising his hand in a gesture of respect, inviting Yihao to take a seat. These words instantly pulled Yihao from his stunned reverie. Yet the intensity of his astonishment only deepened. Ye Xuan had accurately discerned his cultivation level at a mere glance, a feat beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. This underscored Ye Xuan's extraordinary prowess. He could no longer be the destitute figure of yore. Ha, seventh brother, you jest. My accomplishments pale in comparison to yours. Ye Hao replied, forcing a somewhat stiff smile. In our 3-year separation, I had expected you to be disheartened by your exile to Youzhou. Yet, to my astonishment, you have not only rallied but unified all of Youzhou, establishing such a vast power. Look at the Yuwang mansion. It is teeming with experts, and I suspect there are no few spirit infant masters among them. Pausing momentarily, Ye Hao locked his gaze onto Ye Xuan's eyes. Seventh brother, do not hide the truth from me. I can tell your cultivation has likely been restored to its former glory. I am most curious to know how you managed to mend your shattered spiritual elixir. What fortuitous coincidences led to this? Pray, share your tale with me, so I may broaden my horizons. As he spoke, Ye Hao gracefully approached a nearby seat, lifting his robes elegantly as he settled down. Merely some fortunate encounters. Nothing particularly commendable, Ye Xuan replied, seated on the throne, effortlessly sending a cup of tea floating through the air to land soundlessly before Ye Hao. Chapter 38. The need for more coins. Ye Xuan cradled a teacup in his hands, taking a gentle sip before raising his gaze to Ye Hao. With a languid tone, he inquired, Elder brother, having immersed yourself in solitary cultivation outside the imperial city, what brings you to my humble abode in Youzhou this time? Ye Hao's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of barely perceptible turmoil flashing in his eyes before it vanished as he resolutely responded, Seventh brother, I shall not beat around the bush. You have been in Youzhou for 3 years. You must have heard of the matters concerning the realm of 10,000 demons? The realm of 10,000 demons? Ye Xuan tapped his fingers lightly against the table. How could he be unaware of this realm? It opened once every 50 years, allowing only 10 entrants each time, with entry contingent upon possessing 10 tokens of the realm. In the past, these tokens were held by the 6 major local factions in Youzhou, but now that Ye Xuan had unified the region, they were all under his control. Thus, the key to entering the realm rested solely in his hands. It seems the seventh brother is indeed informed. Ye Hao paused, a glimmer of anticipation creeping into his gaze. His purpose for visiting was to beseech Ye Xuan for 3 tokens to fulfill his own need to enter the realm. To give you? Ye Xuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile, laced with a hint of playful scorn. Elder brother, these tokens are precious artifacts. While we share the same bloodline, our camaraderie has yet to reach the point where I would so readily part with them. Ha! Do not be hasty, seventh brother. I would never take your invaluable tokens without due compensation. Ye Hao laughed heartily, attempting to dispel the awkwardness of the moment. How about this? I am willing to offer you a staggering 10 million low-grade spirit stones for each token. Surely, this price will satisfy you? 10 million low-grade spirit stones per token? Ye Xuan's eyes widened slightly, feigning surprise while secretly mocking Ye Hao's underestimation of him. Observing Ye Xuan's reaction, Ye Hao felt a swell of pride. Indeed, despite having established a foothold in Youzhou, Ye Xuan was still far from his level. In Ye Hao's eyes, Ye Xuan was merely a fledgling, and such a vast fortune would undoubtedly entice him. With a flourish, Ye Hao produced a storage ring, filled with confidence, as he declared. Inside, there are precisely 30 million low-grade spirit stones. You can now hand over those 3 tokens. Oh! A flicker of derision crossed Ye Xuan's eyes as he retorted without mercy. When did I ever say I would trade them? Elder brother, could it be that you're indulging in a bit of self-delusion? What? Ye Hao's expression shifted drastically, his smile freezing and replaced by shock and fury. Then what you intend to do? Those tokens are treasures I have painstakingly acquired through countless trials, more precious to me than life itself. As Ye Xuan spoke, he donned a sorrowful expression, as if those tokens were his very lifeblood. However, if you truly desire them, what? Ye Hao pressed eagerly, his gaze locked onto Ye Xuan, fearful of missing a single word. Increase the price. Ye Xuan leisurely uttered, his eyes gleaming with cunning as he fixed his gaze on Ye Hao. Ye Hao was initially taken aback, but soon a surge of indignation welled up within him as he thought, this fellow is truly insatiable. I shall play along for now. Once I obtain the inheritance from the realm of 10,000 demons, I will settle the score with him later. Resolving this, Ye Hao forced down his displeasure and gritted his teeth. Very well. Speak your price, seventh brother, and no matter the sum, I shall accommodate you. Elder brother, you truly are generous and affluent. However, you must also consider my predicament. After all, I am in the harsh and frigid land of Youzhou, struggling to make ends meet. My purse is quite light, and the entire house of the Yu King relies on these spirit stones for their expenses. Yi Xian feigned a pitiful expression, looking most aggrieved. Enough of your prattling. Just tell me how much. Ye Hao waved his hand impatiently, already weary of Yi Xian's charade and eager to finalize the price to acquire the tokens. Yi Xian slowly raised 3 fingers, waving them before Ye Hao. Upon seeing this, Ye Hao's complexion darkened considerably, his eyes widening in shock as he exclaimed, 300 million. He cursed inwardly. This brat truly dares to demand such an exorbitant price. He must be out of his mind. In the auction house, 200 million could buy a method to cultivate to the celestial realm. And no, elder brother, you have misunderstood. Yi Xian maintained his innocent smile, which appeared excessively irritating to Ye Hao. It is 30 billion, 10 billion per token. 3 tokens amount to 30 billion, does it not? He winked at Ye Hao as if presenting a most reasonable offer. Bang! A sharp crack echoed as the teacup beside Ye Hao shattered under the uncontrollable surge of spirit energy emanating from him, sending tea splattering and creating chaos on the table. Ye Hao seethed, rising abruptly, nearly losing control of his composure. Elder brother, what is the meaning of this? Yi Xian feigned surprise, his tone laced with mockery. This is the finest UT in Youzhou. How could you be so careless as to break my cup? Were it not for our brotherly bond, you would owe me compensation. Compensation? Ye Hao's expression grew increasingly dark, his face shifting through shades of anger, his eyes flickering with a chilling intent. Elder brother, what are you planning? You wouldn't dare to resort to violence, would you? Yi Xian wore a mocking smile, unperturbed by Ye Hao's palpable menace, and deliberately reminded him. This is Youzhou, after all. I am the Yu King, personally appointed by Father. Should you dare to act here, the consequences, you might find them too great to bear. Upon hearing Yi Xian's words, Ye Hao's eyes narrowed into dangerous slits, an icy aura swirling within them. And for a fleeting moment, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Yet, he was not a reckless fool. After a moment of silence, he forcibly suppressed his rising anger, gradually regaining his composure. Taking a deep breath, he said, Seventh brother, I came hastily from the imperial city and did not expect you to demand such a high price. I possess only 700 million spirit stones on hand. Might you allow me to owe you the remainder and settle it upon my return? Oh, Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Elder brother, are you jesting? The realm of 10,000 demons will not open for some time yet. Perhaps you should return and have your subordinates prepare adequately. Once you have gathered the requisite funds, you may come find me. Chapter 39. Deployment very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Ye Hao replied through gritted teeth, rising abruptly from his seat. With a vigorous shake of his sleeves, he strode purposefully towards the palace doors. As he reached the entrance, he could not resist turning back to deliver a fierce warning. Seventh brother, I must remind you that when I return with 30 billion low-grade spirit stones, you're not to alter your stance. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our brotherly bond. Oof. Naturally, Yi Xian replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With a resounding crash, Ye Hao forcefully pushed open the gates of the royal palace, his anger surging as he unleashed his spiritual energy, transforming into a brilliant streak of light that sped away into the distance. Wei Zhongxian was to dispatch the eastern factory guards to covertly monitor Ye Hao's every move. Yi Xian stood still, his gaze icy as he followed Ye Hao's departing figure. Just as his words faded, a figure emerged from the shadows behind him, a hunched man with a sinister countenance, none other than Wei Zhongxian. He bowed respectfully and replied in a high-pitched voice, Yes, my lord, I will make the necessary arrangements to ensure that his every word and action remains under my surveillance. Yi Xian nodded slightly and waved his hand, signaling Wei Zhongxian to withdraw. In Ye Hao's residence within the secluded city, the atmosphere was thick with tension and oppression. Damn it, that insatiable fool. Ye Hao seethed, his face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. As he paced back and forth, he cursed vehemently, lamenting that had he known of his greed back in the imperial city, he should have sought an opportunity to eliminate him then, sparing himself this current humiliation. Behind him, Tian Hua and Tian Li stood trembling, harboring their own resentment towards Ye Xuan. 30 billion low-grade spirit stones amounted to a staggering 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, nearly equivalent to an entire year's expenses for Yi Hao's estate. Such a monumental sum would cause anyone to feel a pang of anguish upon hearing it. Your Highness, please temper your fury. Tian Li ventured cautiously. As long as you successfully acquire the inheritance from the 10,000 demons' secret realm, the entire Night Dynasty will eventually fall under your dominion. By then, that 7th Prince Ye Xuan will merely be an ant to be crushed at your whim. For now, it is wise to endure. Upon hearing this, Yi Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before letting out a cold snort. Very well, I shall spare him this time. Once I obtain the inheritance, I will settle the score properly. Your Highness, wise indeed. Tian Li and Tian Hua chimed in unison, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Tian Li, return immediately to the imperial city and retrieve 30 billion low-grade spirit stones from the treasury. Yes, Your Highness, Tian Li replied respectfully. Wait, Yi Hao suddenly recalled something and added, have Lu Hai accompany you to assist me. Upon hearing Lu Hai's name, Tian Li paused in surprise. Lu Hai was one of Yi Hao's most formidable subordinates, possessing strength that had already reached the late stage of the celestial realm, a renowned expert throughout the Night Dynasty. What are you standing there for? Go now, Yi Hao barked, noticing Tian Li's daze. Yi Hao then turned slowly to gaze out the window, his eyes filled with deep-seated hatred as he muttered through clenched teeth, Humph. Ye Xuan, this debt will eventually be settled. In the Yuang Palace, the conference hall, dressed in an opulent dragon robe, Ye Xuan sat regally at the head of the table, the intricate dragon patterns on his robe appearing almost alive, exuding an aura of immense authority. Master Wang, you and Zhao Jing'er shall lead the newly formed 200,000 Youzhou army to annihilate the Black Cloud Dynasty, the Wind Void Dynasty, and the Yang Wei Dynasty. This will also provide an excellent opportunity for the army to undergo rigorous training. After Wang Chongyang brought Zhao Jing'er into the palace, he promptly presented himself before Ye Xuan. It was at that moment that Zhao Jing'er realized that her seemingly unfathomable and fearsome master was merely a subordinate to someone else, and that the one he willingly followed was none other than the king of Youzhou sitting before her, leaving her utterly astounded. Upon meeting Ye Xuan, Wang Chongyang recounted all pertinent details regarding Zhao Jing. At your command, my lord, I assure you the task will be accomplished, Wang Chongyang declared respectfully, clasping his fists in salute. Master Wang, remember this. Unless absolutely necessary, do not engage directly. An army that does not experience true bloodshed cannot evolve into a formidable force. Ye Xuan stated plainly, yet his words sent a chill down Zhao Jing'er's spine. I understand what to do. Wang Chongyang nodded solemnly, already formulating a plan in his mind. Go. Ye Xuan gestured lightly, dismissing them without further words. After Wang Chongyang and Zhao Jing'er departed, Wei Zhongxian entered the conference hall at a measured pace. My lord, I have arranged for the task you assigned. The guards are already executing it, and I assure you, you'll not be disappointed, Wei Zhongxian declared with a respectful bow, his high-pitched voice echoing in the hall. Good. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, then inquired, by the way, have we thoroughly investigated the neighboring dynasties adjacent to the 10,000 Demons mountain range? Indeed, my lord. The information is clear. Wei Zhongxian responded promptly. They're the Cold Light Dynasty, the Si Shui Dynasty, the Wanhua Dynasty, and the Fenglin Dynasty. Among them, only the Cold Light Dynasty possesses considerable strength, being an upper-grade dynasty with jurisdiction over more than 10 cities. The remaining 3 dynasties are rather feeble, each boasting only 5 or 6 cities at most. I see. Ye Xuan mused, resting his chin on his hand, a contemplative glint in his eyes. Moments later, he decisively issued an order. Then let the northern Liang Iron Cavalry sweep through these 4 dynasties. Ye Xuan commanded a formidable force of 5,000 northern Liang iron cavalry. Each soldier having reached the spirit transformation realm, their might not to be underestimated. Moreover, they were led by a celestial realm commander and a celestial realm vice commander, making their strength more than sufficient to conquer the 4 dynasties. I shall relay this immediately. Wei Zhongxian responded and discreetly exited to convey Ye Xuan's orders. Once these 4 dynasties, along with the 3 from the Qin dynasty, are subdued, I shall possess the means to establish my own dynasty. Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed slightly. A subtle yet meaningful smile curling at the corners of his lips as he concentrated a surge of celestial energy that began to swirl and emit a gentle glow. At that time, those adversaries within the Night Dynasty will finally have to face the consequences of their past actions. Chapter 40. The Battle of Qingzhou. Outside the royal city of Qingzhou, an imposing army of 500,000 encircled the last bastion of the Qingzhou dynasty. On the city walls, Zhao Hai donned the royal robes of Qingzhou, yet the figure beneath those garments bore the weight of desolation and frailty. His complexion was as pale as parchment, devoid of color. With a heavy heart, Zhao Hai gazed skyward, releasing a long sigh filled with sorrow and regret. He had ultimately arrived at this fateful juncture. How could I, Zhao Hai, ever face my ancestors? This vast expanse of Qingzhou, now reduced to ruin by my hands. Before he could finish his lament, tears welled in his eyes, and he clenched his fists, striking his chest with fervor. "Your Majesty, this cannot be laid at your feet," exclaimed Li Feng, the commander of the city's defenses, his face aflame with indignation, fixating on the enemy forces beyond the walls. It was that ungrateful Yun Tian. Had he not betrayed us, Qingzhou would not have fallen to such catastrophic depths. Yun Tian. Zhao Hai ground his teeth, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. This time, even at the cost of my life, even if my soul were to be shattered, I shall drag him down into the abyss alongside me. After a brief moment, Zhao Hai regained his composure. Have the officials and citizens within the city evacuated safely? Your Majesty, as per your commands, the officials and citizens have been meticulously arranged for retreat, replied an elderly minister, his steps slow yet resolute. That is well. Zhao Hai nodded slightly, a hint of relief gracing his features. In this battle, we may not witness the dawn of a new day. My friends, do any of you harbor unfulfilled regrets? I vow to follow the king to the death. Li Feng straightened his back, raising his spear high and shouting with fervor, vowing to defend the honor of Qingzhou. His rallying cry ignited a fervor among the soldiers on the walls. As tens of thousands of Qingzhou warriors echoed his sentiment, Zhao Hai beheld the valiant faces of these soldiers, his heart swelling with emotion and pride. He began to channel the remnants of his spiritual power, awakening his spiritual essence, igniting it to attain peak combat strength for the impending clash with the enemy. Before the formidable army of 500,000, Yun Tian, alongside the commanders of the Black Cloud and Yangwei dynasties, stood resolute upon their majestic steeds. General Yun Tian, let us commence. Today marks the demise of Qingzhou, declared He, the commander of the Black Cloud dynasty, breaking the silence with a mocking smile directed at Yun Tian. Yun Tian remained silent, his expression stern, his gaze fixed upon the distant royal city of Qingzhou, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. This land held significance for him, a bittersweet attachment, for it had witnessed his glory. Yet, this sentiment was swiftly consumed by the dark ambition within him. Past loyalties faded to insignificance in the face of his ambitions. All of this is Zhao Hai's fault. Had he not opposed me, Qingzhou would not have descended to this plight. General Yun Tian, do you still cling to remnants of past friendship? Inquirit Yankui, the brawny commander of the Yangwei dynasty, a giant of a man bearing a massive hammer upon his back. He erupted into a hearty laugh, suggesting, how about I lead the charge? That will not be necessary. The enmity between Qingzhou and myself must be resolved by my own hand, Yun Tian declared, flinging his cloak aside, swiftly drawing his spear with a resonant hum, turning to the other 3 commanders with a piercing gaze. Let us not forget our agreement. Once Qingzhou's royal city is captured, we shall withdraw our forces. Rest assured, I shall not break my word, replied Feng Han, the commander of the Wind Void Dynasty, a sly smile gracing his lips. We need only 9 cities. The rest of Qin Zhao shall be at your discretion. Let it be so. Yin Tian's demeanor remained icy as he uttered this curt and chilling statement before turning away. Yin Tian inhaled deeply, feeling the power of his spiritual essence surge within him, and with a thunderous roar, he commanded, Yin Tian's army, heed my call. Our objective, capture the royal city. Should you fight valiantly today, when I establish the Yin Tian dynasty, it shall be your time to be ennobled. Charge! With Yin Tian's command, 200,000 soldiers surged forth from the vast coalition of 500,000, advancing fiercely. Hundreds of siege engines rumbled forth, barreling toward the royal city of Qin Zhao. Attack! Cried a cultivator of the Spirit Dan realm, his eyes wide and face flushed, summoning every ounce of strength to bellow. Boom! 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 In an instant, the spiritual cannons on the battlefield were activated, their brilliant flashes illuminating the sky as powerful spiritual projectiles hurtled toward the walls of Qin Zhao. Upon impact, a deafening roar erupted, stones and debris flying as the defenders suffered grievous losses, cries of anguish echoing throughout. Charge! Kill! 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 Under the relentless barrage of the spiritual cannons, the 200,000 troops of Yin Tian launched a fierce assault, clashing violently with the defenders of the Qin Zhao dynasty at the city gates. The disparity in strength was glaringly apparent. The Yin Tian army not only boasted superior numbers, but also possessed a higher average cultivation level, most warriors being in the mid to late stages of the acquired realm, seasoned in battle and agile. In stark contrast, the defenders of Qin Zhao were a haphazard assembly, primarily comprised of hastily recruited ordinary fighters. Though they clung to the walls with a resolve to die rather than yield, they lacked formal military training and combat experience. Were it not for the natural fortification of the walls, they would likely have faltered within an hour against the onslaught of the Yin Tian forces. Even so, under such a fierce attack, it seemed merely a matter of time before the royal city of Qin Zhao would fall. He observed the fierce clash ahead and could not help but comment, Indeed, the Yin Tian army is fearsome beyond measure. They are a match for our own forces. Feng Han nodded in agreement, his voice grave. Indeed, Yin Tian commands a powerful army, and his ambition is vast. If allowed to persist, he will undoubtedly pose a grave threat in the future. We must eliminate him. Ha, he must die. Yang Kuei bellowed, his voice rough and cold. That fool Yin Tian still dreams of rebuilding his dynasty after conquering Qin Zhao. What a delusion. He is unaware that all of this is merely a dowry prepared for our 3 great dynasties. Once he breaches the royal city of Qin Zhao and exhausts his strength, we shall strike together and seize his life. A glint of cunning sparkled in Heye's eyes. Chapter 41. The Legion of Youzhou, The Arrival. With a resounding crash, a figure plummeted from the heavens, descending with astonishing speed before crashing heavily before the city gates. The force of impact carved a deep crater into the ground, sending soldiers sprawling in disarray as limbs and blood were violently scattered amidst the chaos. Gasping, Zhao Hai coughed up a mouthful of crimson blood, mingled with fragments of his own insides. His once lustrous black hair had turned stark white in an instant, leaving him looking aged and haggard, as if all vitality had been drained from him. The fierce battle for survival against Yin Tian had culminated in his defeat. Yin Tian descended slowly, gripping a silver spear that radiated a formidable aura, its tip aimed directly at Zhao Hai. So, do you regret your choices now? The fate of the Qin Zhao dynasty rests squarely on your shoulders. Zhao Hai, summoning all his strength, spat a foul-tasting stream of blood at Yin Tian, staggering to his feet despite the trembling of his body. With defiance in his gaze, he declared, Regret? I, Zhao Hai, have never wavered in my decisions. You, who practice dark sorcery and have brought ruin to countless innocent lives, do you not recognize your own crimes? If I have any regret, it is having sheltered a beast like you. Yin Tian's expression darkened, his eyes radiating an icy chill. You stubborn relic, How can you comprehend my grand ambitions? Under your rule, the Qin dynasty will never bask in glory. It shall remain merely a dynasty. Only I, Yuntian, possess the power to forge an unparalleled empire, bringing the world to its knees before me. In your so-called dark sorcery? You, a mere frog in a well, cannot fathom the strength and mysteries of my cultivation techniques. They shall elevate me to the status of the supreme celestial, a realm beyond your wildest dreams. Ha ha! His excitement grew, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. But fear not, I shall not slay you, Yuntian added with a twisted smile. I want you to witness my rise to greatness, to behold how I construct my supreme dominion while you languish in regret and agony for the remainder of your days. With that, he disregarded Zhao Hai's reaction, shaking the spear violently, channeling immense spiritual energy into it. In an instant, the spear blazed with brilliance. Like a flash, Yuntian charged towards the city gates, the spear thrusting forward with unstoppable momentum. With a thunderous crack, the gates shattered under the force of his strike, splintering into countless shards. The soldiers of the Yuntian Legion erupted into cheers, storming into the royal city. In that moment, the sounds of battle and flames engulfed the city, as centuries of the Qin dynasty crumbled into ruins. It seems Yuntian has breached the royal city. It's our turn to take the stage. Heiya's eyes gleamed with greed. Indeed, let us mobilize our forces to launch a full-scale assault on Yuntian's army and reap the rewards. Feng Han's face was alight with excitement. Ha ha ha! Yuntian, you never imagined this day would come, did you? Your doom is at hand. Yankui Laogid Maniateli. However, they could not foresee the chaos that erupted within the encampment of the Allied forces, where 30,000 troops suddenly descended into turmoil, anguished cries echoing throughout the battlefield. What is happening? Heiya's expression shifted dramatically, panic overtaking him. I do not know. Feng Han was equally startled by the unexpected upheaval. Quick, let us ascend into the air to discern what is occurring, Yang Wei suggested. Without delay, the three of them summoned their spiritual energy and leapt into the sky. Yet, as they soared, 10 figures clad in dark armor, wielding sharp swords, materialized before them. These 10 commanders exuded powerful waves of spiritual energy, all at the spirit infant realm, comprising half of the 20 generals of the Youzhou Legion. Meanwhile, below, 20,000 soldiers of the Youzhou Legion descended upon the encampment of the 3 allied forces like ravenous wolves, unleashing a frenzied slaughter. These soldiers were no ordinary troops. Their minimum cultivation requirement was at the innate realm. After 3 years of meticulous training and refinement under Ye Xuan, the newly formed Youzhou Legion had undergone a complete transformation, far surpassing its former self. The soldiers not only boasted greater strength, but also practiced more sophisticated techniques, and with a steady diet of spiritual blood rice. Their physiques had become exponentially more formidable, achieving terrifying levels of power, speed, and endurance. Faced with the Youzhou Legion, the 3 allied armies stood no chance. Akin to lambs led to slaughter. Initially, the Youzhou soldiers struggled to adapt to the brutality of such bloodshed. Yet, after claiming a few enemy lives, their latent ferocity was ignited, and they became wildly ferocious. With weapons in hand, they charged forward with an unyielding spirit, leaving rivers of blood and heaps of corpses in their wake. You, who are you? Heiya's eyes widened in disbelief as he beheld the carnage below, his body trembling uncontrollably. Those were the elite troops carefully nurtured by his own dynasty, the very foundation of their power. If they were to be annihilated, the dynasty would surely descend into a dire predicament, the consequences unthinkable. Feng Han and Yang Kuei were equally tense, beads of sweat cascading down their foreheads. Feng Han, trembling, stammered, innate realm soldiers, you can't be the armies of the dynasty. Leave none alive. One of the Youzhou generals barked coldly. The remaining 9 nodded in unison, unleashing their spiritual energy as they surged forward, becoming blurred shadows, charging violently at Heiya and his companions. Realizing the futility of retreat, the trio gritted their teeth, mustering all their spiritual energy to confront the 10 generals. In an instant, a fierce battle erupted high in the sky. Swords clashed, Spiritual energy surged, and the struggle was intensely brutal. Within the span of a single TS brewing time, the aerial confrontation reached its conclusion. With none of the commanders from the three dynasties surviving, all were slain. Of course, the 10 generals of the Youzhou Legion bore their share of injuries as well. After all, Ye and his companions were in the late stages of the spirit infant realm, formidable opponents, while the generals were mostly at the early to mid stages of the same realm, creating an inherent disparity. If not for the intricately taught techniques by powerful mentors like Wang Chongyang and their harmonious cooperation, it might have been a different outcome entirely. Chapter 42. Zhao Jing'er in morning 3 hours slipped away in an instant, and the once thunderous battlefield had fallen into an eerie silence. Scanning the scene, one could see the remnants of the three dynasties' troops sprawled haphazardly on the ground, mercilessly slaughtered by the Youzhou army. The soldiers of Youzhou seemed to still carry an air of unquenched bloodlust. In the sky above the battlefield, Wang Chongyang, clad in a flowing Taoist robe, stood with his right hand gently holding a whisk, his ethereal figure contrasting against the wind. Beside him stood Zhao Jing'er, her beauty radiating as she gazed in astonishment. Master, the Youzhou army is astonishingly powerful. They have utterly annihilated the coalition of the three great dynasties in such a brief time. Unable to contain her awe, Zhao Jing'er instinctively covered her mouth with her right hand. Wang Chongyang nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing his features as he spoke slowly. This army is nurtured with great care by our leader, cultivated through the use of spirit blood rice. Naturally, the ordinary armies of the dynasties cannot be compared to it. Spirit blood rice? Zhao Jing'er furrowed her brows, confusion etched across her face. In her understanding, she had never encountered such a thing. Wang Chongyang merely smiled mysteriously, saying, "You will come to know in due time." Zhao Jing'er nodded obediently, but her expression soon shifted to one of urgency. "Master, we must hurry to the royal city. I fear for my father very well. Let us proceed." The army followed suit. As Wang Chongyang spoke, he gently placed his left hand on Zhao Jing'er's shoulder, and in an instant, their figures flickered and vanished without a trace. Below, the Grand Army, led by 20 spiritual infant generals, marched with a resounding clash of banners, resolutely advancing towards the Qin Zhao royal city. On the walls of Qin Zhao city, the situation had reached a dire impasse. The forces of Yuntian had surged incompletely, throwing the place into chaos. The defending soldiers were few, with only 100 remaining, all grievously injured. Their battle attire stained with blood, encircled by the enemy. "Li Feng, I recognize your talent. As long as you surrender to me, I shall spare your life. What say you?" Yuntian's gaze fixated on Li Feng, whose body bore numerous gashes yet stood defiantly upright. "Ha ha!" Li Feng laughed heartily, his laughter laced with derision and disdain. Li, Chapter 43, The Day of Reckoning. Young child, cease your reckless arrogance." Wang Chongyang's countenance darkened as he gently waved his whisk. In an instant, a brilliant white light surged forth, imbued with tremendous force, sweeping directly towards Yuntian. Where the light passed, the air crackled with a sizzle. "Presumptuous! Witness the might of my spiritual fist," Yuntian bellowed, gathering the power of his spiritual infant into his right fist, waves of energy pulsating around it. He launched his strike with fervor, appearing quite formidable. However, as his fist collided with the white light, it shattered like an egg against a stone, dissipating into specks of spiritual light in the air. The white light, undiminished, struck Yuntian directly, the overwhelming impact sending him flying several dozen meters away. He barely managed to regain his footing, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground, a picture of utter disarray. Behind Yuntian, hundreds of soldiers were thrown into chaos by the residual shockwave, collapsing to the ground, clutching their chests and crying out in agony, the scene descending into turmoil. Meanwhile, Zhao Hai was gently lifted to Zhao Jing'er's side by a soft force. Zhao Jing'er, filled with urgency, hurried forward, carefully helping Zhao Hai to his feet. Her eyes filled with concern and anxiety as she channeled her spiritual energy to aid his recovery. At that moment, Yuntian's expression shifted dramatically. Even a seemingly casual strike from his opponent had caused unrest within his own spiritual infant. What cultivation level does this old man possess? How can he be so powerful? This is beyond reason. How could he be so formidable? Li Feng's eyes widened in shock, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood. He had never imagined that the princess of his dynasty had such a formidable master, which could mean salvation for his crumbling empire. You, what cultivation level do you possess, and why do you meddle in my affairs? Yun Tian questioned, filled with trepidation, unwilling to act recklessly, yet his tone was still fierce. Who I am is of no concern to you. You must understand that you have harmed my disciple's father, and you must pay the price. This is your own doing. Is there no room for negotiation? Yun Tian's brows knitted tightly, reluctant to confront the unfathomable elder before him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. I command an army of 200,000. Though your strength surpasses mine, it is impossible for you alone to withstand my 200,000 soldiers. Your 200,000 soldiers are, in my eyes, little more than insignificant ants. Wang Chongyang, holding his whisk lightly with his right hand, appeared unfazed. He then fixed a half-smile upon Yun Tian, saying leisurely, Moreover, your 200,000 soldiers have likely been decimated by now. Haven't they? You speak nonsense. My 200,000 Yun Tian army is comprised of the elite. How could they be so easily slaughtered by you? Yun Tian exploded, his face flushed with rage. Then let me enlighten you. Wang Chongyang waved his whisk nonchalantly, and a luminous barrier manifested, revealing the horrifying scene outside Qingzhou City. The Yun Tian army was being mercilessly slaughtered by the Youzhou forces. Although the Yun Tian troops were indeed strong, they were no match for the ferocious Youzhou army. Akin to the previous 3 dynasties' forces, utterly powerless and left to be butchered. The Battlefield, Chapter 44. The surrender of Qingzhou. Wang Chongyang's expression remained unchanged as he slowly turned to Zhao Jinger. Jinger, it is your turn. He entrusted the fate of Yun Tian to Zhao Jinger. Gently, Zhao Jinger laid the unconscious Zhao Haiping on the ground. Then, she stood upright, her eyes igniting with a fierce blaze of hatred, her gaze piercing like 2 sharp blades directed at Yun Tian not far away. With a flick of her delicate wrist, a sharp longsword unsheathed with a resounding whoosh, its blade glimmering coldly. Step by step, Zhao Jinger advanced towards Yun Tian, her hair dancing wildly in the wind. It could not conceal the intense animosity in her eyes. Did you ever anticipate such an end? Have you felt even a hint of regret? Yun Tian, with disheveled hair obscuring much of his face, revealed only his blood-red eyes, filled with madness and unwillingness. Regret? Ha ha ha. He suddenly threw back his head and laughed maniacally. How could I ever regret? It is you who should regret. I am not at fault. I merely sought to enhance my cultivation. What is wrong with that? You seek to enhance your cultivation, which is not inherently wrong, Zhao Jinger replied, forcing down her inner fury, enunciating each word deliberately. But why must you practice that nefarious and twisted sorcery? Practice dark arts? If I do not, how can I break through this damn bottleneck? Yun Tian's emotions surged dangerously close to the edge, his hands flailing in the air. I refuse to be trapped in the spirit infant realm for eternity. My talents deserve more than this. Must I forever be suppressed due to my lineage? But do you understand? Tears streamed down Zhao Jinger's cheeks uncontrollably, cascading down her face. Because you practiced dark sorcery and colluded with the 3 great dynasties, our Qingzhou dynasty nearly faced annihilation. My father has been gravely injured, and his life hangs in the balance. And Aunt Fong, she was so kind, yet she perished outside the ghost city because of you. You have destroyed the entirety of Qingzhou. Destroyed Qingzhou, then kill me. Yun Tian abruptly ceased his raging, his entire being seeming to deflate of all strength as he lowered his head despondently. Without my cultivation, living holds no meaning. Then as you wish. Zhao Jinger took a deep breath, suppressing her sorrow and rage, raising her longsword high. Go and atone for Aunt Fong and the innocent citizens of the Qingzhou dynasty who perished. With that, Zhao Jinger flicked her wrist. The longsword enveloped in a fierce aura, and in an instant, a spray of blood erupted, tracing a glaring arc through the air. Yin Tian's head slowly rolled away, crashing heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The man who had once brought endless calamity to the Qin Zhao dynasty had finally met his end beneath Zhao Jing'er's blade. 7 days swiftly passed. Inside the grand hall of the Qin Zhao palace, a solemn and austere atmosphere prevailed, tinged with a hint of joy from having survived calamity. Important officials of the Qin Zhao dynasty gathered, clad in official robes, their expressions a mix of relief from narrowly escaping disaster and anticipation for the future. Zhao Hai sat upon the throne, his complexion still pale and sickly, yet a smile blossomed at the corners of his lips. Previously, he had risked everything to defend the Qin Zhao dynasty, burning his essential power in a desperate fight against Yin Tian, leaving him on the brink of death. Fortunately, Wang Chongyang intervened and saved his life. However, his profound cultivation had been lost, and he would have to start anew. Below Zhao Hai, Wang Chongyang sat at ease, exuding en extraordinary aura. Beside him were 5 generals of the spirit infant realm from the Youzhou army, their postures upright, their gazes resolute, radiating a commanding presence. The remaining 15 generals of the Youzhou army had already been dispatched, leading their forces in 3 directions, advancing towards the 3 great dynasties, Heian, Fengkong, and Yangwei. Following the previous battle, most of the elite forces of the 3 great dynasties had been decimated within the borders of the Qin Zhao dynasty. Thus, launching an assault against them now would pose little difficulty. Zhao Hai gradually rose from his throne, his movements somewhat slow, yet imbued with an unmistakable solemnity. Facing Wang Chongyang, gratitude shone in his eyes as he sincerely spoke. Our survival from this catastrophic disaster and the sparing of our citizens from suffering is entirely due to your assistance, Taoist, and the Youzhou army's unwavering support. Zhao Hai bowed deeply to Wang Chongyang, expressing his profound gratitude. Taoist friend Zhao, you are far too courteous. Wang Chongyang replied with a gentle smile, waving his hand. He then pointed to Zhao Jing'er standing nearby, saying, "You are the father of my cherished disciple. Out of both sentiment and reason, I could not stand idly by in the face of Qin Zhao's peril. Moreover, the 3 great dynasties were targets I intended to conquer for the purpose of training." Zhao Hai shook his head lightly, his demeanor resolute and sincere. Taoist, while your words ring true, the immense grace you have bestowed upon us is something our Qin Zhao dynasty cannot repay. I have learned of your mission from Jing'er. In comparison to you and the formidable figure behind you, our humble Qin Zhao dynasty may seem insignificant, and we possess nothing that could satisfy you or your esteemed patron. After much contemplation, the only thing that remains is our Qin Zhao territory, which I offer as a token of our gratitude. Therefore, I have decided to entrust the entire Qin Zhao dynasty to you and your patron to govern. We, the subjects of Qin Zhao, willingly bow in submission. At these words, the hall fell into stunned silence. The officials exchanged glances, yet in their eyes, there was a flicker of relief and hope. After enduring such a catastrophe, the Qin Zhao dynasty lay in tatters. Having the protection of a powerful force could indeed be a way out. Upon hearing this, Wang Chongyang broke into a knowing smile. His gaze fixed intently on Zhao Hai as he slowly replied, "Have you truly considered this? Once you submit to my patron, there will be no turning back. I am willing to swear an oath." Zhao Hai declared without hesitation, his voice firm and resolute. In truth, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision for him. Ever since he learned of Wang Chongyang's true identity from Zhao Jing'er, he had been profoundly shaken. Realizing that Wang Chongyang hailed from a deeply rooted dynasty and was backed by a terrifyingly powerful prince, King Yu, he understood that leading the currently struggling Qin Zhao dynasty to submit would be beneficial rather than harmful. Moreover, with his daughter Zhao Jing'er now affiliated with that side, he found himself devoid of any reason to refuse. We are willing to swear an oath. To swear an oath. To pledge loyalty to King Yu. After a brief moment of astonishment, the officials in the hall quickly regained their composure. They exchanged glances, then uniformly knelt, raising their voices in unison. Wang Chongyang observed this scene with a slight nod, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. "Very well. I shall accept your allegiance on behalf of my patron." Chapter 45. The Terror of the Northern Liang Iron Cavalry in the Grand Hall of the Cold Light Dynasty's palace. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Bang! The ruler of the Cold Light Dynasty, Han Gong, slammed his right hand heavily on the throne, his face contorted with fury, and his eyes bulging with rage as he thundered. What on earth is happening? Who are those people? How could they have captured more than 10 of my cities in less than half a month? Upon hearing these words, the courtiers in the hall trembled in fear. They lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word, for their knowledge of these mysterious forces was woefully inadequate. In their experience, they had never encountered such terrifying cavalry that swept through like a tempest, leaving them utterly at a loss as to how to explain the situation to Han Gong. "Speak up, you useless lot." Han Gong's fury intensified as he saw no one respond. His voice rose in pitch, tinged with hysteria. "As subjects of my Cold Light Dynasty, how can you remain ignorant of the enemy's origins while our dynasty teeters on the brink of destruction? What use are you to me?" As he spoke, the power of his spirit infant surged uncontrollably, casting a formidable pressure that enveloped the room, causing the faces of the courtiers to grow grave. Under this oppressive force, a middle-aged general clad in heavy armor stepped timidly forward. Although Lu Neng was no weakling and a formidable spirit infant cultivator, the wrath of Han Gong was enough to chill him to the bone. With a quivering voice, Lu Neng implored, "Your Majesty, please quell your anger." "Quell my anger? How am I to do that?" Han Gong snapped, turning sharply to glare at the general. "With my dynasty on the verge of collapse, you ask me to calm down. If I do not receive an explanation today, none of you shall escape my wrath. Your Majesty, I have inquired into the matter and learned some details about that army." Lu Neng hesitated, steeling himself to continue. "Every soldier in their ranks possesses formidable strength, with the weakest at the spirit transformation stage, and they have a considerable number of spirit infant experts among them." He paused, stealing a glance at Han Gong's increasingly dark expression, and gritted his teeth to press on. "Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, though I'm uncertain if I should voice it." "Enough with the pleasantries. Speak." Han Gong barked impatiently, his mind too consumed with urgency to entertain any circumlocution. "Given our current predicament, it seems exceedingly difficult to withstand the onslaught of this powerful army. I propose. Propose what? Stop stuttering. I propose we surrender." Lu Neng blurted out, as if expelling the very breath from his body. Gasp! A chorus of shocked inhalations filled the hall. As the courtiers exchanged incredulous glances, their faces painted with astonishment. In truth, this thought had crossed many minds, yet none had possessed the courage to voice it. "What did you say?" Han Gong shot to his feet, seething with rage. "Surrender? You dare utter such nonsense? My Cold Light Dynasty is a prestigious dynasty of high standing. How can we kneel before others?" His face flushed crimson, veins bulging on his forehead. The power of his spirit infant surged wildly, causing the entire hall to tremble under its force. Lu Neng was so struck by Han Gong's fury that he fell to his knees, not daring to breathe. The other courtiers, equally terrified, lowered their heads, fearful of incurring the ruler's wrath. Han Gong's expression darkened ominously as he stepped forward, towering over Lu Neng. "I see you harbor treasonous thoughts. Today, you shall be sacrificed to the military banner." "Your Majesty, you misunderstand. I only sought a path for our dynasty's survival." Lu Neng's face turned pale, trembling as he desperately pleaded for mercy. "Desolation." Han Gong ignored his protests, roaring as he raised his hand, infused with spirit infant power, and struck down upon Lu Neng's head. With a resounding crack, Lu Neng's skull shattered like a ripe watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "I care not from whence that army hails or how powerful they may be. In Cold Light, traitors are intolerable. If any betray us, I shall not hesitate to eradicate them." Han Gong's gaze was like lightning as he coldly surveyed the courtiers. They exchanged fearful glances, too afraid. Chapter 46. The Four Great Dynasties. Complete annihilation. The silver-armored general, with an expression of indifference, gazed at the approaching Han Palace, and coldly uttered a single word, "Die." Before the echo of his voice faded, his spear flew from his hand, transforming into a streak of silver light. Moving with unparalleled speed, and instantly pierced through the body of Han Palace. Han Palace's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could react, the spear carried his body forward. With a resounding crash, it finally lodged itself atop the throne, blood trickling down the shaft, staining the floor before the throne, creating a scene of utter carnage. The other ministers within the hall, witnessing this spectacle, collapsed in terror, their faces ashen. Dead, dead. The king is dead. Our king has been slain. The Han dynasty is finished. Attack. Leave none alive. With a swift motion of his arm, the silver-armored general commanded the Northern Liang cavalry to draw their weapons and commence the merciless slaughter of the ministers within the hall. No, I don't want to die. I beg you, spare my life. An elderly minister, disregarding his dignity, crawled to the feet of the silver-armored general, clutching his leg, tears streaming down his face. We still hold value. Ye Xuan. I only wish to survive. Yes, we too surrender. The ministers echoed, some kneeling and banging their heads on the ground until blood flowed. However, the Northern Liang cavalry was impervious to their pleas, their blades dancing with deadly precision, blood splattering as screams reverberated throughout the hall. In an instant, life extinguished, and silence enveloped the once vibrant chamber. The once high-ranking ministers lay sprawled across the floor, blood seeping into the ground. In truth, this massacre was inevitable. The extermination of these officials was essential for the future order, to unify the territories and hearts of the Han dynasty, necessitating the destruction of the old ruling structure and the establishment of Ye Xuan's absolute authority. Let us depart. The silver-armored general's command boomed, resonating across the vast royal city. This operation left only 500 Northern Liang cavalry to guard the royal city, under the command of a general at the Spirit Infant realm. This arrangement was due to the royal city's strategic decisions. In the other cities, the stationed Northern Liang cavalry were even fewer, typically leaving only 100 men per city. Despite this, the division of forces did not diminish the formidable might of the Northern Liang cavalry. After a brief regrouping, they directed their assault toward the three dynasties of Sisui, Wanhua, and Fenglin. Compared to the previously vanquished Han dynasty, these three dynasties possessed a far weaker foundation, with military defenses utterly inadequate. In the face of the Northern Liang cavalry, they crumbled easily. With a relentless offensive, the Northern Liang cavalry swept through, causing the enemy forces to scatter in panic. In less than 10 days, the outcome was determined, with the three dynasties successively declaring their demise. The Northern Liang cavalry, with overwhelming force, swept through thousands of troops, absorbing the territories of these three dynasties into their own. As a result of this campaign, the renown of the Northern Liang cavalry reverberated throughout the vast regions surrounding the Wanyao Mountains. Whether among cultivators of modest skill or common folk, the mere mention of the Northern Liang cavalry incited fear and reverence. Meanwhile, the Youzhou Legion, led by Wang Chongyang, successfully conquered the Heiyun, Fengkong, and Yangwei dynasties, which collectively boasted nearly 40 cities and expansive territories, with the final city hoisting the flag of the Youzhou Legion. This month-long campaign reached its conclusion, including the previously surrendered Qin Zhao dynasty. 8 dynasties now lay under Ye Xuan's control. In just a month, Ye Xuan's sphere of influence had expanded dramatically. Within the main hall of the Yuan mansion, luxury and authority intertwined. Ye Xuan sat in the principal seat, clad in a royal robe, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Generals Wang Daozhang, Chen Zhan, and Chen Yi, your performance this time has been exemplary. Go and receive your rewards. Treat our soldiers well. Wang Chongyang, dressed in a robe, could not conceal his heroic demeanor as he, alongside Generals Chen Zhan and Chen Yi, stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping their fists in respect. Thank you, my lord. The Luhua Tower under Ye Xuan's management generated significant daily income. Even with the benevolent governance in Youzhou, which promoted light taxation and encouraged the populace to live in peace and prosperity, the profits from Luhua Tower continue to flow, providing robust financial support for his grand endeavors. Dismissed, Ye Xuan said gently, raising his hand slightly. This campaign concluded flawlessly, securing a total of 91 cities. Adding the 49 cities originally held by Youzhou, he now commanded a total of 140 cities. Such a vast territory provided a solid foundation for establishing a dynasty. The three generals respectfully withdrew, their footsteps gradually fading from the Grand Hall. Wei Gonggong. Ye Xuan turned slightly to look at Wei Zhongxian, who stood nearby. Wei Zhongxian, slightly hunched yet shrewd in expression, stepped forward and bowed. What orders does your majesty have? Immediately proceed to the Confucian Academy and convey my will. Instruct the scholars to lead a group of students into the newly conquered territories to disseminate my principles of governance, emphasizing benevolence, righteousness, and morality. It is imperative that the local populace wholeheartedly recognizes and sincerely submits to my rule, Ye Xuan articulated with a profound gaze and methodical arrangement. Old servant obeys. I will not fail in this mission. Wei Zhongxian replied with a bow. Moreover, Ye Xuan contemplated briefly before adding, make another visit to Minister Feng Yuan's residence, and inform him to promptly select a group of virtuous, capable, and loyal officials to assume positions in the new territories. Effective governance in these areas is crucial and must not be overlooked. Minister Feng Yuan is a top talent that Ye Xuan had recruited in Youzhou, possessing an astute mind and a deep understanding of governance, though his cultivation was lacking and he had been overlooked in Youzhou for a long time. Upon discovering his abilities, Ye Xuan aided him in enhancing his physique and cultivation. Now, Feng Yuan's loyalty to Ye Xuan was no less than that of those personally summoned by him. Old servant understands. Your Majesty's foresight is remarkable, and everything is arranged meticulously. Please rest assured, I will ensure the tasks are executed flawlessly, sparing you any worry. Wei Zhongxian assured, raising his head with conviction. Ye Xuan nodded, his expression softening slightly. Securing the realm was merely the first step to achieve lasting stability. Further efforts in governance and the cultivation of the populace were essential, fostering a sense of belonging among the people and continuously garnering the support of the heavens. Chapter 47. The assassin returns in the stillness of the night. A shadowy figure emerged like a specter beneath the walls of the Prince Yu's residence. Cloaked in a dark garb, only a pair of eyes, glinting with a sinister light, were visible. That fool Qin Yu is utterly incompetent. He can't even handle a deposed seventh prince. The shadow's voice was low yet laced with a sharp, ruthless edge. Now I must personally intervene. Truly, he is the epitome of uselessness. Pausing momentarily, a flicker of greed crossed the shadow's gaze as he murmured to himself, but it matters not. Once I eliminate this seventh prince, the prince will undoubtedly reward me handsomely. When he ascends to the throne of the Great Night, I shall be the Grand Minister of Internal Affairs. Hith. Seventh Prince, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. It is you who foolishly crossed paths with those you should not have offended. Just as the shadow prepared to leap into action. In a secluded courtyard of the Prince Yu's residence, a nondescript, humble dwelling, Zhuai, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them. A sardonic smile, curling at his lips as the laws of the universe subtly rippled around him. Outside the courtyard wall, the would-be assassin was suddenly overwhelmed, as if crushed by an invisible mountain. His body sank heavily, breath catching in his throat, as if a colossal hand had gripped his chest, rendering each inhalation a monumental challenge. What is happening? The shadow's eyes widened in terror, desperate to struggle. Yet finding his limbs weak and every ounce of strength swiftly drained away, he barely managed a half-formed cry before darkness enveloped him, and he collapsed, his presence vanishing without a trace. Seated upon an intricately carved chair, Ye Xuan appeared at ease, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest, producing a distinct sound that resonated in the silent room. His cold gaze flicked toward the shadow, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless dog, and with a gentle wave of his hand, a ghostly gray beam shot forth, striking the figure with precision. The shadow trembled as if struck by electricity, his previously closed eyes snapping open, releasing a pained groan. As the light dissipated, a gaunt face emerged, a visage so emaciated it seemed almost sunken, with cracked lips that spoke of a long life spent in the palace. Wah, where's this? The eunuch's mind was still foggy as he spoke, his voice sharp and quivering. Where? Why? It is the Prince Yu's residence. Ye Xuan's tone dripped with mockery. The Prince Yu's residence. Startled, the eunuch's body tensed. His gaze fixated on Ye Xuan, realization dawning. You are the seventh prince, Ye Xuan. Oh, you recognize me? It seems you are indeed from the royal city. Yet, I wonder which of my royal brothers you serve. Ye Xuan leaned forward slightly. Defective. The word cut like a dagger, piercing the eunuch's heart with pain. Hatred surged within him. How dare he? Here, it was just him and the seventh prince. If he killed Ye Xuan, his mission would be accomplished. Surely, upon returning to the royal city, the prince would regard him with new eyes. With a resolute glint in his eyes, the eunuch lifted his right hand. In an instant, his internal energy surged, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise and deliver a fatal blow to Ye Xuan. However, reality dealt him a harsh blow. As he stood, he found his legs heavy as lead, an overwhelming weakness swiftly spreading through his body. With a thud, he fell to his knees, stirring up a cloud of dust. This is impossible. My power. Wang Defa collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Your power has been sealed by me, rendering you utterly immobile. Ye Xuan reclined casually in his stone chair, his expression indifferent as he coolly regarded Wang Defa. Now confess, whose man are you? Sealed. How could this be? Wang Defa felt as though struck by lightning, paralyzed by the revelation. A once formidable practitioner of the initial celestial stage, he was easily subdued by this seventh prince, whom he had considered a mere pariah. Ye Xuan was merely a fallen prince, yet this situation was far from what he had anticipated. Had everyone been deceived by Ye Xuan all these years? A chill coursed through Wang Defa at the thought. Do you not hear my words? Ye Xuan's voice grew colder, laced with impatience. With a slight gesture of his hand, a tremendous pressure enveloped the room, leaving Wang Defa no time to react before he felt as if a mountain had crashed upon him, his insides threatening to shatter. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth as he was hurled against the wall, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Spare me. Wang Defa was utterly broken, his voice filled with desperation. In the face of Ye Xuan's terrifying strength, he was acutely aware of his own insignificance and helplessness. In this moment of life and death, loyalty and secrets became worthless. Speak. Wang Defa dared not hesitate any longer, summoning the last of his strength as he trembled. Your Highness, I am Wang Defa, a personal eunuch to the first prince. The first prince. At this revelation, Ye Xuan's mind conjured the image of a man clad in white, with a gentle demeanor and a temperament as warm as jade. In his past life, during the days of his utter disgrace, this elder brother, Ye Xuan, had extended a helping hand on numerous occasions, truly a kin of sorts. Is your claim genuine? Should there be even a hint of falsehood? I shall ensure your suffering is eternal. Wang Defa quaked in fear, hastily bowing his head, his forehead striking the hard earth with a resounding thud, quickly becoming swollen. Every word is true. I would not dare conceal or deceive. I indeed act on the orders of the first prince. Originally, the ruler of Youzhou, General Qin Yu, is a subordinate of the first prince, and the entire region secretly pledges allegiance to him. Hearing this, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It appeared that his seemingly mild-mannered elder brother, Ye Xuan, had been quietly amassing power, hidden beneath the surface. Now that he had become the Prince Yu, expanding his influence, it seemed he had inadvertently threatened Ye Xuan's interests, prompting his covert schemes to eliminate him. In the royal family, where was the genuine bond of kinship? The first prince, the second princess, the fourth prince. It seemed I have amassed numerous enemies indeed. Chapter 48. Bloodshed in the imperial city upon hearing Ye Xuan's words. Wang Defa's body trembled violently, his heart filled with dread, fearing that in a fit of rage, Ye Xuan would effortlessly reduce him to mere dust. Ye Xuan slowly turned around, his gaze sharp as a blade, once again locking onto Wang Defa. I offer you a choice. Do you wish to live or die? Live? I wish to live. Wang Defa cried out, desperation evident in his voice. Your Highness, please spare my life. I truly wish to survive. His legs weakened, and he fell to the ground, prostrating himself before Ye Xuan in frantic supplication. Ye Xuan, towering above him, spoke with a calm yet commanding demeanor. If you wish to live, then relinquish your sea of consciousness. From this moment forth, your life and death will be at my discretion. Wang Defa's face flickered with uncertainty. His eyes filled with inner turmoil. The sea of consciousness is the most crucial aspect for a cultivator. Relinquishing it would mean placing his very life in another's hands. What's it to be? Do you wish to die? Ye Xuan raised his right hand, an overwhelming pressure instantly enveloping the air around them. No, please no. Wang Defa shouted in terror, flailing his arms. I am willing. I will let go of my sea of consciousness. I beg you, spare my life. Faced with the choice of life and death, Wang Defa ultimately chose to submit. With a steely resolve, he shut his eyes tightly and gradually released the defenses of his sea of consciousness. Seeing this, a glint of cold light flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. He raised his hand, and a wisp of ethereal light surged into Wang Defa's sea of consciousness. Instantly, Wang Defa felt an excruciating pain, as if countless steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. However, that pain swiftly dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Wang Defa realized that his life and death were now entirely controlled by Ye Xuan. Ye Xuan reclined leisurely in his chair and spoke indifferently, "Rise." Wang Defa, hearing this, stood up with great caution, keeping his head bowed and not daring to breathe too loudly. Ye Xuan scrutinized him with a piercing gaze and suddenly inquired, "You have come here solely to take my life, or is there something more secretive at play?" Wang Defa paused momentarily, quickly calculating in his mind. Now that he had pledged allegiance to a new master, it would be wise to divulge all he knew in hopes of earning some favor. He respectfully clasped his hands together and proclaimed, "I report to you, my lord. I have come at the behest of the great Prince Ye Xuan. The assassination of your esteemed self is but one task. There is another, more pressing matter, infiltrating the 10,000 monsters' secret realm to obtain its inheritance." The 10,000 monsters' secret realm? Ye Xuan's brows furrowed at this revelation, and he murmured, could it truly harbor the inheritance of the ruler of laws? Wang Defa pondered for a moment before responding earnestly, "My lord, there have always been rumors in the outside world regarding the inheritance of the ruler of laws within the 10,000 monsters' secret realm. However, to this day, no one has been able to verify it. Nonetheless, there is indeed a mysterious location within the realm where the tomb of the celestial sovereign has been discovered. The tomb of the celestial sovereign." A flicker of intrigue danced in Ye Xuan's eyes. Wang Defa hurriedly nodded, continuing, "This information was reported by Jin Yu, whom you dispatched. The great prince has sent subordinates to seize the inheritance from the celestial sovereign's tomb, aiming to bolster the power within the estate." Ye Xuan's expression turned icy, an undeniable authority radiating from him. "Whether it is Ye Hao or Ye Tian, the 10,000 monsters' secret realm, which borders Youzhou, rightfully belongs to me." At these words, Wang Defa trembled involuntarily and hurriedly agreed, "Yes, yes. My lord is wise. I will heed your commands." Ye Xuan, with an indifferent demeanor, waved his hand dismissively and ordered, "Very well. Return to Ye Tian's side. Act as a spy and gather information for me." Wang Defa's face displayed hesitation as he began to speak. Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened, and he coldly replied, "What? Are you not leaving?" Wang Defa panicked, quickly explaining, "My lord, if I return empty-handed, I fear that." He was acutely aware that returning without any results would make it difficult to report back to Ye Tian, potentially arousing suspicion. Ye Xuan, seeing through Wang Defa's concerns, coldly stated, "I do not keep useless individuals by my side. If you cannot manage this simple task, then there is no reason for you to continue living." Wang Defa shivered at the threat, instantly awakening to the reality of his situation. He responded loudly, "I understand what I must do. Please rest assured, my lord, I will not disgrace your name." "That is best," Ye Xuan said, slightly raising his hand as a wisp of azure energy entered Wang Defa's body. In an instant, Wang Defa felt the seals that had long constrained him shatter explosively, and the ailments that had plagued him for years were miraculously cured by this strange power. Not only that, but his innate talents seemed to coalesce, hinting at a breakthrough in his cultivation. Filled with shock and joy, Wang Defa knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "Thank you for bestowing this opportunity upon me, my lord." Ye Xuan maintained a tranquil expression and replied nonchalantly, "It is of no consequence. As long as you serve me wholeheartedly, future opportunities will not elude you." "Yes, my lord." Wang Defa expressed his gratitude with a solemn nod. "Go now." Ye Xuan gestured once more. Wang Defa bowed respectfully and gradually disappeared from the grand hall. Once Wang Defa departed, the space within the hall suddenly solidified as 10 shadowy figures appeared like phantoms, clad in identical crimson robes that exuded an air of lethal intent. Each individual bore a grim countenance, their eyes swirling with murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. These 10 individuals were formidable, each at least at the celestial realm level, with the leader emanating an aura of immense power, clearly at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, while the other 9 occupied the mid to late stages of the same realm. Subordinate, Blood 1, pays respects to my lord. The leader knelt on one knee first. Subordinate, Blood 2, pays respects to my lord. Subordinate, Blood 3, pays respects to my lord. Subordinate, Blood 4, pays respects to my lord. One by one, the remaining 9 followed suit, their voices resonating in unison within the grand hall. "Rise," Ye Xuan commanded, seated in his position, nodding slightly. "Thank you, my lord." The 10 figures swiftly stood up, aligning themselves in a straight row. Ye Xuan's gaze swept over them, his expression turning serious as he spoke in a deep voice. "I have summoned you today for an important task. Please, my lord, enlighten us." Blood 1 stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on Ye Xuan. A glimmer of cold intent flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes as he spoke with an icy tone. "Today, another attempt was made on my life. Although they failed to inflict any harm upon me, the repeated provocations have become intolerable. This is the 7th wave of assassins, all orchestrated by individuals within the imperial city." As he continued, Ye Xuan's voice grew increasingly frigid. "Thus, I command you to immediately head to the imperial city and establish the Bloodshed Tower. It is time for our enemies to experience the taste of being hunted and to receive a harsh lesson." Ye Xuan had long been contemplating why he should always remain on the defensive, subjected to attacks. This time, he would take the initiative, stirring chaos within the dynasty. Only by plunging the dynasty into turmoil could he carve out more space for his own development. After all, Ye Xuan aspired to establish his own dynasty, and a disordered empire would undoubtedly provide an excellent opportunity for his rise. Chapter 49. The fringed Lu Hai, we shall faithfully obey our sovereign's command. The Great Night Imperial City shall be thrown into turmoil. Xue Yi stood tall, a cruel glint flickering in Ye Xuan's eyes as he smirked coldly, handing a bamboo scroll to Xue Yi. The names inscribed upon this scroll are those who have shown disrespect to this king. You shall execute their assassination in accordance with this list. Remember, during your endeavors, ensure your own safety above all else. The first few names may be targeted in succession. There is no need for haste. Merely instill in them a perpetual state of fear. Understood. Xue Yi accepted the scroll. Go forth. Exercise caution. Should you encounter insurmountable challenges, send word to me. The 10 individuals bowed in unison before respectfully exiting the grand hall. Once outside, they swiftly commenced their mission, rallying 600 blood-kill tower guards. In no time, the sound of hooves echoed, dust swirling as this formidable, crimson-clad assembly surged from Youzhou, racing towards the Great Night Imperial City. Within the tranquil confines of Yi Hao's estate, peace was shattered the moment Tian Li and Lu Hai stepped inside. This scene was keenly observed by Wei Bao, an undercover agent from the Eastern Factory. With a tense expression, he quickly instructed Li Feng beside him. Hasten to report the presence of a celestial realm expert here to Lord Wei. I shall remain to keep watch. Li Feng, his face grave, nodded in response. Exercise caution. Do not expose yourself. With that, he vanished into the shadows. Since Yi Hao's departure from the Yuwang estate, the Eastern Factory spies had remained vigilant, monitoring his every move. Inside the estate, Yi Hao was fuming, pouring out his grievances to Lu Hai. Lu Hai, you have finally arrived. We must teach that scoundrel Ye Xuan a lesson this time. How dare he audaciously demand 3 billion low-grade spirit stones? He must be out of his mind. With unwavering confidence, Lu Hai patted his chest, saying, Your Highness, do not worry. While I may not rank among the top-tier experts in the Imperial City, in this remote borderland, I am undoubtedly invincible. Lu Hai thought to himself that he must make a good impression before Ye Hao. Excellent. Ye Hao ignited, slapping the table excitedly, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. With your assurance, I am at ease. Let's go to the Yu Wang estate and demand the 10,000 demons token from Ye Xuan. If he is wise and hands it over, we shall spare him some punishment. Otherwise, I shall ensure he is rendered powerless once more. Your Highness, you are truly wise. Tianhua chimed in flattery from his side. Yet, before they could act, a thunderous crash erupted as the courtyard gate was forcefully flung open, immediately capturing the attention of Ye Hao and the others. Ye Hao's expression darkened as he roared, Who dares intrude at this moment? The four hastily stepped out, only to find the courtyard filled with a dozen Eastern factory guards wielding large blades, standing in formation with glinting weapons, exuding an intimidating aura. Bold ruffians, who are you to trespass upon the young master's estate? Tianhua stepped forward, channeling his spirit infant energy to intimidate the intruders. However, the guard showed no fear, collectively roaring as they unsheathed their blades, a powerful force surging back towards them. Tianhua felt an overwhelming pressure wash over him, his chest feeling as though struck by a heavy blow. His face turned pale, and he staggered back several steps. Fool! Ye Hao fumed, his sleeve sweeping in disdain, his gaze filled with contempt. To him, it was humiliating that Tianhua, a late-stage spirit infant, was intimidated into retreat by a group of opponents who had yet to reach the spirit infant realm. Upon hearing Ye Hao's insult, Tianhua's face shifted between shades of green and white, a surge of murderous rage boiling within him. If he did not eliminate these guards, he would have no standing in Ye Hao's eyes. His eyes bloodshot with fury, he gritted his teeth and growled, You have forced my hand. Do not blame me for my ruthless methods. As he spoke, a radiant light flickered in his hand, and a spear materialized, a Xian leopard earth spirit spear. The spear glimmered with a ghostly sheen, its tip exuding a thirst for blood. Gripping the spear, Tianhua charged at the guards, the air slicing with the sound of his swift advance. Yet, as he took a few steps, an overwhelming aura of pressure from the celestial realm descended upon him. This pressure was akin to an invisible mountain, bearing down heavily upon him. Tianhua felt his bones creak as his legs buckled, collapsing to his knees. Sweat poured down his forehead, his back drenched in cold perspiration, despair and bitterness flooding his heart. Lu Hai, sensing the immense power, raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He soon regained his composure, speaking softly, Celestial soul power? I did not expect to encounter a celestial realm expert in this remote place. Ye Hao's heart tightened at the mention, and he quickly turned to Lu Hai, urgently asking, Celestial realm, do you believe you can handle it? Lu Hai laughed heartily, his voice brimming with confidence and arrogance. Your Highness, fret not. How strong can a celestial realm expert be in this desolate land? They may easily suppress spirit infant realm practitioners, but before me, they are merely somewhat stronger ants. Ye Hao, hearing this, displayed a satisfied smile, nodding slightly, fully trusting Lu Hai's words. At that moment, a figure clad in black robes, Ye Xuan, descended gracefully from the sky, exuding a concealed yet undeniable aura of authority as he entered the courtyard. Behind him, Wei Zhongxian followed closely, bowing slightly, his demeanor respectful and cautious. Upon seeing Ye Xuan, the Eastern factory guards immediately knelt in unison, their long blades thrusting into the ground with a resounding thud, collectively proclaiming, We pay our respects to the king. Their voices reverberated throughout the courtyard. With a gentle smile and a warm expression, Ye Xuan raised his hand, a soft force lifting the kneeling guards back to their feet. The moment Ye Hao laid eyes on Ye Xuan, his expression froze, shock and fury flooding his features as he exclaimed, Ye Xuan, what brings you here? This time, with Lu Hai by his side, Ye Hao felt emboldened, no longer needing to feign civility towards Ye Xuan. A mocking smile crept onto Ye Xuan's lips as he coldly replied, "Heh, brother, how amusing your words are. This is my Youzhou. I shall go where I please, and it is not for you to question." Chapter 50. Capturing Ye Hao. How infuriating. Ye Hao trembled with rage at Ye Xuan's words, veins bulging on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly. "Lu Hai, you must act immediately and subdue him." "Understood, Your Highness." "This matter is in my hands," replied Lu Hai, a smirk playing on his lips as he swaggered towards Ye Xuan, deliberately cracking his knuckles with each step. "Seventh Prince, or shall I call you King you now? Will you submit willingly, or shall I force you to the ground? You think you can do that, you worthless fool?" Ye Xuan scoffed disdainfully, then without further ado, raised his hand and struck. The slap, infused with the formidable power of Tianpa, struck with the speed of lightning. Lu Hai had no time to react, let alone escape. A crisp and resounding sound echoed, shocking everyone present. Lu Hai was sent flying, tracing a clumsy arc through the air before crashing heavily against the courtyard wall. The wall trembled violently, dust rising from the impact. "You." Lu Hai struggled on the ground, gritting his teeth as he attempted to rise. However, as he lifted his head, darkness enveloped him, and with a resounding thud, he disintegrated into a mist of blood, vanishing into thin air. It must be noted that Ye Xuan's slap carried immense Tianpa power. How could a mere celestial realm expert withstand such a terrifying force? This scene left Ye Hao utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Ye Xuan. Just moments ago, he had envisioned Ye Xuan groveling before him, but now reality struck him like a resounding slap to the face. His lips trembled as he managed to utter a few words. "What? How is this possible? Ye Xuan, how could you possess such terrifying strength? Strong?" Ye Xuan leisurely flexed his arms, exuding a nonchalant yet chilling demeanor. "Fifth brother, do enlighten me. Who is truly stronger, myself or our merciless father?" A deeper, more ominous aura emanated from Ye Xuan, akin to the weight of the heavens. Beneath this pressure, Ye Hao felt his legs weaken, collapsing to his knees with a painful thud, his face paling from the impact. Beside him, Tian Li and the already unconscious Tian Hua found themselves utterly crushed under this terrifying weight, reduced to mere ashes, disappearing without a trace. "Father." This cultivation level Ye Hao spat blood, terror filling his eyes. "You are comparable to Father, a Tianpa realm king. What have you experienced?" In his understanding, a king at merely 20 years old was an absurd fantasy, yet it was unfolding before his very eyes. "What have I experienced?" Ye Xuan approached, the oppressive aura dissipating entirely with each deliberate step. "Once, I was the foremost genius of day, basking in unparalleled glory. But later, due to treachery, my cultivation was shattered, and I plummeted from the skies to the depths, reduced to a target for all to bully." Ye Xuan's voice was low, laced with past grievances, seemingly seeking justice for the injustices he had endured. "But you showed no familial affection. You subjected me to endless humiliation." As the pressure dissipated, Ye Hao staggered to his feet, spitting out more blood as he weakly retorted, "The royal family has no kinship. Your downfall was merely due to your excessive brilliance and reckless ambition. You have no one to blame but yourself." "Ha ha ha." Ye Xuan laughed heartily, his voice dripping with scorn. "Is that so? Was it merely the strength of Fanghua Daozong or the status of Yi Jiao that led to your downfall? Second sister, it seems you are aware of her affairs." Ye Hao's brows furrowed into a tight line, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by a hint of provocation as he retorted, "Even if you know, what does it matter? The power she wields is beyond your reach. Even if you have fortuitously become a king now, before her, you are but a slightly robust ant, utterly insignificant. Regardless of the forces behind Yi Jiao or her vast foundations, what she owes me must be repaid tenfold." Ye Xuan snorted coldly, his sleeves swirling as his aura surged. His eyes filled with determination. "And those in the royal city who conspired against me, none shall evade punishment. They must pay a heavy price for their misdeeds, and even Father will not shield them." Arrogant, utterly absurd. Ye Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom how Ye Xuan dared to utter such blasphemous words. Make your move. Since I am aware of your secret, you surely won't leave me alive. Ye Hao closed his eyes, feigning acceptance of his fate. Yet his trembling form betrayed the fear within. Kill you? No, no. How could I possibly kill you? After all, we are brothers, bound by blood. How could I bring myself to such cruelty? A subtle smile graced Ye Xuan's lips, his expression laden with meaning. Ye Hao, who had braced himself for death, opened his eyes in surprise at Ye Xuan's words, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze as he cautiously inquired. So, you intend to let me go? Go. Ye Xuan's tone suddenly turned icy, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Do you think that is possible? You should stay here obediently. As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Xuan raised his hand, and a beam of white light shot forth from his palm, enveloping Ye Hao in an instant. Ye Hao felt his internal power tightly bound by an invisible force. No matter how he struggled, he could not summon even a fraction of his spiritual energy, leaving him utterly weak and powerless. Ye Xuan refrained from killing Ye Hao, for he understood that despite his vile nature, his crimes did not warrant death. Moreover, keeping him alive might prove useful in pivotal moments in the future. Wei Zhongxian, leave a guard to monitor him. Ye Xuan commanded with a stern expression, turning to Wei Zhongxian. Yes, your majesty. Wei Zhongxian respectfully raised his hand, and the tall Wei Bao stepped forward from the ranks, kneeling on one knee as he pledged. I will obey. With that, Ye Xuan chose not to linger, leaping into the air, leaving behind a fleeting shadow, and disappeared in an instant. Chapter 51. Assassination in the Imperial City. In the heart of the Imperial City, the night was shrouded in silence. At the residence of the Deputy Minister Ma, a flurry of shadowy figures, like phantoms, effortlessly scaled the courtyard walls and slipped inside. Their agility was remarkable, and they made not a sound. At this late hour, the inhabitants of the minister's abode remained blissfully unaware of the impending peril. As the dry air crackled with tension, a night watchman, clutching a conch shell, ambled along, his rhythmic tapping echoing softly. Suddenly, a glint of cold steel flashed, and before the watchman could utter a cry, a crimson line appeared at his throat. His head rolling to the ground, his body collapsing as warm blood pooled on the cold earth. Leave no one alive, commanded Blood 7, standing resolutely in the courtyard. In an instant, the entire residence was engulfed in a tempest of carnage. Shadows darted through the halls, and wherever they went, blood spewed forth. Vibrant lives were extinguished in the darkness, bodies crumpling helplessly to the ground. Deep within the estate, in a flickering candlelit room, a corpulent middle-aged man, intoxicated with pleasure, remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Just as he approached a moment of ecstasy, the door exploded inward with a deafening crash. A red figure darting in and shattering the tranquility. The abrupt intrusion left the man pale with terror, his composure shattering in an instant. Who dares? Damn it! I will have your body torn to shreds. He bellowed, his fury igniting as he surveyed the room, his eyes ablaze with rage. This man was none other than Deputy Minister Ma, known as Ma Tong. He leapt from his bed, a murderous intent radiating from him, his spiritual energy surging as he prepared to counterattack. Blood 7 showed no hesitation, raising his long blade high before sweeping it down. A deadly arc of light, infused with soul power, hurtled toward Ma Tong. The latter, sensing the danger, summoned all his strength to retaliate. But his defenses crumbled under the might of Blood 7's assault. With a sickening crack, Ma Tong's body was cleaved in two, blood spraying forth and splattering the two terrified women nearby. Please, don't kill me, they screamed, their voices piercing the night air as the gruesome scene unfolded. Blood 7's gaze remained icy, devoid of mercy, as he flicked his wrist, and a flash of cold light severed their heads, blood gushing forth and staining the walls. Moments later, the residence of Deputy Minister Ma lay silent, with none left to tell the tale. In the past, when Ye Xuan faced misfortune, it was Ma Tong who had first struck him down. His son, Ma Lu, had once leveraged his father's influence to forcibly marry a common woman. When Ye Xuan intervened out of a sense of justice, Ma Lu, having already wasted away in vice, met his demise at Ye Xuan's hands. Upon learning of his son's death, Ma Tong was consumed by grief, for Ma Lu was his only child, his heart's desire. Yet, constrained by Ye Xuan's formidable standing, he could only bury his hatred and await his chance for vengeance. Eventually, when Ye Xuan was stripped of his powers and reduced to a pariah, Ma Tong seized a moment, repeatedly undermining him, ensuring that Ye Xuan's fall from grace was complete. Now, as the blood of his house stained the ground, it was but a consequence of his past transgressions. Elsewhere in the imperial city, the Zhao family faced a similar fate. Blood 3 led a cadre of assassins from the Bloodkill Tower, stealthily infiltrating the Zhao residence. Upon entry, the Blood Guards pounced upon the unsuspecting inhabitants, slaughtering all in sight. The master of the house, Zhao Si, found himself desperately evading the assailants, blood streaming from his wounds. Soaking his clothing, one arm had been severed, the gaping wound oozing blood, leaving him precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. Fortunately, his mid-level cultivation granted him a slim chance of survival. "Who are you?" "This is the Imperial City." Zhao Si ground out, teeth clenched, eyes filled with a mix of fear and rage. "Do you not fear the Emperor's wrath, that he might eradicate you?" As he spoke, he staggered backward, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his gaze. Behind him, a concealed weapon was quietly activated, poised for a potentially deadly strike. Yet Blood 3 paid him no mind, coldly uttering a single command, "Kill." Before the word had fully escaped his lips, his figure moved with such swiftness that it was nearly imperceptible. The gleaming blade shimmered ominously in the darkness, slicing toward Zhao Si's neck. Zhao Si sensed the chilling aura of death approaching and attempted to evade it. But terror and fatigue rendered him incapable of any response. A dull thud echoed as his head, filled with resentment and despair, tumbled to the ground, followed by his lifeless body. With Zhao Si's demise, resistance within the Zhao residence gradually subsided. Blood 3 and his guards swiftly cleared the scene, vanishing into the night, leaving behind a desolate abode soaked in blood. Similar atrocities unfolded across the imperial city, with 8 other estates suffering the same fate. The owners of these residences were all individuals who had callously wronged Ye Xuan during his fall from grace, mercilessly tormenting him. Among them was a commander of the Xian army, whose actions were particularly vile. This man had once thrived under the patronage of Ye Xuan's mother, rising to prominence in the military through her assistance. However, upon Ye Xuan's downfall, he repaid kindness with betrayal, aligning himself with rival princes, offering up treasures bestowed upon him by Ye Xuan's mother, and scheming to eliminate Ye Xuan entirely to prevent future retribution. This time, he was mercilessly executed by Blood 1, his entire household likewise annihilated. Chapter 52. The Lord of the Night, Yi Wudi in the grand and solemn hall of the Night Emperor's palace. A man clad in a black dragon robe of the Night Dynasty sat regally upon the throne. He possessed an imposing stature, with a straight nose reminiscent of a suspended gallbladder and piercing eyes that sparkled with vitality. His raven hair was elegantly styled into a purple gold crown atop his head. Although not excessively tall or robust, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority that instilled fear in those who gazed upon him. This man was none other than Yi Wudi, the sovereign of the Night Dynasty. His cultivation was unfathomable, while he publicly declared himself to be at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. His true prowess remained a mystery to all. Within the opulent hall, civil and military officials were arrayed on either side, silent as the grave. Yi Wudi's gaze was as frigid as frost, and his words, when spoken, seemed to carry a chilling air that caused the temperature in the hall to plummet. In a single night, 10 officials within the imperial city have been brutally slaughtered, their residences left in complete disarray. What audacity this thief possesses to act so brazenly, disregarding the Night Dynasty and my authority. As these words fell, the atmosphere in the hall grew dense, suffocatingly oppressive. The officials exchanged glances, hesitant to utter a sound. The public execution of over 10 officials within the imperial city was, without a doubt, a flagrant provocation to the Night Dynasty, and all understood the gravity of the situation. Commander Lu Feng, Yi Wudi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swiftly targeted a man clad in crimson armor. What leads have you uncovered regarding the origins of this faction? This Lu Feng was the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, his cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly realm, responsible for maintaining order within the imperial city. Upon feeling Ye Wudi's piercing gaze, a chill surged up his spine, causing his heart to skip a beat. He stepped forward, bowing deeply, trembling uncontrollably. Your Majesty, Lu Feng's voice quivered with fear. The fault lies with me, for I am but a fool. Upon thorough examination of the bodies found in the officials' residences, I deduce that the assailants must be highly trained individuals. The entire operation was meticulously executed, indicating it was the work of an organized and disciplined force. Regrettably, despite exhausting all means at my disposal, I have yet to uncover the origins of these villains. I am unworthy of your grace, and I beseech your heavy punishment. As his words concluded, he knelt, his forehead striking the ground with force, his heart filled with resentment towards the snow-killing tower. If not for their reckless actions, he would not find himself in such dire straits. I care not whether they are rogue cultivators or part of an organization. If you cannot even handle such a trivial matter, then you have no need to retain your position as deputy commander. Ye Wudi's words were icy and piercing, each syllable striking Lu Feng's heart like a hammer. To be stripped of my position? Lu Feng's heart sank in disbelief, unable to fathom what he had heard. Although he had failed in this case, surely such a severe punishment was unwarranted. Bring forth his official cap, Ye Wudi commanded impassively. Yes, 2 of Ye Wudi's personal guards, upon receiving the order, swiftly moved to Lu Feng's side, their actions decisive and forceful as they restrained him in an instant. Your Majesty, I implore you to quell your anger. I sincerely request another chance. I shall redeem myself through merit, willing to brave fire and water. Lu Feng was now utterly panicked. The position he held was akin to a lifeline for him. Through this role, he not only had access to abundant resources for cultivation, but also enjoyed a status of immense respect and endless wealth. Should he lose it, he would plummet from grace, and all he had achieved would dissolve into nothingness. Overwhelmed by these thoughts, he could no longer maintain any semblance of dignity, crying out in desperation. Spare you? You should return home and reflect upon your incompetence for several years. Ye Wudi's eyes remained fixed, his tone devoid of any compassion. Take him away. With a firm grip, the 2 guards began to drag Lu Feng towards the exit. He kicked and struggled, pleading for mercy, but Ye Wudi had already dismissed him from his mind, his gaze now coldly surveying the other officials in the hall, as if the previous scene was merely a trivial interlude. The officials lowered their heads, not daring to utter a word, suffocated by the tense atmosphere. Just as the weight of the moment became unbearable, a man dressed in a flowing white robe stepped forward with steady strides. He possessed a handsome visage, a warm smile gracing his lips, and displayed no hint of fear. Father, I have some insights regarding this matter and have uncovered a few leads. The young man spoke clearly, his tone respectful yet assertive. Upon seeing his son, Ye Wudi's stern expression softened slightly, and the tension around him began to ease. Oh, Tianer, what is your perspective? Please share your thoughts. Yes, father. The eldest prince, Yi Tian, performed a slight bow with elegance. While Lu Feng has faltered in his duties, his analysis is not without merit. He suggested that the perpetrators are highly trained, likely belonging to an organized force, and I wholeheartedly agree. Furthermore, I have formed some conjectures, though they remain unverified, and I hope Father will not chastise me for my presumptuousness. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Ye Wudi's laughter rang out, his face alight with appreciation. Tianer, do speak freely. Father, have you heard of the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Yi Tian's eyes shone as he gazed at Ye Wudi seated on the throne. The 10,000 Scorpions sect? Ye Wudi narrowed his eyes slightly, feigning confusion as if this name were entirely foreign to him. In the hall, a young man clad in dark purple-gray robes, upon hearing the name of the 10,000 Scorpions sect, exhibited a fleeting glimmer of malice and panic in his eyes, though this subtle shift was quickly concealed. This individual was none other than the third prince, Yi Ming. Unperturbed by the shift in atmosphere, Yi Tian continued with composure. Father, the 10,000 Scorpion sect is notorious. A long-standing assassin organization that operates within the borders of our Night Dynasty. They thrive on undertaking various assassination contracts, employing ruthless methods without hesitation. Previously, I conducted a covert investigation and discovered that numerous court officials have already fallen victim to their hands. Therefore, I boldly speculate that the recent massacre of officials in the Imperial City may very well be the doing of the 10,000 Scorpion sect. I implore you, Father, to investigate this sect. Chapter 53. The scheme Yiwudi's lips curled into a smile that hinted at intrigue, and he leisurely remarked, investigating the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Is it? His gaze swept over the gathered ministers. Esteemed officials, what are your thoughts on the words of the Crown Prince? Upon hearing this, the court fell into an immediate silence, with everyone exchanging glances, hesitant to be the first to speak. At that moment, an elderly man clad in resplendent official robes stepped forward with measured strides. Despite the deep wrinkles etched on his face, his eyes shimmered with sharpness and depth. He respectfully clasped his hands in salute and spoke in a resonant voice. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Han Taifu, there is no need for formalities. Speak freely. Yiwudi replied, his expression calm and his tone unpretentious. Han Shu, one of the three high officials of the Day Dynasty, held considerable influence in the court and was undeniably a core figure of the upper echelons. Having served under multiple emperors, he had accumulated a wealth of political experience, and his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. Clearing his throat, Han Shu slowly articulated, this old minister believes that the Crown Prince's words hold merit. The 10,000 Scorpion sect has long been a scourge, committing numerous heinous acts. Regardless of whether they were responsible for the bloody massacre in the Imperial City, a thorough investigation must be conducted. In my humble opinion, it is even necessary to seize the opportune moment to obliterate their stronghold, thereby eliminating future threats. With Han Shu's suggestion, several other ministers quickly stepped forward to voice their agreement. Your Majesty, I too concur that the Crown Prince's assertions are entirely justified. The 10,000 Scorpion sect has behaved with impunity for far too long. It is high time they faced repercussions. Indeed, Your Majesty, the crimes of the 10,000 Scorpion sect are atrocious, and it is indeed time for their eradication. Listening to the ministers echo each other's sentiments, Yiwudi remained silent, his fingers rhythmically tapping against the armrest of the throne, producing a dull sound. After a while, he gradually shifted his gaze toward the Crown Prince. Ye Xuan, quick to catch his father's gaze, instantly understood, a radiant smile blossoming on his face, exuding confidence. Before Yiwudi could speak, he eagerly interjected, Father, I wish to relieve the court of its burdens and take on the investigation of the massacre in the Imperial City. I also humbly request that you entrust me with the vital task of dealing with the 10,000 Scorpion sect. Excellent. Yiwudi exclaimed, striking the armrest of his throne with vigor. Today, I appoint you as the new Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, granting you full authority to investigate the massacre in the Imperial City. As for the eradication of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, that too shall be your responsibility. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan was overwhelmed with joy. He had long coveted the position of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard, fully aware of its significance. Gaining control of this role would equate to seizing a quarter of the military power within the Imperial City, undoubtedly a pivotal step toward ascending to greater heights of authority. Suppressing his excitement, Ye Xuan knelt on one knee and solemnly expressed, Thank you, Father, for your immense favor. I shall exert every effort to fulfill your trust and ensure that all wrongdoers are brought to justice. As for the 10,000 Scorpion sect, I will personally lead the army to annihilate them, restoring peace to the people of the Imperial City. Very well, I shall await your good news. Yiwudi nodded slightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Now that today's matters have been discussed, you may all withdraw, Yiwudi declared, his expression tranquil as he issued the order to dismiss the court. As the decree fell, the ministers respectfully bowed and gradually exited the grand hall in an orderly manner. However, each harbored distinct calculations within their hearts, hidden currents swirling beneath the surface. Among them, Some had already resolved to align themselves with Ye Xuan in this struggle for power. Outside the grand hall on the stone steps, Ye Ming wore a face as dark as water, his eyes glinting with cold light as he inwardly cursed. Damn it. Father has actually bestowed the position of Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard upon Ye Xuan, and now he'll be dealing with my 10,000 Scorpion sect. This is a significant problem. Ye Ming was the master of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, a secret organization that had long managed his unsavory dealings, ranging from assassinating political adversaries to eliminating obstacles. Over the years, the 10,000 Scorpion sect had not only cleared numerous hindrances for Ye Ming in political battles, but had also yielded substantial economic returns. Through a series of assassinations and manipulations, Ye Ming had amassed a considerable fortune in spiritual stones. Part of this wealth was used by Ye Ming to bribe powerful figures in the court, solidifying his own influence. The other part was invested in expanding the strength of the 10,000 Scorpion sect, recruiting skilled individuals, and fortifying his power. Now, with Ye Xuan appointed as Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard and beginning an investigation into the 10,000 Scorpion sect, it was undoubtedly a severe blow to Ye Ming. At that moment, Ye Xuan emerged steadily from the Grand Hall, approaching Ye Ming directly. He paused, donning a warm smile that appeared amiable yet concealed deeper implications. Third brother, why do you linger here? Do you have something to report to father? If so, why not let your elder brother accompany you inside? Ye Ming scoffed, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. There is no need for you to concern yourself, elder brother. I have nothing to report to father. He paused, suppressing the hatred boiling within, and forced a smile as he added, however, I must congratulate you on your promotion to Deputy Commander of the Imperial Guard. Though he uttered words of congratulations, his tone was as cold as ice, and he dismissively lifted a hand, as if to acknowledge the gesture. Not at all. Ye Xuan feigned modesty, forcing a strained expression onto his face. This is all father's arrangement. I am merely acting on orders. You know, the task of investigating the massacre is no easy feat. It is quite a troublesome matter. As he spoke, Ye Xuan slightly narrowed his eyes, deliberately elongating his tone. Moreover, there is the 10,000 Scorpions sect. He emphasized the words 10,000 Scorpions sect deliberately, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Ming. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ye Ming's expression darkened further, his hands involuntarily clenching into fists, knuckles whitening from strain, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. What? Third brother, do you possess knowledge of the 10,000 Scorpion sect? Ye Tian immuted, feignin ignoranje. If you have any information regarding them, you must share it with your elder brother. Rest assured, I am always just, and after resolving the 10,000 Scorpion sect, I will certainly report your contributions to father without omitting a single detail. Ye Xuan appeared oblivious to Ye Ming's agitation, continuing to speak at a leisurely pace. Ye Ming gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, before finally relaxing his tightly clenched fists. Without another word, he turned and strode down the steps, leaving Ye Xuan behind. Chapter 54. Speculation Ye Xuan stood motionless, gazing at Ye Ming's departing figure, a subtle smirk curling at the corners of his lips, a barely perceptible cold smile gracing his countenance. How could one be unaware? Ye Xuan, possessed certain secrets regarding the Scorpion sect that others might overlook. This time, he intentionally directed the suspicions toward the Scorpion sect during the court assembly, provoking the emperor to issue an order for him to investigate the matter and suppress the sect, thereby severing Ye Ming's wings. Deep within the palace, a secret underground chamber lay concealed. It was tranquil and profound, suffused with an aura of extreme chill. Within the chamber, Ye Wuti sat serenely upon an ice bed exuding a faint, frosty air. His eyes were tightly shut, and a tumultuous energy emanated from him, with the power of laws faintly swirling around. Beside him, the hunched eunuch Lu Fu stood with utmost reverence, his gaze perpetually lowered, fearful to overstep his bounds. This man was the one who had previously conveyed the imperial edict, commanding Ye Xuan to journey to Youzhou. As time gradually elapsed, Ye Wuti finally opened his eyes. In an instant, a formidable aura surged forth from within him, causing the entire underground chamber to tremble violently. Alas, his efforts had been in vain. He had failed to achieve a breakthrough. It seemed he would have to undertake a more prolonged retreat for cultivation. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu hastily stepped forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile as he obsequiously remarked, "Your Majesty is blessed with great fortune. A virtuous person will surely have the favor of heaven. Breaking through that bottleneck is merely a matter of time. Once Your Majesty succeeds, our Great Night Dynasty shall undoubtedly dominate the Fanghua realm, and when that time comes, who would dare to oppose?" Ye Wuti merely shook his head in resignation, his expression growing increasingly grave. "It is easier said than done, especially that most crucial step, which stands like an insurmountable chasm, has hindered me for a full decade. I have exhausted every means, yet remain unable to take that decisive step." Liu Fu, with a glint of cunning in his eyes, continued to flatter, "Your Majesty, with your current strength, you already stand unrivaled in the Fanghua realm. In the world, who would dare to challenge Your Majesty? You, a mere servant, could not possibly grasp the crux of the matter." Ye Wudi's countenance darkened abruptly, his voice rising in anger. "Without taking that step, I cannot wield that critically important treasure. The stakes involved are beyond your comprehension." The reprimand reverberated like thunder within the confined chamber. Lu Fu trembled violently, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground, his head striking the icy floor, repeatedly pleading, "This servant deserves to die. I am foolish and fail to understand Your Majesty's grand ambitions. I implore Your Majesty to forgive me." "Enough, enough, rise." Ye Wuti waved his hand, his expression softening slightly. "Yes, yes." Lu Fu stammered as he rose, his body still trembling, not daring to draw breath. Ye Wuti fell into a brief silence before turning his gaze toward Lu Fu, pondering thoughtfully. "Lu Fu, you have been by my side for many years and know my sons well. In your opinion, who among them is worthy of the title of Crown Prince?" This servant finds it exceedingly difficult to decide. All the princes possess extraordinary talents. How could I dare to make a rash judgment? Lu Fu's face displayed considerable distress, his voice tinged with trepidation. "You insolent servant." Ye Wuti shook his head slightly, the reproach in his expression fading. "I have not suggested I would blame you. Speak, what of Tian or this child? The first prince?" Lu Fu was taken aback. Could it be that His Majesty intended to designate the first prince as crown prince? After a moment of contemplation, he quickly replied with respect, "The first prince is exceptionally gifted, having made profound achievements in the path of cultivation. Moreover, he is amiable, treating the ministers of the court with courtesy, and his reputation for respecting the worthy has spread throughout the court and beyond. Currently, many ministers share a close rapport with the first prince. Furthermore, he controls the 5 provinces, making him the most formidable among the princes. Is he not? Your Majesty is wise." Lu Fu quickly flattered, bowing slightly, his face filled with a sycophantic grin. Yet Ye Wuti waved his hand, his expression turning grave. Such attributes alone render him far from qualified, especially when compared to Jiaoer. Yi Tian pales in every aspect. In terms of cultivation and foundational support, he cannot hold a candle to her. Your Majesty, the second princess, has always, surely does not covet the position of crown prince. Does she? Lu Fu cautiously ventured, his tone laced with uncertainty. You know nothing of her. Do not know my own daughter? Ye Wuti's gaze sharpened, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Her ambition and ruthlessness surpass even my own in my youth. As he spoke, Ye Wuti's demeanor grew increasingly frosty, as if a layer of ice had formed in his gaze. Upon hearing this, Lu Fu trembled, no longer daring to utter a word. He understood well the second princess's ruthless methods. In this palace, anyone who offended her would surely face dire consequences. Moreover, at the outset, I commanded her. Ye Wuti began, his anger flaring suddenly, his entire being exuding a chaotic aura. Enough of this matter. Yes, yes, your Majesty is magnanimous. Do not let your anger rise. Lu Fu hastily placated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Liu Fu, this time I have entrusted Tanner with command of the Imperial Guard, which would be seen as a means to bolster his foundation. However, The massacre in the imperial city was certainly not orchestrated by the Scorpion sect. Such a scheme could not escape my notice. Ye Xuan took a moment to compose himself, his tone regaining some semblance of calm. Your Majesty is perceptive. This servant previously conducted a discreet investigation, but alas, found no leads whatsoever. Lu Fu replied respectfully, his body bent in deference. It seems this matter is indeed fraught with difficulty. Ye Xuan muttered the names, Toilet, Zhaoxi, Hanhua, Jinhua. Suddenly, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. These individuals appeared to be connected to Ye Xuan, that rebellious son. Could it be? Lu Fu gasped. Disbelief etched across his face. Your Majesty, he has already been rendered powerless and relegated to Youzhou. That desolate frontier is harsh. A person devoid of cultivation would find it nearly impossible to survive, let alone stir such turmoil. Surely he could not be behind this? Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes dangerously, his voice low and ominous. It is best that it is not him. After a brief silence, Ye Xuan waved his hand, commanding Lu Fu, you may leave. From this day forth, monitor every movement within the imperial city closely. Should there be any signs of unrest, report to me without delay. There must be no negligence. Your servant obeys. Lu Fu immediately knelt, accepting the command before cautiously retreating, his figure swiftly vanishing into the passage of the underground chamber. Chapter 55. Time is precious. Space is sovereign. The Yao mountain range rises majestically in the northern expanse of the Fenghua realm, resembling a slumbering giant beast formed by an unending series of peaks, sprawling over a vast and boundless territory that rivals that of a powerful dynasty. In the innermost depths of this mountain range lie countless formidable demonic entities, the sovereigns of this domain, causing trepidation among the human populace beyond its borders. Adjacent to the Yao mountain range are numerous flourishing dynasties. The prosperity of these realms is intricately tied to the abundant resources drawn from the mountains. Among them, the Day Dynasty stands as one of many bordering the range, yet it enjoys an exceptionally extensive reach into the mountains, encompassing the vast northern territories of Youzhou. As Ye Xuan employed his thunderous methods to systematically annex the various dynasties near Youzhou and the Yao mountain range, the territory of the Day Dynasty increasingly expanded. Delving thousands of miles into the heart of the Yao mountain range reveals a pristine landscape. Towering trees dominate this wilderness, each reaching heights of several hundred meters, their stout trunks measuring several meters in diameter. The dense foliage intertwines to form a canopy that obscures the sky, shrouding the ground in perpetual twilight. Deep within the forest, the occasional roars of demonic beasts resonate, ranging from deep and resonant to sharp and piercing, adding to the wilderness's sense of dread. At this moment, several figures maneuvered silently among the intricate branches of the trees, scarcely making a sound. After a brief while, they suddenly halted before a colossal mountain. The visitors were none other than Ye Xuan, Murong Xue, Wang Chongyang, and Zhuo, who donned a flowing white Taoist robe, exuding an air of ethereal grace. This marked Ye Xuan's first venture deep into the Yao mountain range, and he was acutely aware of the myriad dangers lurking within. Thus, he had made thorough preparations and invited Zhuo to accompany him. After all, in this perilous realm, should they encounter an overwhelmingly powerful entity, Zhuo's prowess could prove invaluable in averting catastrophe. Today marked the opening of the Yao secret realm, and everyone was urged to exercise utmost caution. Xue, your strength is the weakest. You must be particularly vigilant. Ye Xuan's gaze swept over the group, finally resting on Murong Xue, his expression grave as he cautioned her. Murong Xue responded earnestly, Rest assured, my lord, I shall remain closely by your side, never straying. Zhuo and Wang Chongyang nodded in solemn agreement. Ye Xuan then turned his attention to Zhuo and inquired, Taoist Zhuo, have you sensed any extraordinarily powerful demonic beings since entering this mountain range? Zhuo narrowed his eyes slightly, his demeanor calm as he replied, My lord, as we traversed, I utilized my spiritual perception and discovered several demon lords concealed in the western part of the mountains. While the east may lack demon lords, It seemingly harbors a terrifying demonic entity radiating the power of laws. Even if it has not yet attained the rank of a demon emperor, it is likely not far off. Upon hearing this, both Wang Chongyang and Murong Xue were taken aback. Murong Xue was particularly astonished, pondering, I wonder when this old Taoist came under my lord's command. To speak of demon lords possessing spiritual power implies they are formidable beings of the celestial sovereign level. I never imagined my lord would have such celestial beings in his service. Moreover, it seems this old Taoist is quite adept at sensing the power of laws, indicating he has made significant progress on the path of the celestial sovereign. Ye Xuan stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. After a moment, a determined glint flashed in his eyes as he declared, if we can subdue these demonic beasts, our influence will ascend to new heights, providing an excellent avenue for enhancing our power. Murong Xue inhaled sharply, her eyes widening as her lips parted in disbelief. My lord, those are several terrifying demonic beasts at the celestial sovereign level. Can we truly manage that with just a few of us? It might be akin to sheep entering the tiger's den, leading to our demise. Ye Xuan chuckled at her reaction, a mischievous smile gracing his lips as he playfully flicked her forehead and feigned anger. Do you truly believe your lord would undertake such a reckless endeavor? Murong Xue winced at the flick, rubbing her forehead, her eyes filled with grievance as she muttered softly, I was merely worried about you. At that moment, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the mountains ahead. The once tranquil space appeared to be stirred by an invisible hand, suddenly revealing a massive spatial turbulence. This turbulence resembled an unfathomable black whirlpool, emanating an aura of annihilation as it slowly expanded outward. In the blink of an eye, it widened to nearly 100 meters, distorting the surrounding air and producing a sizzling sound. The secret realm has commenced. Ye Xuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since unifying Youzhou, he had been preoccupied with cultivation and governance, lacking the opportunity to engage in any significant activity. Though he had recently ascended to the heavenly king realm, practical combat experience had been scarce. Now, faced with the imminent unveiling of the mysterious Wan Yao secret realm, the long-suppressed fervor surged within him, igniting an eager desire to showcase his skills. Master, the power of spatial laws is at play here. This secret realm is anything but simple. Zhuo observed the sudden manifestation of the secret realm's entrance, his expression turning grave. What do you mean by that, Taoist Zhuo? Ye Xuan inquired, his expression tightening. Zhuo took a deep breath and explained slowly, My lord, it has been said since ancient times that time is revered and space reigns supreme. Among the myriad laws, the law of space is one of 3 supreme laws. Any who comprehend the law of space possess terrifying strength, capable of contending with quasi-emperors at the level of law sovereigns. The entrance of this secret realm displays the power of space, and its might should not be underestimated. Ye Xuan gasped in astonishment, his heart secretly marveling. He had initially thought the Wan Yao secret realm was enigmatic, yet he had not anticipated it to involve such formidable laws. Hearing Zhuo's words made him reconsider his impulsive desire to enter, if something truly terrifying lay within. Rashly venturing in could lead to dire consequences. Just then, Murong Xue, standing nearby, gently spoke up, My lord, though I have never set foot in this secret realm, I have heard from Jinyu that as long as one possesses the Wan Yao token, exiting is not a difficult task. Wan Yao token. Ye Xuan's heart leaped with joy. He flipped his hand, and instantly, for tokens inscribed with the ancient characters for Wan Yao materialized in his palm. The tokens shimmered with a faint glow, exuding a subtle aura of demonic energy. Taoist Zhuo, please take a look at these tokens, Ye Xuan said, extending the tokens towards Zhuo. Chapter 56. Entering the secret realm of 10,000 demons, Zhuo hastily accepted the token with both hands, narrowing his eyes slightly as he gently caressed its surface, meticulously sensing the fluctuations of power within. Time flowed slowly in the quietude, and after a moment, Zhuo lifted his head, his expression easing as he spoke. My lord, there is no issue. This token indeed harbors a unique spatial power. By infusing it with spiritual energy, one can freely enter and exit the secret realm. Upon hearing Zhuxi's words, Ye Xuan exhaled a long breath, a glimmer of excitement and determination flashing in his eyes. Excellent. Let's proceed directly. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more precious the fish. This secret realm, endowed with the power of spatial laws, must surely conceal extraordinary treasures. This time, we shall return laden with riches. With that, he handed the token to Murong Shui and Wang Chongyang. Onward. Following Ye Xuan's command, the four of them entered the secret realm without hesitation. However, as soon as they stepped into the spatial passage, a ghostly light suddenly flashed, like a sharp blade that instantaneously disrupted the fabric of space. The four felt a blinding flash before being forcefully pulled apart by an overwhelming force. Even Zhuxi, who commanded the laws, found himself powerless to resist, helplessly allowing the force to separate them. After a dizzying whirl, Ye Xuan gradually regained his senses. Once he discerned his surroundings, he found himself in an expansive desert, the scorching sun pouring down unabated, baking the sand to an unbearable heat. Damn it, how do we get separated? Being apart was one thing, but to be cast into such a desolate place, this was truly the height of misfortune. Ye Xuan's face darkened, filled with frustration. Yet, he quickly forced himself to calm down. He needed to leave this place first. Resolute, Ye Xuan took flight in one direction, simultaneously channeling the power of his celestial core to extend outward, seeking traces of the others. After quite a while, Ye Xuan found himself back at the starting point, gazing at the seemingly endless expanse of desert. Doubt crept into his mind. Could this be an illusion? He slowly landed on the scorching sand, scooping up a handful of grains that slipped through his fingers. This should not be. The sensation was so real, this was clearly a genuine desert. What was going on? Why could he not find a way out? Furrowing his brow, Ye Xuan was filled with confusion and irritation. Well, I have no choice but to consult the system. Ye Xuan muttered helplessly, then sat cross-legged on the sand, his consciousness plunging into the chaotic space as he called aloud, "System, come forth." Ding! What brings the host to summon this system? Do you wish to use a summoning card? The mechanical voice of the system resonated at the opportune moment. No, I'm trapped in a desert. Try to escape, but going in circles. No matter how I walk, I can't get out. What is happening? Ye Xuan lamented, realizing that just as he entered the secret realm, his formidable strength was rendered useless. Do you have a way to help me out? Indeed, I do. The system replied succinctly. Then speak. Ye Xuan urgit. Conditions are required. What conditions? Ye Xuan's brow furrowed tightly. Use 100,000 fortune points. Are you joking? 100,000 fortune points could exchange for a bronze summoning card. Ye Xuan retorted, Somehat irkit. Host, you can now use the 10,000 demon token in your possession to leave the 10,000 demon secret realm directly. Damn it. Ye Xuan could not help but curse. To exit so shamefully without gaining anything would undermine his authority if his subordinates witnessed it. He would lose face. After much deliberation, weighing the pros and cons, Ye Xuan ultimately succumbed to the predicament. Fine, if it must be 100,000, then so be it. Here you go. Ding. Host successfully used 100,000 fortune points. Remaining fortune points, 133,000. The system's notification chimed in. 133,000? Quite a sum. Ye Xuan was taken aback. For him at this moment, it was no trivial amount, as it was sufficient to exchange for a silver summoning card. Host, these fortune points have accumulated from your subordinates uniting 8 kingdoms, coupled with the citizens' high recognition and heartfelt allegiance towards you during this period, the system elaborated. Ah, I see. Ye Xuan nodded in understanding. It seemed that to acquire fortune points more swiftly, he would need to expand outward and seize lands. He could not simply seek stability, but should take the initiative to strike. Now, can you enlighten me about this place and how to leave? Ye Xuan inwida de Gerdi. This location is, in fact, constructed by a supreme royal artifact known as the Desert Banner. The supreme royal artifact, Desert Banner? Ye Xuan echoed with a jolt, unable to suppress his astonishment. The system continued, you must be aware of the classification of weapons in this world, which is divided into 4 grades: yellow, profound, earth, and heaven. Beyond the heaven grade, there exist even more formidable tiers: king, sovereign, royal, quasi-imperial, and the most elite imperial artifacts. The Desert Banner is a supreme royal artifact, imbued with unique desert laws. With this power, it can create an expansive desert space spanning thousands of miles. Any cultivator entering this space will not only be besieged by an overwhelming sense of desolation and unbearable heat, but if unable to escape for an extended period, they will gradually be refined by the contained power, ultimately becoming part of the desert sands. Should a sufficiently powerful individual control this royal artifact, even a typical lost sovereign would find it difficult to escape once ensnared. What? Even a lost sovereign would struggle to escape? How am I so unfortunate? Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan felt the world spinning around him, tears of frustration welling up. Host, do not panic. While it is true that, given your current strength, the Desert Banner is formidable, fortunately, it currently lacks a master, and this desert space is merely operating autonomously. It is not without vulnerabilities. Since this system has taken 100,000 fortune points from you, it will undoubtedly assist you in finding a way out. As long as you follow the indicated path, you shall surely escape this desert space. The system explained methodically. Really? A flicker of hope ignited in Ye Xuan's eyes. Certainly, the system confirmed affirmatively. Can you assist me in acquiring this Desert Banner then, dear system? A sly smile crept across Ye Xuan's face as he contemplated that since the Desert Banner was without an owner, if he could claim it, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon in his arsenal. Yes, conditions are required. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's heart leapt with joy. State your terms. How many fortune points? Knowing the system, he suspected the conditions would likely involve more fortune points. Chapter 57. Acquisition. The Desert Banner, 123,000. How much? Ye Xuan's eyes widened, nearly cursing in frustration. His heart brimmed with indignation, and he couldn't help but vent to the system. I say, is this system specifically targeting my meager supply of fortune points, attempting to extort me? You are nothing but a merciless scoundrel. Host, you may choose not to. The system replied with an unhurried, cold tone. I'm infuriated. In the chaotic space, Ye Xuan anxiously scratched his head. That 123,000 fortune points was no trivial sum. Spending it felt agonizing. Yet the system continued 123,000 fortune points, while seemingly considerable, is in fact invaluable. The Desert Banner is an exceedingly rare supreme imperial artifact. Once acquired, it grants dominance over all beneath the realm of the lost sovereigns. Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, his inner turmoil at odds. On one hand, the steep cost of fortune points pained him. On the other, the allure of the supreme imperial artifact was simply too great. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, "Very well, one must risk it to gain something. You shall have it." Ding! The host has successfully expended 123,000 fortune points and has acquired the imperial level technique, Control Banner Art. This technique allows for perfect manipulation of all banner-type weapons of imperial level and below. Upon hearing the system's notification, Ye Xuan's expression softened, a faint smile gracing his lips as he murmured, "This is somewhat acceptable. If this technique truly possesses the efficacy boasted by the system, then this investment may not be as disastrous as I feared." The contents of Control Banner Art materialized before Ye Xuan in a mysterious light. Ancient characters flowed slowly, revealing the 5 element banners. The Azure Dragon resides in the east, the White Tiger in the west, the Vermilion Bird soars south, and the Black Tortoise settles in the north. The central yellow banner governs the 5 elements, harmonizing their interactions, unifying the laws of heaven and earth. Summon the banners. Even gods and demons tremble, for my will commands all. After a moment, Ye Xuan took a deep breath, slowly closing his eyes, legs crossed in meditation, his aura instantly becoming calm and restrained. His hands gradually formed seals before him. The movements appeared gentle, yet contained a unique rhythmic flow. With the changing hand seals, the spiritual energy within him surged through his meridians. Following the heart mantra of Control Banner Art, he guided this spiritual energy gently toward his sea of consciousness. Deep within the sea of consciousness, the energy gradually coalesced into a phantom banner. Initially indistinct, it grew clearer as Ye Xuan infused it with more energy. He beheld the ethereal silhouettes of the four divine beasts emerging on the banner, the azure dragon coiling, the white tiger exuding majesty, the vermilion bird poised to take flight, and the black tortoise steadfast as a mountain. In the chaotic space, time seemed to lose its significance. Ye Xuan tirelessly cultivated, his body slightly trembling, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Days swiftly passed, and upon the endless expanse of desert sand, Ye Xuan maintained his meditative posture atop a sand dune, enveloped in a faint aura of spiritual energy. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, a breath of murky air exhaling from his lips. He had finally succeeded. Ye Xuan stood, first stretching his neck, producing a series of satisfying cracks, then rotating his shoulders with similar sounds. Subsequently, he activated Control Banner Art. In an instant, a torrent of spiritual energy surged from within him, rapidly condensing and compressing in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a small banner constructed of spiritual energy appeared in his hand. This small banner, no larger than a palm, was exquisite beyond measure, with vivid engravings of the four divine beasts, each radiating a unique aura. Go! Capture the desert banner. Ye Xuan fixed his gaze into the depths of the sandy expanse, issuing a low command. The small banner instantly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing in an instant. It darted across the sands with incredible speed, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, leaving only a fleeting shadow upon the ground. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as if thunder had erupted from the heavens, causing the entire desert to tremble slightly. Then, from deep within the sands, a 5-foot yellow banner emanating the essence of the desert's laws shot upwards like a golden meteor. The moment the desert banner emerged, it radiated a terrifying pressure, causing the surrounding space to tremble and shift. The desert banner, truly extraordinary, a precious treasure, now mine. Ye Xuan gazed at the desert banner high in the sky, his eyes ablaze with fervent desire. He then summoned all his strength, channeling it into the small banner of the four divine beasts he controlled. Simultaneously, a blue lotus bloomed behind him, adorned with shimmering runes, exuding a serene light. Under the impetus of Ye Xuan's formidable power, the small spiritual banner surged forward with increasing velocity towards the desert banner. The two banners faced each other in the air, and in an instant the winds shifted, and sand swirled violently. Due to the restraining effect of Control Banner Art, after an intense struggle, the desert banner gradually succumbed to the spiritual power of the small banner. Ultimately, Ye Xuan successfully inscribed his mark upon the desert banner. Collect! Ye Xuan bellowed, slowly bringing it into his grasp, feeling the immense power emanating from the banner. A satisfied smile spreading across his face. Holding the desert banner, Ye Xuan's aura soared, his legs exerting force as he leaped high, standing firmly in the air. He then swung his arms swiftly, wielding the desert banner with strength, each motion accompanied by a sharp, piercing sound as it cut through the air. The sands below began to churn violently, rising into massive columns that pierced the clouds. Meanwhile, the surrounding space, unable to bear the weight, began to distort and warp, layers of folds appearing in the fabric of reality. The entire desert space gradually contracted, ultimately being drawn in as if swallowed by a black hole, completely absorbed by the desert banner. In an instant, Ye Xuan's figure emerged above a shimmering lake. A gentle breeze caressed the surface, creating ripples. On the opposite shore of the lake stood a towering palace, 1,000 feet high, exuding grandeur that was awe-inspiring. This palace radiated a dense aura of malevolence, shrouded in swirling black mist, emanating a terrifying pressure that even celestial beings would find hard to endure. Chapter 58. The Tomb of the Wild Demon Emperor. Ye Xuan gazed upward, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Even the resplendent palace of the Great Night Empire paled in comparison to the grandeur and scale of the magnificent hall before him. Just as Ye Xuan was marveling in silence, the sands of the wild sand banner in his hand suddenly shimmered, and a stream of yellow light shot forth. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a slender boy clad in yellow garments. The boy had a tousled mane of yellow hair, a somewhat slender figure, yet his face radiated a lively and mischievous expression. "Hey, master," the boy chirped, his voice as clear and melodious as a bell. "I'm Little Huang, and I shall follow you from now on." This boy was none other than the spirit of the wild sand banner, Little Huang. Once a weapon ascends to the supreme artifact level, it can cultivate a spirit, thus manifesting as a spirit form. This wild sand banner had already reached the pinnacle of imperial artifact status, naturally possessing its own spirit. Remarkably, this spirit could contend with celestial sovereigns using only its innate power. Is this the spirit of the wild sand banner, Little Huang? Ye Xuan smiled at the vivacious boy before him. Ye Xuan then inquired, "Little Huang, have you been in this myriad demon secret realm for an extended period?" Little Huang gestured emphatically, forming a 9 with his hands. "Master, I have resided in this myriad demon secret realm for a full 90,000 years. 90,000 years! Ye Xuan exclaimed in disbelief. It is essential to note that for cultivators, the lifespan of a rule sovereign barely extends to 10,000 years. Although artifacts typically endure longer than their wielders, 90,000 years is an unfathomably long duration. With hands on his hips, Little Huang proclaimed proudly, "Master, I was once a quasi-emperor artifact. However, after enduring a long period of sealing, I fell to the imperial artifact realm. Otherwise, with your current cultivation, you would not be able to subdue me. A quasi-emperor artifact." A flicker of surprise flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes as he calculated in his mind that the 123,000 exchange points he had spent on cultivating the control banner technique was indeed a worthy investment. He had never anticipated that he could acquire a quasi-emperor artifact. At that moment, a mechanical yet somewhat smug voice echoed from the chaotic space. "Of course. Everything produced by this system is a premium product." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's lips twitched slightly, and he huffed in irritation. "If you had mentioned that the wild sand banner was a fallen quasi-emperor artifact earlier, I would have redeemed it immediately without all this fuss. You didn't inquire beforehand?" Ye Xuan was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing without sound. "Forget it. I shan't argue with you," he mumbled to himself, pulling his consciousness back to reality. Ye Xuan lifted his gaze toward the ancient palace standing before him, a sense of solemnity and grandeur enveloping him, as if the air was infused with the weight of time. He turned to Little Huang and asked, "Do you know what this palace ahead signifies?" Upon hearing this, Little Huang's previously lively demeanor vanished instantaneously. His head drooped, and a hint of melancholy crossed his features. He merely nodded in response. Ye Xuan, ever perceptive, immediately detected the shift in Little Huang's mood and inquired with concern, "What is troubling you, Little Huang?" After a brief silence, Little Huang's voice, tinged with undeniable sorrow, slowly emerged. "That is the tomb of my original master, the Wild Demon Emperor." The Wild Demon Emperor, Ye Xuan instinctively gasped. Previously, he had heard from Yi Hao and others that this place merely harbored the legacy of a rule sovereign. Later, after subduing Wang Defa, he learned that it was the burial site of a celestial sovereign. Yet now, Little Huang revealed that this palace was in fact the tomb of the Wild Demon Emperor. Ye Xuan understood the implications of such a title. It indicated that this palace was the final resting place of a being who had at least reached the quasi-emperor level. The resting place of such a formidable entity must harbor countless astonishing secrets and rare treasures. Little Huang, can you share some tales about your former master? I am quite intrigued by his experiences, Ye Xuan said, his eyes sparkling with the thirst for knowledge as he looked at Little Huang with anticipation. Little Huang nodded gravely, his expression shifting to one of solemnity, as if he had unlocked the floodgates of memory. My former master was an immensely powerful demon emperor. His true form was that of a wild dragon, possessing terrifying strength, having reached the 7-turn quasi-emperor realm. In the entire southern continent, he stood as a peak figure, renowned and unmatched. Ye Xuan listened with rapt attention, envisioning a colossal wild dragon, its scales glimmering with an ethereal light, soaring freely across the vast expanse of the heavens, altering the very fabric of the world around it. Little Huang paused briefly, a sense of pride washing over his features before he continued, at the height of his power. My master established the heavenly wild demon sect with his exceptional skills and extraordinary strategies. In no time, he unified nearly 100 realms, ruling over the northeast of the southern continent. During that time, the heavenly wild demon sect was unrivaled, commanding obedience from all corners and governing the rise and fall of the region. However, who could have foreseen that my master, despite his brilliance, would stumble over matters of the heart? He fell in love with a female demon emperor, only to be ensnared by her treachery. She plotted his downfall, laying numerous traps, and my master unwittingly fell into her snares, sustaining grievous injuries and nearly losing his remarkable cultivation. In his final moments, he managed to escape in a weakened state, returning to his birthplace, the myriad demon mountains. Upon his return, he constructed this imperial tomb, leaving behind everything he had. Little Huang's expression turned pained, his voice tinged with sorrow and indignation. Ye Xuan's expression grew peculiar, as he couldn't help but voice his confusion. Even a being at the quasi-emperor level could be deceived by love? Is it truly a case of heroes falter before the beauty's gate? Nevertheless, he thought to himself regardless, this tomb of a 7-turn quasi-emperor must conceal innumerable treasures and techniques. Just the thought of it fills me with exhilaration. All of this will belong to me, Ye Xuan. I will utilize these resources to become even more powerful. Little Huang continued, Master, that is the tale of my original master. Oh, and you should know, the myriad demon secret realm holds more than just my original master's tomb. It also contains the graves of his former subordinates, 10 demon emperors, 20 demon sovereigns, and as many as 100 demon kings. Gulp. Ye Xuan swallowed hard, his eyes widening like saucers. This was no secret realm. It was a treasure trove of unimaginable fortune laid out before him. 10 demon emperors, 20 demon sovereigns, and 100 demon kings, each of whom had once been a dominant figure in their own right. Chapter 59. Entering the imperial tomb with determination in his gaze, Ye Xuan stepped forward without a hint of hesitation, striding boldly towards the palace. Xiao Huang followed closely behind, never straying an inch from his side. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing before the towering entrance, which soared hundreds of feet into the sky. Against the backdrop of this magnificent structure, Ye Xuan appeared diminutive, akin to a mere drop in the ocean. Master, this is the renowned Huangmen. It weighs an astounding 99,999,000 pounds and is fortified with a special restriction that can only be moved by pure physical strength. Attempting to use spiritual methods will trigger a powerful backlash, sending one flying back, Xiao Huang explained gravely, tilting its head upwards to address Ye Xuan. 99,999,000 pounds? Remarkable, Ye Xuan replied, a smirk playing on his lips. But to impede me? That is far from sufficient. With a mighty shout, Ye Xuan invoked, Azure Lotus, illuminate the sky. Azure Lotus Celestial Body. In an instant, a surge of azure power erupted from his being, fully activating the Azure Lotus Celestial Body. Behind him, a colossal azure lotus blossomed, each petal shimmering with an ethereal, dreamlike radiance. Ye Xuan raised his arms high, muscles taut, as his palms surged forth with the might of an avalanche, crashing against the Huangmen. Behold my strength. I shall push you aside with a single effort. Veins bulged on his arms, resembling dragons poised to ascend. As he unleashed his full power, the azure lotus behind him quivered violently, its brilliance intensifying. A formidable force streamed from Ye Xuan's palms towards the Huangmen, causing the hard stone beneath his feet to shatter under the immense pressure, splintering into countless fragments. As time slipped by, beads of sweat rolled down Ye Xuan's forehead, his breaths growing labored and rapid. Yet, the Huangmen slowly yielded, creating a narrow gap. Open! Ye Xuan summoned every ounce of strength, pushing the Azure Lotus Celestial Body to its limits. With a thunderous roar that resonated painfully in the ears, the Huangmen swung wide open. A wave of pungent, sinister energy surged forth, nearly suffocating him. Before him lay a deep, shadowy corridor, its walls flickering with a ghostly green glow. Let's proceed. Ye Xuan stretched his limbs, his bones cracking, before stepping confidently into the corridor, disappearing within its depths, followed closely by Xiao Huang. The moment Ye Xuan entered the corridor, he sensed an environment fraught with peril. The space was tumultuous, waves of energy tearing at everything around. This force was overwhelmingly potent. Even a typical celestial sovereign would be torn to shreds if they faltered within. Fortunately, Ye Xuan's extraordinary constitution shielded him from grave injury amidst the terrifying turbulence. Xiao Huang played a critical role, keenly discerning the laws of space, guiding Ye Xuan along a safe path with its agile voice while summoning a faint golden power from within to erect a barrier against the tumult. Time passed, and suddenly, Ye Xuan found himself engulfed in darkness, plummeting uncontrollably until he landed with a thud in a grand hall. Xiao Huang transformed into a banner of sandy hues, resting in Ye Xuan's right hand, having expended considerable energy in the process. Where am I? Ye Xuan quickly rose, surveying his surroundings with caution. The entire hall was adorned with patterns of demonic entities, their ancient essence still palpable despite the ravages of time. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the patterns depicted the life cycle of a demon spirit, from birth to dominion. Could this be the main chamber of the tomb of the demon emperor? Ye Xuan pondered, yet he found no sign of a coffin. Strange, without a coffin. How could this be the main chamber? Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, perplexed. Just as confusion settled in, a strange gray mist began to swirl in the center of the hall, and 3 towering statues rose from the ground. The first statue, a tiger-headed man clad in black scales, wielded a long knife taller than 2 men, its blade glinting ominously. The second statue bore the lower body of a pristine white goat and the upper body of a stern-faced man, gripping a long spear. The third, the most imposing, was a bull-headed giant, standing 3 stories tall, with bulging muscles and a heavy hammer that felt like a mountain. What are these statues? Ye Xuan instinctively tightened his grip on the sandy banner, his internal energy surging, ready to confront any unforeseen danger. Boom! 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 The hall trembled violently as the 3 statues awakened simultaneously, their presence radiating a terrifying pressure and a dense, malevolent aura that stirred the surrounding air into a frenzy. This overwhelming force surged towards Ye Xuan. His expression hardened as he swiftly raised the sandy banner, unleashing a golden light that dissipated the oncoming energy. His gaze remained fixed on the 3 awakened statues, marveling at their power. How formidable! These statues are likely beyond the celestial sovereign level. This could spell significant trouble. The statues bent their towering forms, scrutinizing Ye Xuan with intense curiosity. The goat-headed figure spoke first, its tone cold and indifferent. After 90,000 years, you're the first cultivator to step into this place. Alas, you are but a human. The tiger-headed statue hoisted its gleaming blade onto its broad shoulder, a deep, hearty laugh escaping its lips. He is not merely a human. He has subdued the Master's sandy banner. This seemingly insignificant human is, in fact, quite extraordinary. Boom! The bull-headed giant slammed its hammer into the ground, fissures cracking the floor beneath. With a resonant voice, it proclaimed, "I, the old bull, care not for these matters. As this young man is a rare guest, regardless of whether he is human or demon, if he can pass this trial, he shall enter the Master's main hall. There, all will be determined by the Master." Upon hearing their words, Ye Xuan's confusion deepened, prompting him to ask eagerly, "May I inquire the names of the 3 esteemed figures? What is this place?" Chapter 60. The Hand of the Divine Emperor. Listen well, young human. We, the 3 demons, are the guardians of this imperial tomb. If you wish to obtain my master's legacy, you must first defeat us. The voice of the wild bull boomed like a thunderclap. Defeat you 3? Ye Xuan could not help but gasp, his brows knitting tightly. From the formidable aura emanating from these 3 wild demons, he discerned that they were no ordinary foes. To say nothing of vanquishing all 3, even a solitary duel with one would not guarantee his victory. Now, he was to face all 3 alone? It felt like an absurd jest. The wild sheep seemed to see through Ye Xuan's thoughts and spoke in a calm manner. "Fear not, young human. We shall not engage you at our current level. We will seal our cultivation to match your perfected heavenly king realm before we battle. Moreover, it is rare for one of your age to reach such heights. Even in our time, such talent was considered a paragon among the celestial elite. The wild sheep's eyes shimmered with a glint of insight. Hearing these words, Ye Xuan let out a long sigh of relief, the weight upon his heart finally lifting. This was indeed favorable. He was confident in his invincibility at the same level. With the three wild demons sealing their powers for a fair fight, his opportunity had arrived. Then I accept this challenge, Ye Xuan declared, his gaze fierce and unwavering, his aura surging as the flames of battle ignited within him. Good lad, you have spirit. The wild bull laughed heartily, the sound echoing throughout the hall. In an instant, the three powerful auras retracted. In the blink of an eye, the three wild demons truly sealed their powers to match Ye Xuan's perfected heavenly king realm. Come forth, young one. Let me see your prowess. The wild tiger's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gripped his great blade tightly, swinging it through the air with a sharp whistle. Ye Xuan's expression turned icy as he swiftly wielded the desert banner, which transformed instantaneously into a spear of unmatched sharpness. The next moment, Ye Xuan's form darted forward like lightning, launching a fierce assault towards the wild tiger, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. The wild tiger, sensing Ye Xuan's approach akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey, raised his great blade without hesitation, striking down against Ye Xuan's spear with tremendous force. In that instant, the clash of metal rang out through the hall, a powerful shockwave radiating from the point of impact, causing the air around them to swirl. The sheer force of the collision surged back through Ye Xuan's arm, numbing it and nearly causing him to lose grip on the spear. What immense strength! Ye unparalleled immortality. Meanwhile, the wild tiger, though slightly gaining the upper hand in their contest of strength, could not disregard the counterforce of Ye Xuan's spear. His massive form was pushed back 3 steps, each footfall leaving a deep imprint in the ground. Once he steadied himself, the wild tiger's eyes brimmed with surprise and admiration. Good lad, who would have thought that within your seemingly frail body lay such terrifying power? Among humans, possessing a physique as formidable as yours is indeed a rarity. Ye Xuan smiled confidently, lightly leaping to hover steadily in midair. He scanned the 3 wild demons and proclaimed, Seniors, there is no need for restraint. Come at me together. Today, I shall engage in a fierce battle with you all, and I will not relent until the fight is thoroughly satisfying. The wild tiger exchanged a glance with the wild bull and the wild sheep, and they understood one another. In an instant, the 3 formidable auras erupted simultaneously from 3 cunning angles, launching a thunderous assault on Ye Xuan. The hall transformed into a battlefield as the intensity of the confrontation escalated. The wild tiger wielded his great blade, each swing accompanied by a fierce wind, capable of cleaving mountains with ease. The wild bull swung his massive hammer, each strike resonating with a deep thud, shattering the ground beneath them, sending shards of stone flying. This hall was constructed from rare and resilient stones, impervious to the might of ordinary celestial lords, who would struggle to leave even a mark upon it. Yet at this moment, under the relentless onslaught of the 3 wild demons, the ground lay ravaged, pockmarked, and scarred, demonstrating that even with their powers sealed, their strength far surpassed that of typical celestial lords. Fortunately, the hall possessed inherent laws of power that would quickly restore any damage inflicted. Meanwhile, the wild sheep danced his spear like a serpent, executing a series of exquisite techniques with precision aimed at Ye Xuan's vital points. Under the combined assault from the 3 demons, Ye Xuan's situation grew increasingly perilous, fraught with danger. Despite his agile movements and desperate evasions, he was unable to avoid all the strikes, and soon his robes bore several deep cuts from their blades. An hour passed in the blink of an eye, and the battle intensified further. The wild sheep propelled himself into the air, his spear slicing through the air towards Ye Xuan's face with lethal intent. This strike, if it connected, would surely inflict grave injury. In that critical moment, Ye Xuan's celestial spirit erupted forth, harmonizing with his Azure Lotus immortal body, and his eyes gleamed with a hue of azure. His vision sharpened to an extraordinary degree, allowing him to perceive even the most subtle movements of the wild sheep with clarity. A prime opportunity. Ye Xuan rejoiced inwardly, immediately channeling the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture. This profound technique encompassed not only inscrutable cultivation methods, but also unparalleled offensive arts. Though Ye Xuan's comprehension was still nascent, he had already mastered several devastating techniques. The hand of the Divine Emperor, Ye Xuan shouted as a towering figure slowly emerged behind him. This figure radiated an ancient and timeless aura, as if it had traversed the eons from a distant primordial era. Its visage was imposing and dignified, exuding an innate authority that caused the very space around it to freeze, time itself appearing to halt. The three wild demons felt a sudden jolt in their hearts, a potent sense of oppression washing over them, making their spirits tremble involuntarily. Even the wild sheep, who had been charging towards Ye Xuan, halted abruptly, stunned by this unexpected intimidation. Chapter 61. The Defeat of the Three Demons. The passing of the test. At that critical moment, a colossal hand emerged from behind Ye Xuan, radiating a violet luminescence. Its speed was unparalleled, and in the blink of an eye, it deftly seized the spear thrust towards him by the wild sheep. What? The wild sheep's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression a portrait of astonishment. He exerted every ounce of strength to retract his spear, only to find that in the presence of this enigmatic hand, his efforts were as futile as an ant attempting to shake a tree. Shatter! Ye Xuan unleashed a tremendous force, and in an instant, the spear crumbled in the grasp of the divine figure, disintegrating into countless shards that scattered in all directions. Immediately thereafter, the formidable phantom, empowered by this force, surged towards the wild sheep with tremendous momentum. Boom! The impact was so terrifying that the wild sheep had no means of defense and was obliterated, dissipating into a cloud of primal energy. How is this possible? What manner of creature is this boy? The wild tiger stood frozen, his face a canvas of shock, his eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape. It appears we have truly encountered an extraordinarily gifted individual today. The wild bull, far from displaying any fear, instead wore an expression of exhilaration, his eyes shimmering with pride. Indeed, we have finally awaited the arrival of one we have long anticipated. A voice resonated softly, and then an extraordinary scene unfolded. The wild sheep, which had just been shattered into primal energy, began to gradually coalesce and reshape itself under the influence of a mysterious force, soon returning to its original form. It can restore itself to its former state? Observing this, Ye Xuan could not help but furrow his brow, growing increasingly vigilant. Boy, there is no need for you to be anxious. Since you have managed to shatter me, I shall not trouble you further. The wild sheep's expression was relaxed, a gentle smile gracing his lips. All you need to do now is defeat these two fellows, and you will have passed this trial. Come now, let us engage in a vigorous battle. This is the final confrontation. The wild bull exuded fervent combat spirit, raising a massive war hammer high above, stamping his foot firmly on the ground, causing it to crack with a thunderous roar, dust flying in the air. Indeed, let's fight again. Ha ha! The wild tiger, not to be outdone, wielded his long knife with a fierce flourish, erupting in maniacal laughter. Very well, I shall vanquish both of you. Divine Emperor's avatar. Ye Xuan swiftly brought his hands together, mysterious runes surging from his palms, intertwining to form an eternal seal radiating an ancient aura. In an instant, the imposing Divine Emperor phantom behind him blazed with brilliance, slowly merging with Ye Xuan's form. At the moment of fusion, Ye Xuan's aura surged once more, transcending the realm of ordinary celestial sovereigns, his spiritual energy overflowing, as if it would shatter the very hall itself. Fight! Ye Xuan let out a furious roar, the sound waves crashing forth as he lunged towards the wild tiger and wild bull. This time, without the wild sheep support, the wild tiger and wild bull felt an immediate increase in pressure, unable to exert the same dominance over Ye Xuan as before. Instead, leveraging the formidable power gained from the Divine Emperor's fusion, Ye Xuan swiftly seized the initiative on the battlefield, completely overpowering the two. As the wild tiger struggled to defend himself, Ye Xuan's right fist suddenly surged with power, the wind from his punch howling, striking the wild tiger with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, the wild tiger was unable to mount an effective defense, his body instantly shattering into a tempest of primal energy. Deprived of the wild tiger's assistance, the wild bull found himself isolated and vulnerable, increasingly unable to withstand Ye Xuan's relentless assault. Seizing the moment, Ye Xuan teleported directly in front of the wild bull, raising his palm high, gathering immense spiritual energy that radiated a dazzling light. He then unleashed a powerful palm strike against the wild bull's chest. Bang! Another deafening sound erupted, and the wild bull's form disintegrated into ash. A moment later, both the wild tiger and wild bull's forms reassembled, standing firmly in place once more. Simultaneously, Ye Xuan gradually calmed his breath, the surging spiritual energy around him receding. Moreover, he keenly sensed a subtle indication of a breakthrough within him, as if a thin veil was about to be pierced, ushering him into the realm of the celestial sovereign. Boy, your performance in this battle has been nothing short of astounding. You have successfully passed the trial. Now, you may enter the Master's Hall. However, the Master's inheritance is incredibly precious. Whether or not you can obtain it will depend on the Master's will. The wild sheep's eyes brimmed with approval as he stepped forward, concern etched upon his face. The wild tiger strode confidently to Ye Xuan's side, clapping a hefty hand on his shoulder, bursting into hearty laughter. Boy, I have great faith in you. Proceed boldly. The Master will appreciate you. Haha. Indeed, I too believe you are destined for greatness. The Master's inheritance is most likely yours. The wild bull bellowed enthusiastically. Thank you, esteemed seniors, for your recognition and encouragement. Ye Xuan slightly bowed, a humble smile adorning his face. I shall now proceed within. Go forth. The three demons spoke in unison. Ye Xuan took a deep breath, steadying his racing heart, and slowly raised his hand to grasp the handle of the door leading deeper into the hall. With a creak, the door swung open, and a wave of ancient demon energy rushed forth. Ye Xuan's figure vanished beyond the threshold. The three demons gazed silently at the closed door, and after a long moment, the wild sheep broke the silence. I wonder if this boy will succeed in obtaining the Master's inheritance. I see no cause for concern. The wild tiger planted his great sword into the ground, brimming with confidence. This boy's talent and strength are simply extraordinary. Even if we three demons were to seal our cultivation at the pinnacle of the king realm, there would be few in the entire cultivation world capable of defeating us, even among celestial sovereigns. Thus, I believe that upon encountering such a prodigy, the Master, regardless of whether he is of the demon race or not, will bestow the inheritance upon him. I sincerely hope this boy can acquire the Master's legacy. Once he attains the Sovereign of Law's realm, he will be able to inherit the Master's wild demon hall. At that moment, we too shall regain our freedom. The wild bull spoke with fervent longing in his eyes, his massive hooves restlessly scraping the ground. This wild demon hall, while it is a tomb of an emperor, is also a supreme quasi-emperor artifact, a rare spatial quasi-emperor artifact. Within its layered space, should one acquire the inheritance of the wild demon emperor, they will become the master of this hall, wielding control over all its resources. Indeed, I hope he possesses such fortune. The wild sheep slightly tilted his head, gazing towards the depths of the wild demon hall. Not one among us three demons does not yearn for freedom and the chance to escape. Chapter 62. Obtaining the legacy as Ye Xuan stepped into the deep palace. The scene before him transformed dramatically, revealing a vast blood pool that abruptly emerged. The pool brimmed with demonic blood, emanating a potent aura of malevolence. Dense enough to seem almost tangible, bubbles occasionally rose to the surface, bursting with a gurgling sound, each explosion accompanied by a fresh surge of demonic energy. This energy surged forth like a frenzied beast, lunging toward Ye Xuan's face, then forcefully invading his consciousness, clawing at his spirit and soul as if intent on devouring him whole. In a moment of peril, Ye Xuan reacted swiftly, instantly activating the Azure Lotus Immortal Body. In an instant, a resplendent azure lotus began to bloom behind him, its petals translucent and radiating a gentle yet resolute light. The Azure Lotus swayed delicately, absorbing the tumultuous demonic energy, purifying it, and transforming it into strands of pure power that flowed into Ye Xuan's being. Grateful for his unique constitution, Ye Xuan felt a shiver of relief. Otherwise, this encounter could have been perilous. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and a sense of gratitude washed over him for surviving this ordeal. At that moment, a tremendous change occurred in the blood pool. What had been a relatively calm expanse suddenly began to whirl rapidly, forming a colossal vortex. At the center of this vortex, a figure slowly materialized. It was a man clad in a gray robe, his visage strikingly handsome, almost perfect, crowned with a pair of horns that emitted a faint demonic radiance, adding an air of mystery and authority. The man's presence was extraordinary, particularly the subtle imperial aura that surrounded him, as if he possessed an innate power compelling souls to bow in reverence. This pressure is overwhelming. Ye Xuan felt an invisible weight descend upon him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably, his body instinctively yearning to kneel. Yet, in that critical moment, the Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra activated autonomously, its power surging forth to counter the oppressive force, causing the pressure to dissipate instantly. Ye Xuan felt a wave of relief wash over him, straightening his back and fixing his gaze intently on the mysterious man. "Ah, a little human, how remarkable you are! You can withstand the oppressive force of this emperor." "Indeed impressive," the wild demon emperor remarked, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Although he was now but a remnant of soul, the majesty of the quasi-emperor remained. Any ordinary cultivator of the celestial sovereign realm would have long crumpled beneath this imperial might, yet this youth stood firm, unafraid. An extraordinary feat, it dawned upon Ye Xuan that the illustrious figure before him must be the master of the three guardians outside, the renowned wild demon emperor. A hint of certainty flickered in his eyes, and with a smile, he clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Ye Xuan, paying my respects to you, esteemed elder." "Ha ha! Well said, young one, quick to react." The wild demon emperor laughed heartily, his laughter causing ripples to dance across the surface of the blood pool. "You seek the legacy of this emperor, do you not? As a quasi-emperor who once dominated an era, the techniques I possess are undoubtedly extraordinary, unparalleled in the world. My curiosity is piqued. However, the decision regarding this legacy lies entirely with me." Ye Xuan calculated his words carefully, lavishing praise upon the wild demon emperor, believing that no one could refuse such flattery, perhaps earning some additional benefits. After all, advantages presented on a silver platter should never be overlooked. The corners of the wild demon emperor's mouth curled into a slight smile as he shook his head. "You little rascal, your tongue is as sweet as honey, quite adept at winning hearts. Nevertheless, the legacies I leave behind are meant for those fated to receive them. It matters not who obtains them. Moreover, the human race is hailed as the pinnacle of all spirits. I shall observe whether you can transcend your limits and ascend to the exalted realm of emperors through my techniques. Does this mean you truly intend to bestow the legacy upon me, esteemed elder?" Ye Xuan's eyes gleamed with excitement, his joy palpable. "Indeed, it is your cunning nature that has won you this fortune." The wild demon emperor's smile broadened, and with a gentle nod, he raised his hand. A jade tablet, exuding a mysterious quasi-emperor aura, materialized in his palm, surrounded by ethereal imperial energy, its brilliance flickering. As the wild demon emperor extended the jade tablet toward Ye Xuan, his voice carried a hint of nostalgia and pride. "This technique originates from an ancient, supreme domain. By a stroke of fortune, I acquired its incomplete form. Subsequently, I poured forth my heart and soul, my life's learnings and insights, and my purest strength into its creation, enduring countless iterations and refinements to ultimately forge the Demon Spirit Wilderness Sutra. It is a remarkable technique focused on body cultivation, enabling practitioners to absorb the power of demon spirits, integrating it within themselves, continuously refining and strengthening their corporeal forms until they attain the imperial realm, wielding terrifying power capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth. Demon Spirit Wilderness Sutra, achieving an imperial body? Ye Xuan couldn't help but murmur, repeating the words in awe. The wild demon emperor's expression grew wistful as he sighed softly. Alas, I'll lament that I never had the opportunity to fully cultivate it. Had I, perhaps I could have been the first emperor of the southern continent. Regrettable indeed, such is fate. He paused, his gaze refocusing on Ye Xuan, filled with expectation. Young one, I hope you can utilize this technique to overcome formidable obstacles and achieve the imperial realm, fulfilling the aspirations I could not realize. Rest assured, esteemed elder, I shall exert every effort, living up to your expectations and attaining the exalted imperial realm. Ye Xuan declared resolutely, his fists clenched tightly. Excellent. With your promise, I shall have no regrets in this life, and I can dissipate into the cosmos with peace of mind. The wild demon emperor replied with a contented smile. Wait, Ye Xuan suddenly called out. The wild demon emperor paused, a glimmer of curiosity crossing his face as he gently inquired. What is it? Do you have any questions regarding the cultivation of this technique? Esteemed elder, do you not have any particular request for me? Perhaps to avenge you, or the like? Isn't that a common trope? Revenge? The wild demon emperor echoed softly, and in an instant, a gentle visage flashed through his mind, the face of someone he could never forget. A bittersweet smile crept onto his lips. No need. Everything is willingly given by this emperor. To provide her with all is my heartfelt desire, for she is the one I cherish most. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan couldn't help but silently commend the wild demon emperor in his heart. This emperor was truly the pinnacle of devotion. Unrivaled indeed. It should be noted that he himself could never attain such a level of selflessness, exemplified by his initial acceptance of Murong Xue, which was primarily motivated by her utility. Even now, his feelings for her were largely based on her unique constitution, with genuine affection being a rare component. Chapter 63. Consolidating the soul and achieving the celestial sovereign enough, young one. My time is drawing near, and I shall soon dissipate from this world. Allow me to bestow upon you one final gift. A gift? Ye Xuan's face was a canvas of confusion. Before Ye Xuan could fully comprehend the sudden proclamation, the Emperor of the Wild Demons abruptly raised his hand, unleashing an overwhelming force of attraction. Ye Xuan felt his body become unmoored, yanked violently towards the source of that power. Without a moment to react, he was unceremoniously hurled into the blood pool with a resounding splash. Do not panic. Immediately channel the Demon Spirit Wild Sutra and absorb the power of this demon blood pool. I shall aid you in consolidating your soul. The voice of the Wild Demon Emperor resonated once more. Consolidating the soul. Does this not imply that I could transcend to the realm of the celestial sovereign? Ye Xuan's heart raced with astonishment. Without a trace of hesitation, Ye Xuan swiftly opened the Demon Spirit Wild Sutra that had been entrusted to him by the Wild Demon Emperor. His gaze fervently scanned each character within the text, and he began to immerse himself wholeheartedly in the cultivation method prescribed therein. This technique comprised 9 levels. Upon reaching the 6th level, one's physical prowess could rival that of a celestial sovereign, and should one break through to the 7th, they would stand shoulder to shoulder with the rulers of the laws. Ye Xuan sat cross-legged in the demon blood pool, his eyes tightly shut, enveloped by layers of intangible power. Gradually, tendrils of wild demon energy emanated from within him, intertwining with the surrounding demon blood, greedily absorbing its potent essence. As the demon blood flowed into Ye Xuan's body, the once vanquished purple flood dragon physique began to revive under the nurturing and purifying effects of the demon blood, slowly regrowing its strength. Lo and behold, the power of the dragon bloodline. The wild demon emperor observed with a flicker of surprise in his eyes, quickly replaced by a knowing expression. It appears that you and I are indeed fated to cross paths. The demon blood in this pool is primarily composed of my own essence, inherently infused with formidable wild dragon might. For one who possesses a dragon bloodline, the benefits are immeasurable. Without further ado, the wild demon emperor transformed into a gray streak of light and surged into Ye Xuan's body. Upon entering, the light swiftly morphed into pure soul energy, merging deeply into Ye Xuan's soul. With the aid of this potent soul energy, the 7 celestial spirits and 3 celestial souls within Ye Xuan began to draw closer, intertwining seamlessly. Each fusion was accompanied by intense fluctuations in Ye Xuan's aura, his power surging exponentially. Once the 7 celestial spirits and 3 celestial souls fully merged, Ye Xuan would solidify his soul and successfully ascend to the celestial sovereign realm. The celestial sovereign realm signified the forging of the soul, extending one's lifespan to 5,000 years. Even if the physical body faced annihilation, as long as the soul endured, there remained a chance for rebirth. As time slipped away, a month passed almost imperceptibly. The once crimson, viscous blood pool, steeped in an eerie atmosphere, had transformed entirely. There was no trace of demon blood left, and the pool now shimmered like crystal. Within the pool, Ye Xuan sat bare-chested, a vivid purple wild dragon insignia etched upon his chest. The dragon's form coiled and twisted, its scales shimmering as if alive, each detail exquisitely crafted, as though it might soar into the heavens at any moment. Since absorbing the demon blood, a hint of draconic aura enveloped Ye Xuan, enhancing his presence and bestowing upon him an air of nobility and authority. Suddenly, the air before Ye Xuan rippled gently, and a soul body identical to his own materialized. This soul body radiated an imperial aura, sacred and inviolable. Undoubtedly, this was the soul Ye Xuan had painstakingly forged through arduous cultivation. The soul lingered briefly in the air before transforming into a streak of light and swiftly re-entering Ye Xuan's body. In that instant, Ye Xuan's tightly shut eyes flew open, 2 beams of brilliance erupting forth, causing the entire hall to tremble violently. At last, I have entered the realm of the celestial sovereign. Ye Xuan rose slowly, gently stretching his limbs as an overwhelming pressure erupted from within him, shaking the very surroundings. His physical form, having absorbed the entirety of the demon blood, had ascended to the 7th level. Now, my physical strength is sufficient to contend with the rulers of the laws. Laughter erupted from Ye Xuan, resounding and triumphant, echoing throughout the expansive hall. 2 months have already passed. Why has our master not emerged? Murong Xue's delicate visage was etched with worry, her brows knitted in concern. Typically, the maximum duration for entry was 1 month. Surpassing this limit would result in eternal confinement. Wang Chongyang paced anxiously, muttering, "Master, you must not meet with misfortune." Zhuo Ci sat with closed eyes, his fingers calculating tirelessly, attempting to discern Ye Xuan's situation. Yet despite his efforts, he could not unravel the mystery, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. Besides Zhuo Ci stood 5 men of diverse appearances, each emanating unique demonic aura, their presence formidable. These were the demon lords Zhuo Ci had subdued during his time in the 10,000 Demon Mountains: the Wolf Lord, Snake Lord, Leopard Lord, Eagle Lord, and Monkey Lord. Though they were demon lords, they stood deferentially by Zhuo Ci's side. As the group fretted, the spatial passageway leading to the 10,000 demon secret realm suddenly trembled, and the entire mountain shook violently. The ground quaked, stones tumbled, as if a colossal force was breaking free. "Look!" Wang Chongyang halted abruptly, pointing at the quaking mountain, his voice booming. Ye Xuan emerged, clad in a dark robe, exuding a powerful and restrained aura as he stepped forth from the mountain. With each stride, he traversed immense distances, the air rippling beneath his feet. Zhuo Ci's gaze sharpened in astonishment, internally marveling, the nascent form of the space law. The master's power has reached such terrifying heights. He is likely now on par with my own strength. Zhuo Ci understood that mastering the embryonic form of the space law indicated Ye Xuan had ascended to an entirely new realm. After successfully breaking through, Ye Xuan promptly seized the wild demon palace with his formidable might. Subsequently, he wasted no time exploring the 10,000 demon secret realm, meticulously uncovering every demon tomb within. The results of this exploration were staggering. He uncovered 8 demon emperor tombs. Although these tombs may not have rivaled the wild demon palace, they still housed countless treasures. lost cultivation manuals, and artifacts imbued with immense power, each one worth its weight in gold. Chapter 64. Establishing the Dynasty, my lord. Murong Xue exclaimed with excitement, her figure darting like a swallow as she gracefully flew towards Ye Xuan. I pay my respects, my lord. Wang Chongyang and the 5 demon lords knelt in reverence, feeling the overwhelming pressure emanating from Ye Xuan, a presence that belonged to a true powerhouse. Zhusi also knelt on one knee in homage. Ye Xuan wore a gentle smile, nodding slightly in acknowledgement, and then raised his right hand, an invisible force lifting everyone slowly to their feet. He then turned his gaze to Murong Xue, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Very good, Xue. You have entered the realm of the Heavenly King. Murong Xue's cheeks reddened slightly, her playful tone tinged with shyness. Compared to you, my lord, I still have a long way to go. But why have you stayed in the secret realm for so long? You made me worry terribly. Ye Xuan's lips curled into a confident smile as he explained. I was searching for resources, which took some time. But do not worry, it is all in the past now. Understanding dawned upon Murong Xue as she gazed at Ye Xuan's smile. She knew he must have reaped substantial rewards. Ye Xuan's gaze turned resolute as he looked afar, declaring, let us depart. Our journey in the realm of 10,000 demons has concluded splendidly. Now, it is time to formally establish our dynasty. After founding our dynasty, we can seek our revenge. Great Night Imperial City, are you prepared to welcome me, Ye Xuan? Within the city of Yu, the Hall of Wild Demons dominated the central core, sprawling expansively with a majestic aura, akin to a towering giant overseeing all around. Upon returning to Yu City, Ye Xuan methodically arranged all his acquisitions from the realm of 10,000 demons here. Naturally, the Hall of Wild Demons was transformed into the royal palace. Originally the sleeping quarters of the Wild Demon Emperor, Ye Xuan was astounded by its scale and structure upon deeper exploration. This grand palace boasted 81 main halls, each magnificent and resplendent, showcasing opulence and grandeur. Additionally, countless auxiliary halls were distributed throughout, encircling the main halls like stars surrounding the moon, forming an immense and orderly palace complex. Notably, the 3 demons that once guarded the Hall of Wild Demons bowed to Ye Xuan's formidable strength and extraordinary presence, becoming the new protectors of the palace. These 3 demons had now reached the realm of demon emperors, possessing the body of the wild puppet. As long as the Hall of Wild Demons remained intact, they would not truly perish. However, over the passage of time, their strength had diminished significantly. To fully regain their former power would require a lengthy period. Under Ye Xuan's meticulous planning, Yu City underwent a tremendous transformation. In a short span, the city's scale expanded nearly 100-fold. Its previous contours vanished, now boasting a formidable presence that surpassed even the Great Night Imperial City. Stepping into Yu City, one could distinctly sense the rich spiritual energy permeating the air, tangible and abundant. This was due to Ye Xuan's ingenious placement of 9 top-tier spiritual veins and dozens of superior spiritual veins beneath Yu City, continuously supplying it with immense spiritual power. The Great Night Dynasty, a behemoth among the 7 dynasties, possessed merely 5 top-tier spiritual veins within its imperial city. In contrast, Yu City's spiritual energy surpassed theirs. Currently, the territory under Ye Xuan's control, in terms of foundation, was on par with any dynasty, with the only slight deficiency being population and land area. As sunlight poured over the plaza before the palace, Ye Xuan donned a black and gold dragon robe, the dragon patterns intricately outlined in gold, as though ready to soar. The beaded curtain on his crown swayed gently, enhancing his mysterious visage, while the imperial aura emanating from him seemed to solidify the air around. As Ye Xuan descended the palace steps, a regiment of guards and maids surged forth behind him. They moved in unison, standing tall, each one possessing the attained realm of perfect elixirs, their spiritual power subtly shimmering. Beneath his feet, azure lotuses blossomed, each step creating ripples of spiritual energy. The plaza was alive with a grand assembly, exuding an impressive aura. 200,000 soldiers of Youzhou, clad in shining armor, stood like a forest of spears, their morale soaring. 100,000 yellow-turbaned soldiers raised their banners, the flags rustling fiercely. 10,000 Iron Eagle warriors, with sharp gazes, radiated an air of lethal intent. 5,000 Northern Liang cavalry, their steeds whinnying, pounded the ground with their hooves, showcasing an iron-blooded demeanor. Further ahead, the women of Luo Hua Tower exuded grace and charm. In the distance, the civil officials of Youzhou donned court robes, while the disciples of the Confucian Academy wore flowing garments. The powerful figures summoned by Ye Xuan also displayed their distinct styles, gathering here. The moment Ye Xuan arrived at the plaza, the soldiers of the four great legions knelt on one knee in unison, their movements synchronized, followed by a resounding chorus of cheers that reverberated throughout Yu City, shaking the very walls. Huzzah! 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 The mighty roars cascaded like waves, enveloping the entire city, shaking it to its core. Following this, the officials, dressed in court attire, wore solemn expressions as they respectfully knelt, lifting their garments. The disciples of the Confucian Academy followed suit, bowing in unison with their hands on the ground. In an instant, the plaza was filled with kneeling figures, all gazing up at Ye Xuan with awe and reverence. Ye Xuan maintained a serene demeanor, radiating supreme imperial authority as he received the royal edict from Wei Zhongxian. The edict, crafted from dark gold silk, bore golden threads embroidered with a purple wild dragon, shimmering with a violet brilliance under the sunlight. Subsequently, Ye Xuan took steady, powerful strides towards the 108-tiered platform. With each step, he exuded an imposing presence, every tier symbolizing the cities under his command. Of course, the number of cities Ye Xuan originally controlled far exceeded this, but through the geographical reorganization by Fan Yuan, the current configuration of 108 cities was established. Atop the platform stood a towering bronze cauldron, 9 zhang high, its ancient and solid body intricately engraved with Ye Xuan's illustrious achievements. Gentle fragrances wafted from the cauldron, enveloping the platform, adding a touch of sanctity to the solemn ceremony. Ye Xuan, standing tall in the center of the platform, slowly unfurled the royal edict in his hands, his spiritual force surging powerfully, simultaneously invoking the might of the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture. In an instant, Ye Xuan's imperial aura surged like a roaring tide, expanding outward, instilling profound reverence in those below, causing them to hold their breath involuntarily. I, Ye Xuan, once the king of Yu in the Great Night Dynasty. However, the Great Night Dynasty, with its corrupt ministers and debauchery, not only humiliated me, but also deceived the people of Youzhou, committing countless atrocities that defy the heavens. Today, I follow the guidance of the heavenly path, upholding the fervent hopes of the common people, overcoming countless obstacles to unify numerous dynasties in the land of Youzhou. From this moment forth, a new dynasty is established, named Tai Xian. I am a king of Tai Xian. Chapter 65. The Silver Summoning Card in the Tai Xian Palace. Within the grand hall, the flickering candlelight danced. Ye Xuan, clad in a black robe, sat solemnly at the center, his demeanor austere, yet his inner aura was restrained, barely concealing his brilliance. He slowly closed his eyes, his spirit instantaneously entering the chaotic realm. System, utilize 3 silver summoning cards. Ye Xuan's voice reverberated through the chaos. At the moment he successfully established the Tai Xian dynasty, the system's notification echoed in the void, informing him of the acquisition of 3 precious silver summoning cards. Ding! The first silver summoning card is in use. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Li Si from the Great Qin, along with 10 esteemed civil officials. Li Si's personal profile is as follows. Race, human cultivation. Late stage heavenly sovereign physique, pure source law body weapon, law heaven sword techniques, primary law cannon, law heaven seal, law killing technique, law reversal technique, mysterious law soul destruction palm, law sword killing, accompanied by 10 civil officials, all in the celestial realm. Is indeed Li Si. Within the current dynasty, such talent is most needed, especially with 10 high-ranking civil officials accompanying him. This is truly a remarkable boon. Ye Xuan could hardly conceal his excitement, his voice involuntarily rising. At this nascent stage of the Tai Qin Dynasty. The need for an astute and capable politician to steer the ship was paramount. After all, the most talented civil servant at his disposal, Feng Yuan, was beginning to feel overwhelmed by the weight of the dynasty's affairs, struggling to navigate the political waters alone. The arrival of Li Si would undoubtedly inject new vigor and vitality into the Qin dynasty. Just as Ye Xuan reveled in his joy over Li Si's summoning, a crisp notification suddenly sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned Zhao Yun. What? Ye Xuan exclaimed in astonishment. It was none other than the legendary Zhao Zilong, a fervent admirer of the three kingdoms in his past life. Ye Xuan had long admired Zhao Yun's valiant deeds at Changban Slope and his unwavering loyalty to Liu Bei, which exemplified the ideals of honor and heroism. Now, this legendary warrior had been summoned by him, igniting a surge of fervor within Ye Xuan. System, reveal Zhao Yun's personal profile. Ding. Zhao Yun's personal profile is as follows. Name, Zhao Yun race. Human cultivation. 8-stage law monarch physique. White Dragon Physique Weapon, White Dragon Spear Techniques, White Dragon Heavenly Cannon Laws, Supreme Combat Law Martial Techniques, White Dragon Spear Technique, Annihilation 3 Spears, White Dragon Fist, White Dragon Palm, an 8-stage Law Monarch. Ye Xuan swallowed hard, realizing he had truly amassed an invincible foundation. He even possessed the strength to confront the illustrious Fenghua Dao sect directly. Of course, most importantly, he aimed to usurp his father's imperial throne and wholly integrate the Great Night Dynasty into the dominion of his Qin dynasty. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully used the final silver summoning card. You have summoned the Phantom. Phantom? Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, unfamiliar with this title. Ding! The Phantom's personal profile is as follows. Name, Phantom Race. Enchantress Cultivation. 7th-stage Law Monarch Physique. Phantom Heavenly Body Weapon, Phantom Blade Techniques, Phantom Immortal Cannon Laws, Shadow Law, Enchantment Law, Wind Law Martial Techniques, Mysterious Shadow Assassination Technique, Shadow Escape Technique, Wind Destruction Killing Technique, another Law Monarch, and a female assassin at that. A hint of intrigue and anticipation danced in Ye Xuan's smile. Ding! Host, would you like to summon the individual to this location immediately? Summon. Ye Xuan, replied digisividi. Not hesitating for a moment. In an instant, his spirit returned, and he opened his eyes, a smirk of mischief curling at the corners of his mouth. Before him, the fabric of space began to twist and contort, and in the blink of an eye, a man clad in a black robe materialized. He stood tall, with a lean face, penetrating eyes, and a black beard adorning his chin, exuding an air of astuteness and competence with every gesture. The newcomer was none other than Li Si, followed closely by 10 civil officials draped in black robes, all radiating an aura of scholarly grace and solemnity. Li Si approached with utmost respect, leading the 10 officials, and steadily knelt before Ye Xuan. With a resonant voice filled with reverence, he declared, I, Li Si, pay my respects to your majesty. Ye Xuan greeted him with a warm smile, hastening forward to gently place his hands on Li Si's arms, helping him rise. Mr. Tonggu, there are no outsiders here. There is no need for such formalities. Please rise. Thank you, your majesty. Li Si stood, feeling a warmth from Ye Xuan's courtesy. Ye Xuan gazed sincerely at Li Si, his expression solemn. Mr. Li, I am in dire need of someone of your extraordinary talent by my side. Therefore, I have decided to appoint you as the chancellor of my Qin dynasty, overseeing its governance. What are your thoughts, Chancellor? Li Si trembled slightly at the mention. In his former life, he had served as Chancellor of the Great Qin, dedicating himself tirelessly to the empire, yet ultimately met with a tragic end. Nonetheless, he had never regretted it, having once stood at the pinnacle of power and realized his ambitions. Noticing Li Si's moment of daze, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow and gently inquired, What is it? Do you have any objections? And no. Li Si quickly regained his composure and knelt, expressing his loyalty and resolve. I, Li Si, respectfully accept your majesty's appointment, and shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the Qin dynasty, even unto death. Excellent. I have complete confidence in you, and believe you will excel in this role. Ye Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his sleeve, A chancellor's seal materialized in his hand, crafted from exquisite dark jade, intricately carved. He solemnly presented the seal to Li Si. At that moment, Li Si officially became the chancellor of the Taishan dynasty, his status second only to Ye Xuan himself, becoming a figure of immense authority. Afterward, Ye Xuan regarded Li Si with a gentle yet expectant demeanor, slowly stating, "Chancellor Li, I hereby entrust the governance of Taishan to you. I hope you will quickly familiarize yourself with the affairs and strategize the development of our dynasty." Li Si accepted the command respectfully and led the 10 officials in a dignified retreat. Chapter 66. The assault begins after Li Si departed. The surrounding space once again shimmered with an eerie distortion. In an instant, a gallant figure clad in silver armor materialized out of thin air. A glimmering sword hung diagonally at his waist. His stature was tall and imposing, and his countenance strikingly handsome, exuding an air of nobility and grace. His eagle-like eyes were sharp and penetrating, embodying both martial prowess and intellect. "My lord, subordinate Zhao Yun pays his respects." Zhao Yun's voice boomed as he knelt on one knee, his movements precise and fluid. "Ha ha ha! Zilong, I have finally laid eyes upon you. You are indeed the finest general in my heart." Ye Xuan exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he strode forward to assist Zhao Yun to his feet. Feeling Ye Xuan's unreserved admiration, a knowing smile graced Zhao Yun's face as he respectfully replied, "Thank you, my lord. To earn your trust and serve you is indeed the greatest fortune of my life." "Good, good, good," Ye Xuan repeated thrice, his spirits soaring as he clapped Zhao Yun on the shoulder. Then, his expression turned serious, and he continued, "Zilong, I shall not engage in pleasantries any longer. There is an exceedingly important task I must assign to you." "Please command, my lord." Zhao Yun replied solemnly, fists clasped together, his posture unwavering. Ye Xuan nodded slightly. "I hope you can assemble a formidable army of cultivators within a month. To this end, I have prepared 200,000 elite soldiers as a foundation, while the remaining 800,000 recruits will need to be selected from within the dynasty. Rest assured, the resources of the Taishan dynasty will fully support your military endeavors." Within Ye Xuan's heart, the flames of war against the Dai dynasty were already igniting. However, at this moment, the most crucial factor was military strength. As a vast dynasty, the Dai's dominion was expansive. Relying solely on a handful of strong warriors would never suffice for complete conquest. Even the most formidable of sovereigns would struggle against the relentless assault of millions of well-trained cultivators. Therefore, Ye Xuan intended to use the Youzhou army as a foundation to forge an unstoppable force of 100,000, a blade poised to flatten the Dai. "Subordinate guarantees the task shall be completed," Zhao Yun affirmed decisively. "Excellent. Since you shall be reforming this army, I entrust its command entirely to you," Ye Xuan declared, producing a silver-white insignia that shimmered in his hand, solemnly presenting it to Zhao Yun. "I hereby officially appoint you as General of the White Dragon. The army you assemble shall be named the White Dragon Army." "Thank you, my lord." Zhao Yun accepted the insignia with both hands, his eyes brimming with gratitude and respect. He understood the immense trust and responsibility of commanding such a vast force, and his reverence for Ye Xuan reached new heights. Recognizing the magnitude of the military power entrusted to him, "Go forth. I await your good news." Ye Xuan waved his hand. After Zhao Yun departed, the third formidable figure summoned by Ye Xuan, Mei Ying, silently emerged. Cloaked in black robes that enveloped her entirely, her presence was artfully concealed, as if she merged seamlessly with the surrounding space. Even ordinary sovereigns would find it difficult to detect her existence. Ye Xuan nodded slightly. Such a person was most suitable to remain by his side, and he resolved to have her as his shadow, ever vigilant and ready for unforeseen circumstances. The governor's mansion of Hangzhou was shrouded in an atmosphere of grim foreboding. Thousands of guards adorned in the distinctive attire of the Falling Blossom Pavilion surrounded the premises, rendering it impenetrable. Among these guards, the majority were female cultivators, with male cultivators sparse, comprising less than 20%. Liu Xuesheng, the governor of Hangzhou, wore a grave expression, his gaze fixated on the falling blossom guards before him. Behind him stood over 1,000 soldiers from Hangzhou, each bearing the marks of battle. The remnants of a recent skirmish were evident, with dried blood congealed into dark crimson patches upon their garments. Fury surged within Lu Xuexing's chest, and he could no longer contain himself, spewing forth a mouthful of blood as he roared, "You shameless wretches of the falling blossom pavilion! You indulge in the resources of Hangzhou, profiting handsomely, yet now you engage in treachery with the enemy. Ha ha ha!" A cacophony of derisive laughter erupted as Ning Ke sauntered forth from among the guards, his aura pulsating with energy, having reached the threshold of half-step spirit embryo realm. Treachery with the enemy? Such words should not be spoken lightly. The Falling Blossom Pavilion and the Yellow Turban Army are of the same faction. What kind of treachery is this? Upon hearing Ning Ke's words, Lu Xuexing instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, his killing intent igniting as he bellowed, "I will kill you." Concentrating all his spirit embryo energy into his right fist, he prepared to unleash his most powerful strike, believing it to be his sole hope of turning the tide. If he could vanquish Ning Ke, perhaps a glimmer of opportunity would arise. "Just you?" Ning Ke is coldly, his expression dripping with disdain. Then, without a backward glance, he called out, "Master!" Almost simultaneously with his utterance, a terrifying force descended from the heavens, akin to an invisible mountain crashing down. The oppressive energy bore down on Lu Xuexing, and before he could reach Ning Ke, his legs buckled, forcing him to kneel. Blood gushed from his mouth as he attempted to speak, but could only manage fragmented utterances. "This is the what? Let me send you on your way." Ning Ke interjected, not allowing Lu Xuexing to finish, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness as he unsheathed his sword. In a swift arc of cold light, accompanied by a sharp clang, Lu Xuexing's head was severed from his body, rolling to the ground with wide eyes still filled with disbelief. "Leave none alive," Ning Ke commanded coldly, brandishing his bloodied sword towards the falling blossom guards, before plunging back into the fray. The soldiers of Hangzhou, already battered, stood no chance against the renewed onslaught of the falling blossom guards. In merely half an hour. Chapter 67. The Battle of Haizhou. Outside the city of Haizhou, the scene mirrored that of Hangzhou, as 50,000 yellow turban soldiers surrounded the city, leaving no avenue of escape. Over the years, the Falling Blossom Tower had deeply infiltrated Haizhou. At Ye Xuan's command, 3/4 of the city swiftly surrendered. The remaining strongholds, under the relentless assault of the Yellow Turban Army, could hardly withstand the onslaught. Within mere days, only the state capital, Haicheng, remained defiant. Haicheng, a formidable fortress, was notoriously difficult to breach, with its towering walls reaching an astonishing 500 meters into the sky. On these walls, intricate azure formations shimmered, collectively forming the formidable Spirit Sea Great Formation. Even a sovereign of the Heavenly King realm would find it challenging to shake this formation easily. Upon the grand battlements stood the Sea King, Ye Xuan, adorned in luxurious garments embroidered with gold thread and encrusted with jewels, exuding an air of nobility with every gesture. He was the third brother of Emperor Youzhou of the Dai Dynasty, born into a prestigious lineage, his maternal family once a renowned clan within the dynasty. Regrettably, in the struggle for the throne, he had been defeated and ultimately appointed as the Sea King to guard this territory. Nevertheless, Ye Xuan possessed formidable strength, having ascended to the late Heavenly King realm, radiating the faint aura of celestial power. Beside him stood General Ye Xuan of Haizhou. Although Ye Xuan had also entered the Heavenly King realm, he was merely at its threshold, his abilities still trailing behind those of Ye Xuan. Surrounding the citadel were over 100,000 troops of Haizhou's garrison. However, most of these soldiers were merely at the innate stage of cultivation. In stark contrast, the yellow turban soldiers outside boasted superior prowess, each having achieved the foundation establishment stage. This disparity elucidated why Haizhou found itself in a position of passive defense. Ye Xuan gazed upon the densely packed yellow turban army outside the walls, his brow furrowed, and his tone grave. From whence do these forces arise? Each soldier possesses the strength of the foundation establishment stage. In our Dai Dynasty, apart from the Imperial Guard, such troops are virtually non-existent. Hai Yuan nodded slightly, his expression serious. Your Highness speaks truly. This army appears to have materialized from thin air, and their origins remain a mystery. However, my investigations have revealed they are secretly colluding with the Falling Blossom Tower. The rapid downfall of Haizhou is largely due to their machinations. Upon hearing Hai Yuan's words, Ye Xuan was consumed by fury, his fists clenched tightly. Haizhou was his meticulously cultivated stronghold, the foundation upon which his grand ambitions rested, now ravaged beyond recognition. Damn it! We must not lose Haiqing at all costs, Ye Xuan declared through gritted teeth. Hai Yuan quickly clasped his fists, his tone resolute. Your Highness can rest assured. I have already sent a plea for aid to our ally, Ningzhou. They have always been on good terms with us, and upon learning of our plight, they will undoubtedly send troops to our rescue. Ye Xuan nodded slightly, a semblance of relief crossing his face. We can only pin our hopes on that. Just as Ye Xuan and Hai Yuan deliberated their strategies, the Yellow Turban army outside received the command to attack, launching a fierce assault on Haiqin. 5,000 superior-grade spirit cannons were slowly rolled into position, their gleaming black barrels reflecting a cold metallic sheen, aimed directly at the city walls. A commander of the spirit infant realm, with his power surging within, descended to the center of the cannon array. His flag billowed fiercely in the wind, and with a swift motion of his hand, he bellowed, "Fire!" In an instant, 5,000 cannons unleashed a terrifying torrent of spiritual light. 5,000 beams of blinding brilliance hurtling towards the city. Each beam contained the full force of a spirit infant realm expert, and the combined might of these attacks was unimaginable. Even a being of the celestial realm would likely be obliterated in an instant. Boom! A deafening roar reverberated as the cannon fire struck the Spirit Sea Great Formation. Dust billowed, and light flared, yet the formation remained remarkably resilient. Though a few formations were extinguished, the overall structure endured. The commander, witnessing this, felt a twinge of frustration and without hesitation raised his flag again, shouting, "Fire!" Another wave of cannon fire erupted, illuminating the battlefield and shaking the very earth beneath. As the relentless barrage continued, the Spirit Sea Great Formation began to falter, its brilliance dimming after 9 rounds of fire. However, the intense firing had caused significant overheating in the cannons, forcing them to temporarily withdraw and cool down. Ye Xuan surveyed the marks left by the cannon fire from the battlements, pondering, these cannons are indeed formidable siege weapons. Were it not for our sturdy formation, Haiqing would likely have been shattered. Hai Yuan quickly concurred. Indeed, Your Highness. Fortunately, those cannons should be out of commission for the time being. A satisfied smile crept across Ye Xuan's face. Let us see how they fare without their cannons against my Haiqing. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than the ground outside the city trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps echoed like war drums, instilling fear in the hearts of all. The Yellow Turban army swiftly parted, creating a pathway. Out from their ranks emerged a peculiar beast of immense proportions. Towering nearly 100 meters, it bore a massive jaw, sharp horns atop its head, and a pair of bony wings unfurled from its back. It was none other than the Abamengsi king. Hai Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at the creature. Your Highness, look at that. Ye Xuan, equally astonished by the sight of this bizarre beast, exclaimed, What manner of beast is this? I have never encountered its like before. The garrison atop Haicheng, confronted by this unexpected threat, felt an unsettling wave of anxiety swell within them. At that moment, the Abamengsi king raised its head and let out a deafening roar that reverberated throughout the expanse, causing pain to the ears of all present. Simultaneously, its body began to swell at a visible rate. In just a quarter of an hour, it had grown to over 3 times its original size, its already colossal form now towering like a mountain. Once its transformation was complete, the Abamengsi king dug its forelegs into the ground, producing a series of cracking sounds as a wave of destructive energy coalesced at the corners of its mouth. Shortly thereafter, a pitch-black beam of annihilation began to take shape in the air before it, twisting and swirling ominously. Chapter 68. breaking the siege of Haizhou with a roar that seemed capable of rending the heavens. King Abumos unleashed a devastating beam of destruction, coalescing before him like a bolt of black lightning, charging towards Haicheng with reckless abandon. As the beam surged forward, the air was violently torn apart, and the earth beneath it fissured with alarming cracks. The might of this strike rivaled that of a perfected heavenly king, its terrifying aura spreading like wildfire. Boom! The annihilation beam crashed against the Spirit Sea Great Formation, erupting in a blinding azure light as it attempted to withstand the onslaught of such formidable power. Yet, under the relentless assault of King Abumos, the Spirit Sea Great Formation could not endure. It shuddered violently as its array pattern shattered, ultimately succumbing to complete destruction. The residual force of the beam collided with the city walls of Haicheng, resulting in a deafening crash as a massive breach appeared, burying hundreds of soldiers who could not escape in time, snuffing out their lives in an instant. My lord, the formation has fallen. Haiyuan's face turned as pale as a sheet, his lips quivering uncontrollably. I see it, damn it. Ye Xuan's expression darkened. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. That beast just unleashed an attack with the power of a perfected heavenly king. After a fleeting moment of shock and fury, Ye Xuan regained his composure, taking a deep breath to suppress the chaos and rage within. Send the order. We must confront the enemy in a desperate battle. With two heavenly kings among us, it is not impossible to hold out until reinforcements from Ningzhou arrive. At once. My lord, Haiyuan responded, swiftly departing to gather the troops for a decisive stand against the enemy. Soon after, the heavy city gates creaked open, the sound piercing the tense atmosphere of the battlefield. The defenders of Haicheng shouted battle cries as they surged through the gates, charging towards the Yellow Turban army. In response, the Yellow Turban forces swiftly drew their weapons, unleashing a thunderous roar as they counterattacked. In an instant, the two sides clashed and fierce combat ensued. However, the vast disparity in strength rendered this encounter a brutal massacre. The innate-level defenders of Haicheng, facing the foundation-building Yellow Turban soldiers, resembled fragile ants, utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. The battlefield was a cacophony of flashing blades and anguished cries, with the defenders falling in droves, their blood rapidly staining the earth. Even the once formidable spirit embryo cultivators struggled to survive even an hour amidst the carnage, soon succumbing to the crimson tide, leaving behind a field of increasingly cold corpses. The heavenly king, Haiyuan, found himself in peril during his confrontation with King Abumos. His once reliable armor had been rendered a mere husk, riddled with ghastly cracks, no longer providing effective protection. From atop the city walls, Ye Xuan beheld this grim scene, his complexion shifting between pallor and rage, his internal struggle reaching a fever pitch. The thought of fleeing surged uncontrollably in his mind, for if this situation continued, he too would inevitably be drawn into this deadly conflict. Should reinforcements from Ningzhou fail to arrive in time, escape would be impossible. Enough, let the Green Mountains remain, and I need not fear the absence of firewood. Preserving my life is of utmost importance, and I shall devise my plans later. Gritting his teeth, Ye Xuan steeled his resolve, no longer hesitating. He pivoted abruptly, leaping into the air with a light push of his toes, fleeing towards the horizon. At that moment, Haiyuan, locked in a life-and-death struggle with King Abumos, caught sight of this betrayal, and despair washed over his face like a thunderbolt. My lord! Haiyuan's anguished cry echoed through the chaos, filled with rage, resentment, and the pain of betrayal. In an instant, his heart turned to ice, and all his fighting spirit crumbled, his eyes slowly closing as he relinquished all resistance. Seizing the opportunity, King Abumos concentrated a beam of destruction and unleashed it with ferocity. The beam struck Haiyuan like a bolt of lethal lightning, reducing his form to mere ashes. High above, Ye Xuan fled desperately, but suddenly he heard Haiyuan's heart-wrenching scream, causing him to halt abruptly. He turned slightly, a complex expression flickering in his eyes, fleeting as it was, and murmured softly, "Do not blame me, my lord. Rest assured, I shall avenge you in due time." With that, he summoned every ounce of his strength, fleeing wildly into the distance. Yet, before he could cover even a few dozen miles, he came to an abrupt stop. Before him, in the high skies, stood a Taoist clad in robes, calm and collected, wearing a teasing smile, as if he had awaited Ye Xuan's arrival for quite some time. Ye Xuan's expression hardened as he fixed his gaze on the figure, his voice low and grave. "Who are you? Why are you here?" A sense of foreboding washed over him, for although the figure appeared serene, it stirred an inexplicable unease within him. The Taoist chuckled lightly, his voice clear. "While you may not know who I am, I certainly know who you are. Haikong, how have you been?" As Ye Xuan departed Haicheng, Wang Chongyang had already sensed his presence, determined not to let this lord of Haizhou escape easily. "You," Ye Xuan stammered, astonished by the revelation. "As a prince of a state, abandoning your soldiers is hardly a dignified act," Wang Chongyang remarked, his smile fading as his gaze turned sharp as a blade, fixed firmly upon Ye Xuan. "What? You are with that legion?" "Indeed, I am Wang Chongyang, and today I have come to escort the Haikong Lord on his journey." Wang Chongyang's tone remained calm as he swept his hand, a formidable and terrifying celestial force radiating forth, causing the surrounding air to tremble. "Celestial power. So you too are a heavenly king." Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. But soon, he regained some of his former arrogance. "Yet, with your mere heavenly king prowess, it will not be so easy to capture me. I was once a prodigy. How could I fear you?" Wang Chongyang regarded Ye Xuan, shaking his head gently, a faint smile gracing his lips. He spoke no further. Instead, he took the initiative, sweeping forward with his hand, charging towards Ye Xuan with a speed so swift it rendered him nearly invisible. At this sight, Ye Xuan's heart tightened, with no retreat left. He could only fight with all his might. He stomped his foot, unleashing a surge of energy as his garments billowed, and prepared to engage in battle. Chapter 69. The ambush at Ninghai Abyss. In the midst of the tumultuous battlefield, Wang Chongyang wielded his whisk with an elegance that belied the immense power behind each flourish. With every strike, the very mountains trembled. Ye Xuan, on the other hand, unleashed a barrage of punches, the very air around him howling with the ferocity of his blows, each shadow of his fists compressing the atmosphere, creating piercing sounds akin to thunder. Yet, in comparison to Wang Chongyang, Ye Xuan's strength fell short. After all, within the depths of the myriad demon secret realm, Wang Chongyang had gained remarkable insights, propelling his power to unprecedented heights, now standing at the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm. He was but a step away from the exalted realm of the celestial sovereign, needing only to flawlessly merge his heavenly spirit and heavenly soul to achieve a transformative leap. As the battle intensified, Wang Chongyang's gaze sharpened, keenly detecting a fleeting flaw in Ye Xuan's defense. Seizing the moment, he unleashed a formidable strike with his whisk, infused with the overwhelming power of the heavenly spirit, hurtling towards Ye Xuan with astonishing speed and force. Ye Xuan, unable to evade in time, felt a sense of dread wash over him. There was no opportunity to employ any other techniques for defense. With no other recourse, he braced himself, relying on his formidable physique to confront this lethal blow head-on. Yet, the strength of that strike was beyond Ye Xuan's capacity to withstand. A muted groan escaped his lips as he was sent plummeting to the ground from the sky. His body descended at a terrifying velocity, crashing heavily upon a mountain. The immense force of the impact carved a 100-meter-deep crater into the earth, the surrounding trees snapping like twigs, dust swirling in the air. Wang Chongyang descended gracefully, a flick of his whisk dispersing the thick cloud of dust that had enveloped the area, revealing the scene within the crater. There lay Ye Xuan, drenched in blood, his condition utterly pitiful. Coughing violently, blood trickled from the corners of his mouth. He struggled to rise, but his bones lay shattered, rendering him utterly powerless to move. Forced once more to recline helplessly upon the jagged stones, which lacerated his skin, crimson blood flowing down and mingling with the dirt, painting a picture of despair. Wang Chongyang surveyed Ye Xuan from above, his eyes void of any compassion. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. "I may grant you a chance at life. Should you divulge all that you know about the Great Knight's secrets without reservation? Ye Xuan managed a pained smile, his voice laced with sarcasm. Though I disdain that fellow Yiwudi, he remains a prince of the night. I would never betray my own country. If you wish to kill me, then do so without further ado. After my death, there will surely be those who will seek vengeance for me. Very well, then, Wang Chongyang replied, his expression unyielding, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He raised his hand, gathering a golden radiance at his fingertips. The legendary technique known as the One-Yang finger. A brilliant beam of golden light sliced through the air, piercing directly through Ye Xuan's forehead. In an instant, Ye Xuan's gaze became vacant, and his body crumpled to the ground, the once mighty Sea King extinguished in that moment. What a pity, Wang Chongyang mused, staring down at Ye Xuan's lifeless form, shaking his head slightly. He then leapt into the air, hastening towards the Sea City, which, with Ye Xuan's demise, had fully fallen into the hands of the Yellow Turban Army. Ninghai Abyss, the vital passage from Ningzhou to Haizhou, boasted treacherous terrain, with towering cliffs rising 1,000 feet on either side, resembling two colossal natural walls that enclosed the valley. The cliffs were adorned with bizarre stones, shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a synchronized and powerful cadence of footsteps shattered the valley's long-standing silence. 300,000 troops from Ningzhou moved in an imposing tide towards the depths of the gorge. At the forefront, 3 commanders, each at the late stage of the celestial realm, rode on magnificent warhorses, their demeanor composed. What crisis has befallen Haizhou to compel Lord Ning to deploy 2/3 of the Ningzhou army for assistance? Li Yao inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Who knows? Wang Jian replied with a dismissive wave. This is the order of the Lord. We need not speculate. The Lord and the Sea King of Haizhou are cousins. The reasoning behind this is beyond our comprehension. Li Yao shook his head, gently patting his steed's neck as it neighed restlessly. Indeed, we should hasten through this Ninghai Abyss. This path stretches for dozens of kilometers, flanked by sheer cliffs. If we were to be ambushed, only those of us at the celestial realm might escape. Our soldiers would stand no chance. Zhang Peng, his expression grave, scanned the surroundings warily, an inexplicable sense of unease gnawing at him. You worry too much. This is the territory near Ningzhou. I refuse to believe anyone would dare to stir trouble here, setting an ambush on such sacred ground. Li Yao scoffed, a hint of disdain crossing his features. Zhang Peng shook his head in resignation, about to retort when Wang Jian interrupted. Enough. If there is no ambush, that will be best. Let us quicken our march. If we delay the battle, the Lord's wrath will be something none of us can bear. With a stern countenance, he turned to the troops behind him and commanded loudly, advance swiftly. At his command, the Ningzhou army quickened their pace, delving deeper into the valley. Just as they reached the narrowest part of Ninghai Abyss, thousands of high-grade spirit cannons materialized atop the cliffs, their barrels ominously aimed at the marching army below. Simultaneously, tens of thousands of yellow turbaned soldiers braced themselves on either side, the atmosphere thick with tension. Prepare. As the flag-bearers waved their banners, the cannon operators swiftly loaded their spirit cannonballs. Fire! In an instant, the command reverberated, and thousands of spirit cannons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the 300,000 Ningzhou troops. A blinding light illuminated the mist shrouding the valley, and the 3 commanding generals simultaneously sensed the impending doom. Li Yao's eyes widened in terror, his finger trembling as he pointed skyward, his voice quaking. Look, that is the spirit cannons. Damn it. Zhang Peng was right. It was an ambush. Wang Jian's complexion paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Quick, form ranks. Brace for the bombardment. Zhang Peng shouted, waving his arms frantically to steady the panicking soldiers. However, it was too late. The narrow valley rendered the 300,000 Ningzhou troops incapable of organizing an effective defense. The soldiers scattered chaotically like headless flies, unable to form a cohesive line of resistance. The entire formation descended into disarray, each group forced to fend for themselves. Chapter 70. The Conquest of the 9 Provinces. Boom. 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 The thunderous roars of the spiritual cannons reverberated through the valley, each explosion resonating with earth-shaking tremors. Soldiers of the Ningzhou army fell amidst the barrage, countless casualties mounting. Yet, the onslaught was far from over. The banner-bearers atop the cliffs once again raised their flags high, calmly issuing orders. Load the spiritual ammunition and prepare for the second round of bombardment. Li Yao gazed up at the imminent barrage, his heart racing with urgency. Damn it! We cannot remain passive any longer. We must charge up and destroy those spiritual cannons. Otherwise, the entire army will face annihilation. Agreed. Wang Jinya gritted his teeth, nodding firmly, gripping his long blade tightly. This was the only course of action left. We must make a desperate gamble. Zhang Ping's expression turned grave as he took a deep breath. Simultaneously, the three of them harnessed the power of their celestial souls, propelling themselves upward toward the cliff summit. However, just as they approached within mere yards of the top, a chilling light, infused with a murderous intent, shot down from the heavens. In tandem, a razor-sharp sword light followed, leaving the trio no time to react. Puff, puff, puff. 3 columns of blood erupted skyward as Li Yao, Wang Jian, and Zhang Peng were severed in midair, their entrails and blood scattering across the ground, their lifeless bodies crashing heavily into the valley below. Release! The banner-bearer shouted once more, and the thunderous sound of the spiritual cannons resumed, claiming countless more lives among the soldiers of Ningzhou. The valley echoed with their anguished screams, lingering in the air for an eternity. An hour swiftly passed. After 9 rounds of bombardment, the valley lay in a profound silence. 300,000 soldiers of Ningzhou, none survived. The blood at the valley's bottom pooled into a river, flowing gently along the terrain. Above the valley, Ximen Chui Xue, clad in white, as pure as snow, cradled an ancient sword in his arms, its blade still stained with fresh blood. His expression was icy, and with a slight parting of his thin lips, he addressed a similarly garbed general of the Bailiang Iron Cavalry beside him, stating calmly, "Ningzhou can be taken now. Indeed, in this battle, we have decimated 300,000 elite soldiers of Ningzhou. They must now be in a state of utter vulnerability. It is the perfect opportunity to seize victory." The Bailiang general's eyes sparkled with excitement. Within the Ning Wangfu, the opulent palace flickered with candlelight, yet the chilling silence could not be dispelled. A man clad in black robes sat regally upon the throne, idly toying with an exquisite teacup, his face bearing the arrogance and authority of a ruler. At that moment, an almost imperceptible aura of malevolence began to seep into the air. The man sensed something amiss. His expression shifted drastically, and the teacup in his hand shattered with a sharp crack. "Who dares to confront me?" He rose abruptly, his eyes wide with fury, bellowing with all his might, yet received no response. Suddenly, his head burst apart, blood mist enveloping the space, and a heavy thud echoed throughout the vast hall. The man collapsed, leaving only a faint, sinister aura dissipating into the air. This horrifying scene was not isolated to the Ningzhou Wangfu. Simultaneously, in Qingzhou, Youzhou, and 6 other provincial capitals, not a single soul survived. All perished in gruesome slaughter. In the Taishan Palace, within the Grand Hall, spiritual energy surged abundantly. The night pearls embedded in the ceiling emitted a gentle glow, illuminating the hall in resplendent brightness. Ye Xuan lounged lazily upon the throne, resting his right hand lightly on his head, while his left hand rhythmically tapped against the armrest of the chair. Before him, Wei Zhongxian bowed deeply, his trembling hands holding a report, cautiously relaying, "Your Majesty, our forces have surged forward like a tidal wave, successfully conquering the 9 provinces in just 1 month. Now, the 10 northern provinces of Dai have all fallen into our grasp." Excellent. Ye Xian's lips curled into a faint smile. Thus, the fulfillment of the solitary king's aspirations was drawing near. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Your Majesty's brilliance and ambition promise a future of unbounded possibilities. The day of unification of Dai is but a matter of time." Wei Zhongxian beamed, clasping his hands in reverence, his face creased with joy. Ye Xuan waved his hand with a smile, his expression returning to calm. Very well, summon Wang Defa to come in. I must also be apprised of the affairs in the imperial city. As you command. Wei Zhongxian respectfully retreated, his steps hurried. Shortly after, he returned with a man clad in black, his countenance gaunt. This man was Wang Defa. Upon re-entering the shadowy city, Wang Defa was momentarily struck dumb by the scene before him, his mind a blank slate. The towering city walls loomed, surrounded by impenetrable formations, and the air was thick with spiritual energy. The citizens had all embarked upon the path of cultivation. What astonished him further was the presence of numerous spiritual infant warriors and celestial beings within the city, a stark contrast to the past. A sense of reverence surged from within him. His faith in Ye Xuan's capabilities deepened. Following such a formidable leader, the future promised boundless possibilities and monumental achievements. My lord, Wang Defa kneels before you. As Wang Defa entered the grand hall, he knelt with a resounding thud, bowing deeply towards Ye Xuan, his forehead nearly touching the ground. Rise. Wang Defa. Yes, my lord. Wang Defa quickly stood, his hands at his sides, his demeanor filled with awe. Speak to me, Wang Defa. Tell me of the events in the imperial city. Ye Xuan leaned slightly forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Wang Defa. Of course, my lord. Wang Defa collected his thoughts and began his report. The imperial city has undergone tremendous upheaval in the past 6 months. Firstly, a mysterious assassin organization infiltrated the city, wreaking havoc and causing great chaos. This series of events elicited the emperor's intense displeasure. His Majesty was furious, and to stabilize the situation, he appointed the Crown Prince as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, tasked with restoring order and eradicating the assassin organization. Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's lips curled into a playful smile. His initial covert arrangement of the assassin organization to disrupt the imperial city had inadvertently bestowed the Crown Prince with a significant advantage, granting him a position of power. Subsequently, the Crown Prince Ye Xuan, acting decisively, identified the Wan Scorpion sect as the mastermind behind the chaos and forcefully dismantled it with overwhelming might. Ye Xuan found amusement in this. What a splendid scapegoat. Since then, the Crown Prince has actively recruited disciples, gathering all capable cultivators and powerful warriors under his command. In a remarkably short time, he has dominated a significant portion of the forces within the imperial city, and now, the name of Crown Prince Ye Xuan shines brightly in the capital. Chapter 71. Preparing to enter the imperial city, Wang Defa, observing the situation, paused momentarily. Noticing that Ye Xuan did not interrupt, he continued. As for the current emperor, for reasons unknown, he suddenly delegated all matters of state, regardless of their significance, to the Crown Prince Ye Xuan 2 months ago. Since then, the emperor has seemingly vanished from existence. As a result, the Crown Prince's influence has expanded rapidly, akin to a snowball effect. Presently, the court ministers almost unanimously believe that the Crown Prince is the undisputed heir apparent, destined for the throne. Having spoken, he returned to his previous position, refraining from further comments as he awaited Ye Xuan's command. The position of Crown Prince? Ye Xuan leaned back slowly in the throne, his lips parting as he murmured to himself. This position was once nearly within my grasp. Wang Defa, upon hearing these words, grew increasingly anxious. He had heard whispers of this new ruler's past, stirring unease within him. Wei Zhongxian also refrained from speaking, standing silently beside them, his gaze fixed intently on Ye Xuan, observing every subtle change in his expression. Suddenly, Ye Xuan turned his attention to Wei Zhongxian, inquiring, Chief Wei, do you believe we should return to the imperial city? The notion of returning to the imperial city sent a chill through Wei Zhongxian, his expression shifting to one of gravity as his mind raced. After a brief contemplation, he respectfully bowed and replied, Your Majesty, the situation in the imperial city is intricate and tumultuous, rife with undercurrents and chaos. Given your profound foundations and strength, I believe we could indeed return and contend for the throne of the Night Dynasty. Contend for the throne? Wang Defa was momentarily taken aback, unable to fathom that Wei Zhongxian would suggest such a course of action. The shift was altogether too sudden. Very well, let us proceed as you advise. It is time to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Ye Xuan rose abruptly, a fierce light flashing in his eyes. He then issued a direct command, Chief Wei. Go and ascertain the readiness of General Bailong's forces. Yes, Your Majesty. Wei Zhongxian replied with utmost respect, promptly exiting the Grand Hall. Wang Difa, at your service. Wang Defa responded hastily, his voice tinged with tension. You are to return to the Imperial City immediately and continue gathering intelligence. Ensure that no detail escapes your notice. Ye Xuan instructed with a serious demeanor. Understood. Wang Defa did not dare to delay, respectfully withdrawing, his figure swiftly disappearing from the Grand Hall. Once both had departed, Ye Xuan spoke contemplatively. Mei Ying, you shall accompany me on this journey. The doubts in my heart must be resolved. Of course, Master. A cool voice seemed to emanate from all corners of the hall, as if arising from a concealed space, exceedingly faint, almost imperceptible unless one listened closely. In the capital of the Night Dynasty, there existed an extraordinarily opulent estate, sprawling in size with palatial structures that displayed great grandeur. This was the residence of the third prince, Yiming. At this moment, Yiming's study lay in disarray, pages strewn across the floor in chaotic disarray. Yiming himself appeared disheveled and haggard, standing before his desk. His breath erratic. Once filled with vigor, he now bore none of his former vitality. In a corner of the study, two maids cowered, trembling and scarcely daring to breathe. From the past mere 7 days, over 10 maids had met their demise at Yiming's hands. Just then, the door creaked open, and a servant, bowing low, entered cautiously. This individual was Xie Guang, Yiming's trusted confidant and steward, possessing a cultivation level that reached the pinnacle of the heavenly realm. Seeing Yiming in such a state filled Xie Guang with sorrow, for he had watched Yiming grow up and held deep affection for the prince. He shook his head slightly, stepping forward to stand beside Yiming, gently saying, Your Highness, the Grand Tutor has arrived. Upon hearing Xie Guang's words, a fleeting clarity flickered in Yiming's previously dazed eyes, yet no spark of ambition ignited within. He merely murmured, Grandfather, what brings him here at this time? Has he not already abandoned me? Witnessing Yiming's self-destructive attitude, Xie Guang felt a pang of compassion. He earnestly urged, Your Highness, you are the Grand Tutor's beloved grandson. His affection for you is evident to all. How could he possibly forsake you? Please, compose yourself and prepare to greet him. Perhaps he comes with important matters to discuss. Beloved grandson, ha! Yiming let out a hollow laugh, filled with despair and self-mockery, as he perceived that power and profit were all that truly mattered to him. A hint of desolation crossed Yiming's features. Let him go. I am of no further use to him. However, Xie Guang remained undeterred, hoping to inspire Yiming to regain his spirits. Yet, before he could voice his thoughts, a figure swiftly approached the study door, followed by a resounding voice that echoed inside. No need. I have already arrived. An elderly man clad in simple, unadorned garments appeared. At first glance, he bore the marks of age, yet his presence exuded a solid and profound aura, vibrant and full of life, betraying no signs of fatigue. This man was Feng Song, a venerable elder of the Night Dynasty, one of the 3 esteemed officials, his cultivation having reached the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, rendering him an influential figure within the dynasty. Grand Tutor Yu. Xie Guang was momentarily taken aback, quickly regaining his composure and respectfully bowing to Feng Song. I pay my respects to the Grand Tutor. Feng Song gestured lightly for Xie Guang to step aside, recognizing the significance of the Grand Tutor's entrance into the study. Xie Guang acted without hesitation, understanding that it might indicate a glimmer of hope for Yiming. He swiftly exited the study, taking the 2 maids with him. As he gently closed the door, he silently eliminated the 2 maids, ensuring that nothing that transpired within the study would ever reach the outside world. Inside the study, Grandfather, Yiming greeted faintly. Feng Song, upon seeing Yiming in such a dispirited state, could not help but let out a cold snort, his expression filled with disappointment. Tomorrow, take a good look at yourself. Where is the demeanor befitting a prince? What do you mean I? Feng Song frowned, his tone tinged with dissatisfaction, indicating that Yi Ming's feelings towards him were far from favorable. Chapter 72. The princes enter the imperial city. How could I dare to have any opinions, dear grandfather? You are now one of the three dukes, wielding immense power. As for me, I am akin to a prisoner, stripped of authority and influence. Merely a prince of hollow title. How could I possibly voice any dissent? A bitter smile crept upon Yi Ming's lips. You rascal! Feng Tsang exclaimed, his eyes widening in frustration as he glared at Yi Ming, nearly exasperated to the point of death. What do you understand? It's merely the annihilation of a minor assassin organization, the Vanquishes sect. What is so dire about it that you should be so despondent? Vanquishes sect, grandfather. That was a culmination of decades of my efforts. Within its ranks, there are 7 formidable experts at the celestial realm, with one on the verge of breaking into the king realm. This was my strongest card in the competition for the throne. With the Vanquishes sect gone, what do I have left to contest for the imperial seat? Yi Ming exclaimed passionately, his voice heavy with grief and indignation. It was merely a disreputable assassin organization, hardly worthy of being called a power. To think you relied on it to vie for the throne is nothing short of a pipe dream. Without military might, do you believe you can succeed? Are you counting on these shady, underhanded tactics to achieve your goals? Feng Tsang rebuked sternly. Yi Ming was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Feng Tsang's admonition. The destruction of the Vanquishes sect may not be entirely negative. Surely, you do not naively believe that your previous orders to the Vanquishes sect to assassinate political rivals went unnoticed by the current emperor? Feng Tsang's gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Yi Ming. What? I was meticulous. How could father possibly know everything? Absurd. Feng Tsang scoffed, his expression rife with disdain for Yi Ming's naivete. The current emperor is the most astute ruler in nearly a millennium, with eyes and ears everywhere in the imperial city. Your supposed covert maneuvers are but child's play in his sight. The reason he has allowed you to act freely is to watch the competition unfold among you princes, so he may discern the most capable successor. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming furrowed his brow deeply, his confusion only intensifying as he urgently inquired, then, why did father appoint Ye Xuan as the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard and send him to eradicate my Vanquishes sect? Why? Feng Tsang sighed heavily, his tone growing somber. It is because, in the emperor's view, your previous skirmishes were merely trifles, insufficient to reveal a true heir with capability and audacity. The emperor seeks to intensify this struggle, making it more brutal, thus unlocking your full potential. Throughout this process, regardless of who may perish in the conflict, the emperor will not intervene, for this is his tacitly approved elimination tournament. Father, Yi Ming slowly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Just like the 7th prince before him, should he falter in this contest, he would be relegated to the desolate borders of Youzhou, forever estranged from the centers of power, with no hope of reclaiming his fortune. Now do you understand? Feng Tsang questioned in a grave tone. I understand, grandfather. I cannot bear the thought of being exiled to the borders. I wish to fight for the supreme throne once more. I beseech you to lend me your support. Yi Ming's eyes reignited with determination as he bowed deeply to Feng Tsang, his body bent at a 90-degree angle, imbued with sincerity and resolve. Ha ha! Feng Tsang erupted into hearty laughter, the lines on his face smoothing out with joy. He quickly reached out to steady Yi Ming, his eyes filled with pride. It is good to have you back. This confidence is what I wish to see. The previous losses of the Vanquishes sect, I refrained from intervening, as it was a strategic retreat to protect the main force. Now, I shall inform you that I am secretly controlling the 3 provinces, commanding an army of 700,000, ready to march at your command, with the full backing of my grand tutor's estate. Your pursuit of the throne may yet bear fruit. Upon hearing this, Yi Ming was nearly overwhelmed with joy, his eyes sparkling with excitement, the shadows on his face dissipating. Thank you, grandfather. Once I ascend as the Lord of Day-Night, I shall ensure your position as the foremost among the 3 dukes, with hereditary titles that endure for generations, securing the Feng family's legacy. Indeed, all of that is agreeable, Feng Tsang chuckled, waving his hands with delight. After all, you're my only grandson. How could I not assist you wholeheartedly? Together, the throne shall undoubtedly be yours. Approximately a tea's worth of time passed, and the spirits of Yi Ming and Feng Song gradually calmed. Feng Song then conveyed another piece of news. Tomorrow, I have heard from my informants that Ye Xuan plans to make significant moves. Oh, grandfather, do tell, what is it? Yi Ming immediately perked up. Feng Song's expression turned serious as he spoke slowly. He intends to take advantage of his control over the court to command all princes to return to the imperial city, including those stationed in distant territories. In my view, this is his final gambit. Should we take action, grandfather? Yi Ming asked, his expression tense as he instinctively clenched his fists. Of course we must act. Feng Song replied decisively. Currently, we are at a disadvantage compared to Ye Xuan. This is the perfect opportunity to unite with the other princes and collectively confront Ye Xuan. Once he is dealt with, we may then contend for the throne. I shall heed your strategy, grandfather. Feng Song nodded in satisfaction, though his brow furrowed slightly as he murmured to himself. Yet, I truly do not know where the emperor has gone. Father? Could it be, as the rumors suggest? Or else he would not be so eager to select an heir. Yi Ming speculated. Enough, it is done and settled. Once the dust settles, no one shall alter the situation. 7 days later, as anticipated, Ye Xuan, in his role as the acting ruler, officially issued a decree. All princes stationed outside must return to the capital to celebrate the year-end of day night. The issuance of this command was akin to a boulder cast into a serene lake, sending ripples across the surface. Whether they were princes stationed far from the capital or those residing within, a heavy sense of foreboding enveloped them all. Yi Wudi had 1 daughter and 9 sons, among whom only Yi Xian was conferred the title of Prince of Yu. In the annals of day night's history, once a prince is granted a royal title, it equates to relinquishing the right to vie for the throne. Chapter 73, Encountering the Disciples of Fenghua Daozong deep within the Qingfeng mountain range, on a little-known ancient path. A humble horse-drawn carriage ambled along, the wheels creaking dully as they rolled over the ground. In the carriage, Kai Kuan, clad in military attire, was driving. Although this was the same carriage he had taken to Youzhou, his mood was vastly different now. With my enhanced strength, even driving feels invigorating. Kai Kuan mused to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He had now stepped into the realm of semi-divine beings, a feat made possible by Yi Xian's unwavering assistance. Relying solely on his innate talent, he would have struggled to even break through to the spirit infant stage. Inside the carriage, Yi Xian sat quietly in a dark robe, eyes closed, exuding an almost ethereal aura reminiscent of a transcendent being. Opposite him, Yi Hao had shed his previous defiance, his expression blank and filled with subservience. This transformation stemmed from Yi Xian's decision to head to the imperial city. Before embarking on his journey, Yi Xian had resolved to bring Yi Hao along, recognizing the latter's established connections and potential utility in the imperial city. Consequently, Yi Xian expended a significant amount of operational points to exchange for a powerful technique from the system, the Soul Control Scripture. This technique was exceedingly domineering, capable of forcibly invading another's consciousness and controlling their very existence. However, it came with considerable side effects. The controlled individual's body and soul would sustain damage, and if resistance was fierce, it could even lead to immediate death. Suddenly, Yi Xian's eyes slowly opened, an involuntary smile spreading across his face as he realized he had reached the late stage of the celestial sovereign realm. The synergy between this divine technique and his celestial physique had accelerated his cultivation at an astonishing rate. Now, I'll take this opportunity to test the limits of my soul's control, Yi Xian thought as he began to channel the power of his soul, which surged forth like rippling water, rapidly expanding outwards. Initially, his soul's influence covered several miles, but soon it extended to dozens of miles. Without pausing, it soon surpassed thousands of miles, ultimately encompassing a vast expanse of tens of thousands of miles. In that moment, within this extensive range, even the slightest whisper of wind or the rustling of a blade of grass could not escape his perception. How astonishing! Ye Xuan marveled internally. I recall that the ordinary celestial sovereigns can perceive only about 1,000 miles, while my range is dozens of times greater. If I were to perfect this soul power, could it not cover 1,000,000 miles? This must surely be the result of cultivating the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture. This technique is indeed extraordinary, its power beyond imagination. After a brief pause, Ye Xuan gradually retracted his immense soul power, a look of intrigue adorning his face. This trial of his soul power had unexpectedly revealed a fascinating discovery. After a moment, Ye Xuan raised his gaze and commanded Kai Kuan, who was driving the carriage outside. Kai Kuan, change direction and head southeast for 500 miles. We have an old adversary waiting for us there. Kai Kuan, who had been focused on driving, hesitated momentarily at the command, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Yet, years of following Ye Xuan had conditioned him to adapt swiftly to his master's whims. He promptly regained composure and responded loudly, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, Kai Kuan raised his whip, slicing through the air with a crisp crack. The 4 fiery spirit horses, each at the spirit pill stage, seemed infused with boundless energy as they galloped towards the southeast, kicking up clouds of dust and leaving a long trail along the official road. Meanwhile, in the distant mountains, a fierce battle unfolded. More than 10 men and women clad in the garb of the disciples of Fenghua Daozong were locked in a desperate struggle against a celestial beast, the purple fire scale beast. From their attire, it was clear that these individuals were inner disciples of Fenghua Daozong. Among them, only the menacingly featured leader and a strikingly beautiful woman had reached the celestial realm, while the rest remained at the spirit infant stage. With a sudden roar, the purple fire scale beast lunged ferociously towards a disciple standing to the north. The disciple's pupils dilated in terror as he shouted, "Senior brother, save me!" However, before his cry could fully dissipate, the beast unleashed a torrent of purple flames, engulfing him instantly, reducing him to mere ashes. "You wretched beast, you seek death." The celestial realm man, Ma Bu, bellowed in fury, quickly steadied himself, and swung his long sword, sending a razor-sharp wind blade hurtling towards the purple fire scale beast. Yet, the beast's reflexes were astonishingly swift. With a flick of its powerful tail, it shattered the wind blade into fragments. Witnessing the brutal scene, Zhang Jing, the celestial realm woman, furrowed her brows in distress and urgently implored her fellow disciple, "Senior brother, this purple fire scale beast is far too formidable. We are no match for it. We should retreat quickly, or we may all perish here." Retreat? Mabu gripped his sword tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands, his teeth clenched in defiance. After a moment of silence, he shook his head resolutely. "No, we absolutely cannot flee. The beast core within this purple fire scale beast contains precious purple scale spirit fire, an invaluable treasure for us celestial realm cultivators, even for those at the heavenly king stage. If we can seize it, whether for personal use or to offer to the young sect master, it will yield tremendous benefits. We cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. We must stand our ground." But Zhang Jing's eyes were filled with concern, and she attempted to reason further, but Ma Bu's impatience cut her off. "Enough. No more discussion. We will work together to set up the wind-breaking kill formation. We will surely subdue this beast." Ma Bu's voice was laced with determination. He promptly issued commands for all disciples present to arrange the formation. Although the spirit infant disciples were reluctant, having just witnessed their companion's demise at the hands of the beast, they dared not defy their senior brother's orders and quickly took their positions. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the purple fire scale beast, forming a tight encirclement. At that moment, the beast, sensing the imminent threat, crouched low, scraping the ground with its forepaws and stirring up clouds of dust. Its enormous eyes glowed with a sinister light, scanning the disciples as it sought the perfect moment to strike. Chapter 74. Long time no see. With a thundering shout, Mabu surged forth, channeling the celestial energy within him, unleashing a radiant beam of light from his palm. Following suit, Zhang Jing swiftly raised her hands, similarly manifesting her celestial power, the brilliance illuminating the surroundings. The other disciples of the spirit infant realm, sensing the weight of the moment, exerted all their strength, and in an instant, streams of spiritual light erupted forth. These luminous energies coalesced high above, gradually forming an immense array. The formation descended slowly, imbued with a formidable pressure, bearing down upon the purple fire-scale beast. Feeling the lethal force, the beast roared defiantly, unleashing a torrent of purple flames. The flames surged skyward like a colossal pillar, charging directly at the descending formation, attempting to shatter it. The array collided violently with the ethereal flames, and in that moment, brilliance erupted, the resounding clash reverberating through the surrounding woods. The wind-piercing killing array was already a formidable force, and the purple scale spirit fire was the pinnacle of flames. Neither side yielded, locked in a fierce stalemate. As time ticked by, the ferocity of the battle began to reveal signs of fatigue in both combatants. The once mighty form of the purple fire scale beast wavered, clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Meanwhile, the spirit infant disciples were nearly depleted, their faces pale and drenched in cold sweat. "Brother, we truly cannot endure any longer. If this continues, we may perish from exhaustion," cried one disciple, his voice trembling. "Indeed, brother, let's abandon this." Another echoed, "Brother, let us call it quits." "Yes, this is far too perilous, brother." As one disciple took the lead, the others quickly followed suit, their voices rife with fear and fatigue. "Silence," Mabu bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. "Do you not see that the purple fire scale beast is at its limit? Just a moment longer, and we can finish it off. Grit your teeth and hold on. Once we subdue this beast, I shall assist you all in breaking through to the celestial realm." The disciples, once engulfed in despair, felt as though they had grasped a lifeline at this proclamation. The prospect of ascending to the celestial realm was a long-cherished dream. In an instant, their desire for survival and advancement ignited. They gritted their teeth and summoned the remnants of their spiritual energy for one final struggle. Moments later, a deafening thud resonated as the purple fire scale beast finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing to the ground. It gasped for breath, its vitality waning, nearing its demise. At the moment of its defeat, the sustaining array crumbled, collapsing under its own weight. The spirit infant disciples, feeling as if their bones had been stripped away, fell to the ground, some coughing blood, their faces ashen, while a few, drained of their spirit and vitality, could not rise again. On the battlefield, only Ma Bu and Zhang Jing, the two celestial realm cultivators, remained standing, though utterly spent. Ma Bu's face flushed with exhilaration. "At last, we have succeeded. Ha ha ha! We did it!" However, as Ma Bu approached the fallen beast with heavy steps, the sound of rolling wheels echoed from afar. A carriage appeared, driven by Kai Cohen. The carriage came to a halt directly before Ma Bu. Upon seeing the unexpected arrival, Ma Bu felt a sudden tightening in his chest. He sensed, through his remaining energy, that Kai Cohen was at the threshold of the celestial realm. Under normal circumstances, with his celestial strength, he would not regard Kai Cohen as a threat. Yet now, after the grueling battle with the purple fire scale beast, he felt far from assured in facing him. "Who are you?" "We of the Fenghua Dao sect are conducting business here. If you know what is good for you, vacate the premises at once, or else," Ma Bu feigned calm, raising his bloodied sword in a chilling attempt to intimidate. He believed that the formidable reputation of the Fenghua Dao sect would be enough to frighten Kai Cohen away, for he was convinced that any knowledgeable practitioner within the Fenghua realm would be well aware of the sect's terrifying might and would not dare to provoke them. "Feng Hua Dao sect." Upon hearing these words, Kai Cohen ignited with a fierce intent to kill. The humiliations suffered by his king Ye Xuan had all stemmed from the disciples of the Fenghua Dao sect, though he had never laid eyes on them. His hatred was deep-rooted. "You, who are you, to harbor such profound animosity towards the Fenghua Dao sect?" Feeling the palpable murderous intent emanating from Kai Cohen, Ma Bu's heart raced, and he hurriedly summoned his remaining strength. He understood that a confrontation was now unavoidable. "Zhang Vink approached Ma Bu, had a pression grave," and in a low voice, she warned, "Brother, there appears to be an even more formidable presence within that carriage. What? Ma Bu shuddered at her words. As his junior sister possessed a keen sensitivity to fluctuations in spiritual energy, her warning suggested that the occupant of the carriage was no ordinary foe. Kai Kuan suppressed the turmoil of rage within him and turned toward the carriage, bowing respectfully. Your Majesty, these individuals are disciples of the Fenghua Dao sect. I'm already aware. Moreover, these two are somewhat familiar to me, came Ye Xuan's teasing voice from within the carriage. Upon hearing their exchange, Zhang Jing and Ma Bu were filled with confusion, unable to grasp the situation. At that moment, Ye Xuan slowly opened the carriage door, stepping forward with an unhurried demeanor. Upon his emergence, both disciples were momentarily stunned. Ye Xuan exuded an air of calm and confidence, his presence commanding and his appearance strikingly flawless, truly a rarity in the world. Yet what left them most astounded was the unsettling familiarity of his visage. After a moment of contemplation, they simultaneously gasped in recognition. The seventh prince of the night. Ye Xuan. A sly smile crept across Ye Xuan's lips. Oh, it seems you too still remember me. It has been quite some time, and to see you both reach the celestial realm is truly a cause for celebration. Ma Bu, filled with uncertainty, attempted to probe Ye Xuan's true nature using his celestial energy, but as soon as he approached, it was met with an impenetrable barrier, rendering him powerless to advance. His frustration boiled over, and he scoffed. Ye Xuan, were you not rendered powerless? How is it that you appear here? Why would I be here? Thanks to your thoughtful care, Ye Xuan retorted with a cold chuckle. Wouldn't you agree? With a mere glance, Ye Xuan's overwhelming pressure bore down upon them, forcing both disciples to their knees, their forms buried in the earth. Chapter 75. Searching for memories, Zhang Jing and Ma Bu knelt heavily on the ground, their bodies restrained by an invisible force, leaving them utterly powerless to move. In that moment, they distinctly felt the meridians and spiritual seas within them shatter completely, their power dissipating into nothingness. At this juncture, they had become nothing short of utterly incapacitated beings. You devil, how could you be so cruel as to render us powerless? Ma Bu's eyes were bloodshot, wide with rage as he screamed at Ye Xuan. This is merely a case of retribution, Ye Xuan replied coldly. Do you not recall how mercilessly you turned me into a mere shell of a man? You are nothing but a discarded prince. Why do you have to compare yourself to me? I am a disciple of the esteemed Fenghua Dao sect of unparalleled status. How dare you strip me of my cultivation? The Fenghua Dao sect will not let this go unpunished, and I will ensure you suffer beyond imagination. Zhang Jing, her hair disheveled and her features grotesquely twisted, had lost all semblance of her former grace and beauty, replaced instead by a visage of madness. In a fit of hysteria, she attempted to threaten Ye Xuan with her words. Oh, is that so? A cold smile crept across Ye Xuan's lips as he slowly raised his hand, reaching out towards Zhang Jing. In an instant, her body seemed to be cleaved by countless blades, blood splattering as she writhed in agony. Your physique is of no use. It is better suited for Kai Kuan. Zhang Jing wailed in a heart-wrenching scream, the pain of her essence being extracted far exceeding any mortal's capacity to endure. Every inch of her skin, every bone felt as if it were being devoured by myriad venomous insects. Moments later, she became a desiccated corpse, collapsing to the ground. Devoid of life, Ye Xuan's palm gradually revealed a small orb of soft, luminous white light, encapsulating Zhang Jing's spiritual essence. Though this essence could not be deemed supreme, with proper cultivation, it could undoubtedly empower a practitioner to ascend to the heavenly king realm. Kai Kuan, I bestow this essence upon you. With it, I believe you will swiftly enter the realm of the celestial and fulfill your aspirations. Upon hearing this, Kai Kuan trembled with excitement, immediately kneeling before Ye Xuan, his voice laden with gratitude and loyalty. Thank you. Thank you for your immense grace, your majesty. Kai Kuan is willing to face any peril for you, even to the point of death. Do not mention it, Kai Kuan. Your unwavering loyalty has always been etched in my heart. Today's act is but a small reward for your years of dedicated service. Ye Xuan raised his hand slightly, gently waving, a soothing force lifting Kai Koen to his feet. As this occurred, the orb containing the spiritual essence slowly merged with Kai Koen's body. The moment this potent force entered him, Kai Koen felt an overwhelming sensation of relief, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The previously constricted meridians within him now flowed freely. Simultaneously, his perception and comprehension surged exponentially, granting him an acute sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the universe, an experience he had never encountered before. In an instant, a powerful heavenly soul energy radiated around him, and in the blink of an eye, Kai Koen successfully ascended to the celestial realm. The primary obstacle hindering his progress had always been his relatively mediocre innate talent. However, with the integration of this spiritual essence, the challenge that had plagued him for so long was finally surmounted. Mabu gazed at the lifeless corpse of Zhang Jing, engulfed by fear and despair. All he desired was for this torment to end swiftly, to die with ease. And thus he trembled as he spoke. "Just kill me." Ye Xuan merely narrowed his eyes, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth, softly replying, "No. No. How could I allow you to perish so easily? I have many things I wish to learn from you." At these words, Mabu's heart raced with alarm as he shouted defiantly, "You will gain nothing from me." "Oh, is that so? I fear that may not be your choice." Ye Xuan scoffed, his aura shifting dramatically, a formidable pressure descending upon Mabu. It was the technique of the control soul scripture. A beam of pitch-black light shot forth from Ye Xuan's fingertips, penetrating Mabu's consciousness with lightning speed. This dark beam entered his mind, voraciously consuming everything within: memories, awareness, emotions, all rapidly dissolving under the onslaught of this sinister force. Mabu's face contorted in agony, his features a grotesque mask of pain. Yet his throat was constricted by an unseen hand, rendering him voiceless. His body convulsed violently on the ground, desperately clawing at the earth until his nails bled. Moments later, his movements ceased, and he lay sprawled lifelessly on the ground, his limbs splayed, devoid of vitality, his eyes dull and gray, staring vacantly ahead. Unexpectedly, her progress was astonishingly swift. She had entered the Heavenly King realm 3 years ago. Ye Xuan murmured softly, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. A Heavenly King in their 30s was indeed a prodigy, for not everyone possessed the advantage of a system to aid them. However, this becomes intriguing. Awayad physique? The physique of a prince is not something that can be taken at will. It shall be kept in your possession for now. Dear sister, when we meet again, the scene will surely be spectacular. A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent flashed across Ye Xuan's smile, causing the air around him to drop to a chilling temperature. He then turned and walked towards the carriage. With a wave of his hand, a gentle surge of controlling energy flowed towards the still growling purple fire-scale beast, calming its ferocity, allowing it to obediently follow in Ye Xuan's wake, henceforth becoming his pet. This purple fire-scale beast was of decent rank, containing within it the essence of purple-scaled spiritual fire. With diligent nurturing, it could undoubtedly evolve into a formidable beast in the future. Kai Koen had long been waiting by the carriage, and upon Ye Xuan's return, he respectfully opened the door. After Ye Xuan took his seat, Kai Koen swiftly climbed into the driver's position, deftly guiding the carriage as it turned and sped towards the royal city. The wheels rolled heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust, casting a long shadow in the golden hues of the setting sun. Chapter 76. Entering the Imperial City, the Great Night Imperial City. An immortal giant that has stood majestically in the Fanghua realm for thousands of years, resembles a slumbering ancient beast, exuding an aura of antiquity. Its towering walls reach into the clouds, soaring several thousand zhang high, each brick crafted from the incredibly resilient black, profound spirit iron. This black, profound spirit iron possesses an unimaginable hardness. Even a full-force strike from a heavenly king would leave no trace upon these walls. Even more alarming to the cultivators is the immense royal-grade formation concealed beneath the city, which even ordinary lost sovereigns would find challenging to dismantle. At this moment, outside the imperial city, an ancient carriage approached slowly, the wheels rumbling against the ground with a dull thud. The driver, Kai Kuan, gazed at the simultaneously familiar and foreign majestic imperial city before him, murmuring softly, filled with a mix of emotions. "Your Highness, shall we proceed directly into the city?" Kai Kuan asked respectfully, having been instructed to address Ye Xuan as Your Highness since entering the territory of the imperial city. "Let us enter directly to our former residence," replied Ye Xuan. "Yes, Your Highness," Kai Kuan affirmed, snapping the reins as the spirited horses let out a long whinny and galloped towards the city gates. Outside the Great Night Imperial City's entrance, a contingent of soldiers stood guard in precise formation. They belonged to the city's garrison, divided into four main forces: the Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow armies, each comprising 200,000 soldiers, all at the Foundation establishment stage, representing a significant portion of the Great Night Dynasty's strength. "Who goes there? Present your identification immediately," bellowed a burly man clad in black armor, the team leader known as He Biao, a spirit infant realm cultivator. He was responsible for screening those entering the imperial city to ensure its security and stability. "The carriage of the King of Ghosts. You should clear the way at once." Koikun replied sternly. Upon hearing the title King of Ghosts, He Biao paused in confusion before bursting into laughter. "King of Ghosts? Huh, isn't that the discarded seventh prince? He was exiled to the frontier ages ago. How could he possibly be here? You lot must be dreaming if you think you can sneak into the imperial city with such a flimsy excuse. Ha 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 ha. Pretending to be the forsaken King of Ghosts is simply absurd." He laughed heartily. "Captain, perhaps they really are the King of Ghosts. After all, only he would be worthy of such a dilapidated carriage," chimed in a vice-captain at the Perfect Spirit Pill realm, encouraging the soldiers behind him. "What do you all think?" "Ha ha ha, right? The vice-captain speaks the truth. Pretending to be a useless prince. You all are quite creative." The soldiers erupted into laughter, disregarding Kai Kuan's words entirely. "You seek death." Kai Kuan's fury surged to its peak, his eyes widening as a murderous intent radiated from him. While he could bear some insults directed at himself, he could not tolerate any disrespect towards the king he served. With a swift motion, Kai Kuan raised his arm, unleashing an overwhelmingly powerful surge of celestial soul energy that coalesced in 3 razor-sharp blades, hurtling directly toward the team leader, the vice-captain, and the most audacious soldier among them. "You, be Chapter 77. Return to the old abode with a cold snort." Ye Hao exuded an innate authority that enveloped Liu Yang in an invisible pressure, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. Ye Hao pointed an accusing finger at Kai Kuan and declared sternly, "He speaks the truth. This carriage indeed belongs to my 7th brother. Prince Yu." "Prince Yu?" Liu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of shock as he stammered. "Was he not exiled to the desolate northern frontier long ago?" Ye Hao raised an eyebrow, a flicker of cold light dancing in his eyes as he questioned icily. "What do you mean?" "The eldest brother has issued a decree commanding all princes, regardless of their whereabouts, to return to the imperial city. Is it that the 7th brother cannot return? Or do you dare to treat the eldest brother's command as mere wind, disregarding it entirely?" Upon hearing the mention of the eldest brother, Liu Yang's heart sank, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. The current crown prince wielded immense power, nearly anointed as the heir apparent. Should he dare to defy his orders openly, he would face dire consequences. One insignificant life was hardly a match for the blade of such authority. Realizing this, Liu Yang quickly stammered, "No, I would never dare." "Then what are you still doing here? Off with you." Ye Hao's eyes widened in anger as he reprimanded once more. "All right, away," Liu Yang replied in a flurry, turning to the soldiers present and bellowing, "Listen up. Clear a path for the 5th prince and Prince Yu." The soldiers of the Yellow Army, upon receiving the command, wasted no time, swiftly parting to create a broad passage. Ye Hao nodded in approval and then turned to re-enter the carriage. Kai Kuan, holding the reins firmly, gave a gentle flick, and the carriage began to move, its wheels rolling over the cobblestones with a dull thud as they passed through the towering city gate. Slowly entering the imperial city. Atop the lofty city tower, a general clad in golden armor stood silently, his sharp gaze piercing like a hawk. A glistening sword hung at his waist, and he naturally emanated an aura of battle-hardened intensity. This was Huang Zhan, the commander of the Imperial City's defense forces. Having reached the initial stage of the Celestial Realm, he was one of the 10 most formidable figures in the Imperial City, renowned and feared by all. Huang Zhan rested his right hand lightly on the hilt of his sword, his keen eyes absorbing every detail of the scene below. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured to himself, "The coachman of a Celestial Realm expert, the 7th Prince Ye Xuan. What intentions do you harbor upon your return to the Imperial City?" For a Celestial Realm powerhouse to willingly serve as Ye Xuan's coachman hinted at deeper schemes, suggesting that monumental changes had unfolded during Ye Xuan's absence from the Imperial City. What astonished Huang Zhan even more was that when he attempted to probe Ye Xuan's carriage with his spiritual force, he was met with an overwhelming pressure that sent him reeling back. The intensity of that aura filled him with dread. It was clear that the struggle for the throne had become increasingly unpredictable. One must tread carefully in choosing sides, lest they find themselves in peril. Inside the carriage, Ye Xuan sat with a stern demeanor, calmly instructing Ye Hao, "You are to return to your residence immediately and summon your subordinates, ensuring they remain at your beck and call." Ye Hao nodded obediently. "As you command, my lord." Ever since Ye Xuan had taken control of his soul, every word from Ye Xuan became a supreme decree, and he dared not disobey. Regardless of how arduous or perilous the command, he would execute it without hesitation or reservation. Before long, the carriage came to a halt before a secluded abode within the Imperial City. This residence appeared to have been forsaken by time, its dilapidated entrance revealing rotting wood beneath peeling paint. 2 sparse locust trees loomed at the entrance, their branches swaying precariously in the wind like aged men nearing the end of their days. Ye Xuan gracefully disembarked from the carriage, his steady footsteps halting before the dust-laden door. He gazed up at the familiar yet foreign residence, a multitude of emotions swirling within him as he murmured, "I, Ye Xuan, have returned." Before he could finish speaking, he thrust his right hand against the heavy door. With a dull creak, the long-sealed entrance slowly swung open. As Ye Xuan stepped into the courtyard, an unusual atmosphere enveloped him. In stark contrast to the desolation outside, the interior of the abode exuded a chilling aura of hostility. Just then, a series of swift movements echoed from within, and in an instant, 10 men clad in red flew forth, landing in perfect unison before Ye Xuan. Kneeling on one knee, "Your subordinate, Blood 1, greets His Majesty. Your subordinate, Blood 2, greets His Majesty. Your subordinate, Blood 3, greets His Majesty. Your subordinate, Blood 4, greets His Majesty. Your subordinate, Blood 10, greets His Majesty." These 10 individuals were the leaders of the Blood Kill Tower. The first 5 emanated a powerful aura, having reached the Heavenly King level, while the remaining 5 were no less formidable, all attaining the pinnacle of the Celestial Realm. "Rise," Ye Xuan commanded with a gentle wave of his hand, a soft breeze lifting the 10 men to their feet. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Let us proceed inside to discuss matters." "Yes, Your Majesty." The 10 followed Ye Xuan into the chamber, while Kai Kuan remained in the courtyard, focused and busy. Familiar with Ye Xuan's preferences, he meticulously arranged the items that Ye Xuan once cherished. Ye Xuan settled into a crimson chair that had long been untouched by the presence of others, casting a sweeping glance over the assembled group before speaking softly. "Your recent endeavors have indeed yielded commendable results. The goals set have been achieved with remarkable effectiveness. The entire Great Night Imperial City now lies in disarray." Upon hearing Ye Xuan's words of praise, Blood 1 knelt once more, respectfully replying, "These accomplishments are solely due to Your Majesty's astute decisions and meticulous strategies. We merely acted in accordance with your commands." After a brief pause, Blood 1 continued, "However, I regret to inform you that I have yet to eliminate all 7 individuals who rank prominently on the list. I beseech Your Majesty to mete out punishment for my failure." Ye Xuan waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned. "There is no need for blame. The responsibility does not rest upon you. It is already a considerable feat to have come this far. The remaining 7 shall be dealt with by me personally." Chapter 78. The terrifying Zhao Yun. "Yes, Your Majesty. With your personal intervention, those individuals will undoubtedly find themselves ensnared and meet their demise. Blood One knelt, clasping his fists in respect. Indeed, Your Majesty, now that you have arrived in the imperial city, the Bloodkill Tower, having lain in wait for so long, can finally exhibit its prowess. Blood Two exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Absolutely. This time, we shall make them truly understand the might of the Bloodkill Tower. The others echoed in agreement. Ye Xuan raised his hand slightly, gesturing for silence, his demeanor calm and imposing. Very well. At present, the priority is for me to obtain the most accurate and timely intelligence within the imperial city. You are all to mobilize immediately. This operation is not for assassination, but to gather information. Understood, Your Majesty. We shall set forth at once. Blood One rose to his feet and turned towards the exit. We will ensure the task is completed successfully. Rest assured, Your Majesty. The others shouted in unison, following Blood One in a steady stream out of the hall. Go! Ye Xuan nodded slightly, leaving him alone in the Grand Hall. At this moment, I have finally arrived in the imperial city. Yet, I wonder how much territory Zhao Yun's million-strong army has conquered. Ye Xuan murmured to himself, rubbing his temples, a hint of contemplation etched across his face. During the time, Ye Xuan journeyed to the Great Night Imperial City. He had dispatched orders for Zhao Yun to assemble a million-strong White Dragon army to launch a fierce offensive against the other provinces of the Great Night. In Ye Xuan's strategy, the imperial city must be captured by his own hands, while the remaining provinces would be entrusted to Zhao Yun for systematic conquest. This million-strong force is pivotal to success. However, I ponder whether this formidable army can indeed flatten the entire Great Night Dynasty. Feng City, a majestic fortress standing steadfast at the northern frontier, serves as an unyielding bulwark, safeguarding the vast lands of the Great Night Central Plains. It is not merely a vital artery connecting the northern border to the heart of the Great Night, but also a critical gateway protecting this bountiful territory, holding a significant position within the Great Night Dynasty's domain. As one of the four great military cities of the Great Night, Feng City's walls soar towards the heavens, second only to the imperial city. Within its confines, numerous array masters have cleverly harnessed the energy from the two surrounding mountain ranges, meticulously crafting an immensely powerful formation, the Heavenly Wind Array. This formation has reached the quasi-imperial level, its latent energy capable of withstanding the onslaught of thousands of troops, and it remains nearly impenetrable unless a law sovereign intervenes. The garrison of Feng City comprises elite soldiers, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Each soldier is battle-hardened, well-trained, and equipped with superior gear, making them one of the finest troops of the Great Night Dynasty. Commanding this formidable force is the renowned general of the Great Night, Feng Ye, a mid-level celestial sovereign, ranked among the top 10 experts in the visible hierarchy of the Great Night Imperial City. Upon the battlements of Feng City, the biting wind howled like a blade. Feng Ye, clad in heavy gray armor, bore a stern expression that, despite the passage of time, could not mask the gravity of the moment. His brow furrowed as he gazed at the mass of dark troops outside the city, an unprecedented wave of unease swelling within him. Outside, a million-strong army stood ready, their formations immaculate. These soldiers, each equipped to the teeth, emanated a chilling aura of lethal intent that rivaled his own elite forces. Yet, what struck the deepest fear into Feng Ye's heart was the young commander at the forefront. Astride a white dragon steed, clad in resplendent silver armor, he glittered under the sun, reminiscent of a war deity descended upon the earth. Merely standing there, he radiated an invisible pressure that left Feng Ye momentarily breathless. This sensation was unlike any he had experienced before. Not even in the presence of the formidable late emperor had he felt such trepidation. Who is this divine being? From where does this army hail? Feng Ye took a deep breath, striving to quell the turmoil within. He could not waver. The safety of Feng City and the lives of countless citizens rested solely upon his shoulders. Send the command. The entire army is to be on high alert, and we shall defend the city gates with our lives. With a single command, the soldiers of Feng City sprang into action, preparing for the impending conflict. The Heavenly Wind Array, under Feng Ye's directive, was set in readiness, enveloping the city in a protective embrace. The array surged with fierce winds, a terrifying barrier that even celestial sovereigns would hesitate to breach. At this moment, Zhao Yun sat upon his white dragon steed, calmly surveying the heavenly wind array ahead, his expression unwavering. He gently tugged the reins, and the steed obediently turned in accordance with his will. Remain here and wait. I shall breach that array, and then we can strike directly at Feng City. Zhao Yun commanded the group of celestial generals behind him. Understood, General. They responded in unison. Be cautious, General. One of the commanders urged, unable to suppress his concern. We shall await your triumphant return. The others echoed fervently. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, raising his hand to gently squeeze the horse's flank, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow, landing deftly before the array. A mere quasi-imperial formation dares to obstruct my path? Witness as I shatter it with a single thrust. Zhao Yun raised the white dragon spear, the laws of ultimate warfare swirling within him as a torrent of strength surged into the spear. Suddenly, a clear and resounding dragon roar erupted from a spear, its sound reverberating like thunder across the heavens, sending a shiver through the hearts of the soldiers within Feng City. Yet, this was merely the prologue. A more breathtaking spectacle was about to unfold. White dragon roar. Zhao Yun bellowed, sweeping the white dragon spear with force, summoning an ethereal dragon apparition nearly 1,000 feet long, infused with the power of a lost sovereign, soaring from the heavens towards the heavenly wind array. Within the array, Feng Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression shifting from shock to terror, ultimately freezing in incredulity. "Hey, Law, Sovereign!" Before Feng Ye could recover from his astonishment, the dragon apparition crashed into the heavenly wind array with a thunderous impact. The array shattered without resistance. But the power of the white dragon did not dissipate. It surged forth, barreling towards the city walls of Feng City. With a resounding explosion, the formidable city walls crumbled under the terrifying force of the white dragon, debris flying and dust billowing into the air. Even the main citadel of Feng City was not spared. It was instantly reduced to ruins under the onslaught, and thousands of soldiers perished in the wake of this cataclysmic strike. Chapter 79, The Wind City Shattered. A series of dull and heavy coughs abruptly echoed from the ruins. Feng Ye struggled to rise from the debris, his once indomitable armor now rendered into fragments. Moreover, a vivid trickle of blood adorned the corner of his mouth, cascading down his chin and pooling among the rubble at his feet. Feng Ye gazed vacantly at the desolation surrounding him, his heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of sorrow and despair. The once vibrant and fortified Wind City had been reduced to mere ruins, broken walls, scorched earth, and billowing black smoke, a sight that struck terror into the heart. It was over. Everything was lost. Wind City was no more. But why? Why did the Sovereign of Laws appear here? Such an extraordinary power. How could it suddenly descend upon Wind City? Feng Ye's voice, strained and hoarse, echoed with despair and defiance. At that moment, a figure descended from the heavens like a deity. It was Zhao Yun. He stood firm in the high air above the ruins, his gaze cold and unwavering as he scrutinized the disheveled Feng Ye below. Your cultivation is commendable. If you are willing to surrender, you may yet live. Surrender? Feng Ye was taken aback, followed by a bitter laugh filled with resolve. Do you not know that I am one of the 4 great generals of the Night Dynasty? My life has been dedicated to the Night Dynasty. How could I easily kneel in submission? Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow, a flicker of subtle admiration crossing his features, recognizing the man's steadfastness. With a heavy sigh, Feng Ye's eyes reflected profound desolation. What did it matter if he was valiant? Ultimately, he had failed to protect Wind City and its people. Rest assured, I will treat the citizens of Wind City and the surrendering soldiers with honor. They shall not be wronged, Zhao Yun promised with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, a complex emotion flickered in Feng Ye's eyes: relief, acceptance, and above all, liberation. He tilted his head slightly towards the sky, a faint smile gracing his lips. Thus, if I must die, I shall do so without regret. Zhao Yun nodded slightly, and, with a swift gesture, directed a brilliant beam of white light straight into Feng Ye's forehead. Feng Ye's expression changed abruptly, before he could fully register what occurred. His soul was instantaneously obliterated by the white light, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Immediately, Zhao Yun raised his right arm, issuing orders with decisive precision. The waiting White Dragon Legion surged into action. The war drums thundered, shaking the earth, as the soldiers shouted in unison, their morale soaring as they surged towards Wind City. The morale of the defending forces had already plummeted due to Feng Ye's fall. Now, leaderless, they found themselves increasingly powerless against the fierce onslaught of the White Dragon Legion. In the chaos, most of the defenders cast down their weapons and chose to surrender. Zhao Yun was true to his word, displaying remarkable tolerance and generosity towards these surrendered troops. Upon reaching their camp, he surveyed the crowd with a calm gaze. From this day forth, as long as you genuinely surrender, I shall treat you all equally and shall not fail you. Thus, the surrendered soldiers were properly accommodated. Among them, those of pure hearts and loyalty were selected by Zhao Yun to be incorporated into the White Dragon Army. Once everything was arranged, he left behind 50,000 well-trained defenders to maintain order and security in Wind City before leading his forces southward. In the Night Dynasty's imperial city, Ye Xuan sat upright in his chamber, his spirit standing still within the chaotic realm. System: activate the personal panel. Ding. The personal panel of the host is as follows. Ye Xuan race. Human age. 21 cultivation. Late celestial sovereign physique. Azure Lotus Celestial Body. Purple desolation dragon body. Superior royal grade. Weapon: desert banner. Supreme royal artifact. Demonic palace. Quasi-emperor artifact. Techniques: Eternal Divine Emperor Sutra arts. Soul control. Banner control subordinates: Zhao Yun, 8th stage sovereign of laws. Mei Ying, 7th stage sovereign of laws. Zui Si, 3rd stage sovereign of laws. Li Si, late celestial sovereign. Wang Chongyang, early celestial sovereign. Ximen Chui Xue, perfected heavenly king realm. Wei Zhongxian, mid celestial realm. Ouyang Feng, mid heavenly king. Huang Yaoshi, early heavenly king. Murong Xue, early heavenly king. Demonic beasts: purple fire scale beast, mid celestial realm. Ubumengsi king, perfected heavenly king. Assassins: blood kill tower. Army: 10,000 Great Qin Iron Eagle elite, spirit transformation realm. 100,000 Yellow Turban Army, foundation establishment stage. 5,000 Northern Liang Iron Cavalry, spirit transformation stage. 1,000 White Dragon Army, innate realm, dynasty points. 3,760,000 sign-ins. 0. Well, this is quite satisfactory, but the size of the army is indeed somewhat lacking. With the current troop strength, it would be challenging to conquer the entire Night Imperial City. Ye Xuan mused, his brow furrowed in contemplation. According to intelligence from the Bloodkill Tower, there were over 1 million Foundation establishment soldiers guarding the Imperial City alone. To successfully seize this stronghold, these troops must be dealt with. Furthermore, the numerous private armies nurtured by prominent families within the city could not be overlooked. It seems expansion of the forces is imperative. Ye Xuan's gaze burned with determination as he resolved to exchange for 3 silver summoning cards, hoping for good fortune in drawing an army. Having made up his mind, Ye Xuan wasted no time and decisively commanded the system. System, please immediately exchange for 3 silver summoning cards. Ding. Commencing exchange for 3 silver summoning cards. The system's prompt resonated within the chaotic realm. Ding. The exchange for 3 silver summoning cards was successful. Host, would you like to use the 3 silver summoning cards immediately? The system inquired. Yes, use them immediately. Ye Xuan almost blurted out, his voice brimming with anticipation. Ding. Using the first silver summoning card. Ye Xuan held his breath, clenching his fists as his heart raced. Ding. The first silver summoning card was successfully used, summoning 500,000 Great Qin Iron Eagle elites at the Spirit Transformation Realm, including 1 early Celestial Sovereign General, Qin Zhantian, and 10 Heavenly King Realm Vice Generals. By the heavens! Ye Xuan couldn't help but exclaim, bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha ha ha! to summon an army on the first attempt, and a spirit transformation army at that. This strength would be sufficient to decisively defeat the defenders of Night Imperial City, and it came with a celestial sovereign general. This time, success was assured. With 500,000 spirit transformation soldiers, battling against Foundation establishment cultivators was akin to slaughter, even if one accounted for the private armies of the noble families within the Imperial City. It would be futile against this force. How could this not excite Ye Xuan? Chapter 80. The divine might of the breaking Yuan canon. Ye Xuan was still immersed in the exhilaration of summoning 500,000 elite Iron Eagles of the Great Qin. Suddenly, the system's crisp notification echoed once more from the chaos space. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a critical hit in your summoning. Upon hearing this news, Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. A critical hit? This was the first time he had encountered such a phenomenon. However, his thoughts raced, and he quickly recalled that when the system was first activated, there had indeed been a prominent reminder at the bottom of the summoning interface. It stated that extraordinary luck could yield unexpected items. With his curiosity piqued, Ye Xuan could hardly contain his eagerness and immediately inquired of the system. Pray tell, what treasures have I summoned this time? Congratulations, host. You have summoned 10 supreme royal city-breaking cannons. Divine might-breaking Yuan cannons. Divine might-breaking Yuan cannons? What kind of rare item is this? And it is even a royal-grade cannon? Ye Xuan's expression was one of doubt and confusion, as he was entirely unfamiliar with this term. At that moment, the system patiently explained, Ding, the divine might-breaking Yuan cannon is a rare weapon of attack, possessing extraordinary power. One shot can devastate 1,000 miles, reducing it to ruins, comparable to a full-force strike from a sovereign of the great laws. However, to harness its formidable attack power, one must utilize supreme spirit stones, requiring a total of 10,000 supreme spirit stones for each firing. How much? Ye Xuan felt the world spin before his eyes, nearly losing his footing, his voice trembling. 10,000 supreme spirit stones. That equates to 1 million high-grade spirit stones, 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, or 10 billion low-grade spirit stones. It is worth noting that the annual fiscal revenue of Youzhou, under his governance, was merely in the thousands of billions of low-grade spirit stones. This figure, while seemingly vast, paled in comparison when converted into supreme spirit stones. It was a chasm of difference. Though theoretically, supreme spirit stones could be exchanged for lower grades, the practicalities of such transactions were utterly daunting. Supreme spirit stones were exceedingly rare and invaluable, practically non-existent throughout the Fenghua realm and even in the southern continent. Indeed, it rang true that the sound of cannon fire equated to mountains of gold. Ye Xuan could only chuckle wryly, his face a portrait of helplessness. This divine, might-breaking Yuan cannon was nothing short of a superlative money-devouring beast. Yet soon, a glint of cunning flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes, and he burst into laughter. Though it consumed vast fortunes, it was also a bona fide weapon of mass destruction. He began to fantasize about how, should any audacious force dare to provoke his ire, he could simply deploy the divine, might-breaking Yuan cannon and rain down devastation upon their stronghold. The sight of them being obliterated under cannon fire would be immensely satisfying. As he envisioned this, a grin crept upon his face, the pain of expenditure gradually dissipating. He had already resolved to target a fortunate adversary, awaiting the opportune moment to unleash the cannon's might. Ye Xuan quickly reined in his exuberant smile, adopting a focused demeanor as he awaited the final silver summoning. He was thoroughly satisfied with the bountiful rewards from the 2 previous summons. Ding! Congratulations, host! For the 3rd time in silver summoning, you have once again achieved a critical hit. This sudden announcement left Ye Xuan in a state of shock. What? A critical hit? He could scarcely believe his ears. Instinctively gaping and widening his eyes. Am I truly this fortunate today? If this were my past life, I would surely win the lottery. With that, he excitedly placed his hands on his hips, tilting his head back in hearty laughter. However, the next moment, the system's emotionless voice struck him like a bolt from the blue, dragging him back to reality. Ding! The host has received a critical hit. The items from the hit are a DVD from a certain teacher, a time-space imaging device, 2 limited edition black stockings, and 1 pair of Valentino high heels. Ye Xuan's smile abruptly froze, his mind grinding to a halt, blankness enveloping him. His lips twitched uncontrollably, his expression cycling through shock, confusion, and ultimately rage. After a brief silence, he could no longer contain himself and erupted at the system. What the hell is this, system? Can you not provide me with anything useful? What kind of nonsense is this? Can't you offer something of quality? Host, if you do not desire these items, you may return them. The system's unfeeling voice replied once more. Return? Ye Xuan, still fuming, caught a glimmer of hope upon hearing this, eagerly asking, if I return these worthless items, will I receive another silver summoning card? What do you think, host? Surely, it must be possible, right? Good system. Ye Xuan's face broke into a smug grin. Host, your expectations are overly optimistic. Used summoning cards are rendered void. There is no way to return them. The items just summoned can indeed be returned if you do not wish to keep them. However, please be advised that this is a no compensation return. You will not receive any recompense. What kind of joke is this? Ye Xuan's face flushed with anger as he pointed at the chaotic starry sky before him, shouting furiously. Yet, the system remained unresponsive. This only fueled Ye Xuan's frustration, causing him to stomp his feet in anger. After a while, he huffed, suppressing his rage. Humph. Without compensation, how could I possibly return them for free? I will keep them. After all, these items may yet prove useful in this world. Ye Xuan's eyes glinted as he inquired of the system. System, can I designate the landing location for the 500,000 Iron Eagles of the Spirit Transformation Realm? Ding. In response to the host, the summoned characters or armies may land at any location known to the host upon their initial arrival, as per the host's request. The system replied in an orderly manner. This is splendid. A smile tugged at the corners of Ye Xuan's mouth as he quickly devised a clever plan in his mind. When he officially commenced his undertaking, he would deploy this army directly into the imperial city, creating a scene that would surely be earth-shattering. Ding. Host, shall I summon the army immediately? The system inquired once more. Not yet. As for those items, let them remain in my system space for now, Ye Xuan calmly instructed. Understood, the system affirmed. Chapter 81. The morning assembly contest within the majestic hall of the Declaration in the Grand Night Palace. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. This grand hall served as the venue for the morning assembly of the Grand Night Dynasty. And at this moment, aside from the officials in critical positions, all the civil ministers had gathered here. The throne, which once symbolized supreme power and esteemed status, stood empty upon the high platform. Before the throne, Ye Xuan stood tall in a black robe, gently caressing the seat. His eyes filled with an irrepressible fervor as he murmured to himself. The position of Regent Prince is merely a transitional phase. However, today, I shall become the true Crown Prince. At that moment, a steady and powerful footfall approached. A middle-aged man clad in black armor and wearing a black mask swiftly walked to Ye Xuan's side and bowed to report. Your Highness, everything is ready. We await your command. This man, named Li Guangmo, was the commander of the palace guards, having attained the mid-stage of the celestial sovereign realm, ranking among the top 10 experts of the Great Night Dynasty. He had been in seclusion for cultivation, leaving the affairs of the guards to his deputy until Ye Xuan assumed the position of deputy commander and personally sought him out, successfully persuading him to lend his support. Upon hearing Li Guangmo's report, Ye Xuan nodded slightly, satisfaction evident on his face, and then commanded, Excellent. Summon the princes into the hall. Yes, Li Guangmo complied. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Defa. After bowing respectfully, Wang Defa took a deep breath and bellowed with all his might. Summon the princes into the hall. His voice echoed throughout the magnificent hall. With a creaking sound, the heavy vermilion doors slowly opened, revealing several figures who stepped inside. The newcomers were the 4th Prince Ye Xuan, the 5th Prince Ye Hao, the 8th Prince Ye Han, the 9th Prince Ye Bian, and the 10th Prince Ye. As the 5 princes entered, they spotted Ye Xuan standing before the throne, and their faces instantly displayed a range of expressions. Notably, When Ye Xiu's gaze fell upon Ye Tian, a fleeting glimmer of icy murderous intent flickered deep within his eyes, almost imperceptible. In contrast, Yi Hao's reaction was far more subdued. He merely squinted slightly, wearing an expressionless face, though a hint of disdain barely curled at the corners of his mouth. All five princes slowly bowed to Yi Tian, calling out in unison, "Royal brother." Yi Tian's eyes swept over the group, but he did not see the figure he longed for, a flicker of ruthlessness crossing his gaze before he quickly donned a smile and said, "Brothers, please rise." "Thank you, royal brother," they replied. Yi Tian continued, "I trust you bear no grievances for being summoned to the imperial city in haste?" Ye Xiu spread his hands with a perfectly balanced smile and replied, "Royal brother, you jest. As the regent prince, your commands are naturally to be obeyed. Indeed, fourth royal brother speaks true." Yi Han, a robust figure, stated with a steady voice, as if imbued with immense strength. "Exactly." Yi Hao slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on Yi Tian as he inquired, "May I ask, royal brother, what urgent matter necessitated our summons today?" As his words fell, the other four princes turned their attention to Yi Tian. Yi Tian did not respond immediately. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the Grand Tutor Han Shu. Han Shu was an ally of Yi Tian, having expressed his support during the previous Imperial Assembly. Understanding the cue, Han Shu stepped forward and addressed the princes, "Esteemed princes, the Grand Prince has indeed summoned you all for an urgent discussion concerning a significant matter. Grand Tutor, please elaborate." "Urgit, Ye Xiu," Han Shu, with a grave expression, slowly articulated. "Not long ago, a considerable rebellion erupted in the northern regions of our Great Night Dynasty. As of now, over 10 states have fallen, and the situation is dire. However, the exact cause of this rebellion, along with the underlying motives and conspiracies, remains unclear for the time being." As Han Shu's words concluded, a wave of gasps filled the previously quiet hall. "What? A rebellion in the north?" Yi exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face a mask of shock. He had been stationed in the south, commanding an army of over 100,000, and such an unexpected turn of events left him profoundly astonished. Ye Xiu furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. "The north. I recall that seventh brother was appointed as the Lord of Youzhou. I wonder if he is aware of this matter. It seems the Great Night Dynasty may soon descend into turmoil. Yet for Yi Tian, this might present a rare opportunity to showcase his abilities amid the chaos and seek greater gains. Should the opportunity arise to seize the Grand Knight, he would become a master of the Dark Corpse sect. Seventh brother?" Yi Tian smirked disdainfully. "He is nothing but a waste. What could he possibly know? He has likely fled back to the imperial city in fear, and I imagine he returned alongside you. Fifth brother?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hao fell silent, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes as he coldly mused, "Humph. You fools have no inkling that all of this is orchestrated by our master from behind the scenes. In due time, you shall weep, and then you will understand how tragic the outcome will be. All right, you are all aware of the reasons now. Royal brother, please outline the countermeasures," Yi Tian declared, his gaze intense as he regarded the assembly. "Royal brother, please elaborate." "I fully support you, royal brother," Yi asserted without hesitation. "Yes, speak swiftly," Yi Bian echoed. Seeing these two offer their initial support, Yi Tian turned his attention to Ye Xiu and Yi Hao, inquiring, "What do you two brothers think?" Ye Xiu clasped his hands and stated, "Royal brother, as the regent prince, this matter naturally falls to you to decide. Rest assured, we will wholeheartedly assist you." Yi Hao nodded in agreement. "Very well, since all of you are so supportive, I shall speak plainly," Yi Tian said, his expression turning serious. "Currently, our father is in seclusion, and while he has appointed me as the regent prince to manage state affairs, there are numerous constraints in practice." Chapter 82. The Brutality of Yi Tian Brother. "What do you intend to do?" Ye Xiu discerned an underlying meaning in Yi Tian's words, his eyes narrowing slightly. Yi Tian, no longer concealing his intentions, spoke frankly. "Fourth brother, since we've broached this subject, I shall be direct. My current desire is to firmly establish my position as Crown Prince, rather than merely holding it in a nominal capacity." He continued, Of course, considering the unique status of my royal brothers, from this moment forth, it would be prudent for you to remain within the imperial city, biding your time until our father emerges from seclusion, before resuming your respective duties. As soon as he uttered these words, Yihan could no longer contain himself, springing to his feet, his eyes wide with fury. Brother, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to imprison us here? Imprison? No, no, no. Ye Tian's face broke into a smile as he waved his hand dismissively. How could it be imprisonment? You need only stay quietly within the imperial city. This matter seems rather inappropriate. Ye Xiu's aura began to fluctuate ominously. As the royal brother, I have pressing affairs to attend to in the western regions and cannot remain in the imperial city for long. Regarding your earlier mention of the crown prince position, I shall wholeheartedly support you, but to compel me to stay is utterly out of the question. Oh, fourth brother, are you openly defying me? Ye Tian's expression darkened instantaneously, his right hand sweeping through the air. In an instant, a row of soldiers clad in bronze armor surged forth from the great hall. These 100 soldiers were the elite chosen from a contingent of 10,000 imperial guards, each possessing the cultivation of the spirit infant realm. Draw swords. The imperial guards unsheathed their gleaming blades in perfect unison, their fierce battle cries reverberating throughout the hall. The civil officials present were struck with fear by this sudden display, trembling in silence. Eldest brother, you dare to lay an ambush for your own brothers in the court? Are you planning to turn on us? Yi Bian's voice quaked with shock and anger, his spirit energy involuntarily radiating from him. However, being still young and newly initiated into the spirit infant realm, he felt a chill of dread amidst the oppressive presence of the soldiers. Eldest brother, Yihan glanced around at the soldiers with hostile glares, his face flushed with fury. On my way to the imperial city, I encountered third brother, who warned me of your treachery. I was skeptical then, but now it seems I was naive. That scoundrel always opposes me. Today he is quite cautious for not daring to show himself. Yi Tian scoffed coldly, a hint of malice flickering in his eyes. But rest assured, he will soon join you. With that, Yi Tian waved his hand forcefully, barking, "Seize anyone who resists." In an instant, the soldiers, fierce as wolves, surged towards the 5 princes. Think you can capture me? Not a chance. Ye Xiu swiftly circulated the Yin spirit scripture, transforming into a sinister cloud of black mist, evading the encroaching soldiers. Accompanied by a few agonized cries, the spirit infant realm soldiers fell lifelessly to the ground. What kind of wicked path are you cultivating? Yi Tian's expression grew grave upon witnessing this. Wicked path? Huh. This is the supreme scripture. Ye Xiu's chilling voice echoed from within the black mist. Since you are so heartless, do not blame me for being unkind. The black mist surged toward Yi Tian, intent on resolving all matters by capturing him. Just as the mist was about to envelop Yi Tian, Li Guangma suddenly bellowed, bold and audacious. Cease this at once. His voice resonated powerfully, causing the eardrums of all present to ache. He raised his right hand, unleashing an overwhelming force of spiritual energy that bound the black mist tightly. This is spiritual energy. Ye Xiu's voice trembled with fear and despair. He struggled madly to break free, but it was all in vain, as he could only cry out in a quaking voice. Which of the top 10 masters are you, esteemed one? He. It is better for a prince not to know. Li Guangma's lips curled into a cold smile as he exerted more force, compressing the black mist until it shrank dramatically. With a swift motion, he hurled the mist towards the ground. With a resounding crash, the mist coalesced back into Ye Xiu's form. Kraz Chapter 83. The arrival of Yi Xian. Yi Tian's gaze pierced through the air towards them, his voice icy as he declared, "Now, only the 3 of you remain. Will you surrender obediently, or will you resist like the other 2? Yi Bian, taken aback by the ruthless demeanor of his elder brother, who had always portrayed an image of gentleness and kindness, felt a wave of panic surge within him, his speech faltering. We. As he spoke, he cast a desperate glance towards his comrades, Yihan and Yi Hao. Elder brother, let us yield to him. Continuing to resist will only lead to our demise. Yihan's face was ashen. Having witnessed the tragic fates of Yi and Yi Xiu, he trembled involuntarily. Finally, gritting his teeth, he managed to utter, "I will follow elder brother's arrangements." Upon seeing this, Ye Xuan let out a harsh, mocking laugh. "Ha ha! If you had understood sooner, why suffer needlessly?" With a subtle wave of his hand, he signaled the soldiers behind him to take Ye Bian and the others away. Despite their reluctance, Ye Bian and Ye Han recognized the overwhelming strength of their adversaries and had no power to resist. Reluctantly, they allowed the soldiers to bind them tightly with ropes. However, when the two soldiers approached Ye Hao, intending to restrain him, a sudden turn of events occurred. Ye Hao, who had kept his eyes lowered, suddenly erupted with an intense, almost tangible killing intent. He raised his hand, channeling his energy to unleash two powerful strikes. The sound of two dull thuds echoed as the unsuspecting soldiers were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths, landing several feet away, lifeless. Heavens, what a formidable breakthrough to the celestial realm. Ye Xuan's face darkened, yet he clapped his hands inappropriately, exclaiming, "Brother, your talent is astonishing. Just months ago, you were merely at the late stage of the spirit infant realm, and now you have ascended to the celestial realm. Today, you cannot be allowed to live." Ye Hao smirked coldly, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery. "Ye Xuan, your arrogance is laughable. Do you truly believe you can dominate everything? What you have done will ultimately amount to nothing." Infuriated by Ye Hao's words, Ye Xuan roared, "Foolish creature! Kill him! Captain Li, at your command," replied Li Guangma, a cruel glint flashing in his eyes as he stepped forward, gradually closing in on Ye Hao, growing stronger with each stride. This was his first opportunity to eliminate a prince, and success would elevate his status in the new court under Ye Xuan's control. "Fifth prince, prepare to meet your end." With a chilling intent, Li Guangma unleashed a powerful ice palm strike, a massive ice pillar soaring towards Ye Hao. The sheer force contained within could easily shatter a towering mountain. Just as the situation seemed dire, an authoritative voice resonated through the air, shattering the advancing ice palm with ease and scattering ice shards everywhere. "Who dares?" Li Guangma gasped in astonishment. The intruder had effortlessly dismantled his full-force attack, a display of strength he had never encountered. He quickly concentrated his spirit to sense the mysterious presence. Yet, to his dismay, he found nothing but emptiness. An overwhelming fear gripped him, cold sweat soaking his back. "Are you searching for me?" Ye Xian's voice echoed as he appeared before Ye Hao. Within the depths of the 10,000 beast secret realm, Ye Xian had fortuitously absorbed the potent beast blood, granting him a faint grasp of spatial laws. Although it was but a whisper of understanding, it combined with the powers of the purple desolate dragon body, bestowed upon him the unique ability to traverse short distances through space. Subordinate Ye Hao pays respects to the master. Upon seeing Ye Xuan, Ye Hao Kineth, his voice filled with gratitude and reverence. "Thank you for your rescue." Ye Xian nodded slightly, gesturing for him to rise. As Ye Hao stood, he remained respectfully behind Ye Xian. Li Guangma, sensing the tension, fixated on Ye Xian, every pore on his body bristling with anxiety. Earlier, he had strained to detect Ye Xian's aura, only to find nothing. This could only mean two things. Either Ye Xian was a powerless ordinary person, or he possessed a terrifying strength that eluded detection. Clearly, it was the latter. You are the seventh brother." Ye Bian, bound and desperate, suddenly lit up with hope, shouting, "Seventh brother, save me." Ye Xian, hearing this, smirked mockingly, his eyes devoid of warmth. "And who might you be?" His tone was teasing, almost playful. I am your eighth brother, Ye Bian. Seventh brother. How could you forget me?" Ye Bian pleaded, panic-stricken, fearing Ye Xian might truly forget him. "Ye Bian." Ye Xian's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. When their family had fallen into ruin, Ye Bian had not offered a hand, but had instead humiliated him repeatedly. Now, faced with danger, he sought the aid of the very brother he had scorned. Yes, seventh brother. I am truly your eighth brother, Ye Bian. Please, have mercy and save your little brother. Big brother is plotting to seize the throne. He must not succeed." Ye Xian ignored him, turning to face Ye Xuan, still smiling. "Big brother, your actions have been commendable, but you lack decisiveness. This noisy individual is of no use." Eliminate him, royal brother. With a simple motion of his arm, Yi Bian and the surrounding soldiers were instantly reduced to ashes. Now it is quiet. Wouldn't you agree? Big brother? Chapter 84. Yi Xian's revenge controlled and powerless. Yi Han could only watch in horror as Yi Bian fell lifelessly before Yi Xian's fierce assault, his legs giving way beneath him as he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. His gaze was hollow and filled with despair, his body trembling uncontrollably. The sense of oppression and terror that Yi Xian exuded was incomparable to that of the crown prince, Yi Tian. Previously, Yi Xian had been stripped of his powers and relegated to Youzhou. Now, he had returned to exact vengeance. The officials present were stunned into silence as they witnessed Yi Xian's display of power, their faces drained of color. They recalled how, during Yi Xian's misfortunes, they had sought to curry favor with those in higher positions, embellishing his plight and adding to his suffering. Now, filled with regret, yet utterly powerless, they could only silently pray that Yi Xian would not turn his wrath upon them. Yi Xian, why have you appeared here? And how is it that your strength has grown so formidable? Yi Tian's eyes widened in disbelief, his voice trembling slightly from shock. The imposing figure of Yi Xian before him was a stark contrast to the fallen prince he remembered, who had been reduced to a state of disgrace. Dear elder brother, perhaps you should inquire with Wang Defa beside you. He may provide you with the answers you seek, Yi Xian remarked, a playful smile gracing his lips. Gang Defa. Yi Tian's gaze shifted to the eunuch Wang Defa at his side. Just as he uttered the name, an ominous premonition seized his throat, rendering him momentarily speechless. This is... He. Crown Prince. Oh no, it seems I cannot address you as such any longer. You shall now be known simply as Yi Tian. Wang Defa's demeanor shifted dramatically, his once subservient attitude replaced by a sly grin that made Yi Tian's skin crawl. After all, I now have an exceedingly esteemed new master, the current King Yi Xian. Ha. With that, Wang Defa strode confidently toward Yi Xian, bowing deeply with respect. Your subordinate, Wang Defa, pays homage to your majesty. Long live the king. Yi Xian maintained a calm demeanor, nodding slightly before gesturing for Wang Defa to converse with his former master. Very well. Yes, your majesty. Wang Defa, you treacherous cur. How dare you betray me? Yi Tian's fury reached a boiling point, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles white with rage, veins throbbing on his forehead. Betrayal? Crown Prince, do refrain from using such harsh terms, Wang Defa replied, rising and brushing off non-existent dust from his knees, a disdainful smirk gracing his lips. I merely assessed the situation and aligned myself with a more astute and formidable master. It was you who overstepped your bounds, foolishly attempting to assassinate our sovereign. In that moment, I recognized His Majesty's exceptional nature and promptly pledged my allegiance. As for what you witnessed afterward, those were mere fabrications I crafted to deceive you. It's truly laughable that you remained oblivious for so long, believing everything was under your control. Yi Tian's finger trembled as he pointed at Wang Defa, his eyes bloodshot, chest heaving with rage, vowing to devour Wang Defa alive. Overwhelmed by fury, he bellowed at the side, "Kill him, Captain Li!" However, this time, Captain Li stood immobile, as if carved from stone. Just as Yi Tian was engulfed in confusion and anger, a sudden gash appeared on Captain Li's neck, crimson blood gushing forth. Instantly, he collapsed forward with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. A powerful being of the celestial realm had fallen without warning. What? Yi Tian's eyes widened in terror, his complexion draining of color as he staggered backward uncontrollably, nearly losing his balance. He could hardly comprehend how the carefully laid plans had spiraled out of control. Yi Xian calmly nodded toward a shadow beside him, leaving Yi Tian alone. Eliminate the rest. The command felt like a death knell. In an instant, an icy, chilling aura surged forth from the shadows, enveloping all officials and soldiers within the great hall. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed relentlessly, as one after another they fell. Blood spread across the floor, pooling into a horrific crimson lake. Even the esteemed Grand Tutor Han Shu of the Heavenly King realm was not spared. He met a gruesome fate, his head severed from his body, The scene, a macabre display of carnage, Chapter 85. Mastering the court, make your move. The outcome is already determined. I, Ye Xuan, acknowledge my defeat. I seek only a swift end. Ye Xuan, filled with despair, recognized the futility of his situation. Rather than struggle, he preferred to embrace his demise. A subtle, enigmatic smile crept across Ye Xuan's lips as he leaned in closer and softly said, "To kill you? The time is not yet ripe. There's a question I wish to clarify first." "Ha ha!" Ye Xuan laughed bitterly, his eyes reflecting profound sorrow. With death imminent, there was nothing left unsaid. He urged, "Ask away." "How refreshing! Were it not for the treacherous currents of power, being your brother would have been a pleasant affair." Ye Xuan shook his head slightly, his tone laced with a hint of regret. "Brother?" Ye Xuan's bitter smile was tinged with mockery. "In this royal clan, what brotherly bonds exist? Spare me your fanciful hopes. Just speak plainly." Ye Xuan nodded, his expression now grave. "I wish to know the whereabouts of our father. Furthermore, regarding the plot that led to my disgrace, was it solely orchestrated by second sister, with no other involvement?" Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan fell into contemplation. After a moment, he sighed deeply and said, "Indeed, your disgrace was primarily the work of our second sister, yet it appears our father had a hand in it as well." "Our father was involved." Ye Xuan's brow furrowed. This was not far from his own suspicions. As the prodigy of the Great Night, without their father's tacit approval, even the esteemed Fenghua Dao sect could not have easily succeeded. "As for the whereabouts of our father, I remain in the dark," Ye Xuan continued, his gaze filled with helplessness and sorrow. "This father of ours is truly ruthless and exceedingly clever. In his eyes, we are merely pawns on his chessboard." "Oh, is that so?" A glint of coldness flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes, and an imposing aura radiated from him. The days of being manipulated were over. In this lifetime, he would not allow anyone to scheme against him again. Those who dared to offend would pay dearly. "Well, you have asked your questions. It is time for my release. Make your move." Ye Xuan's expression was calm, an increasingly fervent desire for death evident in his demeanor. "As you wish," Ye Xuan replied serenely, raising his hand with a gentle wave. A powerful force enveloped Ye Xuan in an instant. Ye Xuan bore a faint smile, and under the influence of this force, his body gradually disintegrated into ashes, vanishing from this world. After dealing with Ye Xuan, Ye Xuan rose gracefully, each step exuding an unparalleled poise as he approached the throne that symbolized supreme power. Upon reaching the throne, he paused momentarily, extending his hand to caress its armrest. After all the twists and turns, this throne ultimately belonged to him. With that, Ye Xuan straightened his posture and seated himself firmly upon the throne. In that moment, a magnificent dragon aura surged from behind him, soaring into the heavens. "Blood 1, Blood 2, summon all remaining ministers within the imperial city to this grand hall at once." Ye Xuan commanded from his elevated position, his expression imposing as he addressed the leaders of the Bloodkill Tower. "Yes, master." The leaders of the Bloodkill Tower responded in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. They swiftly exited, their figures disappearing beyond the door. In the blink of an eye, only Ye Xuan remained in the grand hall. He leaned comfortably against the back of his chair, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, shattering the silence that enveloped the hall. "Mei Ying, have you detected the aura of the lost sovereign during this time?" Ye Xuan raised his gaze slightly, directing his question to the air beside him. As his words fell, a figure clad in a black robe, her face obscured by a veil, gradually materialized. She possessed an alluring grace, yet exuded a chilling presence with every movement. The woman bowed slightly, respectfully stating, "Reporting to the master, I have not detected the whereabouts of the lost sovereign. However, in a certain underground palace within the imperial city, a mysterious force has isolated it. I surmise that many formidable beings may be concealed there." "Formidable beings." Ye Xuan pondered it, his fingers continuing to tap lightly on the armrest as he swiftly strategized in his mind. "It seems my father and a host of ancients are hiding there. Once matters here are resolved, I must pay them a visit." "Yes, master. Rest assured, as long as Mei Ying is present, no matter the formidable characters concealed within that underground palace, provided they fall within the realm of the law's sovereign strength. I shall protect you to the best of my abilities, Mei Ying affirmed with unwavering conviction. Good. I naturally trust in your abilities, Ye Xuan replied, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Though Mei Ying was a woman, her strength had reached the 7th tier of the law sovereign. Moreover, as she was summoned from the system, facing opponents beyond her level was not a challenge for her. With her by his side, Ye Xuan felt secure. An hour later, within the court, officials began to file in, entering the Grand Hall. There were hundreds of them, comprising both civil and military officials, including the commanders of the Yellow, Xian, Earth, and Heaven armies, Huangzhan, Xianlin, Disha, and Tianxian. All four possessed formidable cultivation levels, with Tianxian being the strongest, having reached the late stage of the Heaven Sovereign. When the leaders of the Blood Kill Tower first summoned everyone, they refrained from acting recklessly and chose to follow instead. They understood that the court today would be fraught with tumultuous changes. The struggle among the princes would be ruthlessly fierce, and they did not wish to be caught up in it prematurely. Now that the victor was apparent, they were merely curious to see who would ultimately ascend to the pinnacle of power. As the four entered the Grand Hall and set their eyes upon Ye Xuan, seated regally upon the throne, their expressions instantly froze, shock evident on their faces. Huangzhan was somewhat unfazed, having previously interacted with Ye Xuan, but for Xianlin, Disha, and Tianxian, this was their first encounter with him. In their minds, Ye Xuan had long been stripped of power, a fallen prince devoid of threat. They could never have imagined that he would ultimately occupy the highest seat of power. The three exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes brimming with disbelief. Amidst their astonishment, a surge of indignation quietly blossomed in their hearts. They believed that even if Ye Xuan emerged victorious in this struggle, it would only position him as the crown prince. For him to ascend directly to the throne was utterly unorthodox. As anticipated, an elderly man draped in lavish attire, his hair as white as snow, suddenly stepped forward. This man was Wang Baoye, one of the three nobles, whose cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Heaven King realm, holding considerable influence within the court. Furiously, he pointed a trembling finger at Ye Xuan, his voice sharp with rage. How dare you act so audaciously? Do you truly believe you have the right to sit upon this throne? Chapter 86. I am the master of day night. Oh, I cannot sit, so who can? A mocking smile curled at the corners of Ye Xuan's lips as he pointed to his own chest, his eyes filled with disdain for Wang Baoye. This dragon throne belongs exclusively to His Majesty. Even if he were to miraculously emerge victorious in the struggle among the princes and be named the crown prince, you would still lack the qualification to touch it. This is a rule set by our ancestors, one that cannot be trampled upon at will. Veins bulged on Wang Baoye's neck as he bellowed in rage, his white beard trembling slightly with fury. Crown Prince, Ye Xuan Sukolfut, leaning back slightly against the dragon throne. I fear you have misunderstood, Wang Tai Bao. What I seek is not merely the position of Crown Prince. I aspire to be the master of the entire day night. What? Wang Baoye's eyes widened in disbelief, his face a mask of fury. This is rebellion. Indeed, when you were stripped of your cultivation, you brought it upon yourself. A person like you is unworthy to be the master of day night. At this, a cold glint flickered in Ye Xuan's eyes, murderous intent flashing beneath the surface. The greatest taboo was to label him as a waste. What are the other princes? Where have you hidden them? Wang Baoye stood tall, head held high, pride radiating from him. As one of the three dukes, I bear the responsibility of assisting the royal family and monitoring the court. I have the right to know their whereabouts. You had better confess. You wish to see them? Ye Xuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, I must see them today. Wang Baoye's voice dripped with arrogance. You insolent fool. Hurry up, before Wang Baoye could finish his sentence. Ye Xuan suddenly raised his hand, a brilliant light erupting forth, piercing through Wang Baoye's chest in an instant. Then I shall send you to see them. Wang Baoye's body fell stiffly backward, crashing heavily onto the cold floor. A gaping wound in his chest was a gruesome sight, his heart utterly shattered. And bright red blood rapidly spread across the ground, staining the tiles crimson. This scene instantly sent shivers down the spines of the civil officials present, even causing the military officials' heartbeats to quicken. After all, Wang Baoya was a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the Heavenly King realm, a figure standing atop the pyramid of the Day Night Dynasty, yet he was so easily dispatched by Ye Xuan. The leaders of the four armies, Huang Zhan, Xianlin, Di Sha, and Tian Xian, exchanged glances, each filled with shock and trepidation. They were all masters of the Heavenly Lord realm, yet they could honestly admit that none of them could have executed such a swift and powerful attack as Ye Xuan had just done. How could his strength be so tremendous? Wasn't he stripped of his cultivation and physique? How could he have transformed into such a terror? This talent is simply beyond comprehension. A storm of emotions surged within Tian Xian. I knew it. My instincts were correct. The seventh prince, Ye Xuan, is undoubtedly a deep and unfathomable terror. Huang Zhan mused inwardly, gazing at Ye Xuan with a mixture of reverence and fear. Now, does anyone dare to refute my right to this throne? Ye Xuan's gaze was frosty as it swept over the crowd. Everyone was struck with fear and hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, silence enveloped the entire hall. Since no one opposes, from this day forth, I am the new sovereign of Day Night, Ye Xuan proclaimed to the world. Now, all below the Heavenly Lord realm, immediately swear an oath of loyalty to me. As for those at the Heavenly Lord realm and above, offer your souls. As these words were spoken, the once silent hall erupted into chaos. The officials whispered among themselves, debating fervently. What? Do you have objections? Ye Xuan's voice rang out, deep and commanding. Upon hearing his question, the hall fell silent once more, but after a brief moment, Di Sha, one of the four leaders, gritted his teeth and stepped forward. He clasped his hands respectfully and bowed, saying, Your Highness, with the Emperor currently missing, your ascension to the position of sovereign will undoubtedly have a positive effect on stabilizing the chaotic situation at the northern border. Moreover, your talents are unparalleled. A true dragon among men, it is not unreasonable for you to assume the throne. However, I find it difficult to comply with the demand for our souls. After all, in the long history of Day Night, such a precedent has never existed. Just because it has never happened before does not mean it cannot happen now. What I seek is absolute control, and I will not tolerate any dissent. Ye Xuan cantarit coldi. Di Sha found himself at a loss for words, momentarily unsure how to retort. Now, I shall say it once more. Ye Xuan sat firmly upon the throne, his gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. Those who agree, stand on the right. Those who disagree, stand on the left. You have 1 minute to decide, and I will not wait. The officials exchanged glances, their expressions varied. Some showed fear, their eyes darting about, struggling internally under the immense pressure. Others frowned, their faces filled with reluctance, yet they dared not express it openly. However, under Ye Xuan's formidable aura, they ultimately made their choices. Half of them, caught between fear and resignation, obediently moved to the right, while the other half, clinging to a glimmer of hope that Ye Xuan might spare them, stood on the left. Among the four leaders, Huang Zhan and Tian Xian exchanged a glance, seemingly reaching a silent agreement, and resolutely chose to offer their souls, stepping to the right. Di Sha and Xianlin, however, remained steadfast in their resolve to control their own fates, unwilling to surrender their souls, and stood on the left. Very well, this is the choice you have made. Do not blame others. A slight smile curled at the corners of Ye Xuan's lips, a chilling expression. Kill them. With that command, Ye Xuan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated in the hall like thunder. What? Di Sha exclaimed, his face paling in shock. Kill them? He could hardly believe Ye Xuan's ruthless decisiveness. But before he could react, a flash of cold light flickered, and Di Sha felt a chilling sensation at his neck. His head rolled to the ground, eyes wide open, staring in disbelief. Almost simultaneously, Xianlin met the same fate. The officials standing on the left had no time to scream in terror. As Ye Xuan's order led to their swift demise, blood instantly staining the hall's floor. In just one day, 2/3 of the high-ranking officials in the Day Night Imperial City were executed under Ye Xuan's orders. The remaining officials, along with the two leaders, Huangzhan and Tianxian, felt a weight in their hearts and quickly knelt, solemnly declaring, "We vow to serve His Majesty unto death. Long live His Majesty." Those who were to offer their So Chapter 87. The unfortunate Yi Ming beyond the grand city of the Great Night, a million-strong army stood ready, their raised banners stirring up clouds of dust that filled the horizon. At the forefront, seated upon a majestic steed, was the third Prince Yi Ming, clad in gleaming silver armor, accompanied by his maternal grandfather, the Grand Minister Feng Tsang. This formidable force was assembled through Feng Tsang's considerable influence across the provinces, with a mix of hastily gathered rogue cultivators. Yi Ming gazed at the vast army, excitement and pride evident on his face. He turned to Feng Tsang and asked, "Grandfather, shall we directly assault the imperial city?" At that moment, he wielded great power, his spirits soaring high. Feng Tsang let out a gentle sigh, his expression grave as he slowly shook his head. "My dear Ming, it is not as simple as you think. Although we command such a vast multitude, the 4 great legions of the imperial city are the elite forces of the Great Night Dynasty, seasoned warriors with foundational cultivation and unmatched combat prowess. To launch a reckless attack would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. We would suffer devastating losses and face utter defeat." Upon hearing this, Yi Ming furrowed his brow. Anxiety and confusion etched across his face. "Then, what should we do, grandfather? We've exerted so much effort to gather this army. If we do not breach the imperial city, would it not render our efforts futile?" Feng Tsang smiled gently, offering reassurance. "Do not worry. All is under my control. One of the leaders of the 4 legions, the Ground Slayer, has been persuaded by me to support you. With his influence, we can enter the imperial city through the area he commands." "However, what is it, grandfather?" Yi Ming presid eagerly. Feng Tsang's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of difficulty in his expression. "The Ground Slayer has put forth a condition. He demands that once you ascend to the throne, you must appoint him as the head of the 4 legions, overseeing the imperial city's defense." Head of the legions? Yi Ming was momentarily taken aback by this demand. After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his teeth and replied, "Very well. As long as he aids me in securing the throne, what harm is there in granting him that position? Once I hold dominion over the Great Night, I shall not fear his influence." "Excellent. In that case, we shall enter the imperial city through the southern gate." A glimmer of determination shone in Feng Tsang's eyes as he cracked his whip, signaling the army to continue onward. However, scarcely had they traveled for a quarter of an hour when a more fearsome legion appeared ahead, blocking their path entirely. This force, clad in black armor and exuding an aura of coldness, stood in perfect formation, their mere presence seemingly solidifying the surrounding air. Even Feng Tsang, a peaked celestial king, felt a jolt of fear at the overwhelming might radiating from them. Before them stood the 50,000 elite Iron Eagles of the Great Qin, summoned by Ye Xuan, led by the formidable Qin Zhantian, who was adorned in obsidian armor and bore a long spear that emanated chilling energy. "You, who are you? How dare you appear outside the Great Knight's imperial city?" Yi Ming feigned composure, though his voice trembled involuntarily, for he had never encountered such a formidable legion. "I am the Taishan king, and this is my subordinate, Qin Zhantian." Qin Zhantian's voice was deep and resonant, a powerful spiritual force crashing against Yi Ming's consciousness. Unable to withstand this overwhelming pressure, Yi Ming coughed up blood, his face paling to a ghostly hue. Witnessing this, Feng Tsang's expression shifted dramatically. Without hesitation, he darted in front of Yi Ming, shielding him firmly. At the same time, he discreetly conveyed a message to Yi Ming. "Ming, this individual is a celestial sovereign. Given his aura, he must be an exceptionally terrifying figure among them." "What? A celestial sovereign?" Yi Ming's heart raced, nearly causing him to topple from his steed. He understood that a celestial sovereign was a figure on par with the top 10 powerhouses of the Great Night Dynasty, and he felt his own strength paled in comparison, almost insignificant as an ant. Feng Tsang could sense the terror coursing through Yi Ming, but the situation had become dire, leaving no room for retreat. Thus, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure, and slowly raised his head. "Esteemed General, I am unaware of the Taishan King's identity. However, this is the territory outside the Great Knight's imperial city. Should you insist on engaging us in a fierce battle, it will undoubtedly alert the imperial city's guards. Imperial guards? Qin Zhantian scoffed contemptuously at Feng Song's words. The entire Great Night imperial city is already under the control of my master. What need is there for guards? What? Feng Song's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom that the imperial city had changed hands without his knowledge, and the situation had shifted so drastically. Qin Zhantian did not give Feng Song a moment to react. With a swift motion of his right hand, he signaled his 10 celestial vice-generals to advance. Kill! 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 The 10 vice-generals roared in unison, their voices reverberating like thunder, a murderous intent enveloping the battlefield. Following this command, they swiftly drew their long blades and unleashed their powers, directing the 50,000 transformative spirit troops to charge toward Ye Ming's million-strong army. Damn it! We can only fight to the death. Feng Song's face turned ashen, a sense of foreboding washing over him. But at this juncture, retreat was not an option. They could only confront their fate. He quickly selected 5 powerful beings of the celestial realm from among his soldiers to protect Ye Ming. With a long sword in hand, Feng Song leaped forward, charging toward Qin Zhantian. You overestimate yourself. Qin Zhantian observed Feng Song's approach with calm indifference, drawing forth his spear, radiating an aura of chilling frost, and struck fiercely against Feng Song's sword. With a resounding crash, Feng Song's sword shattered upon impact, scattering into countless shards. The immense force sent Feng Song hurtling backward uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Zhantian pursued, conjuring a massive hand of spiritual power that pressed down upon Feng Song, capturing him effortlessly. Chapter 88. The Great Night Underground Palace Release Me, Old Man. Feng Song struggled desperately within the colossal grasp of Qin Zhantian, clawing at the air in a futile attempt to break free from the binding force. However, his efforts were in vain. The giant hand remained as immovable as a mountain. You might as well perish. A chilling intent seeped from Qin Zhantian as he exerted a slight pressure. The terrifying force of the giant hand crushed Feng Song's body in an instant, reducing him to a mist of blood that dissipated into the air. On the battlefield, the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. The 500,000 Spirit Transformation Legion surged forth like a tidal wave, mercilessly slaughtering the 1 million innate soldiers of Ye Ming. The disparity between the Spirit Transformation soldiers and their innate counterparts was staggering. A single strike from a Spirit Transformation warrior could effortlessly slay multiple innate warriors. The clamor of battle echoed through the air, and the ground was stained crimson with blood. In just 1 hour, 30 to 40,000 innate soldiers lay slain in pools of blood, their bodies strewn haphazardly across the battlefield. Surrounded by 5 celestial beings, Ye Ming watched as his soldiers fell one by one, his legs trembling and nearly giving way beneath him. At that moment, a vice-general of the king's realm, Qin Yi, approached him step by step, wielding a massive cleaver. The 5 celestial beings felt the overwhelming pressure emanating from him, their legs shaking uncontrollably, and their swords trembling in their grasp. Ye Ming's eyes widened in terror as he stammered, I'm the 3rd prince of the Great Night. You cannot kill me. Otherwise, you will never escape the Great Night Dynasty yet. Before he could finish, Qin Yi swung the enormous blade. With a dull thud, the sharp cleaver cleaved one celestial warrior in 2, blood gushing forth and splattering across Ye Ming's face. Ye Ming let out a piercing scream, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. Kill! Fight back! Charge! The remaining 4 celestial beings, though gripped by fear, steeled themselves, drawing their swords for a desperate stand. To challenge the inevitable was foolishness. Crack! 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 The sound of 4 swords shattering rang out almost simultaneously, followed by the bodies of the 4 being cleaved in 2 by Qin Yi's massive blade, blood spraying everywhere. Once formidable celestial warriors within the dynasty, they were now easily slaughtered like insects upon this brutal battlefield. 2 hours slipped away in the blink of an eye. The once deafening sounds of battle had faded into silence. The air was thick with the stench of blood mingled with dust, inducing nausea. As far as the eye could see, the corpses of 1 million soldiers lay scattered across the ground, with not a single soul surviving. The scene was utterly horrific. The 500,000 Iron Eagle warriors, despite having fought fiercely, suffered fewer than 1,000 casualties. Once the battlefield was cleared, they stood in formation, their might still imposing. Qin Zhangtian mounted his steed with renewed authority, surveying the battlefield and his troops with keen eyes. He then focused his spirit. The entire army shall march east. With this command, the vast army sprang into action. After all, while Ye Xuan controlled the northern and central regions, the eastern territories remained unconquered. Furthermore, the east was adjacent to the Great Han Dynasty. If they sensed turmoil within the Great Night, it would undoubtedly lead to numerous complications. Thus, Ye Xuan made a decisive order to subdue the eastern territories. Ye Xuan sat upon the throne, exuding an aura of invincibility. His eyes were half closed, a faint azure glow flickering within as he observed the events beyond the castle walls. Yi Ming was dead. The vendetta of his past life had finally seen substantial retribution. A slight, imperceptible smirk graced Ye Xuan's lips. However, the complete subjugation of the Great Night still lay just beyond his grasp. Ye Xuan slowly rose, adjusted his royal robes, and turned to the shadows, whispering, "Meiying, let us proceed to that underground palace." "Yes, my lord." A chilling voice emerged from the darkness. The two then vanished within the palace. Within the Great Night underground palace, 18 grand halls stood tall, each housing the legacy of the Great Night. Yet, time had mercilessly eroded much of this grandeur. Over the long passage of time, some of the powerful beings within these halls had faded into eternal slumber. At that moment, before one of the grand halls, the eunuch Lu Fu paced anxiously like a restless ant on a hot pan. His brow furrowed, his face etched with anxiety and unease. He walked back and forth before the massive stone door of the hall. Damn it! How could Ye Xuan possess such strength now? Furthermore, how can his subordinates wield such terrifying power? What shall I do? Lu Fu muttered curses under his breath while wringing his hands incessantly. Before his seclusion, Yi Wudi had explicitly ordered him to closely monitor every movement within the court. The rivalry between the princes was a meticulously orchestrated game by Yi Wudi, aimed at identifying the most capable heir while simultaneously undermining the various factions to solidify his rule. Yet, Lu Fu never anticipated that, amidst this fierce power struggle, the one to emerge victorious would be none other than the seemingly discarded Ye Xuan. Should I report this to His Majesty? Lu Fu's mind was torn, on the verge of collapse, as he grappled with the decision. Just as Lu Fu wavered, a peculiar ripple surged through the corridor, and two figures materialized out of thin air. Leading the way was Ye Xuan, standing tall and radiating a faint azure aura, while behind him, Meiying blended almost seamlessly with the shadows. Only someone of significant strength could discern her presence. "Master Lu Fu, it has truly been a while." Ye Xuan remarked, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "However, from the looks of it, you seem to be faring rather poorly." He continued mockingly, "And it appears you have become even more detestable than before." The memory of Lu Fu announcing his banishment to Youzhou still lingered vividly in his mind. And seeing his unscrupulous father's loyal eunuch guarding the hall only confirmed his suspicions about who was within. What did you come to be here?" Lu Fu's complexion drained of color, turning as pale as a sheet. "Oh, am I not supposed to be here?" Ye Xuan spread his arms, his face a mask of derision. "Now, as the new master of the Great Night, I should certainly pay a visit to my dear father." "Umph, the new master of the Great Night. Who sanctioned this?" "The Great Night has but one ruler, and that is His Majesty. No one can usurp His Majesty's position. Not even you." Lu Fu retorted, feigning calmness, his voice strained as he protested. Chapter 89. Father and Son? Without further ado, I seek his counsel on a matter of great importance. If you possess any sense, you should leave at once. Our grievances can be settled in due time. Ye Xuan coldly admonished. Lu Fu's face instantaneously contorted into a sinister smile. "Do you truly believe you can step foot here? Such a notion is utterly absurd. Today, you have walked into your own demise, thus sparing us considerable effort. Once I capture you and present you before His Majesty, he will undoubtedly reward me generously." As Lu Fu spoke, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with avarice and pride. "You, a mere eunuch, neither man nor woman, are no match for me." Ye Xuan crossed his arms, a mocking smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "Ah, you wretched creature, how dare you insult me so? Today, I shall have your arms severed, reducing you once again to the pitiful wretch you are." Lu Fu erupted in fury, his voice hoarse with rage, his veins bulging visibly. Suddenly, he unleashed the Xian Yi spirit snake step technique, his form darting towards Ye Xuan with incredible speed, his right hand bent like a hook, slicing through the air towards Ye Xuan's arms, as if he wished to devour him whole. Lu Fu, as Ye Wudi's personal eunuch, often displayed a demeanor of submissiveness and humility. Yet who could have imagined that his cultivation was not to be underestimated, having reached the late stage of heavenly sovereign, making him a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, Ye Xuan remained steadfast, his aura contained. Just as Lu Fu's hand was about to make contact, a glint of cold light flashed by. Almost imperceptible, with a swift slice, Lu Fu's right hand was severed cleanly. Bang! Almost simultaneously, Ye Xuan's right leg surged with immense force, delivering a heavy kick to Lu Fu's dantian. Lu Fu was sent flying uncontrollably, crashing against a hard wall with a thunderous impact, causing bricks to rain down. He then slid down the wall, landing heavily on the ground. Uft! Lu Fu spat out a mouthful of blood. This kick from Ye Xuan contained terrifying primal energy, shattering Lu Fu's spiritual sea and rendering his cultivation utterly null. Ye Xuan stepped forward with a fierce determination, his aura radiating fiercely as he seized Lu Fu by the throat. In that moment, a strange azure light emanated from his eyes, exuding an endless chill. Lu Fu, as his personal eunuch, must have learned many unspeakable secrets over the years. What do you intend to do? Release me at once, or else His Majesty will surely not spare you. Lu Fu struggled desperately, his feet dangling off the ground. He could hardly comprehend how Ye Xuan's strength had become so formidable. Oomph! Ye Xuan scoffed, not wasting any more words. The soul control technique surged within him, the azure glow in his eyes intensifying, two tangible blades piercing into Lu Fu's consciousness. "Ah!" Lu Fu let out a spine-chilling scream, followed by frothing at the mouth, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his facial muscles contorting in agony. In the blink of an eye, Lu Fu was slammed to the ground with a dull thud, his limbs splayed wide, devoid of any life. At that moment, Ye Xuan's murderous intent escalated drastically, for within Lu Fu's memories, he had glimpsed numerous secrets about his former self. "Excellent. How splendid. Your brief and tragic existence of less than a decade is filled with sorrow." Ye Xuan gritted his teeth, articulating each word with emphasis, his eyes alight with fury and compassion. "But fear not. I shall exact vengeance for this deep-seated blood feud, piece by piece, until every last grievance is avenged. After all, having inherited your body, I have also inherited your karma. From this day forth, your enemies shall be my enemies." Ye Xuan's gaze fixated firmly on the stone door of the Grand Hall, his fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white as he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! The stone door shattered under the impact of this terrifying force, disintegrating into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Ye Xuan's figure flickered as he stepped inside the hall. What met his eyes was sheer opulence. The entire hall was crafted from precious crystalline stones, translucent and radiant, exuding a dazzling brilliance. In the center of the hall, a towering platform rose, upon which Ye Wudi sat cross-legged, cradling a gray orb that emitted wisps of ethereal energy, appearing almost otherworldly. "Ye Wudi, I knew you would be here." Ye Xuan's voice reverberated throughout the hall, causing the air to tremble. Ye Wudi's eyes widened slightly, and within them, stars seemed to flicker. A powerful aura enveloping the entire hall, suffused with a rich essence of law. After months of seclusion, he had finally broken through to the realm of law sovereign. Ye Wuti rose steadily, descending from the platform, each step resonating with the weight of 1,000 mountains, causing the entire hall to quiver. He stopped several dozen meters in front of Ye Xuan, the two standing face to face, each radiating their own formidable presence. Ye Wuti, having just ascended to the rank of Lost Sovereign, exuded an imposing aura akin to a vast ocean. Although Ye Xuan had yet to enter the realm of Lost Sovereign, the effects of his celestial body technique rendered his own aura comparable to Ye Wuti's. A flicker of malice crossed Ye Wuti's face as he coldly intoned, "Unfilial son, you dare to stand before your father without kneeling in respect? Father? Huh." A sardonic smile graced Ye Xuan's lips. "I hardly think you are worthy of such a title. To my eyes, you are merely an ungrateful wretch." Upon hearing this, Ye Wuti's brow furrowed in anger, but it quickly smoothed into a nonchalant expression as he replied, "It seems you're already aware of everything. Indeed, I have just slain Lu Fu and learned the entire backstory from him. Ye Xuan stod undeterred, meting Ye Wuti's gaze." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Ye Wuti's eyes as he scrutinized Ye Xuan, as if seeing him for the first time. "Humph. I did not expect your strength to be so formidable that you could kill Lu Fu, though he was of no use. He had reached the late stage of heavenly sovereign and yet fell to your hands. It seems your power now rivals that of an invincible heavenly sovereign." Ye Wuti's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of caution evident. A 20-something invincible heavenly sovereign was a rarity even in the Fenghua realm. "Truly, you are remarkable for emerging from that mysterious great power. Moreover, your physique was once completely ruined. How did it not only recover, but grow even stronger? Have you discovered her hidden legacy?" As he spoke, a trace of confusion and greed flickered in Ye Wuti's gaze. "Chapter 90, you King HMPH. How dare you mention my mother?" Ye Xuan's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury, his aura surging violently. Once, his mother had poured her heart and soul into assisting you, enabling you to break through and reach the threshold of a half-step rule sovereign. Her hopes were simple. She merely wished for you to care for me. Yet, what have you done? You conspired with Ye Jiao, plotting to harm me while ruthlessly depriving me of my cultivation resources. That woman, Ye Jiao, is equally venomous, a heartless and despicable wretch. As Ye Xuan spoke, his agitation grew, the anger on his face intensifying. In my youthful ignorance, I once regarded her as my closest confidant, placing my utmost trust in her. Yet, in the end, I awakened from my delusions, realizing she coveted my bloodline and sought to usurp my cultivation techniques. Reflecting on the tragic fate of my past self, a wave of sorrow surged within Ye Xuan. His predecessor had suffered immensely. From Lu Fu's memories, Ye Xuan uncovered a shocking secret that shattered his understanding, leaving him unable to find peace. It turned out, his predecessor was not the biological son of Ye Wuti. Ye Xuan's mother, Yu Qing'er, had brought the infant Ye Xuan to the Divine Dynasty. By chance, she encountered Ye Wuti, who was captivated by her beauty. Eventually, for various reasons, Yu Qing'er took on the role of a concubine in the palace. At that time, Ye Wuti had only reached the pinnacle of the heavenly king realm, and it was with Yu Qing'er's assistance that he broke through to become a half-step rule sovereign. However, before arriving at the Divine Dynasty, Yu Qing'er had already sustained grave injuries, teetering on the brink of death. She clung to her last breath solely to protect her young son, Ye Xuan. Unfortunately, fate was cruel. When Ye Xuan's predecessor was only 3 years old, Yu Qing'er passed away, filled with endless regrets and reluctance. After her death, Ye Jiao feigned concern and offered to care for Ye Xuan. Yet her motives were far from pure. She schemed meticulously to seize the precious opportunities left to Ye Xuan by Yu Qing'er. Throughout this process, Ye Jiao repeatedly gained advantages, ultimately becoming deranged enough to plot the theft of Ye Xuan's purple flood dragon body. During this time, Ye Wuti not only failed to lend a hand but played a despicable role, colluding with Ye Jiao. In the end, the most vital legacy left by Yu Qing'er fell into the hands of Ye Wuti. You, who were once a sovereign, have committed such despicable acts. Ye Xuan's eyes blazed with fury. Ha ha ha! Ye Wuti suddenly threw back his head in a maniacal laugh, his voice rife with madness and resentment. What do you understand? She forced my hand. I once cherished her deeply. I would have willingly offered up the entire Danya dynasty for her sake. But what of her? Ye Wudi's gaze turned venomous, his face contorting with rage. In name, she was my concubine, yet she never once regarded me with her true eyes. Not once. Her heart was never with me. I never tasted her body, all because my cultivation was insufficient. But how much better was she? Severely injured, she too perished. Why should my lowly status prevent me from gazing upon the pinnacle of the heavens? I refused to accept it. As Ye Wudi grew increasingly agitated, his chest heaved violently. Thus, after her death, I resolved to claim everything she left behind. I shall attain the throne of sovereign, unify the entire Fenghua realm, and then step into the realm of the supreme quasi-emperor. At that time, who will dare to look down upon me? Who will underestimate me? With Ye Wudi's thunderous declaration, the icy power of the laws surrounding him began to stir, causing the temperature in the hall to plummet, even freezing the ground beneath. Ye Xuan regarded the seemingly maddened Ye Wudi with a hint of scornful amusement, slowly shaking his head. What you speak of is nothing more than self-deception, a feeble excuse for your malevolence. An excuse? Ha! Ye Wudi howled with laughter, his voice sharp and grating. Does this sovereign require an excuse to act? I merely wish for you to understand as you face your demise. Coincidentally, I see that your current terrifying vitality and physique surpass even the previous purple flood dragon body. Such a treasure, if not claimed for my own use, would be a travesty. As Ye Wudi spoke, a greedy light blazed in his eyes, fixating on Ye Xuan. You desire my physique? You should assess your own worth. With your current level as a rule sovereign, you are woefully unqualified to act brazenly before me. Foolish child, how dare you be so arrogant? You cannot fathom the terror of a rule sovereign. Ye Wudi was thoroughly enraged by Ye Xuan's words, his fury intensifying as the icy power of the law surged once more. Is that so? Ye Xuan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. In your eyes, a rule sovereign may seem like an unparalleled power. Yet to me, your status as a rule sovereign amounts to little. Why not allow you to witness what a true rule sovereign is capable of? With that, Ye Xuan slowly raised his right hand and gently snapped his fingers. Shadow, come fort. Yes, my lord. A cold voice resonated from the corner of the hall. Instantly, a shadow appeared beside Ye Xuan in the blink of an eye. It was the shadow. The moment the shadow emerged, the previously rampant icy law was replaced by a far more terrifying power of the wind. Countless razor-sharp blades of wind surged through the hall, wreaking havoc as they sliced through the hard floor, creating bottomless fissures that swiftly spread. The sturdy walls were not spared, riddled with gaping holes as bricks tumbled down. Ye Wudi had no time to mount any defense. He felt a powerful force crashing toward him. Before he could react, his garments were shredded by the wind blades, followed by a trickle of blood flowing down his cheek. How is this possible? When did that woman infiltrate this hall? I sense nothing, and her strength is clearly far beyond that of a novice rule sovereign. When had such a terrifying powerhouse appeared at his side? Could it be a formidable envoy sent by that mysterious force? The more Ye Wudi pondered, the colder his back felt, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. If that were the case, today would indeed be a grave trouble. As this thought crossed his mind, the arrogance Ye Wudi had previously displayed evaporated without a trace, his body instinctively retreating. After all, understanding that he was no match for the imposing presence of a shadow, Ye Wudi knew that any rash action would likely lead to his demise. Oh, what do you think you are retreating to? Chapter 91. Ye Xuan versus Ye Wudi. Ye Xuan's gaze sharpened as he commanded the shadow to swiftly block Ye Wudi's path, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. What? Do you intend to play the coward and slip away? Ye Wudi's intent was ruthlessly exposed, causing his visage to oscillate between pale and furious, his expression dark enough to draw water. Let us do this, Ye Xuan said, a mocking curve at the corner of his mouth, his eyes glinting with amusement. Out of sheer benevolence, I offer you a chance. What do you say? Ye Wudi lifted his gaze, a flicker of wariness crossing his features. Let us engage in a straightforward duel. Should you manage to best me, I shall release you without a second thought, and during the confrontation, the shadow shall not intervene. Do you dare accept this challenge? Ye Xuan crossed his arms. His demeanor relaxed, exuding an air of assured victory, akin to teasing a cornered beast. Ye Wuti furrowed his brow, skepticism clouding his mind. It was hard to believe that Ye Xuan would extend such goodwill. Their enmity ran deep, and there were surely hidden schemes lurking beneath this offer. What? Have you lost your nerve and lack even this modicum of courage? Ye Xuan's face twisted into an unmistakable sneer. He had his own calculations. This battle would not only allow him to avenge his grievances, but also serve as an opportunity to gauge his prowess against a master of the law. Very well. If you seek death, I shall oblige. Ye Wuti retorted, a twisted smile breaking through his rage. Now, that is the spirit. Ye Xuan's countenance turned stern, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. My own vendetta must be settled by my own hand. This debt shall be reconciled today. With that, he turned to the shadow and commanded, You shall remain on the sidelines. Do not intervene unless I instruct you otherwise. The shadow nodded slightly, retreating to a distance. Poised to act should Ye Xuan find himself in peril, ready to strike down Ye Wuti with lethal precision. Ye Xuan stepped forward with measured grace, his aura erupting as he faced Ye Wuti across the void. You may strike first, Ye Xuan stated calmly, his gaze locked onto Ye Wuti. Oomph. Ye Wuti scoffed, frost enveloping his right hand, which swiftly morphed into a sharp ice claw, causing the temperature in the chamber to plummet. The ice claw, imbued with biting cold, lunged toward Ye Xuan's throat, the air slicing through with a hissing sound. Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed. He deftly leapt upward, evading the lethal strike with ease. However, the residual force from the ice claw crashed into the wall, instantly encasing it in a thick layer of ice. Impressive power, but your speed leaves much to be desired. Ye Xuan noted as he landed gracefully, nimbly dodging Ye Wuti's subsequent assaults while taunting him. Think you can evade? Let's see how you manage this time. Ye Wuti, incensed by Ye Xuan's words, veins bulging on his forehead, unleashed his ultimate technique. The ice law, ice domain, 1,000 miles of frost. With rapid hand movements, he summoned a torrent of ice power that struck the ground with ferocity. In an instant, the floor froze at an observable pace, spreading outward like wildfire. The moisture in the air crystallized instantly, forming myriad tiny ice shards that twinkled ominously in the air. Ye Xuan found his movements severely hindered, his speed diminishing. Internally, he marveled, truly, the master of the law possesses unparalleled strength. In this realm enveloped by the ice law, any ordinary heavenly sovereign would likely become an icy statue, bereft of any means to resist. Indeed, should such a formidable attack be unleashed upon the world, it could swiftly transform a bustling city into a desolate ice fortress. Since evasion is futile, I shall not shy away. Ye Xuan charged forward, a brilliant azure lotus blossoming behind him, radiating an indomitable shield that repelled any law power attempting to approach. What is this? How is it possible? Ye Wuti éclatait in disbelief, unable to fathom how his ice law could not breach Ye Xuan's defenses. Comme fort! Ye Xuan roared with overwhelming force, his hand morphing into a fist, pulsating with immense power as it surged toward Ye Wuti. Seeing the fist, accompanied by a fierce sound of air being torn, Ye Wuti could not hesitate any longer. He swung his ice fist to meet the challenge. Bang! The two fists collided with a deafening sound that reverberated throughout the hall, shaking its very foundations. In that fleeting moment, a dazzling azure light clashed with a chilling ice glow, each vying for dominance. Their speeds reached a pinnacle, leaving only blurred shadows flashing by. And it was only the keen perception and reflexes of those at the level of law masters that allowed them to catch glimpses of this intense confrontation. Ye Wuti's expression hardened as he launched a powerful kick towards Ye Xuan, one that could shatter mountains. With such force, surely he would not survive? Yet, as the kick descended, Ye Xuan's figure vanished, leaving Ye Wuti to strike nothing but air. Bang! His foot struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the entire hall to tremble. Where is he? How can he simply vanish? Ye Wuti frantically summoned his spiritual power, seeking to detect Ye Xuan's presence. But his senses felt as though they had plunged into an abyss, unable to perceive Ye Xuan's aura. I am right behind you. At that moment of panic, Ye Xuan's cold voice resonated in Ye Wuti's ear, laced with a chilling undertone. What? Ye Wuti's eyes widened in horror, his heart constricting as he instinctively turned to guard himself, but it was far too late. Ye Xuan's fist, imbued with the power of the wild demon, struck forcefully against Ye Wuti's back. The wild power surged violently within Ye Wuti, penetrating his body. Cough! Ye Wuti felt a rush of warmth in his throat, uncontrollably spewing forth a mouthful of blood. His body propelled forward several meters before collapsing to one knee, hands pressed against the ground, gasping for breath. His insides felt as though pierced by 1,000 needles, the overwhelming force of the wild energy crashing through him, rendering him nearly unconscious. After landing a successful blow, Ye Xuan's figure once more vanished, only to reappear atop the dais of the hall, gazing down upon the disheveled Ye Wuti with an air of disdain. Chapter 92. The Death of Ye Wuti. Ye Wuti laboriously lifted his head, his gaze locking onto Ye Xuan's eyes. His sight inadvertently caught the faint spatial fluctuations behind Ye Xuan. In that fleeting moment, Ye Wuti's pupils constricted sharply. This is the law of space. You have actually mastered the law of space. It is merely the law of space. What is there to be astonished about? Ye Xuan intentional provoquait Ye Wuti. His own cultivation of the law of space was far from complete. If he truly reached perfection, that would be genuinely terrifying. Achieving instantaneous movement within this grand hall without a trace would be as effortless as breathing. Alas, I never expected you to comprehend one of the 3 supreme laws, the law of space, and to achieve it before reaching the realm of a lost sovereign. In this battle, I concede my defeat without grievance. Ye Wuti's expression was complex, and he let out a deep sigh. Since you have acknowledged your fate, prepare to meet your end. Ye Xuan would not show mercy. Leaving behind future troubles was not an option. Haha, do you think taking my life would be so simple? Allow me to demonstrate the might of this treasure. In Ye Wuti's hand, a pearl radiating a grayish glow materialized, within which a dragon's soul imprint flickered in and out of visibility. Ignite! The soul shall unleash its ultimate strike. Ye Wuti's expression turned ferocious as he unhesitatingly burned his soul power, pouring it all into the gray pearl. He then tilted his head back and swallowed the pearl whole. Instantly, Ye Wuti's aura began to swell uncontrollably. His body trembled and expanded, growing to several dozen feet tall, resembling a small mountain. He raised his arm high and unleashed a powerful punch, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a gray dragon shadow surged forth with boundless power, tearing through space and leaving behind tiny cracks in its wake. How formidable! The body of a divine emperor. Ye Xuan daret not hesitate. He hastily activated the Eternal Divine Emperor Scripture, summoning the phantom of the Divine Emperor behind him. Break! The Divine Emperor Phantom slowly raised its arm, striking heavily at the approaching gray dragon shadow. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided violently in midair, unleashing a storm of powerful energy. The entire underground palace trembled violently from the impact, and the hall they occupied could not withstand such world-destroying force, instantly shattering into countless fragments, bricks flying and dust billowing. This tremendous explosion resounded like thunder on a clear day, awakening many slumbering powerhouses within the Great Night underground palace. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. In the blink of an eye, 10 figures swiftly emerged from the depths of the underground palace, stabilizing themselves in the sky. Each of these 10 individuals exuded a faint aura of law power, their light dim, still not fully coalesced, indicating they were all at the half-step lost sovereign realm. However, they were all enveloped in a pervasive aura of decay and death, deep wrinkles etched into their faces by the passage of time. They were reclusive powerhouses who had been sealed away for many years, now nearing the end of their lifespans, having long slumbered in the underground palace. What has transpired? Why is there such a terrifying fluctuation of power in the imperial underground palace? The silver-haired 14th ancestor's voice trembled with confusion. By heavens, that attack's fluctuation was undoubtedly the work of a law sovereign. This is truly absurd. The 15th ancestor, with a fiery temperament, could not help but curse. Who dares to intrude upon my Great Night underground palace and wreak such havoc? Do they think my Great Night Dynasty lacks a sovereign to oversee it? The 7th ancestor's eyes widened in anger, his fists clenched tightly. Humph. With me, the 8th ancestor present, even if a sovereign descends, I shall make him eat his own filth. The 8th ancestor, slender of form, wielded the divine art of filth with extraordinary skill. Amidst the heated exchanges and disputes among them, 3 coffins meticulously crafted from black jade and mysterious crystal began to float slowly from the depths of the underground palace. These 3 coffins radiated an immense aura of law power, undoubtedly containing powerful beings at the law sovereign stage. The moment the coffins appeared, all fell silent, and they respectfully bowed towards the 3 black jade coffins. Within the ruins, amidst swirling dust, Ye Xuan and the Phantom of Charm suddenly ascended from the debris, the strong winds dispersing the surrounding dust. However, Ye Wudi's figure had already vanished. This was because Ye Wudi could not withstand the terrifying power unleashed by Ye Xuan and the Divine Emperor Phantom. He was obliterated, bursting into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the void. After the battle, amidst the ruins, a pearl emitting an eerie gray light lay quietly on the ground, conspicuously noticeable. Ye Xuan's eyes narrowed, and with a swift motion, he firmly grasped the pearl in his hand. In truth, this pearl originally belonged to Ye Xuan. Previously, Ye Wudi had seized it amidst the chaos. Now, after much turmoil, it had returned to its rightful owner. This confrontation with Ye Wudi could be deemed a revenge fulfilled. One more of your enemies has been vanquished. Now only Ye Jiao remains. But fret not, she shall soon descend to pay her respects to you. Ye Xuan eyed it deeply, murmuring to himself. Indeed, through this battle, Ye Xuan had roughly gauged his own strength. According to the classification of law sovereign realms, he had likely reached the first or second tier of the law sovereign stage. At that moment, the 10 half-step law sovereign ancestors also noticed his and the Phantom's presence, rapidly flying towards the 2 of them, surrounding Ye Xuan and the Phantom in an instant. Who are you? How dare you disturb my Great Night underground palace so grievously? The 5th ancestor fixed his piercing gaze on Ye Xuan and the Phantom, keenly sensing that they were no ordinary individuals, thus refraining from acting rashly, instead sternly demanding an explanation. Who am I? Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan burst into laughter, a glint of mockery flashing in his eyes. You old men truly have poor eyesight. You do not even recognize the current master of the Great Night Dynasty? You still question my identity? How utterly laughable. The master of the Great Night? No way. You brat, cease your bluster. The 6th ancestor frowned, disbelief etched on his face. I have seen the current master of the dynasty with my own eyes. His name is Ye Wudi, and he is supposedly in secluded cultivation within this underground palace. How could it possibly be you? By the way, what on earth happened to that Ye Wudi? Where'd he go? The underground palace has been reduced to this state, and he still hasn't come out. The 7th ancestor cursed vehemently. Chapter 93. Confrontation of the Laws. Are you searching for Ye Wudi? Ye Xuan raised an eyebrow, a cryptic smile gracing his lips. I advise you to save your effort. You will not find him. Upon hearing this, the 7th ancestor's expression darkened instantly, and he shouted with hostility, What do you mean, boy? Ye Xuan maintained a relaxed demeanor, shrugging nonchalantly as he replied, What do I mean? It's simple. He is already dead, slain by my hand. Now, do you understand? Utterly arrogant. The 7th ancestor's eyes widened in fury, disdain etched across his face. You think you can make such claims? Do you possess the ability? Ye Xuan remained unfazed, merely smiling at him with an enigmatic expression. Whether I possess such strength is something you can test for yourself. As soon as the words left his mouth, the space behind Ye Xuan rippled, and his figure vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ye Xuan appeared before the 7th ancestor, his speed so astonishing that it left no room for reaction. Be careful, old 7, the 5th ancestor shouted in alarm. The 7th ancestor taken aback. Could hardly believe the young man's speed was so extraordinary, seemingly grasping the laws of space. In a flurry, he raised both hands, attempting to strike Ye Xuan back. Yet, Ye Xuan was a step faster. With a fluid motion, he advanced, piercing his right hand through the seventh ancestor's chest. Then, with a gentle tug, he extracted a still-beating heart from within. "Give my heart back." The seventh ancestor's face twisted in agony, his breath faltering as he screamed with all his might. "Return it to you? What a delightful thought." A wicked smile curled at the corners of Ye Xuan's mouth, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he crushed the heart in his grip. Following this, he unleashed a powerful punch that struck the seventh ancestor with tremendous force. A resounding thud echoed as the seventh ancestor was unable to mount any defense, his form instantly dissolving into a mist of blood. "Old Seven," the 10th ancestor cried out in despair. "You damn brat." The 8th ancestor was engulfed in murderous intent, his eyes nearly spitting fire as he vowed, "I will tear you to shreds." "Kill him. Avenge Old Seven," shouted the 5th ancestor. "Make him wish he were dead." The other ancestors echoed their fury, their auras surging. "Let's strike together." In unison, the 9 of them erupted into their most formidable states, charging towards Ye Xuan with ferocity. However, before they could close the distance, the sky darkened abruptly. A terrifying wind enveloped the entire space, causing the 9 to look up in horror. A graceful figure clad in black was seen stepping slowly from behind Ye Xuan. With each step, the force of the wind intensified, forcibly suppressing the laws of power emanating from the 9 ancestors, which grew heavier with the woman's approach. With a sudden burst, the wind's laws slashed through the ancestors, leaving gashes upon their bodies, blood splattering forth and exposing their bones in a ghastly display. "It is the laws. Sovereign." The 4th ancestor gritted his teeth, enduring excruciating pain as he spoke with great difficulty. "How can a law's sovereign be so youthful?" The 6th ancestor exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the enigmatic figure raised a finger and pointed gently at the 8th ancestor. In an instant, the wind around the 8th and Chapter 94, the first master of the night, Ye Xuan's gaze gradually shifted towards the 3 black jade crystal coffins, and he spoke calmly. "Come out and meet me. It is unwise to remain hidden within." As soon as his words fell, there were 3 dull thuds as the lids of the black jade crystal coffins slowly opened one after another. 3 figures emerged, revealing 3 elderly men, each exuding a palpable aura of death. Their faces were gaunt, their skin shriveled, with the ravages of time etched deeply upon them. One elder, clad in a black robe and positioned at the center, raised a hand, his deeply wrinkled face reflecting a myriad of emotions. He opened his mouth slightly and inhaled deeply, savoring the outside air, his tone filled with nostalgia. "Ah, the long-lost breath of life. It truly feels wonderful." This marked his first step out of the black jade crystal coffin in over 10,000 years, and the world beyond was both familiar and foreign to him. "May I inquire about your names?" Ye Xuan interjected, interrupting the elder's reverie. The elder in the black robe turned slowly, his aged yet piercing eyes locking onto Ye Xuan. An intangible force emanated from his gaze, attempting to penetrate Ye Xuan's essence. However, to his astonishment, the young man before him resembled an unfathomable abyss. No matter how he probed, he could not discern the depths of Ye Xuan's true nature. Unable to see through, the black-robed elder marveled inwardly. Indeed, anyone capable of commanding the allegiance of a consummate emperor was no ordinary individual. "I am Ye Dingzi," he finally declared after a moment of contemplation. "Ye Dingzi," Ye Xuan mused, his brow furrowing slightly as he searched the recesses of his memory. Suddenly, a revelation struck him, and he recalled that the founder of the Great Night Dynasty was indeed named Ye Dingzi. By the heavens, this is certainly an ancient relic. Ye Xuan thought to himself, amused. The Great Night Dynasty had been established for over 30,000 years, whereas the lifespan of an average rule emperor was merely 10,000 years. Clearly, this initial ruler of the dynasty had far surpassed that lifespan. Noticing Ye Xuan's astonishment and skepticism, Ye Dingji offered a faint, melancholic smile and gently asked, "Do you doubt me?" Before Ye Xuan could respond, Ye Dingji gazed skyward, his thoughts drifting back through the mists of time. This is hardly surprising. After all, the lifespan of a typical rural emperor spans a mere 10,000 years. Yet, in my youth, I was fortunate enough to encounter a grand opportunity, one that can only be described as extraordinary. As he spoke, he gestured towards the 3 black jade crystal coffins. These coffins possess the ability to seal one's lifespan within, which is the reason why both I and my companions have survived to this day. He then turned slightly, gesturing towards the other 2 elders. These 2 are Ye Su and Ye Liang, my juniors who have stood by me, guarding this opportunity and the legacy of the Great Night Dynasty. Now I understand. Ye Xuan nodded slowly, enlightenment dawning upon him. Ye Dingji's expression grew solemn as he sighed deeply, alas. The black jade crystal coffins have sustained significant damage during the recent battle, and our energies have waned after our confrontation with the young lady behind you. To be frank, our lifespans now dwindle to less than a year. As he spoke, a trace of helplessness and sorrow flickered in Ye Dingji's eyes. The once resplendent glory of his past seemed to be fading into nothingness with time and the ravages of battle. I can offer you a chance to continue living, perhaps even to reclaim your former glory. Would you 3 be willing to seize this opportunity? Ye Xuan broke the silence. What? Ye Dingji was momentarily taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief. Yet, in an instant, he erupted into self-deprecating laughter. Ha ha ha. While it is true that you have a consummate emperor at your side, I have lived for tens of thousands of years without ever hearing of a sacred object capable of granting us rebirth. After a pause, the smile faded from his face, replaced by a serious and hopeful expression. I have just learned that you have become the new master of the Great Night. If you can lead the dynasty to its zenith and beyond the realm of resplendence, I would die without regrets. A subtle smile graced Ye Xuan's lips, imbued with an unassailable confidence. Your limitations do not define mine. I shall ask you once more, will you choose to offer your souls and submit to me, or will you fade silently into oblivion? Upon hearing these words, a flicker of hope ignited within Ye Dingji. This enigmatic youth exhibited a mysterious demeanor, perhaps possessing the means to alter fate. Contemplating this, he turned to Ye Liang and Ye Su. Their eyes mirrored his own, shimmering with eager anticipation, clearly awaiting his decision. Very well, we shall surrender ourselves to you. After all, our lives are already forfeit. If we can truly be reborn, we shall pledge our unwavering loyalty. Ye Dingji resolved, gritting his teeth. As soon as the words left his lips, the 3 elders unhesitatingly extracted a fragment of their souls. Their already weakened vitality waned further with this act, causing them to sway unsteadily, their faces growing increasingly pale, appearing even more frail. Excellent. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes as he securely received the souls of the 3 elders. He then gently closed his eyes, his consciousness descending into the mysterious chaos of the void. Do you possess any elixirs for restoring vitality? Ye Xuan inquired of the system, his voice resonating in the chaotic space. Indeed, the system's emotionless voice responded promptly. Then provide me with 3. I require them immediately. There exists a plethora of elixirs for vitality restoration. For these 3, who are merely rule emperors, the Qingxuan fruit will suffice. However, their strength must be recovered through their own efforts. Each Qingxuan fruit is priced at 20,000 Yinqiao points. The system methodically explained. 20,000 for 1, thus 60,000 for 3. This expenditure is insufficient to redeem a single silver card. Yet, utilizing these 3 fruits to restore the vitality of 3 rule emperors is undeniably a worthwhile investment. Ye Xuan rapidly assessed the pros and cons, arriving at a decision in an instant. He promptly issued instructions to the system. Redeem them. Ding. The host has utilized 60,000 Yinqiao points and successfully exchanged for 3 Qingxuan fruits. They have been placed in the host's system space. Please collect them promptly. Very well. Ye Xuan nodded, his soul returning to its rightful place as he opened his eyes once more. Chapter 95. Southern Tianzhou with a gentle wave of his hand. Ye Xuan conjured 3 Qingxuan fruits, each exuding a profound vitality. The vibrant green of the fruit intertwined with a sanguine hue, creating a most extraordinary spectacle. The eyes of Yi Dingji, Yi Su, and Yi Liang were immediately captivated, sparkling with astonishment. Merely inhaling a trace of the life force emanating from the fruits remarkably diminished the lingering deathly aura around them. Young master, this. Yi Dingji's throat bobbed. His aged lips quivered slightly as he struggled to swallow. This is precisely for you. Ye Xuan similet genti. Explaining that the Qingxuan fruit could significantly enhance one's vitality and life force. After his introduction, he handed each of the 3 men a fruit. Grasping the Qingxuan fruits, their hands trembled involuntarily, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. With this, I can regain my vitality. Ye Xuan, his voice quivering with emotion. Indeed, this is truly invaluable, a veritable sacred treasure. Yi Liang clutched the fruit tightly. Let us quickly express our gratitude to the young master. Yi Dingji was the first to regain his composure. Yes, we must thank the young master. Ye Xuan. From this day forth, we pledge our unwavering loyalty to the young master. The 3 men then knelt on one knee, solemnly swearing to Yi Xuan, today, having received the young master's grace, we shall forever remember this kindness and serve with utmost fidelity. Good. Yi Xuan nodded in satisfaction, gently raising his hand to assist each of them to their feet. At that moment, apart from a few ununified states and counties, the vast Night Dynasty had largely fallen under Yi Xuan's dominion. In the days that followed, Yi Xuan did not linger in the Night Imperial City, but returned directly to Taishan City. After all, Taishan City was the foundation of Taishan, the royal capital. And with its proximity to the Yao mountain range, it held immense potential for growth, possibly evolving into an imperial city. The Night City would serve as a secondary capital henceforth. In southern Tianzhou, the southernmost territory of the former Night Dynasty, it was not only the largest state in the south, but also a crucial military stronghold. Within the southern Tian City, Lord S. residence, the state governor Ye Xuan, one of the 4 great generals of the Night Dynasty, sat majestically in his blue battle armor. His strength was at the mid-level of the celestial sovereign realm, making him one of the top 10 formidable figures in the Night Dynasty, commanding an army of 500,000 men. To his right sat 8 commanders of the celestial realm, their sharp gazes and air of battle-hardened ferocity evident. To his left was an elderly man clad in a gray robe, gently fanning himself with a smile. Behind him stood 2 imposing middle-aged men, radiating the power of the celestial king realm. General Li, the elder said softly, leisurely waving his fan, "What do you think of the conditions we proposed?" Listening to the elder, Ye Xuan furrowed his brow, internally wrestling with indecision. This seemingly amiable elder was in fact Zhao Pan, a powerful minister of the Great Yu Dynasty and a celestial sovereign of comparable rank. A few days prior, Zhao Pan had arrived uninvited in southern Tian City, explicitly seeking to discuss important matters with him. Ye Xuan had been displeased upon hearing this. The relationship between the Night and Great Yu dynasties had always been tense, rife with open and covert conflicts. In such a precarious situation, if he were to be accused of colluding with an enemy, he would find it impossible to defend himself, and losing his head would be the least of his worries. Thus, he had initially intended to dismiss Zhao Pan. However, astonishing news had forced him to reconsider his stance. To surrender to your Great Yu, would I not become a despised traitor? Ye Xuan's expression darkened. Ha ha, General Li, those who recognize the times are the wise. Surely, you understand this principle? The Night Dynasty is currently mired in an unprecedented turmoil, with the emperor having mysteriously vanished, his fate unknown. The crown prince is still young and lacks the experience to govern. How could he possibly uphold this crumbling state? General Li, your 500,000 southern Tian army is elite. Do you wish to accompany the Night Dynasty to its demise? Zhao Pan's laughter was hearty, his seemingly casual remarks striking at the heart of the matter. This, Ye Xuan inwardly lamented, cursing himself for underestimating the elder's understanding of the Night Dynasty's circumstances. It seemed the Great Yu had long been plotting against them. Surrendering to the Great Yu was not entirely out of the question, but Ye Xuan, having navigated the treacherous waters of the political arena for many years, knew well the stakes involved. If he were to yield, he must first secure greater benefits. Zhao Ban, perceiving Li Yuan's thoughts, slowly rose, fixing his gaze on Li Yuan with a cold smile. Generally, I know you are weighing the pros and cons, seeking to procure more advantages for yourself. But do not forget, outside southern Tian City, a million-strong Great Yu army is poised and ready. Their blades will not pause for your hesitance. Time is of the essence. If you do not decide soon, southern Tian City may be flattened in an instant, leaving you and your soldiers with no room for negotiation. Bang! Li Yuan slammed his fist on the table, causing several cracks to appear in the solid wood. He stood abruptly, his eyes wide with fury as he glared at Zhao Pan, his armor trembling slightly with his rapid breaths. Are you threatening me? Zhao Ban. Do not forget this is southern Tian City, not your Yu City. Ha ha ha. Zhao Pan's smile remained, though a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. No, no, no. Generally, you have misunderstood me. How could I dare to threaten you? I merely wish to elucidate the current situation and discuss the implications. That million-strong army is not merely your adversary in southern Tian City. For us in the Great Yu, they are equally a thorn in our side. Therefore, I trust you understand my meaning. As Zhao Pan spoke, he narrowed his eyes, their slits resembling those of a wily old fox. Li Yuan pondered this, his expression shifting. After a moment, he slowly returned to his seat, inhaling deeply before speaking in a solemn tone. I can lead the 500,000 southern Tian army to surrender to the Great Yu, but I have two conditions. Firstly, I demand the title of King of Southern Tian to govern southern Tianzhou. Secondly, the states and counties seized by that million-strong army must fall under my jurisdiction after the war. Not a problem, Zhao Pan replied without hesitation. Agreeing to this now poses no issue. Once you obediently submit to the Great Yu, everything will no longer be in your control. At that point, the entirety of southern Tianzhou, and indeed the lands of the Night Dynasty, will fall into the hands of the Great Yu, with Li Yuan merely a pawn in the game. Chapter 96. Attack on Tianan. 1,000 miles from the city of Tianan, a range of undulating mountains stretches endlessly. At this moment, numerous camps stand tall within the mountains, creating an imposing sight that seems to reach the horizon. At the heart of these encampments lies a colossal tent covering an area of 1,000 meters. Inside the tent, Zhao Yun, adorned in silver armor resembling a white dragon, sits majestically in the commander's seat, exuding an aura of calm and formidable strength. Below the grand tent, over 20 formidable warriors are arrayed in neat lines on either side. Each exudes a powerful presence, all being masters of the celestial realm, among whom 5 have already broken through to the heavenly king realm. Some of these warriors were previously subdued by Zhao Yun during his campaigns, while others have transcended their limits through relentless battles, achieving greater mastery. After all, in this world where strength reigns supreme, only through combat can one attain rapid advancement in cultivation. Commander, a vice-general of the heavenly king realm, Li Zhe, clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. I have an important message to report. Zhao Yun raised his hand slightly, an unseen force gently lifting Li Zhe, and with a warm smile he said, "You wish to report that someone has infiltrated Tianan City, correct?" Li Zhe was momentarily taken aback, his face betraying surprise. However, he quickly regained his composure and praised. Nothing escapes the keen eyes of our commander. Internally, he marveled at Zhao Yun's omniscience. He had scarcely begun to report when Zhao Yun already seemed aware. Ha ha ha. Zhao Yun laughed heartily, waving his hand modestly. It is nothing extraordinary. Although that individual's movements were covert, they could not evade my spiritual probing. Moreover, from my observations, their appearance suggests they hail from the Great Yu Dynasty. From the Great Yu, murmured Xie Tengfei, a heavenly king realm warrior. He was originally the governor of Teng Prefecture in the southern states of Danya, who had chosen to surrender to Zhao Yun during the campaign, thereafter following him. Having resided in the southern states for a significant time, he was well acquainted with the affairs of the Great Yu. Commander, the Great Yu must have sent someone to entice Li Yuan to defect, hoping to unite against us. If that is the case, we might. Xie Tengfei's words trailed off, the worry evident on his face. "Fear not, that individual was intentionally allowed into the city by me," Zhao Yun replied calmly, his tone unperturbed. This left Xie Tengfei perplexed. "We currently command nearly 200,000 troops. Capturing Tianan Prefecture should pose no challenge. Yet our ambitions extend far beyond this." Zhao Yun raised his gaze towards the distance, his eyes gleaming with sharp determination. "Vice General Sun Yao, do you surmise that I plan to take action against the Great Yu?" "You are correct," Zhao Yun affirmed with a slight nod, a confident smile gracing his face. "Just days ago, the king issued a command. Once we have unified the southern states, we shall immediately march upon the Great Yu, seizing as much territory as we can." The revelation that the command came directly from the king sent a shiver of excitement through Sun Yao. Originally from Youzhou, where he had served as a city lord, he owed his current achievements to Ye Xuan's recognition and support. Without Ye Xuan, he would still be a lowly cultivator trapped at the pinnacle of the spiritual pill realm. Now, upon hearing it was Ye Xuan's directive, his spirit soared, invigorated with boundless energy. The other generals in the tent, though most had never seen Ye Xuan in person, could discern from Zhao Yun's reverence that the king must be extraordinarily esteemed and powerful. They understood their duty, to follow orders without question. Zhao Yun then rose slowly, his gaze piercing as he surveyed the assembly. "I intentionally allowed that individual to enter the city to lure both factions into a coalition. In doing so, we can decisively eliminate them, saving time and resources. After you all depart, prepare diligently and ensure the soldiers practice the white dragon formation I have imparted. When the time for battle arrives, we shall test our results." "Yes, Commander, we shall comply," the generals responded in unison, swiftly turning to fulfill their duties. "Indeed, we shall exert our utmost effort to flatten Tianan and strike deep into the Great Yu, to obliterate Tianan and invade the Great Yu." The generals echoed their commitment, hastening away to their respective stations. 7 days passed swiftly, and the atmosphere on the vast Tianan plains became charged with tension, as a great battle loomed on the horizon. The coalition of Tianan and the Great Yu arranged themselves densely on one side of the plain, their banners flapping vigorously in the wind. Following Li Yuan's decision to defect to the Great Yu, the 150,000 troops that had been stationed at the border surged forward, quickly joining forces with the Tianan army. At that moment, Li Yuan awakened to the realization that the Great Yu had been eyeing Tianan Prefecture with predatory intent from the very beginning. Even in the absence of external threats, Zhao Pan would inevitably turn against him. However, it was too late. The die was cast. After the alliance, their combined forces surpassed 200,000. Such overwhelming military strength emboldened them, leading them to abandon their defensive posture within the city and instead choose to take the initiative in a direct confrontation on the Tianan plains. Only through a large-scale battle on the plains could they leverage their numerical superiority to annihilate the invading enemy completely, ensuring no future threat. On the opposite side of the plain, Zhao Yun led nearly 200,000 soldiers of the White Dragon Legion, standing at the ready, clad in shining white armor. The soldiers glimmered in the sunlight like a silver river. In terms of numbers, both sides were nearly equal, and in terms of cultivation, the soldiers predominantly resided within the innate realm, with no significant disparity between them. Zhao Yun, mounted on his steed, slowly emerged from the ranks, followed closely by the vice-generals. Almost simultaneously, Li Yuan and Zhao Pan rode forth side by side, leading the coalition's vice-generals. Li Yuan, atop a magnificent steed, gripped his long whip firmly, snapping it through the air with a sharp crack. He sought to discern the identity of the forces surrounding him. "Who are you? Are you from the army of the prince of the Divine Dynasty, or..." With a cold expression, Zhao Yun locked eyes with Li Yuan, his voice steady. "Since you are so curious, allow me to clarify. We are the White Dragon Legion of the Taishan Dynasty, serving the Taishan King." He paused momentarily, adding, of course, the Taishan King is also the sovereign of the Danya Dynasty. Upon hearing this unfamiliar name, Li Yuan was momentarily stunned. How could a single dynasty possess such formidable military strength? This was beyond his imagination. Chapter 97. bloodshed on the vast plains of Tian, Nan upon hearing Zhao Yun refer to the Supreme King as the Master of the Night. Li Yuan's face suddenly twisted with disdain. He scoffed derisively, exclaiming, "Humph, what utter nonsense! The night has endured for over 10 millennia. How could it be so easily claimed by your mere words? You, an insignificant insect, cannot fathom the brilliance of the king." Zhao Yun's voice turned icy. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan's eyes widened in fury, veins bulging on his forehead, as he drew his long blade with a fierce glint, bellowing, "You seek death. You, a wet behind the ears general, dare to insult me so? Today, I shall sever your head and display it above Tiannan City to assuage my wrath. You overestimate yourself." Zhao Yun replied with a cold smile, raising his hand as if to grasp the very fabric of space around him. Li Yuan felt an overwhelming force binding him tightly, rendering his body suspended in the air, utterly immobilized. Zhao Yun then gracefully leaped forward, stepping through the air towards the ensnared Li Yuan. "Weren't you quite arrogant? Did you truly believe you could take my head? Alas, your abilities are but those of an ant attempting to shake a tree. With your cultivation as a celestial sovereign, you are woefully inadequate." A mocking smile danced at the corners of Zhao Yun's lips. Li Yuan was consumed by an infinite dread, internally lamenting, "Damn it! This is a sovereign of the laws. How could such a powerful being appear here? I must be cursed. What shall I do now? Since you were so intent on taking heads, I shall grant your wish." Zhao Yun casually waved his right hand, and the power of the laws converged into a sharp blade of energy, silently slicing through Li Yuan's throat. With a dull thud, Li Yuan's head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth as his lifeless form crashed heavily to the ground. On the battlefield where the two armies faced one another, the execution of their commander filled the ranks of the Tiannan soldiers with terror and confusion. Weapons trembled in their hands, and the entire formation was on the brink of collapse. Zhao Pan, mounted on his mighty war steed, felt a sinking sensation upon witnessing this scene. The already creased lines of his face deepened. A sovereign of the laws. That young general was indeed a sovereign of the laws. The celestial realm commanders of the Tiannan army, already shaken to their core by the death of their leader, now quaked at the mention of a sovereign of the laws, their faces turning ashen. Such a formidable being could annihilate them with a mere flick of the wrist. A sense of retreat began to brew among the commanders, their feet instinctively inching backward as they contemplated fleeing from this terrifying battlefield. Zhao Pan keenly sensed their intent. Taking a deep breath to suppress his rising panic, he spoke firmly. "Do you wish to flee? Do you truly believe you can escape?" The crowd shuddered at his thunderous voice, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. "If you run, the army behind you will surely descend into chaos, and you will be hunted down by the enemy. At that point, will you still have the chance to escape?" Zhao Pan's tone grew increasingly severe, his gaze sharp as a knife sweeping over the assembly. What should we do then?" a trembling celestial commander asked, his voice tinged with despair. "What to do?" Zhao Pan's eyes narrowed, a fierce aura radiating from him. "We shall fight to the last drop of blood. We still have over 2 million troops. Engaging them is not without hope for victory. Even if he is a sovereign of the laws, amidst a sea of soldiers, his influence will certainly wane. This is our only chance." Upon hearing this, the commanders paused momentarily, then clenched their fists, responding in unison, "Very well. Let us fight to the bitter end." As this battle cry rang out, the formerly panicked Tiannan army gradually steadied itself, reuniting with the Dayu forces. Zhao Yun stood aloft, hands clasped behind him, as the fierce winds billowed his battle robe. He gazed down at the reformed Tiannan army merging with 150,000 troops, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his lips. "They possess a modicum of skill, perfect for sharpening the blades of my White Dragon Legion." With a fluid motion of his right arm, the morale of the White Dragon Legion soared, launching them into a ferocious assault against the 2 million allied forces. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The roar of battle echoed like thunder, ringing painfully in the ears, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. As the entire Tiannan plains trembled beneath the fervor of combat, Zhao Pan, observing the tense atmosphere, wore a grave expression as he drew his sword. Raising it high and channeling his spiritual energy to command, all troops he might call advance. Tian'an army, charge! Du army, charge! In an instant, the two armies clashed, blades flashing, blood spraying, as the cries of soldiers intertwined with the clanging of weapons, both sides locked in a fierce struggle. Unable to gain the upper hand, Zhao Pan stood at the rear of the allied forces, brows furrowed, gazing up at the composed Zhao Yun suspended in the air, his mind clouded with doubts. Who is this individual? Could he truly be the hidden ace of the Great Night Dynasty? Yet, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. The foundation of the Great Night Dynasty should be as shrouded in secrecy as his own. How could he suddenly appear here? Moreover, this individual is remarkably young, making it difficult to discern his true nature. He just claimed to serve the Supreme King. That title is unfamiliar. Could it conceal a mysterious hidden power? The more Zhao Pan pondered, the more he felt the situation was bizarre, yet the urgency of battle left no time for contemplation. He sighed inwardly, shaking his head in resignation. Despite his previous assertions to the celestial commanders that victory was still within reach, it was merely a temporary strategy. As a celestial sovereign, he understood better than anyone the terrifying influence of a sovereign of the laws on the battlefield. If they truly engaged in combat, it would likely cost them over 1 million troops, making it nearly impossible to contain him. Thus, regardless of the twists and turns of this conflict, the outcome of the Allied forces' defeat seemed all but inevitable. Very well, I must steel myself to speak with him, Zhao Pan thought, gritting his teeth and summoning his courage as he soared toward Zhao Yun's position. Zhao Yun, arms crossed, gazed down at Zhao Pan with an indifferent expression, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. Have you come to seek death? Or do you intend to assassinate me with your celestial sovereign prowess? Upon hearing these words, Zhao Pan's expression froze, but he quickly regained composure, forcing a disingenuous smile as he waved his hands, attempting to convey a sense of servility. And no, General, please do not misunderstand. Though I may be lacking, I am not foolish enough to act in such a manner. How could I be unaware of your cultivation as a sovereign of the laws? Chapter 98. The White Dragon Formation in this realm of grandeur. The sovereigns of the laws stand as invincible entities, wielding the power to command the very elements, determining the fates of countless lives with but a gesture. I, a mere mortal in the realm of celestial sovereigns, am naught but an ant before the general, and dare not exhibit even the slightest insolence. As he spoke, Zhao Pan slightly inclined his body, adopting a posture of utmost humility, his eyes brimming with deference and submission. Zhao Yun raised an eyebrow and coldly scoffed. Oh, if you are not here to assassinate me, could it be that your audacious presence is merely an invitation to your own demise? Upon hearing this, Zhao Pan's complexion grew increasingly pallid, panic evident in his demeanor. General, please allow me to speak, he implored. My visit is of grave importance. I wish to discuss matters of significance with you. Then speak swiftly, Zhao Yun replied in a tone devoid of warmth, a hint of curiosity flickering in his gaze. Eager to discern what Zhao Pan might convey. General, Zhao Pan swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure, though I know not the precise origin of your might. It is clear that your strength is extraordinary. However, observing the current battlefield situation, while your forces seem to hold the upper hand against our coalition, I fear that to annihilate us entirely would exact a considerable toll. At the very least, your losses would surpass half. Does this seem a wise exchange to you? And what do you propose instead? Zhao Yun inquired, noting Zhao Pan's lack of immediate dismissal, a flicker of hope igniting within him. General, why not call a truce? Zhao Pan hastily suggested, emboldened by Zhao Yun's apparent receptiveness. If you agree to halt the conflict, the southern province will gladly come under your command, and you shall gain the friendship and support of the Great Yu dynasty. What say you? A truce? Zhao Yun chuckled derisively, a wave of his hand conjuring an invisible force that ensnared Zhao Pan, rendering him immobile in midair, save for his terrified eyes that darted about. By what right do you presume to dictate terms to me? Is it merely based on your coalition, which is as inconsequential as refuse? Zhao Yun's voice echoed across the battlefield, imbued with disdain and authority. In that moment, Zhao Pan truly grasped the terrifying power of a sovereign of the laws. A singular thought coursing through his mind. Only a sovereign may contend with another sovereign. Very well, Zhao Yun said, a playful smile gracing his lips. If within the span of 6 hours, my White Dragon Legion fails to obliterate your coalition, I shall grant you a path to survival. How does that sound? Zhao Pan's heart jolted at the words, his eyes blinking rapidly in astonishment, a flicker of hope igniting within. After all, there were over 2 million coalition troops, each at the peak of their innate prowess. He mused that capturing such a formidable force, even if they were but a herd of swine, could not possibly be accomplished in a mere 6 hours. Let us await the outcome, Zhao Yun declared, turning his gaze towards the tumultuous battlefield below. Amidst the battlefield, recently ravaged by fierce combat, smoke and chaos lingered, with severed limbs and scattered bodies strewn across the ground. Both sides had suffered losses. Yet the casualties of the Southern and Great Yu coalition were far graver, with a staggering 200,000 soldiers laid to rest, their blood saturating the earth. In contrast, the White Dragon Legion had only lost a few thousand. Just as the situation appeared to stabilize, the sky darkened ominously. 20 celestial beings and 5 formidable monarchs tore through the heavens, descending upon the battlefield, directly before the White Dragon Legion. Form ranks, bellowed one of the monarchs, his voice resonating like thunder. In an instant, 200,000 soldiers of the White Dragon Legion sprang into action, swiftly dividing into 4 formations, each comprising 50,000 warriors. The synchronized sound of their march reverberated through the ground, instilling a resolute spirit among the troops. White Dragon Formation, activate, commanded another monarch. The 5 formations began to whirl around a central grand array, their movements fluid and practiced. The combined might of 50,000 warriors coalesced into a formidable dragon-like force, their battle energies harmonizing seamlessly with the formation. Before long, a colossal white dragon phantom, stretching thousands of feet in length, materialized above each formation. The dragon shimmered with an eerie luminescence, its scales gleaming with a silvery sheen, each scale as unyielding as iron. As the dragon phantoms emerged, an overwhelming pressure radiated outward, instilling dread far and wide. Roar, 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 roar. The 4 dragons simultaneously unleashed their thunderous roars, their voices piercing the heavens, causing the very sky to tremble as if fracturing. The force of their cries carried an immense power, echoing across the vast plains of southern territory, shaking the earth to its core. The sheer intensity of their roar overwhelmed tens of thousands of coalition soldiers, who succumbed to despair, collapsing in grief, their bodies lifeless. Each dragon phantom possessed strength rivaling that of an ordinary sovereign of the laws, and their destructive potential was nothing short of terrifying. The coalition troops, unaccustomed to such a cataclysmic spectacle, were engulfed by fear, their resolve crumbling instantly. Flee! How can we fight against this? A panicked commander at the pinnacle of the spiritual infant realm exclaimed, soaring into the air, desperate to escape the horror of the battlefield. Indeed, it is utterly insurmountable. Only by fleeing do we stand a chance. Another commander cried out, mirroring the sentiment. Run, flee, escape. In a matter of moments, the high-ranking leaders of the coalition scattered in all directions, prompting chaos among the soldiers, whose formations disintegrated entirely. The army's ability to confront formidable foes had relied upon their cohesive ranks. Yet now, the White Dragon Formation, its status comparable to an imperial-level array, was poised to unleash devastation. With a mighty roar, a white dragon phantom opened its gaping maw, releasing a torrent of dragon breath resembling a blinding beam stretching for miles. Where it passed, earth and stone erupted, the heavens dimmed, and the coalition troops found themselves engulfed before they could utter a single cry. Thus, the 4 white dragons traversed the battlefield, each attack claiming countless lives. In less than an hour, the once clamorous battlefield fell silent. For the 200,000 coalition soldiers had all succumbed to the terrifying might of the 4 dragon phantoms. Even those formidable beings of the monarch and celestial realms found themselves akin to ants before such power, ultimately perishing. Of course, the 200,000 soldiers of the White Dragon Legion, wielding such an overpowering formation, also bore a tremendous cost. Each of them appeared as pale as a sheet, their bodies swaying, nearly drained of all vitality. Chapter 99. Unification of the Great Night. Indeed, most of these soldiers possess only the cultivation of the innate great perfection. The intense deployment of such formations imposes an immense burden upon them. Had the soldiers achieved the consummation of the foundation establishment stage, or even reached the spirit transformation realm, their deeper reservoir of spiritual energy and more robust physiques would undoubtedly enable them to endure longer and unleash even more formidable combat prowess on the battlefield. In the skies above, Zhao Yun surveyed the battlefield below, where the dust had settled, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He then turned his gaze towards Zhao Pan, his tone laced with a hint of mockery. Do you see? I previously mentioned that your coalition is but a whetstone before my White Dragon Legion. Though Zhao Pan was rendered immobile, his eyes nearly bulged with disbelief as he witnessed the military spirit, a phenomenon only achievable through the finest formations. What kind of terrifying legion had he provoked? Well then, the wager is settled. You have lost. Now, pay the price with your life, Zhao Yun stated nonchalantly, and with a swift motion, a resounding explosion echoed as Zhao Pan's body was obliterated. Zhao Yun then descended from the heavens, with the power of the laws of the universe swirling around him. In an instant, a towering battle figure, thousands of feet high, manifested behind him, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. All of you have performed exceptionally well in this battle. You have showcased the unparalleled prestige of my White Dragon Legion. The soldiers, originally fatigued and drained of spiritual energy from the fierce combat, felt revitalized by Zhao Yun's praise, as if invigorated by a potent tonic. 200,000 warriors, their faces flushed with excitement, raised their arms in fervent cheers. Commander, invincible! White Dragon, invincible! Invincible! The cacophony of their voices resonated through the skies. Lingering long after, Zhao Yun gazed upon the spirited soldiers, a look of gratification gracing his countenance. With a gentle wave of his hand, an endless surge of battle energy cascaded down like a celestial river, enveloping each soldier. Stand down for a day, then we shall march to Tianan. On the following dawn, the formidable White Dragon Legion entered Tianan City, unimpeded by any force. With the arrival of 200,000 White Dragon troops, all the states and counties in the southern region of the Great Night fell under their dominion. Subsequently, Zhao Yun promptly reported this joyous news to Ye Xuan. Upon hearing the tidings, Ye Xuan swiftly dispatched a cadre of civil officials to the southern territories to disseminate the governance philosophy of the Ximen Dynasty, aiming to stabilize the newly conquered lands and gradually embed Ye Xuan's rule in the hearts of the populace. At the far eastern edge of the Great Night domain lies the last state, Wan Prefecture. This area is adjacent to the vast ocean, gazing across the waters at the rising sun of the Qin Dynasty. At this moment, outside Wan Prefecture City, the atmosphere was tense and charged. 500,000 spirit transformation troops encircled Wan Prefecture City like a relentless tide, rendering it impenetrable, not even allowing a fly to enter or exit. In the sky, two figures were locked in a fierce battle, their combat skills and techniques clashing with deafening roars. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated as both sides were forced back over 1,000 meters. Among them, a middle-aged man clad in blue battle armor steadied himself, revealing a ghastly wound in his chest, blood gushing forth and staining a large portion of his armor. Blood also trickled from the corner of his mouth, the sea breeze accentuating his weariness. This man was none other than Shangwan Su, one of the 4 great generals of the Great Night, commanding 500,000 naval troops renowned for their prowess on the seas. Yet at this moment, he found himself encircled by the elite forces of the Iron Eagle Legion from the Great Qin. Shangwan Su silently lamented his plight. His forces were primarily naval and excelled in maritime warfare. Yet here he was, trapped within the city, facing the elite of 500,000 spirit transformation warriors. Such a formidable army was scarcely found even in the lower-tier empires, let alone the top-tier ones. However, the commander of this army did not issue an immediate assault on the city, but instead proposed terms of surrender. As one of the four great generals of the Great Night, Shangguan was inherently filled with loyalty and pride, unwilling to easily submit to outsiders. Yet, the emissary conveyed that the Great Night had now come under the governance of the Taixin King. Taixin King? This title was unfamiliar to Shangguan. But upon learning that the Taixin King was none other than the seventh Prince Ye Xuan, whose cultivation had been rendered null, his eyes widened in disbelief, and a tempest of emotions surged within him. The commander further stated that the Taixin King admired his talents, and that, should he surrender, he would only need to seal his divine soul to retain his original position. Nevertheless, a flicker of unwillingness lingered in Shangguan's heart. He yearned to fight to the death. Thus, he struck a deal with the commander. If he could emerge victorious in battle, he would agree to surrender. The commander, without hesitation, readily accepted. Qin Zhantian firmly secured the shimmering azure spear, the Qingxian broken jade spear, at his back and strode directly before Shangguan, declaring, "You have lost." Upon hearing this, a bitter expression washed over Shangguan's face. He swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his composure, and managed to stand, forcing a pained smile as he sighed. "I never imagined that despite my cultivation at the mid-level of the celestial sovereign realm, I would still be defeated by you. A mere early-stage celestial sovereign." With that, Shangguan tilted his head slightly, as if bidding a final farewell to his long-held pride. Ultimately, he relinquished all burdens, exclaiming, "Enough! Enough! I accept my defeat. I, Shangguan am willing to surrender to Taixin and henceforth pledge my loyalty to the Taixin King." No sooner had the words left his lips than he gritted his teeth and drew forth a sliver of his divine soul, extending it forward. "Here?" Qin Zhantian nodded, accepting the divine soul with care, earnestly stating, "You have made a wise choice. You shall not regret it in the days to come." "Let's hope so." Shangguan mused, a whirlwind of mixed emotions swirling within him. The seventh Prince Ye Xuan, now the Taixin King, was certainly no ordinary individual. Perhaps under his command, he could indeed carve out a remarkable legacy. Subsequently, the gates of one prefecture city slowly swung open, and the 500,000 Iron Eagle Legion soldiers marched in unison, entering the city in an orderly manner. After their entry, the army rested within the city for 7 days. During this time, order prevailed, and the disciplined Iron Eagle Legion maintained impeccable conduct, causing no harm to the city's populace. After 7 days, the army disbanded and returned westward. Wan Prefecture City remained under Shangguan's management, but similar to Tianan City, a group of civil officials and scholars arrived following the departure of the troops. In the Taixin King's city, within the Xian Hall, Ye Xuan reclined upon his throne. Wei Zhongxian bowed slightly, his voice imbued with respect and delight as he reported, "Your Majesty, as of today, all 49 states of the Great Night Dynasty have come under your rule." Upon hearing this, Ye Xuan's lips curved upward, revealing a satisfied smile as he gently waved his hand. "Excellent. I am aware. You may take your leave for now." "Yes, Your Majesty," Wei Zhongxian replied, rising slowly and retreating from the Xian Hall. Chapter 100. The Unification of a Splendid Realm? At long last, the entire Night Dynasty has been encompassed. Now, it is time to elevate Taixin to the status of a true dynasty. Ye Xuan understood clearly that once successful, the benefits derived would be immeasurable. The last time he established a kingdom, he received numerous generous rewards. Elevating to a dynasty this time would surely yield even greater rewards, and perhaps unlock additional practical features. The mere thought of it filled him with excitement. Without further ado, he needed to consult the system. Ye Xuan took a deep breath, gently closed his eyes, and his consciousness swiftly descended into the chaos space. "System, come forth." "Ding. The system is here. What can I assist you with?" "Host, are you perhaps looking to exchange for summoning cards?" The system's signature voice resonated at the opportune moment. "No, I wish to inquire if, having unified the Night Dynasty, I can now establish a true dynasty. Ye Xuan pidesit urgently." No. The system's response was succinct and direct. What? Ye Xuan was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of disbelief. Why? I have clearly conquered the entirety of the Night Dynasty. Why can I not elevate to the level of a dynasty? The system seemed to have anticipated his reaction and calmly began to explain. Host, you're unaware that the classification of dynasties is extremely stringent, divided into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and top tier. The potential of a dynasty lies fundamentally in its foundation. At the crucial moment of its establishment, a dragon vein must emerge, the quality of which is closely related to the foundational conditions present at the time of the dynasty's formation, playing a decisive role. Then what is the situation with the Night Dynasty? Ye Xuan inquired, brow furrowed, an ominous premonition stirring within him. Night Dynasty? The system let out a slight, mocking chuckle. It is merely a pseudo-dynasty, possessing only a name. Although it is referred to as a dynasty in this remote area of the splendid realm, it lacks even the most critical dragon vein. If it were situated in a prosperous and powerful core region, it would merely be deemed a kingdom, certainly not meeting the standards of a dynasty. Is that so? Ye Xuan felt a weight in his heart, pondering silently. If that is the case, the other 6 dynasties in the splendid realm are likely no better than the Night Dynasty, all being pseudo-dynasties. Then how can I establish a true dynasty? Unify the splendid realm. The system's voice became grave. Once you accomplish this grand feat, this system will bestow upon you an unprecedented special reward, a dragon vein of supreme quality, entirely exclusive to you, to solidify the foundation of your unparalleled dynasty. Unify the splendid realm. A glimmer of cold determination flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes. Very well. Ye Xuan clenched his fists tightly, knuckles whitening from strain. If that is the case, I shall unify the entire splendid realm and reign as its sovereign. System, having unified the entire Night Dynasty, how many fortune points do I currently possess? To unify the splendid realm, the current resources are insufficient. More powerful allies are essential, and multifaceted strategies must be employed for swift unification. Ding! The host currently possesses 8,560,000 fortune points. Over 8 million. Ye Xuan quickly calculated in his mind. This amount was sufficient to exchange for 8 silver summoning cards. Given the current situation, bronze and iron level cards held little value for him. Only silver summoning cards were pivotal for enhancing his strength. Host, would you like to exchange for summoning cards? The system inquired. Exchange. Assist me in acquiring 8 silver summoning cards. Ding. The exchange process for 8 silver summoning cards is underway. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully exchanging for 8 silver summoning cards. Would you like to utilize them now? Immediately use them. Summon with all 8 silver summoning cards. Ye Xuan commanded decisively. Ding. The first silver summoning card is in use. Ye Xuan's heart raced. He fervently hoped for a useful summon, praying it would not result in another bizarre creature like last time. Black silk? Adisk. The mere thought made his head ache. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully using the silver summoning card. You have summoned Youzhou. Youzhou's personal panel is as follows. Youzhou. Race human. Cultivation. 5th tier rule monarch. Physique. Snake-devouring water body. Weapon. Snake-devouring mysterious sword. Technique. Wind and water mysterious cannon. Rules. Water rules, wind rules. Martial register. Snake-devouring heaven slashing technique. Black water mysterious cannon. Black heaven technique. Black water palm. Youzhou, the grand commander of Eastern Wu. A gleam of delight flashed in Ye Xuan's eyes, a smile unconsciously gracing his lips. In his heart, Youzhou's prowess was beyond question, a true dragon among men. Without him, there would be no Eastern Wu as we know it. Had fate not played its hand, under Youzhou's leadership, Eastern Wu might have achieved even greater heights. Furthermore, he is a 5th tier rule monarch, a commander adept at leading naval forces. Such talent is precisely what my Tai Xian Navy requires. Henceforth, he shall be the commander of my Tai Xian Navy. Ye Xuan had already formed a plan in his heart. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using a silver summoning card. You have summoned BNK. BNK. Ye Xuan was taken aback. This is a renowned medicine king. Such a figure is desperately needed in Taishan at present. Ding. BNK's personal panel is as follows. BNK. Race, human. Cultivation. 4th tier, rule monarch. Physique. Medicine king body. Technique. Medicine king pill cannon. Medicine king pharmacopoeia. Weapon. Medicine king's cauldron. Rules. Wood rules, medicine rules. Martial register. Medicine king's palm. Spiritual medicine control technique. With the medicine king present, the plan to establish the pill pavilion can finally come to fruition. Ye Xuan rejo ijid inyardi. He had long harbored the ambition to create a pill pavilion. Although he could concoct some pills himself, he was not a professional alchemist, and the quality and efficacy of the pills he produced always fell short. Now, with the arrival of Medicine King BNK, everything would change. With the Medicine King overseeing the pill pavilion, both the quality and quantity of the pills would see a substantial enhancement. With the soldiers receiving assistance from the pills in their training, Taishan's growth will undoubtedly accelerate at an astonishing pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully using a silver card. You have summoned 5 Guardians of the Blood-Killing Tower. The personal panels of the 5 Guardians are as follows. Blood Gold Race. Human Cultivation. Great Perfection of the Celestial Sovereign. Blood Water Race. Human Cultivation. Late Stage Celestial Sovereign. Bloodwood Race. Human Cultivation. Late Stage Celestial Sovereign. Blood Earth Race. Human Cultivation. Late Stage Celestial Sovereign. Blood Fire Race. Human Cultivation. Late Stage Celestial Sovereign.